Chapter 601 Where are you looking? Real. Lin Shen looked at Zhao Lingshan, who had a worried expression, and said firmly. What if it grows mold? Then I'll get you a hair removal cream later? You're lying to me. Zhao Lingshan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Zhao Zhanxiao, I'm not lying to you, I swear on my integrity. Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile. Okay, I'll trust you this once. Zhao Lingshan bit her lip, then looked at Lin Xian with her phoenix eyes, a hint of shyness on her face. Lumia, turn around first, I'll try it out. Try it now? Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. Kindness. Zhao Lingshan nodded, then glared fiercely at Lin Xian. If I find out you lied to me, you'll be in big trouble. Well. Lin Xian's lips twitched slightly. However, he is still very confident in his products. He turned his body around, his back to Zhao Lingshan. Zhao Lingshan was also facing away from Lin Xian. She rolled up her clothes to reveal her flat stomach. Thanks to years of training, Zhao Lingshan has no excess fat on her abdomen, her skin is smooth and delicate, and she even has the abs that countless girls dream of. However, at this moment, there is a 3-centimeter-long scar on the left side of his abs. This was left 2 years ago when she was surrounded by enemies and fighting them. She hadn't specifically addressed it before. Over time, it left a fairly noticeable scar. Now that she has this opportunity, she is wondering if she can remove the scar. After all, loving beauty is a woman's nature. Zhao Lingshan looked at the scar on her abdomen, dipped her finger in some black ointment, and gently applied it to the scar. Instantly, a burning sensation spread across my skin, then gradually turned into a cool feeling, and finally became gentle. The sudden change in several sensations made Zhao Lingshan open her eyes wider with curiosity. Then, something even more unbelievable happened. As the effects of the ointment dissipate, the scar, which was originally raised like a dragon, has visibly faded considerably. Zhao Lingshan quickly touched the scar with her hand. I discovered that the scars not only faded, but also softened considerably. This is amazing. Zhao Lingshan couldn't help but marvel. In my excitement, she momentarily forgot all about the relationship between men and women, and pulled Lin Xian over to show him the amazing changes in her abs. Lin Xian, look, the scars have really faded a lot. The ointment you made is amazing. Well, Lin Xian never expected that Zhao Lingshan, who had been making him turn his back just a second ago, would pull him to look at her the next second. He looked at Zhao Lingshan's abdomen, smooth and flat, with delicate abs that rose and fell slightly with her breathing. If you look a little higher, you can even see a corner of the bra. It's black. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he felt a slight heat on the tip of his nose. Lin Xian, can you see? The scar has really faded a lot. Zhao Lingshan was completely oblivious to Lin Xian's gaze at that moment, and said excitedly. Yuhi's, it's become much lighter. Lin Xian was in no mood to watch. His gaze fell upon Zhao Lingshan's smooth skin and kindness? Faced with Lin Xian's somewhat absent-minded reply, Zhao Lingshan frowned slightly. She looked at Lin Xian. She noticed that the latter's gaze was clearly not on the scar on her lower abdomen, but rather. Immediately, a hint of embarrassment and annoyance flashed in her phoenix eyes. He coldly snapped, Lin Xian, where are you looking? 602, Chapter 602 A Late Night Visit. Well, Lin Xian didn't expect that Zhao Lingshan would discover him. She felt a little embarrassed, then quickly made up an excuse, I was looking at the scars. Do you really need to stare so intently at scars? I get the feeling some people are practically drooling. Zhao Lingshan raised her eyebrows and quickly put down the rolled-up clothes. Suddenly, all the beauty was completely obscured. That Zhao Zhanxiao, I really am looking at the scars. Lin Xian tried to argue his case. As expected, all men are no good. Zhao Lingshan gave a soft hum, but she wasn't angry. On the contrary, I felt a little secretly pleased. It seems she's quite attractive to Lin Xian. I'll let it go this time since the ointment you made worked, but if you dare to look at it again, I'll shoot you. Zhao Lingshan glared at Lin Xian warningly, then picked up the ointment and headed upstairs. I'm going to apply the medicine to Lanlin. You'd better forget what you just saw. Well? Lin Xian's lips trembled slightly. As expected, Zhao Zhanxiu was as fierce as ever. Who knows which man will suffer in the future? Lin Xian thought to himself, feeling a little sad for the future fate of Zhao Lingshan's husband. However, to be fair, Zhao Zhanxiu has a top-notch physique. Her future husband is so lucky. What are you thinking about? Lin Xian realized that his thoughts had gone astray. He quickly shook his head to clear his mind of all distracting thoughts. Then, he took out his phone, edited a text message, and sent it to Black Emperor. It was late at night. Ziyun Mountain Villa, at the foot of the mountain, in Villa number 101. At this moment, Zhao Xiaodong was lying on the sofa in a very comfortable position with his arms outstretched to both sides. A blonde, blue-eyed beauty was kneeling beneath him. The beautiful woman was using her skillful techniques, and Zhao Xiaodong looked on with obvious enjoyment. However, a trace of resentment still lingered in my heart. Because tonight, Tang Lan actually refused his dinner invitation. It must be Zhao Lingshan who's behind this. Zhao Lingshan, you've ruined my plans time and time again. Don't give me the chance, or I'll definitely take you down. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaodong's anger surged up. After venting his frustrations, Zhao Xiaodong also calmed down again. Rather than seeking revenge against Zhao Lingshan. Right now, the most important thing is to win over Tang Lan. Because once Tang Lan regains her memories, he will have absolutely no chance. Zhao Xiaodong frantically devised a plan in his mind. Thinking of Tang Lan's sexy and hot figure, the lust that had subsided in his heart surged up again. The blonde beauty can only suffer again. Chairman Zhao, you seem to know how to enjoy yourself this late at night? Just then, a mocking sneer suddenly rang out in the living room. Who? The sudden sound startled Zhao Xiaodong so much that he went limp and his whole body broke out in goosebumps. It's only been a few hours, and Chairman Zhao already doesn't remember me? A cold laugh rang out again. The next instant, a ghostly figure appeared on the villa's balcony. Then, the figure flicked a finger, and the lock on the balcony door was easily opened. That figure also pushed open the door and entered. A mocking sneer played on his face. It was Lin Xian. It's you! Zhao Xiaodong's pupils suddenly contracted. In a moment of panic, he quickly pushed the beautiful woman beneath him away, got up, and awkwardly pulled up his pants. How did you get in? Zhao Xiaodong looked terrified. Why didn't the alarm go off in the villa? 603, Chapter 603 Patience exhausted. I want to come in, isn't that easy? Lin Xian looked at Zhao Xiaodong. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. You know that you are trespassing. Zhao Xiaodong's gaze returned to its cold and stern expression. Yeah, what's he afraid of when he's in his own home? Moreover, this is Ziyun Villa. Ziyun Manor has explicit rules that no one may trespass on a private person's territory. I know, but so what? Lin Xian sneered. Believe it or not, I'll have security arrest you right now. Zhao Xiaodong said in a deep voice. Then you have to have the opportunity. A strange smile appeared on Lin Xian's lips. The next second, he moved and appeared in front of Zhao Xiaodong as if he had teleported. Zhao Xiaodong's pupils suddenly contracted. A ghost! The blonde woman screamed in fright. Bang! Lin Xian found her too noisy and knocked her unconscious with a karate chop. What exactly do you want to do? Zhao Xiaodong was all bark and no bite. He had experienced Lin Xian's skills firsthand. I want to have a talk with you. Lin Xian smiled slightly. As he spoke, he casually plopped down on the sofa and crossed his legs. Zhao Xiaodong's eye twitched. This guy really thinks this place is his own home. However, he dared not speak his anger, but his tone remained low. What do you want to talk to me about? Stay away from Tang Lan. Lin Xian got straight to the point. Stay away from Tang Lan? Zhao Xiaodong frowned and said in a deep voice, Don't you think what you're saying is ridiculous? Don't forget, I was her boyfriend back in college. You said it yourself, it was during your university years. Lin Xian tapped the armrest of the sofa lightly with his fingers, his smile icy. Now, you're nothing more than a man who once hurt and deceived her. Besides, I'm not here today to discuss this with you. I'm just here to tell you to stay away from Tanglan. Notify me, you dare to challenge me? Zhao Xiaodong immediately let out a disdainful sneer. You really think that just because you have some brute strength, you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you, we live in a society governed by the rule of law. What matters here is wealth and connections. If you're strong, go work on a construction site carrying bricks or deliver food. I happen to have a good construction job here. Would you like me to recommend you for work tomorrow? Chairman Zhao, it seems that Zhao Heilung's lesson to you at the grand ceremony in the provincial capital last time was not enough. Faced with Zhao Xiaodong's answer, Lin Xian shook his head with a cold smile. You. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it, but as soon as the incident in the provincial capital was brought up, Zhao Xiaodong felt a surge of anger. Last time, he was taught a terrible lesson by Zhao Heilung's men. I couldn't get out of bed for 3 whole days. Kid, all you ever do is bully others because they're powerful. Zhao Xiaodong gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. I know you have the Black Emperor and Zhao Zhanxiao backing you up. But do you really think this is still Suzhou? This is Yanjing, do you understand, Yanjing? This is the Su family's territory, young Master Su's territory. The Su family? Lin Xian frowned, his eyes growing colder. It seems that Suan was behind your success in transferring the company so discreetly and establishing a pharmaceutical group in Suzhou in just a few days. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Xiaodong's expression changed, and he shouted at Lin Xian, these are the facts. And let me tell you, get out of my house right now. You want me to give up pursuing Lan Lan? No way. I'm not only going to win her over, I'm going to make sure she stays away from you, you country bumpkin, forever. Huh? Is that so? Upon hearing Zhao Xiaodong's words, Lin Xian shook his head with a cold smile. The last shred of patience in my heart was finally completely worn away. 604, Chapter 604 Now, do you believe it? A chill filled Lin Xian's eyes. He was too lazy to argue with Zhao Xiaodong anymore. Moreover, he has already received all the answers he wanted. Zhao Xiaodong's ability to transfer the company so discreetly and acquire land in Suzhou so quickly to establish a pharmaceutical group was due to Suan's behind-the-scenes support. At the wedding 4 days ago. It seems he went too easy on Suan. Hey country bumpkin, what are you pretending for? Get out of my villa right now and don't spoil my fun. At this moment, Zhao Xiaodong's deep shout interrupted Lin Xian's thoughts. Interest? Lin Xian curled his lips and glanced at the unconscious, disheveled blonde woman on the ground. Immediately, the coldness in his eyes intensified. How could he let this kind of man hurt Tang Lan again? Lin Xian took out his phone and called Black Emperor. The call was answered almost instantly. Lin Xian said coldly, Black Emperor, bankrupt Zhao Xiaodong's company and freeze all his assets. Yes, master. The Black Emperor accepted the order and immediately had it arranged. Ha ha. Zhao Xiaodong, however, seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kid, did I hear that right? You want to have my assets frozen and your company bankrupted? Who do you think you are? The bank's president, or the chief secretary? Oh right, I forgot to tell you, all my assets are currently overseas. In other words, even if you are the head of the bank, you don't have the authority to freeze my assets overseas. As for your claim that you want to bankrupt my company, I'd like to see what you can do to make it go bankrupt. That's right, Lin Xian has the Black Emperor backing him up. But so what? Dream Pharmaceutical Group was established under Su Shao's personal orders. He simply couldn't believe that in this country, the Black Emperor's power could possibly be greater than that of young Master Su. Faced with ridicule, Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. He didn't respond to Zhao Xiaodong's meaning, silently counting down the time in his mind. Kid, why aren't you saying anything? You've been bragging too much. Are you getting tongue-tied? The sneer on Zhao Xiaodong's face grew even stronger. However, after a few laughs, he suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Bite. 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 The notification sound of text messages kept ringing on his phone. It's the middle of the night, and I still received so many text messages at once. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Zhao Xiaodong quickly took out his phone to check. When he saw the first text message, his face turned deathly pale. Mr. Zhao Xiaodong, after consideration by several leaders in our department, we believe that you do not meet the qualifications to establish a pharmaceutical group. Therefore, we are now revoking your group's operating license and land use requirements. How so? The shocking words made Zhao Xiaodong's heart tremble violently. He quickly opened the second text message. The contents still sent chills down his spine. Mr. Zhao Xiaodong, after inspection by the municipal department, your project has been found to have multiple safety hazards. You are hereby ordered to immediately stop the construction and go to the relevant departments for handling as soon as possible. Zhao Xiaodong then opened the third and fourth entries. Every single one of them was extremely disadvantageous to him. Not only did they say he violated the rules, but they also demanded that he pay compensation for breach of contract. If it were just that, it would be fine. At least, even if the project fails, he still has bank assets. But when he opened the last text message, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. The text message told him that his assets in foreign banks were suspected of being used for illegal fundraising and had now been frozen. How could this happen? Zhao Xiaodong was completely dumbfounded, and his body went limp as he plopped back down on the sofa. Could all of this really have been Lin Xian's doing? Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaodong's gaze involuntarily trembled violently as he looked at Lin Xian sitting opposite him. At that moment, Lin Xian was also looking at him. A faint hint of coldness played at the corners of his lips. Now, do you believe me? 605, Chapter 605 The Final Warning. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Faced with Lin Xian's cold smile, Zhao Xiaodong murmured in disbelief. It must be fake, you must have forged this text message. That's right, that must be it. Zhao Xiaodong pointed at Lin Xian. His face contorted with rage at the exposure of his true nature. Because the time difference in the United States is exactly the opposite of that in China. It's daytime now. Zhao Xiaodong quickly dialed the bank's number. The result was like a heavy hammer blow to his chest, suffocating him and causing his eyes to tremble in horror. His assets in U.S. banks have indeed been frozen. Moreover, it was an order personally issued by the U.S. president. Or a permanent freeze. Chairman Zhao, you should believe me now, right? Lin Xian looked at Zhao Xiaodong's horrified face, his eyes flashing with coldness. How did you do that? Zhao Xiaodong's eyes widened in shock. You don't need to worry about that. In short, this is just my last warning to you. Lin Xian smiled faintly, but there was no warmth in his smile. If Zhao Xiaodong's bank account is located in the country, freezing it would be quite troublesome. But in the United States, with his influence overseas, it's just a matter of a word. It must be the Black Emperor. You must have commissioned Lord Black Emperor again, right? Zhao Xiaodong realized what was happening, and a ferocious look suddenly appeared on his face. You good-for-nothing who relies on his master's power, you'd better pay back all my money. Zhao Xiaodong roared. After saying that, he rushed forward, ready to fight Lin Xian to the death. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. One hand gripped Zhao Xiaodong's throat. Then, it was slowly lifted off the ground. Poof! A feeling of suffocation surged into Zhao Xiaodong's brain, and he struggled painfully, his face turning bright red. Lin Xian's gaze was icy as he slowly spoke. If I weren't worried that your death might affect Tang Lan's recovery, I really wouldn't mind killing you right here. Remember what I said, my patience is limited. This time, I'm just going to bankrupt you. If you dare to bother Tang Lan again next time, then your fate will be the same as this cup. After saying that, Lin Xian picked up the teacup on the table and gently squeezed it. Click! Instantly, the entire teacup turned into powder, which slowly fell through Lin Xian's fingers. Zhao Xiaodong saw this and was so frightened that his legs trembled violently, and a strong smell of urine flowed down between his legs. Lin Xian released Zhao Xiaodong with disdain. Huff huff. Zhao Xiaodong collapsed to his knees, panting heavily. Remember what I said, you won't get a second chance. After saying that, Lin Xian turned and left. His figure vanished like a ghost. But his cold tone still lingered in the living room, causing Zhao Xiaodong's heart to tremble violently. My body felt as if it were being immersed in icy lake water, completely soaked. He was completely convinced that Lin Xian's words were not an exaggeration. He shakily got up from the ground. Even after a long time, the chill in my heart had not dissipated. He tried several times to pick up the cigarettes on the table and light one. But his trembling fingers couldn't even pick up the cigarette. Oh, right, young Master Su. Ask young Master Su for help. Zhao Xiaodong thought of Suan. In the blankness of his mind, the fear subsided slightly. He quickly picked up his phone, his hands trembling as he opened his contacts, pointed at Suan's entry, and pressed the key. 606, Chapter 606 The Ferocious Suan. What do you want so late? The call connected, and Suan's deep voice rang out. Young Master Su, it's like this. Zhao Xiaodong told Suan the whole story. Useless, what a complete waste, he can't even handle this simple task. Upon hearing this, Suan's angry voice immediately rang out. I'm sorry, young Master Zhu, but I didn't know that Kid Lin Xian would have such methods. Zhao Xiaodong nodded obsequiously. You're saying he sent people to freeze your US accounts and even caused your pharmaceutical group in Suzhou to go bankrupt? Suan asked in a deep voice. That's right, young Master Su. This kid, it seems I underestimated him. Suan's voice was icy. Do you know who he entrusted with this task? It looks like the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor, that makes sense then. Suan Han said in a cold voice. Black Emperor was already the world's richest man, possessing countless riches both domestically and internationally. With Black Emperor's connections, freezing Zhao Xiaodong's accounts in the United States wouldn't be difficult. As for the matter of bankrupting Zhao Xiaodong, Zhao Xiaodong's company is, after all, based in Suzhou, not in Beijing. The saying goes, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away, meaning even he is probably no match for Lin Xian, that local tyrant. Moreover, when he approved the land for Zhao Xiaodong, he only sent someone to give a heads up to the municipal department, he did not personally take action. Young Master Su, what should I do next? Zhao Xiaodong asked for instructions. Now that he has lost everything, he is almost at his wit's end. Wait for my news. Suan said in a deep voice, I won't let that brat Lin Xian off easily. The real show is yet to come. Yes, young Master Su, by the way, young Master Su, Zhao Zhanxue is now living with that kid Lin Xian. Will this have any impact on your upcoming plans? Zhao Lingshan is here too? Suan was slightly surprised. This was somewhat unexpected for him. That's right, young Master Su, and their relationship seems to be quite good. Is that so? Suan gave a cold smile and said, alright, I know everything. I'll have someone make the arrangements. For the next few days, find a place to hide and try to avoid any direct conflict with Lin Xian and his group. Soon, I will make them understand the consequences of opposing me. It's young Master Su, I'm waiting for your good news. Kindness. Suan nodded indifferently and then hung up the phone. But a chilling, killing intent surged in his eyes. Lin Xian. Suan clenched his fists in hatred, veins bulging on his forehead. At the wedding 3 days ago, that kid made him look like a fool and almost left him with a lifelong disability. If his father hadn't hired a renowned doctor to perform the surgery, he probably would have spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair. However, even if the surgery is very successful, the aftereffects caused by taking Xingqi Dan cannot be eliminated. Perhaps, his future strength will be forever limited to that of Emperor Wu. Creak. Thinking of this, a ferocious bloodshot vein crept into Suan's eyes, and his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He is determined to grind Lin Xian to dust. Otherwise, it would be difficult to quell the hatred in his heart. As for Zhao Lingshan, if this woman still dares to help that kid, then don't blame him for being impolite. At that time, he will give her and Su Baimo together. Just think about the thrilling scenes from that time. A surge of evil fire was brewing within Su En's abdomen. White ink. You can't escape my grasp. And Zhao Lingshan. I hope you won't refuse my offer of a toast then. 607, Chapter 607 Wang Yutong's visit. It was late at night. Lin Xian returned to the villa. After changing into slippers, I went up to the second floor. Has Zhao Xiaodong's problem been resolved? Just as I reached the top of the stairs, I saw Zhao Lingshan, wearing a black sports vest, tiptoeing out of the room. Clearly, knowing Lin Xian's plans for tonight, she was far from sleepy. Hearing the sound of the door opening downstairs, I immediately got out of bed. It's solved. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then asked, "Where's Tang Lan, is she asleep?" "She's asleep," Zhao Lingshan said. "Okay, then I'll go back to my room first." "Wait, tell me what you did to Zhao Xiaodong just now?" Zhao Lingshan looked on with curiosity. As they spoke, afraid of disturbing Tang Lan, they pushed Lin Xian into his bedroom. "Zhao Zhanxiao, isn't this a bit inappropriate, coming so late at night and in complete darkness?" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and made a joke. If you have the guts, you can try." Zhao Lingshan snorted coldly, showing no fear whatsoever. Besides, she knew that Lin Xian wasn't that kind of person. "Ha, I wouldn't dare, my life is more important." Lin Xian laughed loudly and immediately admitted defeat. "Am I really that scary?" Zhao Lingshan pouted slightly, somewhat displeased. "I'm afraid you'll shoot me." Lin Xian joked, turning on the bedroom ceiling light as he spoke. Suddenly, the entire dark bedroom became bright. Zhao Lingshan's pretty face had a slight blush. However, the moment the light was turned on, that blush disappeared, and she frowned sharply at Lin Xian. "You know that's good. By the way, let's get down to business. What did you do to Zhao Xiaodong?" "I just gave him a little warning." Lin Xian told Zhao Lingshan what had happened. "Lin Xian, you've got guts." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingshan patted Lin Xian happily. "But I didn't expect that guy to be such a coward, he was so scared that he peed his pants." Zhao Lingshan said disdainfully. "With that kind of guts, you still dare to pursue Lan Lan?" However, what Lin Xian did was so satisfying. Freeze Zhao Xiaodong's bank assets and bankrupt that bastard's company. Now let's see what he can use to pester Lan Lan in the future. Yes, but now he probably won't dare to bother Tang Lan anymore, at least not for the time being. Lin Xian said. In a short period of time, you mean he dares to come again? Zhao Lingshan frowned. After all, he dared to come this time because Suan was backing him up. Maybe Suan even helped him come up with this idea. Lin Xian gave a cold smile. Suan, it's him again. Upon hearing Suan's name, Zhao Lingshan's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Clearly, they disliked that guy very much. Let's not talk about him, Anna Marie, it's getting late, let's go back to sleep. The coldness in Lin Xian's eyes dissipated, and he said. Okay, then you should get some rest too. Zhao Lingshan's tone softened somewhat, and then she remembered something and said, by the way, the ointment you concocted is really effective. Lanlan has already grown some hair after using it. She was so happy tonight and said she wants to thank you in person tomorrow. Really? Good thing it works. Yeah, it works really well. That's all I wanted to say. I am going back to sleep now. You should get some rest too. Good night. Good night. After saying good night to each other, the two went to their respective rooms to sleep. The dark night is leisurely. The next morning. Lin Xian got up early in the morning and prepared breakfast in the kitchen downstairs. Ding dong. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang in the living room. Lin Xian paused in his movements and frowned. Who would come looking for him so early in the morning? Could it be Zhao Xiaodong again? How dare he come? A shadowy glint flashed across his eyes. After wiping his hands clean, Lin Xian opened the door and went out to the garden entrance. I thought I would see Zhao Xiaodong. However, what came into view was a beautiful figure wearing a khaki bodycon skirt, with exquisite features and an exceptionally alluring and sexy figure.
Wang Yutong?
Lin Xian stared at the familiar figure, his heart skipped a beat.
608, Chapter 608. Be prepared to kneel on a washboard. At this moment, two bodyguards dressed in black suits were standing next to Wang Yutong.
The two men looked serious, each carrying two large suitcases.
Little Yutong, what brings you here?
Lin Xian was somewhat taken aback. He observed the large suitcases in the hands of the two bodyguards.
Judging from their posture, it seems like they're planning to settle down here.
And indeed, it turned out just as he had thought. Brother Lin Xian, I just miss you so much, so I want to move in with you.
Wang Yutong greeted Lin Xian in a sweet voice, like a wind chime.
Well? Lin Xian's face stiffened slightly. Two beautiful women are already living in this villa. He really couldn't imagine what it would be like if Wang Yutong also moved in. The worst part is, if Su Baimo finds out about this, he'll be incredibly jealous.
What's wrong, Brother Lin Xian, are you not welcoming me?
Wang Yutong's lips trembled as she looked at Lin Xian's stiff expression. With her pitiful appearance and innate charm, it's hard for any man not to soften his heart. Besides, her relationship with Lin Xian used to be very intimate.
Lin Xian couldn't bear to refuse. That's not what I meant.
Lin Xian said awkwardly. So Brother Lin Xian agrees, I knew Brother Lin Xian was the best to me. Wang Yutong's sad face immediately turned into a beaming smile. Being able to live with Brother Lin Xian made her happier than anything else.
Yutong, there are other people staying at my villa.
Lin Xian was somewhat embarrassed.
Is it Su Baimo? A hint of jealousy immediately surfaced in Wang Yutong's peach blossom eyes.
Noit Xiao Zhanxiu and Tang Lan just a few days ago, something unexpected happened. Lin Xian wanted to explain the situation.
Wang Yutong seemed to have known all along, and her tone suddenly turned icy. Someone attacked you, didn't they? You knew all along?
Lin Xian was slightly startled.
Kindness.
Wang Yutong said, the housekeeper told me everything, and I also sent people to conduct a related investigation. We have obtained some clues so far.
Who did this?
Lin Xian's gaze immediately sharpened.
I've only grasped a few clues, and I can't be sure yet.
Wang Yutong murmured, holding nothing back from Lin Xian, but I think it must be related to those major families.
Those major families? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Kindness.
Wang Yutong nodded, however, these are just my guesses after all, some of them were involved in the plan against the Lin family back then.
A plan against the Lin family?
Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's body trembled violently, and he pressed, Yutong, tell me, who are they?
It's not convenient to talk about it now. Can we wait until tonight or come inside later?
Wang Yutong spoke cryptically, glancing around at her surroundings as she spoke.
I see. Lin Xian took a deep breath.
He knew what Wang Yutong was worried about. They were afraid someone might be listening. After all, what happened back then had huge implications.
Brother Lin Xian, can Yutong stay now?
Wang Yutong resumed her coquettish expression, her peach blossom eyes now looking at Lin Xian with expectant eyes.
Okay, alright.
Lin Xian was completely unable to resist Wang Yutong's coquettish offensive. Moreover, Yutong held nothing back from him, even risking danger to tell him the truth about what happened back then. If he were to refuse Yutong's request again, it would truly be hurtful.
As for Baimo's side,
he'll find an opportunity to explain the situation to her.
Certainly.
He was already prepared to kneel on a washboard when the time came.
609, Chapter 609. Wang Yutong's power. Brother Lin Xian, I knew you were the best to me.
Wang Yutong's pretty face lit up with joy, and she rushed over to give Lin Xian a big hug. The full 36E breasts pressed heavily against Lin Xian's chest, making him feel a soft, suffocating sensation. Immediately, he separated from Wang Yutong. After all, they're not children anymore.
Wang Yutong was unaware.
In her excitement, she said to the two security guards behind her, you can go back now, just leave your luggage here, I'll take it in myself later. She knew that there were other people living in Lin Xian's brother's villa. She didn't want the bodyguards to disturb them. But miss, if we leave, who will protect you? The two bodyguards immediately became anxious upon hearing this. If anything happens to the young lady, they'll be in deep trouble. I have brother Lin Xian to protect me. Wang Yutong smiled and said. Him? The two bodyguards were taken aback. He doesn't look like someone who can fight. That's right. Wang Yutong was full of confidence. Young miss, you're not joking, are you? Do you think I'm joking? Wang Yutong's tone then turned icy. Doesn't seem like it. Sensing the young lady's domineering presence, the two bodyguards were immediately terrified, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. They knew the young lady's temper all too well. Then put your things down and hurry up and leave. Wang Yutong suppressed a hint of coldness. But? Kindness? Wang Yutong's eyebrows furrowed immediately. But, he has offended the Su family now, and we are worried that if the young lady comes into contact with him, she will be implicated. Of course, these words weren't mine, they were mine, sir. He asked us to persuade you to go home. The two bodyguards suppressed their horror and finished speaking. They knew that the young lady was the master's darling, and he would cherish her so much that he was afraid she would melt no matter how capricious her request was. He would never refuse it, for fear that the young lady would get angry. This time, it's the same. However, the master was truly worried about the young lady's safety. After all, Lin Xian has now offended the entire Su family. I'll talk to my father about it later, you all go back now. Wang Yutong gave a calm reply. Young miss. What, you're not even listening to me anymore? I wouldn't dare. Then shut up. Wang Yutong said coldly. A pair of peach blossom-like eyes stared at the two of them with an equally icy gaze. Also, you should understand what you should and shouldn't say next time. Don't think I don't know what you mean by saying these things. What I, Wang Yutong, hate most are people who think they're so clever. She knew that the bodyguard had deliberately said those things in front of Lin Xian's brother so that he would back down. But what she hates most is these petty tricks. She didn't want Lin Xian's mood to be affected by these words. Yes, miss. The two were drenched in cold sweat. Get out of my sight right now. Wang Yutong issued another order. Yes, miss. The two felt a chill run down their spines and quickly put down their suitcases before leaving. I was afraid of being even a second too late. They were permanently removed from the royal family. And after the bodyguards left, the coldness on Wang Yutong's face slowly dissipated. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian, a hint of tenderness appearing on them. I'm sorry, brother Lin Xian, you heard those words just now, please don't take them to heart. 610, Chapter 610 The Voices of Other Girls. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. I never expected Wang Yutong to say those things to the bodyguard for his sake. Looking into Yutong's eyes, which were filled with tenderness and apology. Sure enough, she was still the same little brat she was 15 years ago. A warm smile appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian affectionately ruffled Wang Yutong's hair and said, Don't worry, those words won't affect me but you. Your father is so worried about you. Are you sure you'll be alright staying with me? Fine. Wang Yutong shook her head and said softly, I just want to stay by Lin Xian's side. I won't let those bad people from back then bully you again. Back then, she was too young to protect her brother Lin Xian. But things are different now. She has grown up and has absolute authority in the family. The Su family. It is very powerful. But she wasn't afraid. If it really comes to the worst, she has one last option. However, this might mean she'll never see her Lin Xian brother again. Lin Xian looked at Wang Yutong at this moment. He could sense Yutong's determination to protect him. With a growing warmth in his eyes, Lin Xian smiled and said, Alright, Yutong, I appreciate your kindness. Don't worry, I won't be bullied. Kindness. Wang Yutong nodded emphatically, her gentle smile returning to her face. Brother Lin Xian, let's go inside. Good. Lin Xian smiled and carried Wang Yutong's suitcase into the villa.
Wang Yutong walked behind, looking at Lin Xian's broad and tall back.
That figure walked in front of him just like 15 years ago, sheltering her from the wind and rain. But now, she is no longer that frail girl. She also has the ability to protect brother Lin Xian.
Entering the villa, the spacious layout came into Wang Yutong's view. Brother Lin Xian, which room are you sleeping in?
Wang Yutong glanced at it briefly before focusing her attention back on Lin Xian. She only cared about things related to Lin Xian.
The one opposite the stairwell.
Lin Xian gestured with his eyes, and then led Wang Yutong to the second floor. Yutong, there are rooms on the second, third, and fourth floors, please choose one.
Lin Xian said. The villa has 5 floors.
Besides the living room and kitchen on the first floor, there is a view room and a storage room on the 5th floor, the rest are bedrooms.
I'll choose this one. Wang Yutong chose a room next to Lin Xian.
This way, it will be easier for her to chat with brother Lin Xian and cultivate their relationship.
Good.
Lin Xian, unaware of what this girl was thinking, still regarded her as the little tag-along from 15 years ago, and took Wang Yutong's suitcase into the room.
Yutong, have you had breakfast? Lin Xian asked.
I've already eaten, but if brother Lin Xian makes anything delicious, Yutong must try it. Wang Yutong gently clasped her hands together, her face full of anticipation. I made braised beef noodles, but the beef is still cooking, so I'll have to wait a while, about 20 minutes.
Lin Xian estimated. Okay, I'll come down to eat in a bit.
Wang Yutong said with a smile. Okay, then you pack your luggage first, I'll go downstairs to make breakfast, and I'll call you when it's ready.
Lin Xian said.
And the you he was referring to naturally included Tang Lan and Zhao Lingshan, who were still in bed.
Good. Wang Yutong nodded happily.
Lin Xian smiled, turned around and left the bedroom. As he passed by Tang Lan and the other's bedroom, he heard some noises coming from inside.
Clearly, they must be getting up now.
Lin Xian prepared to go downstairs. Just then, Zhao Lingshan's puzzled voice came from inside the bedroom. Lin Xian, was that you at the door? I just heard other girls' voices. 611, Chapter 611. The more you explain, the worse it gets.
You who all heard that?
Lin Xian paused for a moment.
I was planning to tell Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan about Yutong when we had breakfast later.
By the way, introduce Yutong to them.
So, you really brought other girls home?
Zhao Lingshan's voice held a hint of surprise. Is it Miss Su?
No.
What is that? Zhao Lingshan was even more surprised. In her memory, Lin Xian, apart from his unusual relationship with Miss Su, had never had a close relationship with any other girl in Yanjing that he could bring home.
Us, the eldest daughter of the Wang family.
Lin Xian thought about it and still felt that this explanation was clearer and more understandable.
If we're talking about Yutong, my younger sister. Firstly, they don't know each other.
Secondly, it's likely that people will misunderstand him as having a sister complex. After all, Wang Yutong's arrival was somewhat sudden, and his bringing her into his home was equally unexpected.
The eldest daughter of the Wang family?
Zhao Lingshan was taken aback upon hearing this. A bewitching and aloof figure quickly appeared in his mind.
She was a top beauty in Yanjing who was in no way inferior to Su Baimo in terms of fame and suitors.
When did Lin Xian meet her?
Moreover, they even brought other people home without saying a word.
Click. The door opened immediately. Zhao Lingshan's face was now revealed, filled with scrutiny. To avoid being overheard by Wang Yutong in the room diagonally opposite, Zhao Lingshan lowered her voice and asked, Lin Xian, you'd better tell me what's going on. How did a Miss Wang suddenly appear? How do you two know each other? Before this, she had never heard Lin Xian mention it. But judging from the current situation, Lin Xian and Wang Yutong have clearly known each other for a long time. Otherwise, Miss Wang wouldn't have become so familiar with Lin Xian that she would have come to stay at his home. So, this guy asked Black Emperor for such a large villa, and even demanded good privacy, because he really intends to keep his mistress hidden away. Zhao Zhanxiao, Don't look at me like that, I am not that kind of person. Seeing the look in Zhao Lingshan's eyes, Lin Xian quickly explained. Then tell me properly, what is your relationship with Miss Wan? Also, does Miss Su know about this? Zhao Lingshan stood with one hand on her hip, looking at Lin Xian with a scrutinizing expression. Ush doesn't know yet, don't tell her yet, I'll find an opportunity to tell her later. Lin Xian felt a slight chill run down his spine and said somewhat guiltily. Oh, so it seems you really intend to keep a mistress hidden away? Looking at Lin Xian's guilty look, Zhao Lingshan couldn't help but feel a bit amused. He muttered to himself, seemingly unintentionally, no wonder some people emphasized privacy when they asked Black Emperor for a house, so that's what they were looking for. Zhao Zhanxiao, I feel like you're mocking me. Lin Xian's lips trembled slightly. Is there? Zhao Lingshan looked at Lin Xian with an expression that said, but some people have been doing a lot of things behind our backs. Zhao Zhanxiao, you've really misunderstood me. Yutong and I aren't in that kind of relationship, and I had absolutely no idea she was coming today. Lin Xian explained. Oh, so you just brought her home to stay, and you kept calling her Yutong, you seem quite close? Zhao Lingshan nodded as she spoke. Yusai, how should I put it, Yutong and I aren't in that kind of relationship, she's my sister. Lin Xian sighed and told the truth. I thought that after this explanation, Zhao Lingshan would understand something. However, the smile on the latter's lips became increasingly intriguing. Oh, so it's your younger sister, no wonder you call her so affectionately. Zhao Lingshan gave a half smile. Well? Lin Xian froze completely. It seems like the more you explain, the worse things get. 612, Chapter 612 Wan Yutong's Self-Doubt. Brother Lin Xian, are you still there? At that moment, Wan Yutong's voice came from the room diagonally opposite. Exist. Lin Xian's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he spoke. Could you come over and help me with something? Wan Yutong asked in a sweet voice. Good. Lin Xian responded. Zhao Lingshan smiled mischievously. Lin Xian, it seems you and your little sister Yutong have a really good relationship. I think some people are just using your sister as an excuse to do other things, right? No, Zhao Zhanxiao, things are really not what you think. Lin Xian's smile turned bitter. He shook his head and said, I'll explain about Yutong later. I am going to help her now. Oh, right, I made braised beef noodles for you. Come down and eat in about 20 minutes. Beef noodles? Zhao Lingshan's eyes flickered, somewhat surprised that Lin Xian had gotten up so early to make breakfast for them. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded. Fine, I'll let you off the hook this time since you made beef noodles for me and Lanlan. Zhao Lingshan pursed her lips, and the mischievousness in her phoenix eyes subsided somewhat. Well? Lin Xian forced an awkward smile. What's going on? It's like he's really keeping a mistress hidden away. Never mind, I'll explain it at breakfast later. Lin Xian went to Wan Yutong's room. Wan Yutong was bent over, struggling to lift her suitcases and put them into the closet. Because she was wearing a bodycon skirt, and because Wan Yutong already had an exceptionally hot figure with a typical wasp waist and perky buttocks, she was able to pull it off. Therefore, when she bends down, her back presents an exaggerated curve. The lower edge of the arc connects to a pair of beautiful, white legs. The legs are slightly taut at this moment, with exquisite lines that make one's heart flutter. At this moment, even Lin Xian felt his throat go dry when he saw that devilish back. He quickly looked away, his voice tinged with embarrassment, that Yutong, let me handle it. Okay, brother Lin Xian. Upon hearing this, Wan Yutong straightened up and turned to look at Lin Xian. But Lin Xian kept his eyes straight ahead. After smiling at her, he went to the suitcase and quickly put it into the storage cabinet. Wan Yutong's beautiful eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Does that mean I have absolutely no attraction for brother Lin Xian? Yutong, I finished moving the boxes, so I'll go downstairs now. I'll come down for breakfast in about 20 minutes, and I'll introduce you to my two friends later. Lin Xian turned around and said with a smile. Good. Wan Yutong's eyes flickered, and she quickly regained her senses. Something on your mind? Lin Xian noticed that Wan Yutong had been distracted earlier. No, it just feels like a dream to be able to live with brother Lin Xian. Wang Yutong smiled sweetly. Ha, really? Then you go ahead and pack. I'll go downstairs first. If there's anything you need to move, I'll help you move it after breakfast. Lin Xian laughed heartily. After saying that, he left the room. Day. A series of footsteps sounded on the stairs. Wang Yutong also knew that Lin Xian had come downstairs. Well. A soft sigh escaped from her moist lips. Wang Yutong stood in front of the full-length mirror in the room, looking at her reflection with some suspicion. She has a large bust, a slim waist, a perky bottom, and long, white legs. But just now, she didn't see the same burning passion in Lin Xian's eyes as other men did when they looked at her. She didn't notice even the slightest thing. Could it be that brother Lin Xian doesn't like her type? But the dating guide says that all men like her type, right? Never mind. I'll try it again tonight after I take a shower and change into a sheer nightgown. 613, Chapter 613 New Guests. At breakfast time, Lin Xian and the other three gathered in the living room. For steaming bowls of braised beef noodles, emitting a fragrant aroma, were placed on the table. Wow, brother Lin Xian's braised beef noodles smell so good, I'm going to dig in now. Wang Yutong's pretty face was flushed with excitement. Pick up your chopsticks and get started. This was the first time she had ever eaten something made by her brother Lin Xian. The sensation upon tasting it made Wang Yutong's eyes light up with amazement. This is simply the best braised beef noodle soup she has ever eaten in her life. Both the noodles' chewiness and the beef's texture are top-notch. It's so delicious. Wang Yutong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Eat more if you like, and I'll get you more if you're still hungry. Lin Xian smiled gently. Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan did not start immediately. At this moment, all their attention was focused on the new Miss Wang. Her looks and figure are simply the work of the creator. Her face is naturally alluring, and her figure is even more exaggerated. Even women can't help but be curious and want to get closer to touch it and experience what kind of amazing feel it has. But when did Lin Xian manage to win over this young lady from the Wang family? Thinking about this, the two looked at Lin Xian with puzzled and strange expressions. Oh, why are you all looking at me like that? Didn't I just say that Yutong is my sister? We've been family friends since we were little? Feeling the strange looks Tang Lan and the other person were giving him, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. What's going on? It's like he really wants to keep a mistress hidden away. Yes, brother Lin Xian and I have been friends since childhood. I apologize for the trouble I'm causing you both by staying here temporarily. Wang Yutong also came to Lin Xian's rescue at this moment. Just now, Lin Xian had introduced Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan to her, and she had also learned about them beforehand. These two women could be considered half of Lin Xian's confidants. Zhao Zhanxiu helped Lin Xian's brother out of trouble many times, and Dr. Tang even took a bullet for Lin Xian's brother, resulting in his current amnesia. Therefore, she held the two in high regard and was naturally very polite to them. Miss Wang, you're too kind. It will only be more lively if we all stay together, and we might even be able to look out for each other in some areas. Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan also responded politely. My first impression of this eldest daughter of the Wang family was also very good. Thank you both for accepting me. Wang Yutong clasped her hands together in gratitude. Miss Wang, you're too kind. The two chuckled softly. The atmosphere instantly became harmonious and pleasant. Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan were very welcoming to Ms. Wang, who had just moved in. However, they still had one question in their minds. Although Lin Xian and Wang Yutong have both come forward to explain that their close relationship is due to their family's long-standing friendship since childhood. However, as women, they could vaguely sense a hint of admiration in Wang Yutong's eyes every time she looked at Lin Xian. That kind of admiration. It's not just a typical younger sister's admiration for her older brother, but a woman's admiration and appreciation for a man. However, perhaps they are overthinking it. After all, Wang Yutong had just told them about her childhood experience of being protected by Lin Xian. As the one being protected, it's perfectly normal to have some admiration and affection for them.
Moreover, even if we take a step back and say, Lin Xian is currently with Miss Su.
If he really had some kind of relationship with Wang Yutong, he wouldn't have openly invited her into his home.
They understood Miss Su's personality. If Lin Xian dares to cheat on her, the consequences will be quite severe.
614, Chapter 614 Clues obtained by Wang Yutong.
After breakfast,
Lin Xian suggested that he drive Tang Lan out for a drive later, as this would be beneficial for her recovery.
The group readily agreed.
Wang Yutong naturally wanted to go along as well, and even had the housekeeper bring them a white Bentley Continental to use as their car for a while. Lin Xian and his two companions shook their heads with a wry smile at Miss Wan's extravagant spending. As expected of the eldest daughter of a prominent family in Yanjing, she immediately gifted a luxury car worth millions. Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan went back to their room to tidy up. Lin Xian clearly had something to say to Wang Yutong.
To avoid disturbing Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan, Lin Xian deliberately led Wang Yutong to the bedroom on the 4th floor.
After locking the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, Lin Xian looked at Wang Yutong with a serious expression. Wang Yutong knew that Lin Xian wanted to talk about serious matters. Therefore, there was no intention to joke about it. A pair of peach blossom-like eyes looked at Lin Xian and said solemnly, "Brother Lin Xian, you want to ask me about what happened back then, right?" Kindness. Lin Xian nodded heavily. His expression was unusually serious. Seeing this, Wang Yutong went straight to the point, her face serious. "Brother Lin Xian, I don't know much about what happened 15 years ago, but one thing I'm sure of is that the Lin family was targeted by a mysterious force back then."
A mysterious force? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This is exactly the same thing Uncle Su told him back then. Yutong, do you know which mysterious force it is?
Lin Xian continued to ask.
I don't know.
Wang Yutong shook her head. "All I know is that the mysterious force also sent my father an invitation to jointly deal with the Lin family back then, but my father refused because of our family's connections. However, it seems that the other major families are also involved. Of course, the Su family, like my Wang family, is not among them."
Wang Yutong added a sentence.
Despite the fact that she and Su Baimo, as two of the most outstanding women in Yanjing, have not gotten along over the years. This time, she and Su Baimo both fell in love with Lin Xian. However, she would not use this as an opportunity to settle personal scores. She just wanted her brother Lin Xian to know the truth clearly.
The other major families?
Upon hearing this, a cold glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. So, in other words, the 5 great families of Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, and Su were all involved in what happened back then.
Kindness.
Wang Yutong nodded. "However, these are just my own speculations based on the clues I have at hand.
Because back then, my father had a good relationship with the head of the Qian family."
During a drinking session, the head of the Qian family mentioned this matter in a veiled way, but my father interrupted and refused to discuss it.
But, just 1 week later.
That is, a week after the Lin family almost faced annihilation. The size of the companies under the Qian family's name has doubled in a short time. I deduced that the Qian family accepted the invitation from that mysterious force to jointly attack the Lin family, and thus received a generous reward. Over the years, I have used this as a clue to investigate and found that the Zhao, Sun, and Li families also became rich overnight, just like the Qian family.
As for the Su family, it's common knowledge.
Their ability to rise from a third-rate force to a top-tier one, and to hold such a high position in the war zone, must have been due to the support of that mysterious force from back then. As for their relationship with that mysterious force, no one knows. I have secretly sent people to investigate over the years, but I have found nothing. The only thing we know is that they seem to be searching for something in the dark.
Perhaps, that thing is in the Lin family.
That's why the Lin family suffered that calamity back then.
615, Chapter 615 may be related to those two. Does the Lin family have something they want? Lin Xian frowned.
Kindness. Wang Yutong nodded and said solemnly, "At present, it seems that only this explanation is reasonable. Otherwise, with the combined efforts of several powerful families and the covert assistance of that mysterious force, the Lin family should have been completely destroyed back then.
However, there's one thing I don't understand.
That mysterious force was fully capable of taking action itself back then.
Could it be that they are afraid of something? Brother Lin Xian, do you think that mysterious force might be related to the war zone?
At one moment, Wang Yutong suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed instantly.
Otherwise, how could the Su family possess such formidable power in the war zone? It's not impossible.
Lin Xian's eyes were dark, and he exhaled a deep breath. This time, with the clues provided by Wang Yutong, he discovered that the forces involved in that incident seemed to be increasing in number and depth.
War zone.
He had his doubts. Over the years, the Black Emperor has also conducted numerous covert investigations. However, no substantial clues were obtained. However, the lack of clues now does not mean there will be no clues in the future. As long as something has been done, there will definitely be traces to follow. Moreover, this further illustrates that the murderer hiding behind the scenes must have a very powerful background. Before, he had suspected that it might have been done by people from the hermit sects. After all, only those forces possessed the power to destroy the Lin family back then. Hermit sects, on the other hand, are bound by numerous rules that cannot be broken. Therefore, they need to rely on other forces in Yanjing to complete their plan.
But now that I think about it,
no matter how powerful a hermit sect is, their influence should not extend to the mortal world. The fact that the Su family holds such a position in the war zone is probably related to a high-ranking and powerful person.
Commander-in-Chief.
He was the first suspect. However, he was his master's old friend. This should be enough to rule out any suspicion. So, only two possibilities remain. The head of the country. Or perhaps it was the former head of state. And only they have the power to support the Su family. Thinking about this, Lin Xian's heart grew heavy.
Brother Lin Xian, do you have someone you suspect? Seeing Lin Xian's suddenly somber expression, Wang Yutong's heart also tightened.
No, just thinking. Lin Xian shook his head, a smile returning to his face. He didn't want Wang Yutong to worry.
Moreover, it's just his conjecture at the moment.
Brother Lin Xian, if you have any thoughts, just tell me. No matter who your enemies are in the future, Yutong will always be on your side. Wang Yutong said, her eyes shining with determination.
Thank you, Yutong.
Lin Xian felt a warmth in his heart.
When one is in a high position, many people will try to curry favor with them.
But very few people offer help when someone is down on their luck. Brother Lin Xian, there's no need to be so polite with Yutong.
Wang Yutong smiled gently.
Lin Xian smiled gently.
Then, as if remembering something, she continued, by the way, Yutong, do you know anything about my mother from back then, and my father Lin Zhao's current wife, Jiang Waner?
I don't know. Wang Yutong shook her head and said, the news about what happened back then was kept extremely secret. Except for the rumors that your mother jumped off a building. As for Aunt Zhang's matter, not only me, but even my father doesn't know much about it. Uncle Lin seems to have kept everything about her very well secret. And Aunt Jiang has rarely left the Lin family mansion in recent years.
Is that so?
Upon hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Lin Xiao really loves that woman so much that he can't bear to let her leave the house and suffer even the slightest harm.
616, can I take a look at chapter 616? This moment,
Lin Xian felt even more sorry for his mother. My mother was originally the eldest daughter of the Gu family in Yanjing.
However, due to the generations-long feud between the Gu family and the Lin family,
everyone in her family, including her biological and adoptive parents, opposed their relationship. But the mother still went ahead without hesitation. She was even willing to sever all ties with her family in order to marry her father.
After marriage,
for her father's sake, she gave up her original title as a business queen and stayed at home to be a wife and mother.
You need to know.
Before she married her father, the achievements my mother made in Yanjing back then are just like those of Su Baimo now. She is also hailed as a beautiful rose in the business world. But it was just such a rose. But for her father's sake, she gave up her radiant beauty. But in the end, it ended up like this. The day after his mother died, his father remarried and took a beautiful wife, and treated that woman with great care. But after her death, her mother didn't even receive a proper funeral. Over the years, no one has ever gone to her grave to pay their respects. Only during the Qingming festival. He came alone to his mother's grave, offered her a bouquet of flowers, and kowtowed 3 times. Lin Xiao. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's body couldn't help but tremble. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Brother Lin Xian. Wang Yutong looked at Lin Xian with concern. A gentle whisper instantly pulled Lin Xian back from his manic state. I'm sorry, I was a bit out of line just now. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It had been far too long since he had lost control of his emotions like he did today. Brother Lin Xian, how about we put these things aside for now? Wang Yutong said softly. She didn't want Lin Xian to fall into that painful state of mind again. It's okay, I'm all better now. Lin Xian's smile returned. Really? Wang Yutong was still worried. Real. Lin Xian smiled and said, by the way, Yutong, you just guessed that the mysterious force that gathered all the major families to deal with the Lin family back then was trying to find something from the Lin family? Kindness. Wang Yutong nodded. So do you think they succeeded in the end? Lin Xian continued to ask. I don't know. Wang Yutong shook her head. Lin Xian took a light breath and said, actually, I was wondering if my mother's death back then was related to this matter. Is there something special about Auntie? Wang Yutong's eyes flashed as she looked at Lin Xian. Something special? Lin Xian frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remembered something and said, my mother gave me a jade bracelet before she passed away. Did you bring it with you? Wang Yutong immediately became interested. Kindness. Lin Xian took the jade bracelet out of his pocket and then turned on the ceiling light in the room. Instantly, the lights poured in. A jade bracelet with a crystal-clear texture appeared in Lin Xian's hand. This jade bracelet was the only keepsake his mother left him after giving her last words. The jade bracelet has been passed down through generations in my mother's family. This generation is the one that has been passed down to the mother. He had carefully examined the jade bracelet a few days ago. Aside from its smooth texture and the fact that wearing it can refresh one's spirits, it has nothing particularly special about it. Can I take a look, Brother Lin Xian? Wang Yutong asked. Kindness. Lin Xian handed the jade bracelet to Wang Yutong. Wang Yutong accepted the jade bracelet. The moment she touched it, a cool, moist scent seeped into her body through her pores. Wang Yutong's spirits immediately lifted. At the same time, I was incredibly astonished. The Wang family was originally a family of jade craftsmen. From childhood to adulthood, she has come into contact with jade artifacts of all sizes, numbering in the tens of thousands or even thousands, including many rare and precious pieces. However, none of them possessed the same spiritual energy as the jade bracelet on her wrist. Her intuition told her so. This jade bracelet is extraordinary. 617, Chapter 617. Don't let anyone see. Jade is graded. The lowest grade is uncut jade. The highest grade is the spirit jade. Over the years, she has also come into contact with many spiritual jade pieces. They usually possess a strong spiritual energy. However, compared to the jade bracelet she is currently wearing, it pales in comparison. Holding this jade bracelet in your hand feels like it contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wang Yutong was shocked. Her full chest heaved up and down as she breathed rapidly. Yutong, is there anything special about this jade bracelet? Lin Xian's heart tightened instantly when he saw Wang Yutong's shocked expression. Very special. Wang Yutong said excitedly, at least among all the jade artifacts I've encountered over the years, this jade bracelet is absolutely unique. Can you see any clues? Lin Xian pressed for an answer. He knew that Wang Yutong came from a family of jade carvers and was very knowledgeable in the industry. It can be said that there are few people in this world who understand jade better than the Wang family. It's not immediately apparent, but it contains a very rich spiritual energy. Wang Yutong said. As she spoke, she handed the jade bracelet back to Lin Xian, then solemnly reminded him, Brother Lin Xian, please keep this jade bracelet safe for now and the future, it's best not to take it out in front of anyone else. I'll go through the old books at home later and see if there are any relevant records. Kindness. Seeing Wang Yutong's solemn expression, Lin Xian nodded heavily. Previously, he thought it was just a jade bracelet with some spiritual power. Now that Wang Yutong has said that, this jade bracelet is probably not so simple. Perhaps, this is what that mysterious force was looking for. But he thought about it carefully and then felt it was unlikely. If that mysterious force was originally searching for this jade bracelet, Mother should have been aware of it. When the jade bracelet was given to him, I shouldn't have just told him to pass it down to his future wife instead, I should have repeatedly warned him. After all, this is something that could lead to death. Moreover, if that mysterious force wanted to find the jade bracelet, its first target should have been the Gu family. Because the jade bracelet has been passed down through generations of the Gu family. However, he had not heard of any misfortune befalling the Gu family back then. Over the years, the Gu family has enjoyed good fortune and prosperity. Today, he ranks 10th among the Yinjing families. Although not on par with the 8 great families, they are definitely among the best. Therefore, what that force was looking for back then was probably not the jade bracelet. Never mind. Let's wait until Yutong finishes reviewing the family's ancient records before we talk about it. He'll keep it for now. There are too many mysteries surrounding what happened back then. The death of his mother and the decline of the Lin family may not have been caused by just one event. The mastermind behind this conspiracy. Its background has probably already touched on that level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered so many obstacles when he asked the Black Emperor to investigate. Originally, he always thought it was related to a hermit sect. But just now, after Yutong's reminder, he also realized that it might be related to those 2 people in high positions of power. Otherwise, how could the Su family, a mere third-rate force, have achieved such development and status in the war zone? However, he didn't really want it to be those 2. Firstly, he respected them. Secondly, he didn't want the country to be without a ruler for even a day. 618, Chapter 618 I like it. Call. Lin Xian let out a deep breath. Hopefully, that won't be the outcome. Brother Lin Xian, don't think too much, I'll tell you as soon as I have any news. Wang Yutong could tell Lin Xian was feeling well, so she gently took his hand. Lin Xian was brought back to his senses when he felt a warm, soft touch on the back of his hand. Looking at Wang Yutong's gentle eyes, Lin Xian nodded slightly, yes, I don't want to think about it anymore. Good. Wang Yutong's pretty face was radiant. Feeling the warmth of Lin Xian's hand, a hint of moisture quietly flickered in the depths of her eyes. This was the first time she had physical contact with Lin Xian since she grew up. It feels completely different from 15 years ago. She wished she could hold Lin Xian's hand forever. Yutong, I'm sorry to have worried you. I think Zhao Zhanxiu and the others should have changed their clothes by now. Let's go downstairs and head out. At this moment, Lin Xian's gentle words broke Wang Yutong's thoughts. Wang Yutong nodded gently, then reluctantly pulled her hand back. Lin Xian was unaware of this and never even considered it. He always treated Yutong like a younger sister. Let's go. Lin Xian's smile returned. The 2 went down the stairs. As they reached the corner on the 2nd floor, they bumped into Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan coming out of the bedroom. Zhao Zhanxiao, Dr. Tang, have you changed your clothes? Lin Xian asked with a smile. The 2 women couldn't help but look surprised. Because they noticed that Wang Yutong's cheeks seemed to have a faint blush on them. Of course, you can't see it at all unless you look very closely. But clearly, it was completely different from how I felt when I was eating breakfast.
Did they go upstairs just now?
Shanshan, did we come out at the wrong time? Tang Lan said softly, her eyes flickering slightly. Zhao Lingshan didn't speak, her gaze fixed on Lin Xian. Zhao Zhanxiao, why are you all looking at me like that? I'm just taking Yutong upstairs for a tour.
Seeing the two women's clearly misunderstanding looks, Lin Xian quickly clarified.
For a grown man like him, a little reputational damage is nothing, but it would be bad if Yutong were misunderstood because of him. However, it would have been better if he hadn't explained.
After explaining, he seemed somewhat guilty.
He noticed that Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan were looking at him with increasing scrutiny. She looked as if she had really caught him cheating.
I didn't say anything. Zhao Lingshan shrugged. I didn't see anything either. Tang Lan quickly covered her face. He.
Lin Xian's lips trembled slightly. Just as he thought, the more he explained, the deeper the misunderstanding became. Zhao Zhanxiao, Tang Lan, Yutong and I really didn't. I just took her upstairs for a tour. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly.
Alright, I'll believe you for now.
Seeing Lin Xian's expression, Zhao Lingshan temporarily believed him.
Moreover, in just a few minutes, it seemed that the two of them really couldn't do anything. Unless, Lin Xian is impotent.
Fortunately, Lin Xian was unaware of Zhao Lingshan's thoughts at that moment. Otherwise, he would probably have vomited 3 liters of blood on the spot.
Rather than being misunderstood.
Being questioned about one's sexual ability is the most unbearable thing for a man. Yutong, don't take what happened just now to heart. Zhao Zhanxiao and the others were just joking with us. Lin Xian explained something to Wang Yutong.
After all, a girl's reputation is extremely important. Yes, Miss Wang, we were just joking with Lin Xian. Zhao Lingshan also said. It's not good to misunderstand someone else's girl. Yes, I know.
Wang Yutong gently pursed her lips. A glint of moisture quietly welled up in her beautiful eyes.
It seems she actually quite likes this misunderstanding with Lin Xian. 619, Chapter 619 Remembering Wang Cici. 10 minutes later.
Lin Xian and his 3 companions set off for the Lakeside Avenue. Lin Xian drove his white Bentley Continental around the Lakeside Avenue.
Along the way, the group stopped to enjoy the natural scenery and took some photos. Breathing in the fresh air of nature.
The tension and exhaustion that had been building up in the past few days were instantly relieved. Lin Xian, take a picture of me and Lan Lan together. Zhao Lingshan led Tang Lan to the lakeside pavilion and said with a happy expression. Having spent several years in the war zone, she rarely felt so relaxed, with her best friend by her side. Therefore, I also wanted to take this opportunity to relax and take some photos to remember the occasion.
Okay.
Lin Xian grinned and took a series of photos of Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan.
Brother Lin Xian, let's take some pictures together too.
Wang Yutong then spoke in a sweet voice, with a radiant smile on her face. They've been together for so long, but they still don't have a single photo together.
Good.
Lin Xian agreed and asked Zhao Lingshan to help take the photos. The two arrived under a large, verdant tree, with their backs to the shimmering lake.
Wang Yutong and Lin Xian were standing very close together.
At this distance, she could clearly feel the masculine aura emanating from Lin Xian, like the fresh grass under the blazing sun, its fragrance mixed with a faint spiciness.
Wang Yutong has a sweet smile. Zhao Lingshan pressed the shutter.
Wang Yutong then adopted an even more intimate posture, gently holding Lin Xian's arm with her jade-like hand, while her small feet, clad in white sneakers, were gently hooked up, creating a naturally charming and sexy look. Lin Xian felt the warm, soft pressure from the arm, and the faint fragrance of the body entered his nose, making his heart flutter. However, he quickly calmed down, a clean and handsome smile appearing on his lips. Zhao Lingshan pressed the shutter, and a photo capturing a beautiful moment was taken.
It's done. Zhao Lingshan readily agreed. Come on, let me see. Wang Yutong ran over excitedly.
Looking at the photo of herself and her brother Lin Xian, a satisfied smile appeared in her eyes. After enjoying the natural scenery along the lakeside road and having a meal at a farmhouse restaurant, it was soon 3 p.m. Some of the shoppers, feeling tired, decided to go to a shopping mall in the city to rest, have some drinks, and also find a place to have dinner. An hour later, Lin Xian drove to the famous Wangfujing shopping mall in the city center. Enter the shopping mall. The four of them found a coffee shop and sat down. Elegant music began to play in the coffee shop. Lin Xian called over a waiter. Each of them ordered a cup of coffee. Tang Lan ordered a cappuccino with 70% sugar. This reminded Lin Xian of Wang Cici, because Wang Cici's favorite drink is cappuccino. The first time Wang Cici treated him to a drink was also a cappuccino, and it was also in a coffee shop. Brother Lin Xian, what's wrong? Wang Yutong noticed that Lin Xian was distracted and gently asked him. "No, I just suddenly remembered someone." Lin Xian shook his head, a gentle look appearing in his eyes. Who? Looking at the gentleness in Lin Xian's eyes, Wang Yutong immediately became wary, as if she had encountered a rival in love. A girl named Wang Cici. Lin Xian smiled gently, without any concealment or evasion. Wang Cici? However, after hearing this name, Wang Yutong, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. 620, Chapter 620 The Blessing of Having Multiple Women. Wang Cici. Could it be the one who split off from the Wang family? Yutong, do you know Cici? Seeing Wang Yutong's surprised expression, Lin Xian couldn't help but ask. No, it's probably just a coincidence of names. Wang Yutong shook her head. With Lin Xian by her side, she didn't want to think about too many things at times like this. Same name, that's quite a coincidence. Lin Xian smiled slightly, not thinking much of it. After all, one is the Wang family of Yanjing, while the other is just the Wang family of Suzhou. Before this, he had never heard Wang Cici mention anything about the Wang family in Yanjing. Kindness. Wang Yutong nodded and didn't continue the conversation. She was only interested in brother Lin Xian. Others, regardless of whether they share the same name or are the ones who actually separated from the family, are none of her concern. After taking a short break at the coffee shop, the group of people strolled around the mall. When they passed by a lingerie store called Gujin, Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan stopped. Lin Xian, Lan Lan and I are going in to buy some underwear, Zhao Lingshan said. Because the incident happened so suddenly, she and Tang Lan only brought one change of underwear. Right now, I happen to be passing by a lingerie store, so I'll go in and buy a few sets. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Lin Xian nodded. Brother Lin Xian, it must be tiring standing outside, let's go inside together. Wang Yutong then made the suggestion. Isn't this not a good idea? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. It was clearly inappropriate for a grown man like him to enter a women's lingerie store. Brother Lin Xian, what era are we living in? It's common for men to accompany their girlfriends or wives into lingerie stores. Look, there are a few men sitting over there. Wang Yutong pointed to several men in the store's rest area. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I didn't realize that brother Lin Xian's thinking was so conservative. She seems to like it even more. Maybe we shouldn't go for this, or should I wait for you outside while you come in? Lin Xian still felt something was amiss. Come on, brother Lin Xian, I'm so bored sitting here all by myself, come in and keep me company. Wang Yutong started to act coquettishly. All right. Lin Xian couldn't resist Wang Yutong's coquettishness, and now it was obvious that passers-by were casting strange glances at him. He was standing there, a grown man, in front of a women's lingerie store, with a beautiful woman flirting with him, and he was still pushing and shoving her around. It made him seem rather unmanly. So, Lin Xian had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk into the lingerie store with Wang Yutong and the other two women. Welcome to Gujin Lingerie Store. Our store has the finest women's lingerie in the country. May I ask what you ladies need? I can recommend some for you. As soon as I entered the store, the female shop assistant greeted me warmly. The appearance of Zhao Lingshan, Tang Lan, and Wang Yutong was like a beautiful sight, instantly attracting the attention of the men who were originally looking down at their phones in the rest area. Immediately, a look of amazement appeared in his eyes. These three beauties each have their own unique characteristics, and their faces, figures, and temperaments are all impeccable. Most importantly, they actually came with a man. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but cast envious, jealous, and hateful glances at Lin Xian. Bringing one wasn't enough, he actually brought three beautiful women to the lingerie store, and each of them was stunningly beautiful and had an amazing figure. They wouldn't even dare to dream of something like this in their daily lives. But now, it has actually happened. This guy is enjoying the incredible blessing of having multiple wives. 621, Chapter 621 Arousing Interest. Everyone gritted their teeth in envy and jealousy. Lin Xian also noticed this gaze. However, he had no time to pay attention to it at the moment. Looking at the dazzling array of women's underwear in front of me, I felt incredibly embarrassed and lowered my head slightly. Let's take a look ourselves first. Zhao Lingshan said to the shop assistant. Good. The shop assistant smiled politely. Zhao Lingshan pulled Tang Lan along to pick out some underwear. Yutong, let's go sit over there for a while. Lin Xian's face flushed as he pointed to the seats in the rest area. Wang Yutong chuckled and teased, Brother Lin Xian, I didn't expect you to be so shy. Well. Lin Xian looked embarrassed. Brother Lin Xian, it's okay, there's always a first time for everything in life. Wang Yutong encouraged him. Yutong, is this meant to encourage me? Lin Xian gave a wry smile. Of course. Wang Yutong smiled sweetly, her captivating peach blossom eyes sweeping over Lin Xian. Lin Xian is so cute when he's shy like this. Miss, are you also buying underwear? Would you like me to recommend a few styles? At this moment, the female shop assistant asked again with great enthusiasm. Do you have any recommendations? Wang Yutong asked casually. She didn't need to buy underwear, she had only come in with Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan. However, if she finds something attractive, she will buy it without hesitation. Here are some of our new arrivals. Are you satisfied, miss? The shop assistant recommended it. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Wang Yutong, and he couldn't help but open his mouth slightly in surprise. That figure under that bodycon skirt is just too hot. Her boyfriend is so lucky. Thinking of this, the female shop assistant immediately cast an envious glance at Lin Xian. He. Lin Xian's lips trembled slightly. It means, why are you looking at me? Yutong isn't my girlfriend, and I didn't come here to buy underwear. However, he naturally couldn't say such things aloud, he could only keep them to himself. At that moment, Wang Yutong also looked around at the newly arrived lingerie, following the female shop assistant's recommendations. Nothing particularly outstanding. Therefore, he quickly lost interest and shook his head. Alright, then I won't disturb you and your boyfriend any longer. If you see anything you like later, just call me, I am always ready to serve you. The female shop assistant's attentive manner led her to mistakenly believe the two were a couple. Wang Yutong was clearly delighted by this misunderstanding. That shop assistant has great taste. Good. Wang Yutong nodded happily. After the female shop assistant left, Lin Xian and Lin Xian sat down in the rest area. Yutong, I'm so sorry I caused you to be misunderstood. Lin Xian said somewhat awkwardly. It's okay, brother Lin Xian, this just means we look like a married couple. Wang Yutong didn't mind at all, she pursed her red lips slightly, a smile playing in her eyes. You he's. Lin Xian chuckled dryly, taking it as Yutong joking with him and not taking it to heart. Wang Yutong's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and she didn't say anything more. She sat down close to Lin Xian, feeling his aura, her beautiful eyes sweeping lazily over the mannequins. And as I watched. At one point, her gaze suddenly stopped on a mannequin. Looking at the sexy black lace lingerie worn by the model. Wang Yutong's eyes lit up, and she immediately became interested. 622, Chapter 622 Please come in first. Wang Yutong immediately took a liking to the black lace-trimmed bra on the prop mannequin. Thinking about it, Lin Xian would definitely like it if I wore that black sheer nightgown with me tonight, right? After all, dating guides say that men have absolutely no resistance to black, especially lace-trimmed, close-fitting clothes. Brother Lin Xian, please sit here for a while. I've taken a liking to a piece of underwear. Wang Yutong said softly. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded, his tone slightly embarrassed. A smile appeared in Wang Yutong's eyes, and she stood up and walked towards the female shop assistant. Miss, could you please take this bra off so I can try it on? Wang Yutong pointed to the black underwear on the mannequin and said. Miss, are you referring to this one? The shop assistant confirmed with Wang Yutong. Kindness. Wang Yutong nodded. Yes, miss. The shop assistant, beaming with enthusiasm, walked up to the mannequin. He compared the size of the mannequin to the size of the prop, and then turned around to visually assess Wang Yutong's impressive figure. The sales clerk's tone was slightly apologetic. I'm sorry, miss, we only have size D for this style. Your size should be E, right? I see. Wang Yutong's tone revealed a hint of disappointment. However, miss, this bra runs slightly larger than usual. If you don't mind, you can try it on in the fitting room first. The shop assistant added. Okay, I'll give it a try. Wang Yutong's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. Miss, the fitting room is over there. The sales assistant took the lingerie off the mannequin and pointed to the fitting room in the corner. Good. Wang Yutong took the underwear and walked towards the fitting room. As he walked past Lin Xian, Lin Xian also noticed the black underwear in Wang Yutong's hand, and his gaze immediately trembled slightly. Yutong actually chose such a sexy lingerie. However, he just made that remark out of normal male sentiment and didn't have any other thoughts. After that, he continued to look down at his phone and scroll through the news. Now, he has nothing to do except scroll through his phone. I can't just look around aimlessly. This is a women's lingerie store. It wouldn't be good if others thought I was a pervert. And just after Wang Yutong entered the fitting room. After selecting their underwear, Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan also took a liking to several pajamas and nightgowns in the store. They each carried their clothes and went into the fitting room. The movements of the three beautiful women naturally captivated the hearts of the men present. Looking at the various styles of lingerie and nightgowns in their hands, and then glancing at Lin Xian sitting there scrolling through his phone, I couldn't help but feel incredibly envious. At this moment, they wished they could kill Lin Xian so they could take his place. Of course, this is ultimately just wishful thinking, a way to vent their immense resentment at this moment. Lin Xian naturally felt the sharp gazes of the men around him, and could only shake his head with a wry smile. Clearly, he was misunderstood. Jingle. Just as Lin Xian was smiling wryly, he suddenly received a text message from Wang Yutong. Brother Lin Xian, could you come over here for a moment? I've run into a little trouble. Lin Xian looked at the text message and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Without giving it much thought, he got up and walked to the first fitting room, asking in a low voice, Yutong, did you look for me? Wang Yutong's voice, barely audible, came from inside. Click. Then, the fitting room door was opened a crack. Wang Yutong poked her head out, her pretty face slightly flushed, and said softly, Brother Lin Xian, please come in for a moment. 623, Chapter 623 A Deadly Feeling. Shall I come in? Lin Xian pointed at himself and froze. At that moment, he even doubted whether he had misheard. This is the women's fitting room. Moreover, Wang Yutong is still inside. Letting a grown man like him go in, isn't that a bit? Kindness. Wang Yutong nodded, her face turning even redder. Yutong, what are you trying to do? Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He certainly wouldn't go in. The bra I just picked out is a little small, and it's a bit difficult for me to fasten it by myself, so I was wondering if you could come and help me. Wang Yutong's voice was shy. As she spoke, tears welled up in her peach blossom eyes. Although she had been very bold with Lin Xian before, she still lacked experience in that area, and this was the first time she had let a boy do it for her. This. Lin Xian's eyes twitched violently twice after hearing Wang Yutong's request.
Yutong, why don't you wait until Tang Lan and the others come out and let them help you? Lin Xian thought of another way and said.
No, I'm not familiar with them, you should do it. Wang Yutong's eyes flickered as she spoke. Firstly, she was indeed not familiar with them. Secondly, the lingerie she bought this time was quite sexy, and she didn't want anyone, not even other girls, to see her wearing that kind of lingerie. But will this really work? Lin Xian suppressed the tingling sensation on his scalp and said.
Brother Lin Xian, please help me out.
Wang Yutong bit her lip, looking at Lin Xian with a pitiful expression. With her flushed cheeks and peach blossom eyes, she was incredibly alluring.
Well?
Lin Xian felt overwhelmed.
Her voice was kept extremely low, but this is a women's lingerie store. If I go in like this, won't people think I'm a pervert?
No, and it will only be for a short while.
Wang Yutong said. Well, okay then.
Having no other choice, Lin Xian finally agreed. He looked around and, finding no one watching him, nervously slipped into the fitting room like a thief.
Click.
Wang Yutong immediately closed and locked the door after Lin Xian entered.
This scene was actually witnessed by the men in the rest area.
They pretended to be looking down at their phones, but their attention was all on Lin Xian.
Watching Lin Xian disappear into the fitting room, one could guess what would happen next. Oh my god. Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. At that moment, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of grief and despair. Alas, why is fate so unfair? Why weren't they the ones who went into the fitting room? If I remember correctly,
in fitting room number 1 is that stunningly beautiful woman with the hottest figure and the most alluring looks. Just thinking about that wasp waist and pert buttocks, and that magnificent, voluptuous chest. If that were their girlfriend, they'd gladly shorten their lives by 10, no, 20 and 30 years. Just as the men outside were inwardly wailing and lamenting. Inside fitting room number 1, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. The small space was just enough to accommodate the two of them. Wang Yutong had her back to Lin Xian, and her smooth, jade-like back was completely exposed to Lin Xian's eyes. And the most fatal thing is, because Wang Yutong has an extremely hot figure. Even though she was facing away from Lin Xian, he could still see her magnificent silhouette from the side. Immediately, he felt as if his scalp was about to explode. 624, Chapter 624 Accidental Contact. Phew. He let out a heavy sigh. Lin Xian quickly looked away, not lingering on that silhouette. However, the fitting room space is only so big. The two of them were standing so close together. No matter how hard Lin Xian tried to look away, his gaze would always fall on that smooth, jade-like back, on that magnificent silhouette. This feeling is absolutely agonizing. No, he has to finish his business quickly and get out of here. Yutando, you want me to help you button your clothes? Lin Xian, suppressing the tingling sensation on his scalp, asked. Wang Yutong nodded shyly. Even though she was facing Lin Xian, she found it difficult to remain calm. Why don't you pull the strap behind you first, and I'll help you fasten it? Lin Xian swallowed hard and said. Good. Wang Yutong's long eyelashes fluttered gently. As she spoke, she pulled the black bra straps behind her with both hands. Lin Xian took a deep breath and stretched out his hands. At this moment, although he tried his best to remain calm, his hands still trembled a little because it was his first time. After several shaky attempts, he finally managed to align the button with the outermost row and fasten it. Only after this was Wang Yutong finally able to put it on. However, the effect was surprisingly upright. Wang Yutong was overjoyed. If this is the result, brother Lin Xian will definitely like it. Lin Xian had no idea what Wang Yutong was thinking at that moment. After finally managing to button it up, I breathed a sigh of relief. Oops. Just as she was about to leave the cramped space, Wang Yutong lost her balance due to nervousness and leaned slightly backward. Because the space is too cramped. As a result, even though Wang Yutong had tried her best to stand firm, her body only moved back a small step. However, she still touched Lin Xian's chest. A delicate, warm sensation emanated from the clothes. Lin Xian gasped in shock. "No, I am sorry, brother Lin Xian, I just lost my balance." Wang Yutong spoke shyly, with an air of apology. "No, it's nothing." Lin Xian's heart trembled. He quickly took a deep breath to suppress the unknown heat surging within him. At the same time, he cursed himself inwardly as a beast. Although he and Yutong weren't blood-related siblings, their relationship was closer than that of siblings. How could he have such thoughts? "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll head out now?" Lin Xian asked, his tone filled with embarrassment. In this space, coupled with the accidental intimate contact between the two just now, he could feel beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The temperature of the surrounding air also rose noticeably. Wang Cici nodded gently. Her heart was also racing, and her head was feeling dizzy and hot. Seeing Wang Yutong nod, Lin Xian turned to open the door and leave. However, because the space was too small. As soon as he raised his hand, his elbow slammed into the door behind him with a loud thud. A sound that suddenly rang out. This clearly startled the two who were feeling somewhat guilty at the moment. Meanwhile, the men who had been waiting outside heard a somewhat muffled sound coming from the direction of the fitting room. His eyes immediately brightened. "Here we go. It's finally starting." Everyone sat up straight at that moment. Pairs of eyes were fixed on fitting room number 1. 625, Chapter 625. The grief-stricken male comrades. All eyes were fixed on the location of fitting room number 1. Many people's Adam's apples bobbed slightly. Clearly, they are waiting for the next epic battle. However, just when everyone thought that more strange sounds would come from the fitting room. Click! The fitting room door suddenly opened. Lin Xian walked out from inside, his forehead slightly sweaty, and let out a deep breath. The noise he made just now really startled him. He didn't expect his elbow to hit the fitting room door, and he didn't know if he had disturbed the fitting room next door. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore anyway, no one will recognize him after I leave this lingerie store. After that bold move, Lin Xian was clearly much more relaxed. The faint scent of Wang Yutong's body still lingered on the chest of his shirt, a scent that had remained from their back-to-back contact. What a beast! Thinking about his emotional turmoil just now, Lin Xian cursed himself again. After shaking his head, he prepared to return to the rest area. However, Lin Xian stopped abruptly after taking just one step. He sensed strange gazes directed at him from the rest area. Most of them were tinged with disdain. What's going on? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Just as he was wondering about this, he heard murmurs from the group of men in the rest area. No way, it was less than 3 seconds in total? Damn, I was really looking forward to a good show. My goodness, what's wrong with this world? How could such a beautiful woman fall for a guy who only lasts 3 seconds? That's right, if it were me, I could easily last at least 3 minutes. God is so unfair. If my wife had a figure like that, I would work myself to death every day. This young man looks quite strong, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. I think Lin Xian is wasting a precious opportunity, he's absolutely wicked. With such a stunning figure and such an open-minded girlfriend, he only lasted less than 3 seconds. At this moment, everyone felt sorry for Wang Yutong, and at the same time, they were also furious. Although these murmurs, filled with cynicism, were very soft, Lin Xian's keen hearing allowed him to hear every single word. Immediately, the corner of his mouth trembled violently. He's clearly been misunderstood. What a 3-second man. Given his physical condition, he could easily last 3 days and 3 nights. You should know that his body had long been developed to its limit under his master's years of grueling training and the tempering of his body with various medicinal herbs. In addition, he is also a practitioner of ancient martial arts. With the blessing of true qi, the internal energy is endless. However, I was extremely unhappy about it. But this time, Lin Xian could only swallow this bitter pill.
He can't exactly go around telling each of them that he didn't do anything in the fitting room, can he? Just as Lin Xian was feeling distressed. After trying on the bra, Wang Yutong put her bodycon skirt back on and came out. Perhaps it was because of a little incident that happened in the fitting room earlier. Or perhaps it was because she was thinking about how she would wear her newly bought lingerie tonight, paired with a black sheer nightgown, for Lin Xian to see. Wang Yutong's cheeks were noticeably flushed with 2 faint blushes, and her beautiful eyes were also watery. He looked as if he had just been nourished by love. This sight caused the men in the rest area to feel an overwhelming sense of grief and despair. Heaven is unjust. Heaven is so unjust. 626, Chapter 626. Why are you so nervous? Brother Lin Xian, what's wrong? Wang Yutong noticed Lin Xian's bitter expression and asked in surprise. Without. Lin Xian shook his head, his smile bitter. Something must be wrong with you. Wang Yutong pouted slightly, her alluring eyes fixed on Lin Xian, clearly determined to get to the bottom of things. Well. Lin Xian sighed. There was no other way but to tell everything. Upon hearing this, Wang Yutong's pretty face immediately turned red. But he couldn't help but burst out laughing soon after. She blinked her alluring eyes at Lin Xian. So, this is what Lin Xian's brother is worried about. That makes sense. Any man who's considered a 3-second man would feel incredibly frustrated. After all, dating manuals say that men care a lot about opinions in that area. Thinking of this, Wang Yutong couldn't help but feel a hint of mockery. Looking at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes, she whispered in his ear, "Okay, brother Lin Xian, Yutong believes you're not that kind of person. How about we try it tonight?" Cough cough. Lin Xian was feeling down when he heard Wang Yutong's words and almost choked on his own saliva. So this girl, now that she's grown up, even dares to flirt with him, her older brother. Yutong, stop fooling around. Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile. So, does brother Lin Xian want to, or doesn't he want to? Wang Yutong, however, continued to look at Lin Xian with a smile. After the little incident in the fitting room, she seemed to have become much bolder. You little brat, you're just fooling around. Lin Xian reached out and affectionately ruffled Wang Yutong's hair, completely taking it as a joke from Wang Yutong. As Lin Xian rubbed her head, Wang Yutong's cheeks puffed out slightly. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of resentment. Clearly, she no longer wanted Lin Xian to treat her like the little girl she used to be. She's all grown up now. They've grown up in every way. Just then, Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan, who had finished trying on their pajamas and nightgowns, came out of the fitting room. Upon seeing the two standing at the door of the fitting room, she asked in surprise, "Lin Xian, Miss Wang, what are you doing here?" "I also saw a piece of clothing that I liked, so I came to try it on to see the size." Wang Yutong smiled sweetly. Oh. The two women looked at the black bra in Wang Yutong's hand and nodded knowingly. "Lin Xian, what about you? What are you doing here?" Zhao Lingshan then asked. "Miss Wang is here to try on underwear. Surely Lin Xian, a grown man, wouldn't also be here to try on underwear?" "Ooh, he just didn't have anywhere to go, so I was just wandering around." Lin Xian made up a lame excuse and said, "Just taking a stroll?" Zhao Lingshan's gaze involuntarily sharpened. "Lin Xian, you wouldn't be thinking of Zhao Zhanxiao, do you think I'm that kind of person?" Lin Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. He naturally understood what Zhao Lingshan meant. So they think he's a peeping Tom. 2. Zhao Lingshan nodded. But then, remembering something, Lu Mei frowned slightly. "By the way, Miss Lin Xian and Miss Wang, did you hear any strange noises coming from the fitting room just now?" "What strange sound is that?" Lin Xian's heart tightened immediately. "The sounds of a man and a woman talking inside, and then the sound of something hitting the door. Do you think someone was inside just now?" "Oh no, Zhao Zhanxiao, you must have misheard me." Lin Xian's heart trembled, and he quickly said, "Lin Xian, I haven't told you what happened yet, and why are you so nervous?" Zhao Lingshan looked at Lin Xian, who was clearly nervous at the moment. Her eyebrows furrowed again. 627, Chapter 627. Left at the shop. Nervous, am I?
Lin Xian was taken aback, then pretended to be stupid.
It's written all over your face.
Zhao Lingshan curled her red lips and scrutinized Lin Xian with her phoenix eyes.
Was it you just now? Of course not, how could that be? Lin Xian quickly denied it. But I haven't said what it is yet. A mischievous glint flashed in Zhao Lingshan's eyes.
You could have guessed this. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched, and he said, besides, I was just nearby and didn't see anything strange happen. If something did happen, it wouldn't have lasted this short time, would it?
You're right. Zhao Lingshan thought Lin Xian's words made sense.
If someone were really looking for a thrill and doing that in a fitting room, it wouldn't have ended in just a minute. From the moment she vaguely heard the voices of a man and a woman talking until the sound of the door being slammed open.
The entire process took less than a minute.
That's a minute, that's way too fast.
This is far below the level of a normal person.
Therefore, Zhao Lingshan also ruled out this possibility. Indeed, she might have misheard. Or perhaps it was just that a couple or married couple happened to be standing nearby and chatting. After all, in the 21st century, it's perfectly normal for a husband or boyfriend to accompany his partner to buy lingerie. So you must have misheard. I just saw a couple walk by, they were probably talking. Seeing that he had managed to fool Zhao Lingshan, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and added a comment.
Kindness. Zhao Lingshan nodded.
Put. Looking at Lin Xian, who could only clear his name by making fun of himself, Wang Yutong covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh.
Kindness?
Zhao Lingshan was somewhat surprised.
Did she miss something?
Zhao Zhanxiao, there's nothing wrong. I just suddenly thought of something funny. Let's go eat, I'm a little hungry. Wang Yutong shook her head with a smile, changing the subject so as not to embarrass Lin Xian any further. Okay, sure. After Wang Yutong said that, Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan also felt a little hungry. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that the matter had finally been covered up. The group arrived at a famous Chinese restaurant.
After a satisfying meal, they left contentedly. Miss Wang, the Chinese restaurant you recommended is absolutely amazing.
Tang Lan praised it highly, her mind still savoring the beggar's chicken she had just eaten.
Yes.
Zhao Lingshan also praised it repeatedly. I'm glad you like it. I also know another Chinese restaurant, we can go there and try it in a few days.
Wang Yutong smiled and said. I agree. Tang Lan raised both hands in agreement.
Okay.
Zhao Lingshan also agreed.
After a day, the relationship between the two sides had become noticeably closer. Lin Xian saw this and a gentle smile unconsciously appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that Wang Yutong would become one of the group in less than a day.
In this kind of atmosphere,
he believed that Tang Lan's memory would be restored soon.
The group took the elevator to the parking lot. Oh no, I left my underwear at the store.
Just then, Wang Yutong, who had stepped out of the elevator, suddenly slapped her forehead and realized that she had left her newly bought underwear in the restaurant. Brother Lin Xian, you guys wait for me in the car first, I'll go back and get it. After saying that, Wang Yutong hurriedly took the elevator upstairs again. Normally, she would just forget about an undershirt and not bother going back to get it.
But this underwear is different.
This was carefully selected by her. I wanted to wear this with my nightgown tonight after my shower so Lin Xian could see me. Can't forget it.
628, Chapter 628 Encountering the Door-Opening Kill.
That girl, Yutong. Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile. Watching Wang Yutong hurriedly leave in the elevator, he then looked at Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan and said, let's wait in the car first. The three arrived at a parking space in the mall's underground parking garage.
Just then, a white Toyota SUV reversed into the parking space and stopped next to their white Bentley.
The driver was a middle-aged woman. After parking the car, she pushed open the driver's side door forcefully, regardless of whether there were other vehicles parked nearby.
Thump! The SUV's doorframe pressed heavily against the Bentley Continental's door. Instantly, the entire passenger side door was slightly dented and had a noticeable scratch.
However, the middle-aged woman acted as if nothing had happened, and after closing the car door, she prepared to lock the car and leave. Lin Xian happened to witness this scene. He heard the banging on the door from several meters away. And this is exactly the kind of door-opening kill that is commonly seen online. Generally, considerate car owners will open their doors gently when other vehicles are parked nearby to avoid colliding with them. After all, the edges of car doors are very sharp, and an impact can easily leave scratches or dents on other people's car doors. However, it cannot be ruled out that some selfish car owners only care about whether their own vehicles are damaged or not, and do not care about others. Just like this female car owner now. DD. After pressing the lock button, the middle-aged woman attempted to leave. "Madam, is that how you open a car door? You smashed my car door." At this moment, Lin Xian walked up. He checked the Bentley's passenger door and indeed found a scratch and a thumb-sized dent from the impact. "What the hell, you parked your car next to me, what's wrong with me opening the door normally?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman immediately frowned in displeasure. Instead of feeling that he had done anything wrong, he accused the other party with a sense of righteous indignation. "My car was parked next to yours, and this is how you open the door normally?" Lin Xian laughed upon hearing this. He had seen unreasonable people before, but he had never seen anyone this unreasonable. He was the one who stopped here first, and he parked properly within the parking lines without crossing them at all. On the contrary, it was the middle-aged woman who caused him damage by opening the door without regard for the vehicles next to her. How did it become his problem? "Yeah, wasn't your car parked right next to mine?" The middle-aged woman said with a sarcastic look. "Besides, what evidence do you have to prove that I caused the scratches on your car door? Maybe it was already there a long time ago." Oh. Faced with the middle-aged woman's unreasonable behavior, Lin Xian sneered, "Auntie, I heard the sound of you opening the door and hitting my car from over there. If you don't think it was your fault, we'll have the mall pull up the security footage right now to see if you bumped into them." "Who are you calling auntie? I have urgent business to attend to, I don't have time for you." The middle-aged woman frowned. Knowing she was in the wrong and worried about facing compensation, she pressed the car unlock button again and prepared to drive away. "You think you can just walk away after scratching someone's car?" Lin Xian frowned and grabbed the old woman's arm. "Let me go." The woman got angry and tried to shake him off forcefully. But she discovered that Lin Xian's hand was like an iron clamp, firmly holding her captive. This made her heart flutter with fear. But he still said arrogantly, "What do you want?" "Pay back money." Lin Xian didn't waste any more words with the other party. Firstly, the car wasn't his, it belonged to Wang Yutong. Secondly, he didn't really intend to make things difficult for the other party, but the other party was just too much. "How much compensation are you willing to pay?" The woman frowned. 50,000. Lin Xian said. 50,000 is still a small amount. Even disregarding repair costs, the depreciation of the vehicle alone would amount to more than 50,000. What, 50,000? Upon hearing this, the aunt immediately became agitated. A broken car door could be fixed at any repair shop, but the other party actually asked her for 50,000 yuan right off the bat. Enraged, she roared at Lin Xian, "Kid, are you trying to scam me?" 629, Chapter 629 Refusal to Admit. Trying to extort you? Faced with the unreasonable middle-aged woman, Lin Xian's tone also became low. "First of all, this Bentley does not belong to me, it belongs to my friend. Secondly, I asked you for 50,000 just to teach you a lesson, so you'll be more careful when opening doors in the future and not damage other people's cars again. In the end, the depreciation of this car alone will cost far more than 50,000. This custom-built Bentley Continental is worth nearly 10 million. The depreciation of the vehicle after repairs is estimated to reach 450,000. After all, the more luxurious the car, the greater the depreciation after repairs." He planned to pay the difference out of his own pocket to make up the difference for Wang Yutong later. "You're talking nonsense." The woman was convinced that Lin Xian was trying to extort her, and yelled at him, "What Bentley? I don't know what a Bentley is, 500, I'll give you 500 at most, or nothing at all. Oh. Lin Xian laughed in exasperation. Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan, who were standing to the side, also couldn't stand it anymore. Zhao Lingshan stepped forward and scolded, "Auntie, you were the one who hit our car first, why are you making it seem like we hit you? Besides, this car is very valuable, if you don't believe me, you can have the insurance company assess the damage on site." "Girl, are you two ganging up on me to scam me?" The woman insisted that these young men were just taking advantage of her ignorance about cars and trying to extort money from her. "What a piece of junk, a tiny scratch on the door costs 50,000 to repair." "Auntie, if you don't believe me, you can contact the insurance company to assess the damage," Zhao Lingshan said coldly. "I'm too lazy to waste words with this unreasonable and domineering woman." "Fine, let's settle the loss. Not only do I want a loss assessment, but I'm also going to report you to the police for extortion." The auntie spoke with righteous indignation. "Do you really think she's easy to bully?" Zhao Lingshan shook her head and ignored the other person. The woman immediately called the insurance company and also called the police. Traffic police arrived at the scene quickly to handle the accident. "Officer, these young guys claim I damaged their car when I opened the car door, and now they want to extort 50,000 yuan from me. They even said this car was a Bentley, and that it was worth tens of millions. I figured that a minor dent on the car door would only cost a few hundred yuan to fix at any repair shop." The woman, acting like a villain, started accusing the police officer and kept arguing in front of him. The traffic police officer, annoyed by the woman's shrill voice, said impatiently, "Hey, ma'am, could you please be quiet for a moment? Don't obstruct our determination of responsibility at the scene. What kind of attitude is that? Just because you're a cop doesn't mean you can be so great. Be careful, or I'll file a complaint against you." The aunt muttered unhappily. The two traffic police officers ignored her. After reviewing the mall's surveillance footage and determining liability for the accident, it was confirmed that the woman named Zhang Suihua bore full responsibility for the incident. Furthermore, the total cost of the damaged Bentley, including the depreciation and the initial repair quote from the 4S dealership, amounted to as much as 500,000 yuan. 500,000? Zhang Suihua was stunned when she heard this. "That's right." Traffic police responded. "Officer, you guys are not mistaken, are you?" Zhang Suihua stammered for a moment before speaking. "No." The traffic police were getting impatient. Does this woman have any common sense? Not only did she damage someone else's car by opening the door, but the repair costs and depreciation of that luxury car, which is worth nearly 10 million, are already enormous. The young man in front of her had only asked her for 50,000 yuan, which was already very lenient. This woman actually thinks she was taken advantage of and cheated? Most importantly, if it weren't for the CCTV footage, she wouldn't have admitted that she was the one who broke the car door. Impossible. It's just a matter of fixing a broken car door and touching up the paint. It can't possibly cost this much. Furthermore, what evidence do you have to prove that I crashed into the car door? I only opened the car door slightly. There must have been pre-existing damage on the car door. That must be it. I don't admit that I caused this." Zhang Suilan refused to acknowledge the traffic police's ruling, her face displaying a harsh and arrogant expression. 630, Chapter 630 Unwilling to pay compensation. "Ma'am, could you please be reasonable?" Faced with Zhang Suilan's unreasonable behavior, the traffic police shook their heads helplessly and said, "First of all, the damage to this gentleman's vehicle was indeed caused by you opening the door too hard. This has been proven by the video surveillance provided by the shopping mall, as I think you just saw. Secondly, the approximate damage assessment of the vehicle is estimated by the 4S store in specialized insurance institutions, and it is not up to us to decide. In the end, this gentleman's car was parked properly in the parking space and did not obstruct you in any way. It was you who opened the door too hard and damaged someone else's car. You should bear full responsibility for this incident." Nonsense, utter nonsense. Zhang Suilan still refuses to admit her mistake. "Auntie, if you think our ruling is wrong, you can file an appeal at the traffic police brigade, but if you continue to cause trouble like this, don't blame us for taking coercive action and towing your car away."
Traffic police issued a stern warning. You can't make me pay 500,000. People who can afford luxury cars, can't they afford to repair them? Zhang Suilan's face was full of sarcasm as she shifted all the blame onto Lin Xian. If everyone drove a luxury car like him, we ordinary folks would be ruined if we accidentally got a minor scratch. This lady, whether you can afford to drive a luxury car or not has nothing to do with whether you can afford to repair it. The traffic police officer said, besides, you should have purchased car insurance in this situation. The insurance company will naturally provide relevant compensation. If we buy insurance, won't the premium go up next year? Zhang Suilan shouted. The traffic policeman shook his head speechlessly, too lazy to waste words with Zhang Suilan, and directly issued an ultimatum. Ms. Zhang, you now have two choices. First, appeal to the traffic police. Second, call your vehicle's insurance company immediately. If you refuse to comply, we will have to send someone to tow your car. You're just making a random judgment. This kind of car can be fixed at any auto repair shop with a few mechanics and a paint job. It wouldn't cost more than 500. Zhang Suilan's face flushed red as she argued, if you don't believe me, drive the car to a nearby repair shop right now, and I'll have a mechanic fix it. Faced with the extremely selfish Zhang Suilan, the hot-tempered Zhao Lingshan could no longer tolerate it. Hey, how can you be like this, woman? You little girl, what did I say wrong? Why do I have to go through insurance and spend so much money when 500 yuan can solve this? Zhao Suilan put her hands on her hips and shouted at the top of her lungs. Can the paint used at a repair shop be the same as the original factory paint? Zhao Lingshan raised her eyebrows and said, besides, what's with your attitude? You're the one who hit our car, why are you acting like we hit you? Besides, my friend only wanted you to apologize at first, but what was your attitude like? If someone else hit your car like that, would you still say that? Of course. Zhang Suilan said matter-of-factly, I'm not like some people who drive luxury cars but can't afford to maintain them. If someone hits me, I won't care. You. Seeing Zhang Suilan's nonchalant attitude, Zhao Lingshan was furious. So little girl, take the car to the repair shop now and I'll have the mechanic fix it. Zhang Suilan believed she had the upper hand, and said. You? Zhao Zhanxiao, I'll talk to her. Lin Xian interrupted. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Suilan with a cold expression. Auntie, from what you just said, if someone else hit your car like this, you wouldn't care, and you wouldn't ask them for compensation? 631, Chapter 631 Double Standards. That's right. Zhang Suilan raised her chin, as if to say, that's exactly what I said. She dared to say that because she was certain that Lin Xian wouldn't be willing to drive his expensive car to crash into her car, which was worth 100,000 yuan. Of course, Lin Xian hadn't considered this method of harming the enemy 1,000 while losing 800 of his own. He approached Zhang Suilan's car and looked at the SUV's hood. What do you want to do? Zhang Suilan was startled. But then I quickly realized, no matter how hard this kid's fist is, can it be harder than sheet metal? But she was clearly wrong. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. The next second, he raised his fist and slammed it down heavily on the car's hood. Bang! Instantly, the entire hood of the car caved in. This scene left everyone stunned. Zhang Suilan was also stunned for a moment. After realizing what had happened, and seeing the smashed hood of his beloved car, he let out a sharp roar. Hey kid, how dare you smash my car? What, didn't you just say you wouldn't be upset if your car got scratched or damaged? Lin Xian looked at Zhang Suilan with indifferent eyes. You. Zhang Suilan was so angry that she couldn't speak. She could only turn to the traffic police for help. Officer, you saw it too, right? He just smashed my car. I absolutely refuse to pay for it. We saw Ms. Zhang, but let's keep things separate. You pay your compensation, and he pays his. The traffic police's ruling was based on evidence. You've gone too far. Upon hearing this, Zhang Suilan's face contorted with anger. Lin Xian had long anticipated this verdict. Today, he wants Zhang Suilan to pay him back. I need to vent my anger. It's the same as being damaged. Zhang Suilan's car, worth 100,000 yuan, had a broken hood, including depreciation. The damage amounted to no more than 5,000 yuan.
But she still has to pay Wang Yutong 500,000 yuan. Ms. Zhang, we are just enforcing the law impartially. Besides, didn't you just say that you wouldn't mind if someone damaged your car? The traffic policeman said calmly. If they weren't enforcing the law, they would have applauded Lin Xian's actions. Sometimes, the law really struggles to punish such selfish and self-serving women. You? Fine, so what if I lose money? Zhang Suilan was furious, pointing at the traffic police and Lin Xian. She said, since we're going to go through insurance anyway, why not pay more? After saying that, Zhang Suilan opened the door and got into the car. Boom. After starting the car, I stepped on the gas. Everyone initially thought Zhang Suilan was going to flee in her car. However, unexpectedly, after driving the car out of the parking space, she suddenly reversed the car to the left and back. Careful! Lin Xian quickly pulled Tang Lan, who was still in shock, away from him. Bang! The rear of the car crashed heavily into the front of the Bentley. Instantly, both cars had their front and rear ends dented. Zhang Suilan bumped into him, seemingly still not satisfied. He quickly pressed the accelerator again in the same way, then reversed, and crashed into the front of the Bentley a second time. The damage to the rear and front of both vehicles was further aggravated. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. After learning the whole story, they all pointed at Zhang Suilan and said, how could she be like this? She's so shameless. That's true. Zhao Lingshan gritted her teeth in hatred. The traffic police were also annoyed, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Xian looked at Tang Lan, whose face was pale from the shock, and then glanced at the front of the Bentley Continental, which was half smashed. A hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. Bang! He suddenly stepped forward and smashed the door of the SUV driven by Zhang Suilan with a punch. Then, amidst her screams, he yanked her out of the driver's seat and slammed her to the ground. 632, Chapter 632. I have low blood sugar. Bang! Lin Xian slammed Zhang Suilan to the ground. His eyes blazed with fury. It's one thing if it was his own car that got hit. This is Wang Yutong's car. Intentionally wrecking someone else's car like this shows how wicked this woman is. He couldn't stand it. I won't tolerate it. Ouch. She fell heavily to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. Someone's being assaulted, everyone look, someone's being assaulted. There's no justice, no law, officers, look. Zhang Suilan lay on the ground, rolling around and throwing a tantrum, looking aggrieved. I didn't see it. I didn't see it either. The two traffic police officers shook their heads, indicating that they did not see it. They disliked this woman for a long time. He deserved to be beaten this time. Hitting someone, where was anyone hit? I didn't see anything. Passers-by, seeing Zhang Suilan's disgusting face, all said they hadn't seen it. This woman wrecked someone else's car, and now she's acting all aggrieved? At this moment, even these passers-by wanted to rush up and punch the woman twice. You! Zhang Suilan turned pale with anger as she looked at the crowd, pretending not to see anything. Alright, ma'am, stop fooling around and get up to deal with the accident. At this moment, the traffic police officer spoke seriously. Officer, this kid just hit me, I need to go to the hospital for a checkup, and I want him to pay my medical expenses in compensation for emotional distress. Zhang Suilan said fiercely. Madam, I don't know if that young man hit anyone, but you were just suspected of dangerous driving, which is clearly recorded in our body camera footage. Please go back now to assist us with the investigation. It's a traffic policeman, the officer said in a deep voice. I'm suspected of dangerous driving, that's hilarious. Upon hearing this, Zhang Suilan immediately laughed. You all turned a blind eye to that kid hitting me, but you're still harping on my little mistake just now? Putting aside whether I caused the scratches and dents on the car door, I haven't eaten anything since noon today. I already suffer from hypoglycemia, and on top of that, I was surrounded by so many of you and threatened with 500,000 yuan in compensation. Do you know how scared I was as a woman at that moment? I was so scared that I drove out for some fresh air and then called my husband to come and handle it. But my mind was already blank at the time, and I was also dizzy due to low blood sugar. After I drove out, I wanted to put the car in reverse and turn it to the left because the garage door is on the left, but because I was really scared earlier, I panicked and stepped on the gas too hard, and I accidentally hit his car. He didn't do it on purpose. Not on purpose? This time, it was the traffic policeman's turn to laugh. He then sternly questioned, "You say you didn't do it on purpose, so why did you hit that young man's car twice just now?" "Officer, didn't I just explain, I had low blood sugar, was dizzy and panicked. The collision made me even more panicked, which led to the subsequent mistakes." Zhang Suilan made up stories out of thin air, portraying herself as a vulnerable and oppressed person. Whether you have anemia or not, come with us to the station for investigation. The traffic policeman frowned. My tolerance for this woman is also nearing its limit. I can't take it anymore, I'm dizzy. Zhang Suilan covered her head and lay on the ground, shouting, "Call an ambulance right now." You. The traffic police were helpless against Zhang Suilan's shamelessness. How can there be such a shameless woman in this world? The crowd also voiced their criticism. Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan were furious. A chill ran through Lin Xian's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a silver needle appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to teach this woman a lesson, a cold, oppressive female voice came from behind the crowd. "Who hit my car?" 633, Chapter 633. Pursue the pursuit to the end. A cold voice rang out. A bewitching and aloof figure slowly walked out from behind the crowd. This is the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Someone in the crowd quickly recognized Wang Yutong. It's actually the eldest daughter of the Wang family. She just said that the car that was hit was hers? If that's true, then this is going to be quite a show. All eyes were on Wang Yutong. At this moment, Wang Yutong walked towards Zhang Suilan step by step with a cold expression. Miss Wang. Lying on the ground, Zhang Suilan felt a jolt in her heart and looked fearfully at the imposing Wang Yutong in front of her. In Yanjing, there are several powerful families that you shouldn't mess with. The Wang family is one of them. Did you deliberately damage my car? Wang Yutong stared coldly at Zhang Suilan. Your car, isn't this that kid's car? Zhang Suilan's finger trembled slightly as she pointed at Lin Xian. She is my friend. Wang Yutong said, "This car is mine." Gurgle. Zhang Suilan swallowed hard. At that moment, I felt my legs trembling. Yutong, I'm sorry, your car. Lin Xian looked at Wang Yutong apologetically. This brand new car, less than a day after he got it, was wrecked like this. Brother Lin Xian, it's good that you're all right. Besides, it's not your fault. Wang Yutong smiled sweetly. She wouldn't care even if she crashed 10 or 100 cars, let alone one. What she really cared about was that this woman dared to anger brother Lin Xian, which completely ruined her wonderful mood for the day. Ms. Wang, is this your car? At this moment, the two traffic police officers also walked over with respectful expressions. The eldest daughter of the Wang family, who doesn't know her? Kindness. Wang Yutong nodded, her tone returning to its icy tone. You know how to handle this. Yes, Miss Wang. The traffic police officer's heart skipped a beat. Immediately turned to Zhang Suilan and said sternly, Ms. Zhang, we now strongly suspect that you are involved in dangerous driving. Please come with us to the station for investigation. This time, Zhang Suilan panicked instantly when faced with the traffic police's stern tone. Not only because if convicted of this crime, she would be sentenced to more than 15 days of detention or imprisonment. Furthermore, it was because she crashed into the car of the eldest daughter of the Wang family. However, she would never admit her mistake right now, and once again pretended to be weak and dizzy. I can't take it anymore, my head is really spinning, call an ambulance quickly. I heard you have low blood sugar, right? Looking at Zhang Suilan's pretentious act, Wang Yutong's coldness deepened even further. That's right, Miss Wang. Zhang Suilan said weakly. It's alright, I think you'll regain your strength soon. A cold glint flashed across Wang Yutong's lips. She looked looked at the traffic police officer and asked, "Officer, your body cameras should have captured the entire process of her deliberately damaging my vehicle, right?" "Yes, Miss Wang, if you wish to view it, we can retrieve it for you at any time." The two traffic police officers responded immediately. That makes things easier. Wang Yutong's smile deepened. Normally, if a car gets scratched, it's fine, you can just find someone to take it to a forest shop for repairs. She doesn't even need the other party to offer any compensation if they simply apologize. However, who knew that this woman would have such a terrible attitude afterwards, and almost hit Lin Xian's brother's friend with her car? Then she naturally wanted to get to the bottom of it. 634, Chapter 634 Wang Yutong's Methods. Wang Yutong's smile was icy. At that moment, everyone present could feel the anger of the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Zhang Suilan felt a chill run down her spine. A bad feeling crept into my heart. At this moment, Wang Yutong spoke up again, saying to the traffic police officer, "Please provide the video footage from your body camera showing this woman maliciously ramming my vehicle to the insurance company that owns her vehicle." "I understand, Miss Wang." The traffic policeman's eyes lit up. So that's what Miss Wang thought of. Upon hearing this, Zhang Suilan's already pale face turned even paler. Because the driver intentionally damaged his own vehicle or another person's vehicle. To a large extent, this will be considered insurance fraud by insurance companies. For this type of behavior, the insurance company can refuse to pay compensation. In other words, she will have to bear the cost of repairing her vehicle, as well as the compensation she would face for deliberately damaging Ms. Wang's vehicle. Just now, the forest store estimated the repair cost of the damaged Bentley door and the vehicle damage to be 500,000 yuan. This time, she crashed into someone's car, and that's going to cost her 2 or 3 million. This will surely bankrupt her. Thinking of this, Zhang Suilan's heart pounded, and she suddenly felt her dizziness disappear and her body feel stronger. He quickly scrambled to his feet and begged Wang Yutong, "Miss Wang, I know I was wrong, please, have mercy on me." She dared to do that before. Firstly, there's an insurance company covering it, and secondly, her car is a second-hand vehicle, worth less than 100,000 yuan, so, if it gets damaged a little, it's no big deal, and she doesn't care at all. Secondly, she simply wanted to annoy Lin Xian and the others, to make them keep harping on her mistakes and even try to make her pay compensation. However, to her utter surprise, the owner of the car was actually Wang Yutong, the eldest daughter of the Wang family in Yanjing. This is someone she absolutely cannot afford to offend. All it takes is one order from Wang Yutong. The Wang family could give her 100 ways to die. She had no choice but to beg for mercy. "I beg Miss Wang to show her leniency. Ms. Zhang, as I said, I have a way to cure your hypoglycemia." Wang Yutong looked at Zhang Suilan coldly, without a trace of pity in her eyes. If it hadn't been her car that was hit today, would this woman have acted this way? Not only did they refuse to apologize, but they also committed such a heinous act. Today, if she forgives the other party. She believed that with that woman's extremely selfish heart, she would never learn any lessons. She'll do it again next time. "Ms. Wang, my hypoglycemia is cured, please make an exception for me." Zhang Suilian looked terrified and begged repeatedly. Wang Yutong remained unmoved, her tone icy. "I've already said, handle it however you see fit. After the vehicle damage assessment, I will have the forest shop and insurance company personnel come to assess the damage and send you the report. At that time, you just need to compensate me according to the amount shown on the bill. Of course, you can also choose to continue being a scoundrel. However, my Wang family has plenty of time and professional lawyers to keep you on the case until you finally pay the compensation. Before that, I will have all your assets frozen." Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Traffic police officers, the rest is up to you. 635, Chapter 635 The Other Side of Wang Yutong. "No, Miss Wang, please give me another chance. I really didn't know this car belonged to you. I promise I'll never do it again. I will definitely learn from this lesson. Zhang Suilan pleaded with Wang Yutong with a look of panic on her face.
At that moment, she was afraid, truly afraid. She fears facing huge compensation claims and potential prison sentences. Your brother Lin Xian gave you an opportunity just now, but you didn't cherish it. Wang Yutong looked at Zhang Suilan coldly. At first, Lin Xian only wanted this woman to apologize for her behavior. Unexpectedly, the woman not only denied it, but also accused Lin Xian's brother of slandering her, and even planned to drive away. Lin Xian's brother stopped her. She started to viciously retaliate against Lin Xian like a shrew. After the police arrived and handled the situation, she even defied the traffic police's decision and deliberately drove her car to ram into her car repeatedly, nearly hitting Tang Lan while reversing. All these appalling behaviors demonstrate this woman's extremely selfish nature. She was afraid, but only of the punishment she was about to face, not of genuine remorse. Wang Yutong could tell this just by looking into the other person's eyes. Therefore, she did not soften her heart at all. His tone became even more forceful and cold as he said to Zhang Suilan, "Don't bother with my fake apologies, I don't agree with them, and I won't accept them. Next, you just need to figure out how to compensate me for my losses. Remember what I said, don't even think about denying it, my Wang family has plenty of ways to deal with you." She doesn't care about a car. With the Wang family's immense wealth, they could buy an unlimited quantity. She wanted this woman to pay the price for what she had done today. Hiss. Seeing Wang Yutong's assertive side, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This is the decisive and efficient method of the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Well done. The crowd cheered. Such people should be punished accordingly. Traffic police officers, I'll leave this place to you, my friend and I are heading back now. Wang Yutong said to the traffic police. After saying that, she looked at Lin Xian with a sweet smile, her charming smile returning to her face. Brother Lin Xian, now that things are settled, let's go back. Lin Xian stared blankly at Wang Yutong, who was showing such a decisive and efficient side to him for the first time, until she spoke to him, at which point he came to his senses. Okay. Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan, who were standing to the side, also gave Wang Yutong a deep look. That's the aura of the eldest daughter of the Wang family. He's just as good as Su Baimo. No wonder her reputation is comparable to Su Baimo's in Yanjing. Zhao Zhanxiao, Dr. Tang? Wang Yutong waved her little hand in front of the two people who were in a daze. Excuse me, Ms. Wang, I was just a little distracted. The two then came to their senses and apologized. It's alright, let's go back, I'll have the housekeeper send us another car. Wang Yutong smiled sweetly. The group walked out of the parking lot. Zhang Suihua, left in despair, collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly, thinking about the enormous compensation she would face. At that moment, no one paid attention to her, and no one sympathized with her. The traffic police officer frowned in disgust, then lifted her off the ground and took her back to the traffic police station for processing. 636, Chapter 636, Changing into a Nightgown. Zhao Zhanxiao, Dr. Tang, I hope I didn't scare you just now. Outside the mall, Wang Yutong looked at the two who seemed a little lost in thought and said softly. She was afraid that the aura she had just displayed might influence their judgment of her. After all, she had never shown such a strong side before. The one this morning, that's her. That was her too. However, she usually treats different people differently. How could that be, Miss Wang? This is exactly how you should deal with someone like Zhang Suilan. Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan did not find anything wrong with it. They were really angry with Zhang Suilan just now. Not only was his attitude terrible, but he also deliberately used low blood sugar as an excuse to crash such a nice car. The reason they were distracted was because they were recalling the imposing aura that Wang Yutong had exuded when she appeared earlier. Honestly, some of them were quite stunning. Miss Wang, what you just did was absolutely awesome. Tang Lan added a sentence, her eyebrows dancing with excitement. Really, thank you for the compliment. Wang Yutong gently pursed her lips. Then, a pair of peach blossom-like eyes, with a hint of a gentle smile, also looked at Lin Xian. He was a completely different person from the decisive and efficient one he had been just moments before. Brother Lin Xian, What about you? Wang Yutong inquired with concern. What she cared about most was, of course, Lin Xian's opinion of her. Lin Xian was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, I think it's great, very assertive, and has a strong presence. Brother Lin Xian, do you prefer my strong side or my gentle side? Wang Yutong blinked and asked softly. I like them both. Lin Xian smiled. Being assertive can be assertive towards outsiders, but it can also be a means of protecting one's own interests. And gentleness is gentleness towards one's own people. He likes them both. Of course, this affection only remains at the level of a brother's doting affection for his sister. That's good. Wang Yutong smiled sweetly. More tenderness flowed in her eyes. At that moment, the butler also delivered a brand new Rolls-Royce Ghost to the entrance of Wangfujing shopping mall. Lin Xian and his two companions looked at yet another luxury car worth tens of millions in front of them and couldn't help but sigh that she was indeed a rich family's young lady, with one luxury car after another. After returning home, it was getting late. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Wang Yutong couldn't wait to take out her newly bought underwear. Looking at the sexy black lace lingerie in her hand, she then took out the black tulle nightgown she had been treasuring for a long time from the closet. She has never worn this nightgown since she bought it. Because it was too sexy and felt too ambiguous when worn, she kept it in her closet. This time, I finally have a chance to wear it out. She could imagine what it would look like to wear this nightgown with her newly bought lace lingerie. I wonder what Lin Xian's reaction will be when he sees this. Wang Yutong pursed her lips, imagining herself wearing this nightgown in front of brother Lin Xian. A blush crept onto her pretty face. She gently shook her head. After suppressing the thoughts in my mind, I took off my clothes and ran to the bathroom to take a hot shower. And after taking a shower, Wang Yutong couldn't wait to change into the black tulle nightgown she had been looking forward to for so long. Looking at myself in the mirror, Wang Yutong took a deep breath and quickly sent a text message to her brother Lin Xian. Then, anxiously awaiting the other party's reply. 637, Chapter 637 Deadly. On the other side, Lin Xian, who had just finished showering, was wearing a gray bathrobe and drying his hair as he walked out of the bathroom. Bite. When he saw his phone screen light up and someone text him, he immediately went over. The text message was from Wang Yutong. Lin Xian opened the text message. Brother Lin Xian, are you free right now? Yes, what's wrong, Yutong? Lin Xian replied without thinking. No, it's just that it's my first time staying in an unfamiliar environment, and I'm a little unaccustomed to it. Could you come and talk to me for a while? Wang Yutong replied instantly. No problem, wait for me a moment, I'll be right there after I've dried my hair. Lin Xian replied. Good. Wang Yutong continued to reply instantly. Looking at Lin Xian's reply in the text message. My feelings are a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Lin Xian had no idea what Wang Yutong was feeling at that moment, nor did he know that she was only wearing a black sheer nightgown. He naively thought that Wang Yutong was just uncomfortable in an unfamiliar environment and wanted him to come and keep her company for a while. After a quick blow-dry of my hair, Lin Xian didn't even change out of his bathrobe before heading towards Wang Yutong's room. I thought we were just chatting and it wouldn't take long. Knock knock knock, Yutong, is it convenient to open the door? Lin Xian arrived at Wang Yutong's room and gently knocked on the door. The door isn't locked, brother Lin Xian, please come in. Wang Yutong's slightly shy voice came from inside. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. However, without thinking too much about it, I pushed open the door and went inside. Rain. I thought that when I opened the door, I would see Yutong lying on the bed in her pajamas. However, what we saw was Wang Yutong wearing a black nightgown made of sheer fabric, lying on the bed scrolling through her phone. Her little feet hooked up and swayed gently in mid-air. The back curve extends, and the hip line is amazing. The worst part was that the sheer nightgown Wang Yutong wore was almost completely transparent.
Lin Xian suddenly stopped. At that moment, he could even vaguely see the outline of Wang Yutong's underwear and her bra. Lin Xian's eyes trembled with alarm. What's going on? He was completely stunned. Brother Lin Xian, you're here. Looking at Lin Xian's reaction, Wang Yutong's beautiful eyes also welled up with a shy, moist look. Yutong, do you usually dress like this? Lin Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the tingling sensation on his scalp, and asked. Yes, brother Lin Xian, it's more comfortable and cool to wear this in the summer. Wang Yutong, suppressing her shyness, answered softly. But her cheeks flushed as she said those words. Clearly, she dresses very conservatively when she's at home. Today, she dressed up especially for Lin Xian. Okay, alright. Lin Xian said. At this moment, I only felt a dryness in my throat. He quickly looked away from Wang Yutong. Wang Yutong noticed this action. Immediately, I couldn't help but feel a little smug. It seems that her figure is still attractive to brother Lin Xian. Brother Lin Xian, come sit here. Wang Yutong gently patted the edge of the bed and said. Yutong, could you sit up first? Lin Xian said, somewhat embarrassed. Wang Yutong's current posture is really too much for him to handle. Good. Wang Yutong pursed her lips and slowly propped herself up. Lin Xian turned around and closed the door, then looked at Wang Yutong again. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. One glance was enough to take half his life again. 638, Chapter 638 Torture. Lin Xian felt a sudden chill run down his spine. I thought Wang Yutong had already gotten up and sat down. Unexpectedly, she had only just gotten halfway out of bed, still in a prone position. In this position, and with Wang Yutong wearing a V-neck nightgown made of sheer fabric, she was in a difficult position. Therefore, from Lin Xian's perspective, it is almost a complete view, taking in everything that should or shouldn't be seen. The dazzlingly white peaks and the deep ravine that seemed to suck one's soul in. Key. Wang Yutong was still wearing the black lace bra she bought at the lingerie store this afternoon. Lin Xian only glanced at it, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. Immediately, he was so frightened that he quickly looked away, no longer wanting to look at that terrifying scenery. Wang Yutong noticed Lin Xian's agitation. Even as she stood up, her eyes were constantly on Lin Xian. Seeing the latter's evasive gaze, his secret delight intensified. Sure enough, the dating manual was right, men all like this. However, Lin Xian's brother's strong self-control still exceeded her expectations. Because in her mind, no man's gaze could ever leave her. She knew how fatally alluring her figure was to the opposite sex. However, she had absolutely no interest in those stinky men who came for her figure and looks. She was only interested in brother Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian's brother has never complained about her appearance or figure. She has always kept the things from her childhood in her heart. Therefore, she now only wants to show all her good qualities to Lin Xian alone. Others, dream on. She only felt disgusted by the stares that fell on her. Lin Xian was unaware of Wang Yutong's thoughts. At that moment, he felt a torment in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have made an excuse that he was tired, or simply changed into formal clothes before coming. The bathrobe she's wearing, combined with Wang Yutong's attire, gives off an indescribable sense of ambiguity. Of course, he had absolutely no romantic feelings for Yutong. It's just that I feel tormented inside. After all, they've all grown up now, and they're not like they were when they were little. However, Yutong's open attitude towards him seems to be stuck in their childhood. Lin Xian was thinking to himself, but his gaze was fixed on the corner of the room then, with a hint of embarrassment, he asked, Yutong, are you sitting up? Before Yutong was properly seated, he dared not glance around carelessly anymore, it was too dangerous and could easily lead to his death. Alright, brother Lin Xian. Wang Yutong's soft voice rang out. Lin Xian then turned his gaze back to Wang Yutong, who was sitting on the bed, her two snow-white thighs dazzlingly beautiful. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat again. Yutong told you cover your legs with a blanket? Lin Xian spoke again, his voice filled with embarrassment. After saying this, Lin Xian immediately realized that something was wrong. His intention was simply to remind Yutong that they were all grown up now and could no longer be as carefree as they were when they were children. However, Yutong didn't seem to care, but he seemed to care so much. On the contrary, it makes him seem like he has impure thoughts at this moment. But the words had already been spoken. It's clearly impossible to take it back now. 639, Chapter 639. Are you a little nervous? Brother Lin Xian, do you mind Yutong dressed like this? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Yutong's eyes showed a slight disappointment. Could it be that Brother Lin Xian doesn't like it? Otherwise, why would they have asked her to cover herself with a blanket? At this moment, Wang Yutong fell into self-doubt. Lin Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Yutong didn't think of him in that way. However, when he saw the sudden sadness in Wang Yutong's eyes, he clearly knew that she had misunderstood him. Immediately, she quickly explained, "No, Yutong, you misunderstood me. What I meant was..." But Lin Xian paused clearly halfway through his sentence. I wanted to explain, but it seemed like no matter how I explained it, it wouldn't be right. Brother Lin Xian, you really do mind? Seeing Lin Xian suddenly stop speaking halfway through his sentence, Wang Yutong gently pouted. As expected, Brother Lin Xian didn't like her dress like that. What a dating guide, it's a complete scam. I am going to burn it when I get home. No, Yutong, what I meant was... Seeing that the misunderstanding was getting deeper and deeper, Lin Xian hesitated for a long time before finally forcing himself to speak. What I mean is, we're all grown up now can't be like we were when we were little. Kindness? Wang Yutong's eyebrows furrowed. I think I understand, but I also think I don't. So, Brother Lin Xian, do you like Yutong dressed like this, or don't you like it? Wang Yutong then asked another question. I like it, but... Lin Xian didn't know how the word like could have slipped out of his mouth. He immediately felt a tremor in his heart and tried to make amends. At this moment, Wang Yutong exclaimed excitedly, Brother Lin Xian, then I'm glad you like it. If you like it, Yutong will dress like this for you every day from now on. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian almost had a nosebleed. If Yutong really dressed like this for him every day, how could his body possibly handle it? Moreover, that's clearly not what he meant. He meant that he didn't want Yutong to dress like that in front of him. Lin Xian wanted to explain. Wang Yutong seemed to have figured something out. After making a clear decision in my mind about something, a hint of moisture flickered in the depths of her eyes. She didn't give Lin Xian a chance to explain and preemptively said, Brother Lin Xian, can you tell Yutong about your experiences over the years? Yutong really wants to know. My experiences over the years? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Our attention shifted abruptly from our earlier discussion about clothing. Kindness. Wang Yutong nodded expectantly. Good. Lin Xian readily agreed. He had no intention of hiding the past from Wang Yutong. Brother Lin Xian, please sit down first. Wang Yutong patted the edge of the bed and said softly. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded, but as he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell on Wang Yutong's pale thighs. His face flushed slightly, and he quickly looked away and sat down on the edge of the bed. Brother Lin Xian, you're too far from Yutong, sit closer. Wang Yutong looked at Lin Xian sitting at the foot of the bed and said in a sweet voice. You really? Lin Xian smiled somewhat awkwardly. However, this distance is relatively safe. Of course. Wang Yutong said. Seeing that Brother Lin Xian's body was slightly tense and he was deliberately keeping his distance, she couldn't help but giggle and ask with a teasing look in her eyes, Brother Lin Xian, are you a little nervous right now? 640, Chapter 640. Seeking further probes. Really, hee. Lin Xian smiled, feigning composure. Then why don't you move over a bit? Wang Yutong looked at Lin Xian, who was pretending to be calm, but a hint of provocation appeared in her beautiful eyes. I just felt a bit hot after taking a shower. As he spoke, Lin Xian deliberately opened the collar of his bathrobe, pretending to let in some fresh air. Then I'll turn the air conditioning down a bit. Wang Yutong reached for the air conditioner remote on the bedside table and turned it down 1 degree. Then, he actually plopped down next to Lin Xian. A delicate fragrance wafted over him, mixed with the scent of shower gel after a bath, and Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. To his surprise, Wang Yutong actually sat down next to him. And that one glance out of the corner of his eye was even more deadly. All he could see were those smooth, flawless, white legs, directly exposed to his view. Moving the gaze slightly upwards, one sees her pert, shapely buttocks and slender waist, barely encircled by a black veil. She said she was wearing a nightgown. However, because of its material, it appears to be partially hidden, which makes it even more alluring. Each and every one of them is a weapon of mass destruction. This is absolutely terrible. Lin Xian's breathing became rapid for a moment, but he tried his best to control it. This is the most agonizing part. If Su Baimo or Wang Sisi were dressed like this now, he probably wouldn't be able to resist pushing them down. But it just so happens to be Yutong. This is absolutely unacceptable. Not to mention that in his heart, he has always regarded Yutong as his sister, even though the two are not related by blood. Yutong has always treated him like an older brother, trusting him completely. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dressed like this in front of him. If he really did that kind of thing to Yutong, not to mention he wouldn't be able to get over it in his own heart. How will he face Yutong in the future? His image in Yutong's mind has probably completely collapsed. Yutong will definitely hate and reject him very much. Therefore, the moment when restlessness arises in one's heart, Lin Xian suppressed them fiercely. But then there's the faint, sweet fragrance that wafts around you from time to time, and the vast expanse of white snow that sweeps across your vision. Lin Xian was still in great agony. I just hope that our time alone together can end soon. Little did they know. Wang Yutong's thoughts were exactly the opposite of Lin Xian's. Her feelings for Lin Xian had long since changed from what they were 15 years ago. Otherwise, even if the two were very close, she wouldn't have dressed like this. Brother Lin Xian, is it still hot now? Wang Yutong looked at Lin Xian, whose body was still tense, and asked softly. It's all right. Lin Xian responded. That's good. Wang Yutong's pretty face was radiant. As she spoke, she shifted her body and sat even closer to Lin Xian. The two sat almost touching. They could even feel each other's warmth. Lin Xian's body stiffened instantly. Wang Yutong saw it all, and a faint ripple stirred in the depths of her eyes at that moment. According to the dating manual, when people of the opposite sex get close to each other, and one of them feels nervous, it means they like each other. Because you don't like it, you won't feel nervous. The more nervous you are, the deeper your liking for it becomes. However, judging from Lin Xian's appearance, besides being a little nervous, he seemed to be more restrained and wanted to keep his distance. She wasn't sure if she was imagining things. She decided to test the waters further. 641, Chapter 641 I'll always remember. Brother Lin Xian, why are you sweating? Looking at Lin Xian's forehead, which was slightly sweaty, Wang Yutong spoke softly with a hint of coquettishness. Huh, is that so? Lin Xian was startled and subconsciously wiped his forehead, finding that his palms were indeed sweaty. He immediately explained awkwardly, perhaps the temperature in the room is still a bit high. But brother Lin Xian, Yutong has already set the air conditioner to 25 degrees Celsius. Wang Yutong said in a sweet voice. The ideal temperature for an air-conditioned room is usually 27 degrees Celsius. Right now, the air conditioner is set to 25 degrees Celsius, with the fan speed at level 3. At this temperature, the wind blowing on a person can already feel quite cold. Wang Yutong felt a slight shiver run through her body. Maybe I am a little hot after taking a shower. Lin Xian found a pretext. But Yutong is a little cold. As she spoke, Wang Yutong moved even closer to Lin Xian. Such an intimate distance resulted in Wang Yutong's arm being completely pressed against Lin Xian's upper arm. The touch between their skin brought a faint mist to Wang Yutong's eyes. Lin Xian's pores immediately tightened. This was the first time he and Wang Yutong had such close contact since they grew up. The texture of that skin was so delicate and smooth, like silk, that it sparked endless imagination. It was just a single touch. Lin Xian felt an overwhelming urge to pull away, and immediately pulled his arm back to avoid further contact with that delicate skin.
Brother Lin Xian, why are you hiding? Sensing Lin Xian's deliberate avoidance, Wang Yutong gently pouted. Isn't these a bit inappropriate?
Lin Xian paused for a moment, then said.
What's the big deal, we had plenty of contact like this when we were kids.
Wang Yutong, however, was unconcerned, her voice filled with tenderness and reminiscence. I remember once, I was sick when we were walking home from school, and it was brother Lin Xian who carried me all the way home.
You mean that time?
Lin Xian's eyes flickered. A single sentence instantly brought his thoughts back to the past.
Yutong, I didn't expect you to still remember that incident.
Lin Xian looked at Wang Yutong with a look of doting affection and gentleness. Of course, Yutong remembers everything that happened with brother Lin Xian. As Wang Yutong spoke, a tenderness, never before shown in her eyes when facing others, appeared in her misty eyes.
Yeah?
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Of course. Wang Yutong's eyes softened even more. I still remember when we played house, I even played the role of Lin Xian's bride.
Brother Lin Xian, do you still remember this?
As she spoke, Wang Yutong gazed at Lin Xian with tender eyes and a natural charm.
Remember.
Lin Xian answered. My heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. It's unclear whether it was because they were facing the charming and beautiful Yutong at this moment, or because these words, spoken by them now, no longer carried the same meaning as they did back then.
Brother Lin Xian.
At this moment, Wang Yutong's gentle voice rang in Lin Xian's ears again.
Kindness? Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. Brother Lin Xian, why have you been spacing out since earlier?
Wang Yutong looked at Lin Xian, who was clearly distracted, and gently bit her lip. Her soft voice carried a hint of a young woman's resentment. Don't you want to be with Yutong?
642, Chapter 642 Impure Thoughts.
How could that be? I was just thinking about what you were saying earlier. Seeing Wang Yutong's resentful look, Lin Xian immediately explained.
So, brother Lin Xian wants to be with Yutong?
Wang Yutong's face immediately brightened. Of course. Lin Xian said affirmatively. Clearly, his understanding of staying together is not the same as Wang Yutong's understanding of staying together.
Brother Lin Xian, will you stay with me tonight?
Wang Yutong immediately took Lin Xian's arm affectionately, her soft voice sounding as if it could squeeze water out of her.
Stay with you?
Lin Xian was stunned. I never imagined that Wang Yutong would make such a request. At that moment, he even forgot the warm, soft touch that was spreading along his arm.
Yes.
Wang Yutong nodded with delight in her eyes. Afraid that Lin Xian would refuse, she quickly added, it's Yutong's first time sleeping in an unfamiliar environment, she's a little afraid of the dark.
Well.
Lin Xian didn't know how to answer for a moment.
Brother Lin Xian, will you stay and keep me company?
Wang Yutong gently shook Lin Xian's arm while biting her lip, staring at Lin Xian with a pitiful expression. It's worth noting that Wang Yutong was already charming and beautiful, and now when she started to act coquettishly, the combination of allure and innocence was irresistible to almost any man. At this moment, even though Lin Xian was confident in his superior abilities, he still succumbed to Wang Yutong's coquettish charm in less than 3 seconds.
Well, okay then. Lin Xian's Adam's apple bobbed as he uttered an answer that even he found unbelievable.
Because deep down, he originally wanted to refuse. But when faced with Wang Yutong at this moment, his mind subconsciously made an answer for him. I knew brother Lin Xian loves me the most.
Wang Yutong's watery eyes suddenly brightened. You and I can stay and keep you company, but I'll be sleeping on the floor for a bit.
Lin Xian took a deep breath. For now, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and bear it.
Sleeping on the floor, it's so cold on the floor, brother Lin Xian, aren't you going to sleep with Yutong?
Wang Yutong felt extremely disappointed. She really wanted to share a bed with brother Lin Xian.
Sleep together?
Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise.
Yes, when Yutong was sick when she was little, Lin Xian came to visit her and slept with her, didn't he?
Wang Yutong said in a serious tone. As she said this, a hint of shyness flashed across her eyes. However, Lin Xian was already in a precarious situation and had no time to observe others.
His Adam's apple bobbed again as he said, Yutong, that was when we were kids, we're different now.
What's different? Wang Yutong suddenly raised her head, her eyes, brimming with moisture, looking at Lin Xian with a strange and inexplicable charm.
Well? Lin Xian opened his mouth.
Facing Wang Yutong's captivating eyes, now misty with tears, her figure beneath the black sheer nightgown was fully revealed from his perspective.
He didn't know how to answer Yutong.
My heart was burning with an uncontrollable urge to throb.
From this perspective, Wang Yutong also took in Lin Xian's slightly bobbing Adam's apple.
Her beautiful eyes rippled gently, spreading out in concentric circles. Wang Yutong gently bit her lip, whispering, "It's exactly the same as before, it's just that brother Lin Xian's thoughts are impure."
643, Chapter 643. Do you want to? Well.
Lin Xian's lips twitched slightly.
At this moment, I was speechless.
However, it's understandable that he would have wild thoughts. Rather, they are no longer children. Over the past 15 years, Yutong has grown into a beautiful young woman. Her face and figure are so stunning that no man could remain unmoved by her beauty.
He, too, was unable to do it.
Especially now, while Yutong is wearing this black, sheer nightgown. The way the figure is perfectly outlined and the way it's subtly revealed is enough to ignite a burning desire within one. He was already trying his best to restrain himself.
He restrained his gaze and did not linger on Yutong for too long.
Of course, he couldn't agree to sleep in the same bed as Yutong. Otherwise, he was afraid that it would happen late at night. After all, that warm and soft body is what every man dreams of.
Brother Lin Xian, judging from your current appearance, you really do have some impure thoughts?
Looking at Lin Xian, who hadn't responded for a long time, Wang Yutong's gentle voice contained a hint of cunning and a deeply hidden joy.
Well? Lin Xian was speechless once again.
At this moment, even he himself was unsure whether he was harboring impure thoughts.
To be honest, he had no improper thoughts about Yutong.
But if we're talking about naivety, the slight heat rising in his heart whenever his gaze falls on Yutong's hot and delicate body seems to be a denial of his innocent feelings for her.
Yutong actually, that I.
Lin Xian wanted to explain, but found that he didn't know how to express the true meaning in his heart. He still wanted their relationship to remain as it was at the beginning. He didn't want Yutong to misunderstand that he had any other feelings for her. I just hope that Yutong still sees him as the Lin Xian brother from 15 years ago. And he will continue to protect her as he did 15 years ago, shielding her from the wind and rain. Wang Yutong looked at Lin Xian, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Two bright red lips, as vibrant and soft as roses, were gently pursed. She knew that in Lin Xian's heart, he still regarded her as the little girl from 15 years ago.
But she didn't want to be that maid anymore.
She took the initiative to speak. Her voice was sweet and soft. "Brother Lin Xian, let's talk about sleeping later. The floor is cold and hard, you should sleep on the bed."
"No, I think so."
Mentioning this made Lin Xian's scalp tingle again. "Brother Lin Xian, we can each have our own blanket, it's alright."
Wang Yutong spoke softly, then a sly smile curved her lips. "Or is it that brother Lin Xian is afraid Yutong will do something to you, or do you want to do something to Yutong? Girl, stop fooling around." Lin Xian gave a wry smile. The jokes Yutong is making with him are getting increasingly outrageous. "Brother Lin Xian, what if Yutong wasn't joking with you?" Wang Yutong's voice suddenly softened.
As she softened her voice, she slightly raised her swan-like neck, brought her lips close to Lin Xian's ear, and breathed softly, "Brother Lin Xian, do you want to?"
Gurgle.
The tingling, bone-melting sound reached his ears, and Lin Xian's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He turned to look at Wang Yutong. Looking into those naturally alluring eyes, as captivating as peach blossoms, and with each soft breath from those two soft, red lips, an irresistible temptation was released. Lin Xian's heart suddenly burned with passion. 644, Chapter 644. Should we check it out? Lin Xian's heart was burning. However, it was fleeting. Yutong, stop fooling around. Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile, knowing that this girl was teasing him, so he quickly changed the subject. Didn't you just ask me about my experiences over the years? Let me tell you about them. I'll tell you about what happened later, brother Lin Xian. Please answer my question first. Wang Yutong, however, looked on expectantly for Lin Xian's answer. Oh, let's talk about it now. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep quickly if the lights are turned off. Lin Xian planned to change the subject. I felt inexplicably nervous. To be honest, he was starting to wonder if Yutong was joking with him. It would be fine if it were a joke. If it's serious, wouldn't that be? Brother Lin Xian, why are you sweating so much on your forehead? Wang Yutong noticed the fine beads of sweat on Lin Xian's forehead and asked in a sweet voice. Dodo, you have one? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Are you nervous, brother Lin Xian? Wang Yutong suddenly brought her head close, her lips almost 3 centimeters away from Lin Xian's face. In this almost zero distance contact, Lin Xian could clearly feel Wang Yutong's breath hitting his face. It carries a touch of heat and a hint of fragrance. Yutong, please stop fooling around. Lin Xian said bitterly, moving a full 2 buttocks width to the side. After that, the tension that had been weighing on his mind eased considerably. Brother Lin Xian, I wasn't being silly. Seeing Lin Xian moving away from her, Wang Yutong's eyes immediately filled with a hint of resentment. However, remembering a point mentioned in the dating guide, the resentment in her eyes instantly turned into a little bit of secret joy. She looked at Lin Xian, whose body was tense at the moment, and her eyes revealed a sly look. Brother Lin Xian, I've heard that people only feel nervous when they are facing someone they like. So, brother Lin Xian, do you also like Yutong? Faced with Wang Yutong's bold question, Lin Xian's heart trembled violently once again. At this moment, it doesn't matter whether Yutong is serious or joking. One thing he could clearly sense was that as the topic became more and more in-depth, the atmosphere in the room is getting increasingly strange. If this continues, even jokes will become reality. After all, in this environment, and considering that Yutong was only wearing a black sheer nightgown and the black underwear she had bought that afternoon, she was in a difficult situation. With this combination, along with Yutong's exaggerated figure and her naturally alluring face, it's really hard not to be tempted. If he hadn't always regarded Yutong as a younger sister in his heart, he really couldn't hold back any longer. But no matter what, he couldn't do that to Yutong. Therefore, he hurriedly interrupted, Yutong, really stop fooling around, something bad will happen. Brother Lin Xian, so you also have some feelings for Yutong? Wang Yutong's lips curled into an ambiguous smile. They also became bolder in their speech. Even though her heart was pounding wildly at that moment. Yutong, Lin Xian clearly realized the misunderstanding and wanted to explain. However, Wang Yutong did not give him that opportunity. She moved closer to Lin Xian again. With her soft, red lips parted slightly, a sweet and seductive voice rang in Lin Xian's ear. Brother Lin Xian, back then, you didn't have time to examine Yutong's chest. Now, do you want to have it checked? 645, Chapter 645. Be mentally prepared. Lin Xian's body suddenly stiffened. Brother Lin Xian, do you want to get checked out? At this moment, Wang Yutong's voice came from Tan's mouth again. Her voice was soft, sweet, and delicate, carrying a distinct ambiguity that made Lin Xian's heart tremble violently. Yutong, Lin Xian turned to look at Wang Yutong, intending to say something. But when she looked at Wang Yutong's delicate body, dressed in a black nightgown and leaning forward, the words that were on the tip of her tongue were stuck in her throat. Wang Yutong already has an extremely hot figure. Now, in his forward-leaning posture, the undulating curves formed by his prone body were frantically pulling at his optic nerves. In just a moment, a burning passion surged through Lin Xian's heart. But he quickly managed to restrain himself. Call. He took a deep breath and said, Yutong, stop fooling around. If this continues, something really bad will happen.
So, does Brother Lin Xian want to, or doesn't he want to?
Wang Yutong continued to ask softly, her voice punctuated by her sniffling breaths. Lin Xian felt a surge of heat in his heart. He knew that if he stayed any longer, something bad would definitely happen. He quickly got up and prepared to leave. At that moment, Wang Yutong gently grabbed his hand. The smooth, milky texture made Lin Xian's body tense up as if he had been electrocuted, and his legs, which were originally about to get up, suddenly froze on the spot.
Brother Lin Xian, Yutong is not joking with you. Wang Yutong gave a soft snort and said, perfect timing. I've been feeling a bit tight in my chest lately. I heard from Zhao Zhanxiao that you study traditional Chinese medicine. Could you examine me and see what the problem is? Call. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian took another deep breath.
Wang Yutong was also lightly biting her red lips, and when she said those words, she could clearly feel her ears getting hot.
Brother Lin Xian, please check on Yutong. It's just a bit stuffy here. Wang Yutong's soft voice rang out again.
After saying that, a glint of tears welled up in her eyes, and she grabbed Lin Xian's left hand and touched her chest.
Lin Xian's eyes suddenly trembled. My mind went completely blank. I don't know whether I should hide or... Ring ring.
Just then, a cell phone rang suddenly, startling the two of them. The two men felt a chill run down their spines.
Ring ring. The bell kept ringing.
Lin Xian's body tensed, but he instantly regained his senses. Wang Yutong, like a startled kitten, immediately withdrew her hand, her pretty face burning hot.
I need to take this call.
Lin Xian looked embarrassed.
At this moment, I don't know how to face Yutong.
Wang Yutong responded softly. Her voice was filled with barely suppressed shyness. Lin Xian chuckled again. Then, he picked up his phone, which was lying next to him. The call was from Black Emperor. Lin Xian's mind tensed up immediately. It seems that the matter he asked Black Emperor to investigate has yielded results. He answered the phone quickly. On the other end of the phone, Black Emperor's respectful voice rang out, Master, the matter you asked me to investigate has been found. The police officers who opened fire on you were people planted by the Su family.
As expected, it was the Su family who did it.
Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His tone suddenly turned somber. Master, I have also obtained a video. The person in the video should be related to a member of your Lin family.
Is it related to my people? Kindness. Send it to me quickly.
Yes, Master. However, Master, you'd better prepare yourself mentally before you watch.
646, Chapter 646 Video. Mental preparation? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he asked in a serious tone, what kind of video is it? Master, you should see for yourself. I've already sent it to you via encrypted email.
The Black Emperor's tone carried a hint of hesitation.
He knew his owner's reaction after seeing the video. I see. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He quickly opened the encrypted email that Black Emperor had sent him. There is a video inside. The video is 5 minutes long. Lin Xian clicked on the video.
The background of the video is a secluded, enclosed room. Inside the secret room stood 5 men completely covered in black night clothes. From head to toe, only their eyes were visible. Even though he couldn't see their faces clearly, even though they were just separated by a screen, Lin Xian could still feel the powerful aura emanating from them. At the feet of the 5 men lay a young woman on the verge of death. The woman was dressed in rags, her hair was disheveled, and her body was covered with bloody welts from being whipped. The flesh around the bloodstains was torn and rolled up, and the bare white bone could even be vaguely seen on the forearm. Besides the whip marks, her body was covered with knife marks and countless cigarette burns. These wounds, both new and old, were often stuck to her tattered clothes. It looked incredibly creepy. Lin Xian was horrified as he watched the woman in the video being tortured beyond recognition. What kind of person could do such a cruel and inhumane thing to a young woman in the prime of her life?
But who exactly is the woman in the video? Because the woman's face was obscured by her dry, messy hair, he couldn't see her face at all. Lin Xian watched the progress in the video. The progress is less than 1/5 complete. Soon, the scene changes. It was still that same secret room. It's still the same 5 people. However, this time several days have clearly passed again. One of the men picked up a bucket of ice water and poured it hard on the woman. Suddenly, the unconscious woman's delicate body stiffened, and she awoke from her pain. "Tell me, where is the key?" At this moment, the masked man in black spoke up. The other 4 men also stared coldly at the woman. Two don't know. The woman's voice was faint and extremely hoarse, like the tearing sound of 2 pieces of dry tree bark rubbing against each other. "You don't know, based on our investigations over the years, you are the most likely person to have hidden the key. How could you not know?" The man in black spoke with a chilling and heavy tone. "2 really don't know anything. Kill me, please kill me." The woman was determined to die. She had been tortured to the point of complete mental breakdown. "Want to die? Tell us where the key is, and we'll grant you a quick death." The man in black said quietly. "I really don't know." The woman gave the same answer as before. "It seems we were too lenient with your interrogation earlier." The man in black spoke in a cold, eerie voice. After saying that, he took out a silver needle from his fingertip, squatted down and came to the woman. He reached out and grabbed the woman's right hand. The woman seemed to know what the man in black was about to do to her. Her body trembled violently with fear, and she pleaded desperately, "No, please Dante, I really don't know." "Still won't you tell me?" A chill flashed in the man's eyes. Without pausing, he plunged the silver needle into the slender index finger. 647, Chapter 647 Inhumanity. Ah! Instantly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the secret chamber. Even through the screen, Lin Xian could feel the woman's pain and despair. My hands, holding the phone, began to tremble uncontrollably. Wang Yutong also heard the screams and leaned closer. Ah! The next second, she was so frightened that she covered her lips. His eyes trembled violently. What kind of person could be so cruel? "Yutong, stop looking." Lin Xian was so engrossed in watching that he forgot Wang Yutong was also beside him. He quickly turned his phone screen away. "Brother Lin Xian, who exactly are these people?" Wang Yutong asked worriedly. The lips were slightly pale. "It's not clear yet." Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Yutong, I'd like to use your bathroom for a moment." After saying that, Lin Xian got up, went into the bathroom, and closed the door. He cancelled the pause button. The video resumed playing. The woman, whose fingers were pierced by silver needles, let out a hoarse and shrill scream. Her body curled up violently, like an eel on a hot pan. The man in black in the video had a cold look in his eyes and had no intention of letting the woman go so easily. He took out a second silver needle and inserted it into the woman's other finger. Ah! The excruciating pain in her fingers caused the woman to raise her neck sharply, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, the strands stained with dust and dried dark red blood clots. "Tell me, where is the key?" The man emphasized his words. "I don't know, I really don't know anything. Please kill me. Kill me." The woman was determined to die. Lin Xian suppressed his grief and indignation. What kind of pain must one experience to be so desperate to die? "You're not going to tell me?" The man gave a sinister smile. After saying that, he inserted all the remaining silver needles into the woman's 10 fingers. Ah! The tearing of her fingers caused the woman's body to convulse violently. Finally, the pain exceeded the limits of what the body could endure. She fainted again. Her 10 fingers were covered with silver needles. Fresh blood flowed from the wound on his fingertip, quickly turning into a small pool of blood. She fainted again? "You're so useless." The man in black frowned, his tone devoid of any sympathy, instead revealing a sense of impatience. The other 4 men in black spoke in a cold, low voice. Could it be that she really doesn't know? I'll ask her again. The leading man said in a deep voice. He squatted down again. This time, instead of bringing a bucket of water to wake the woman, he directly inserted the silver needle that was already on her fingertip deeper into her skin. Ah! In an instant, the woman was jolted awake from her unconsciousness by the pain. This time, however, she had no strength left to struggle. She lay there like a lump of mud, letting the pain spread throughout her body. Her voice was filled with despair and hoarseness. Please kill me. I've already said it, it's easy to die, just tell us where the key is or any news about it. The man in black said coldly. I really don't know about the key you're talking about. The woman used her last bit of strength to answer. Well, there's nothing I can do then. I'll just have to let you experience the power of the heart-eating powder. The man in black shook his head. After saying that, he took a packet of poison from another man, grabbed the woman's hair, and forced her to drink it. This time, however, it was accompanied by the woman's messy hair being pulled up. Lin Shen finally saw the other person's face clearly. It's Xiao Dai. Lin Xian's eyes trembled, and his face instantly turned pale. 648, Chapter 648 Naming Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai? Lin Xian's face was pale. Before this, he never imagined that the person in the video would be Xiao Dai. Looking at that obedient little girl who used to call him young master so sweetly, now lying in a pool of blood, suffering inhuman torture. Lin Xian's mind was racing, and his body began to tremble violently. Ever since he was expelled from the Lin family, he and Xiao Dai had not seen each other for 15 years. Little Butterfly has grown up. However, he still recognized her identity at a glance because of the butterfly birthmark on Xiao Dai's face. This name was given to Xiao Dai by him back then. Xiao Dai entered the Lin family when she was 5 years old. At that time, she didn't have a name yet. Her background was extremely tragic. Her parents died at the hands of bandits when she was young, and she was sold into a black kiln. Her father saw her pitiful state and spent a lot of money to redeem her from human traffickers. After that, the girl entered the Lin family and became his maid. He clearly remembered the girl's timid and fearful demeanor when he first saw her. He told the girl not to worry, that once she entered the Lin family, no one would dare to hurt her again. Afterwards, he had his servants give the girl a bath, comb her hair, and change her into clean clothes. After being dressed up, the girl revealed her original fair face, as well as a butterfly birthmark on her left cheek. The girl knew that the birthmark on her face was ugly, and she was also aware of her lowly status. Perhaps she was also afraid that he would beat her like the people in the black kiln did because of the birthmark on her face. The girl covered her face with her hands in fear, her small body trembling. He went up to comfort her, telling her not to be afraid and that he wouldn't be like those people. Afterwards, to ease the girl's fear and tension, he took her into the Lin family's back garden. The garden is filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Perhaps this was the first time the girl had ever seen such a beautiful sight. For a moment, she was stunned. Gradually, the girl adapted and relaxed. A faint glimmer appeared in her dim eyes. Just then, a swarm of butterflies flew into the garden. Looking at the fluttering butterflies and then at the butterfly birthmark on the girl's face, he hoped that she would flutter like a butterfly in the future, so he named her Little Butterfly. Xiao Dai, what a lovely name. From now on, Xiao Dai has a name. Thank you, young master. This was the first thing the girl said after arriving at the Lin family home. He will always remember the glint in the girl's eyes at that moment. On that day, butterflies fluttered in the garden. That day, the girl's smile was pure and happy. His thoughts were interrupted here. He couldn't believe that the woman in front of him, tortured beyond recognition, was Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai, isn't she at the Lin family's house? How so? Lin Xian's body trembled. He watched the next scene on his phone. In the scene, Xiao Dai, who has been forcibly given poison, is convulsing and spasming in pain. A piercing scream echoed throughout the dark chamber, breaking the hearts of those who heard it. But the men in black remained unmoved, staring at Xiao Dai with indifferent eyes. Video. This concludes here. Lin Xian's eyes turned bloodshot at that moment. Boom! An astonishingly fierce aura erupted from his body. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he looked at the Black Emperor and said, "Tell me, who did this?" 649, Chapter 649 I'm going to. Lin Xian's body trembled with anger. "Master, I don't know yet." Black Emperor replied, "This video was obtained by my subordinates through their police system while investigating the police officer incident." The police system? Lin Xian asked in a low voice, could it be that the Su family was also behind this? It's unclear at the moment, but I found out that the woman in the video was delivered to these men in black by your father. The Black Emperor hesitated for a moment before speaking. This matter is related to the master's father. The woman in the video is clearly in grave danger. My father? Lin Xian was suddenly taken aback. Yes, master. The Black Emperor answered. Boom! Upon hearing this, an astonishing surge of malevolent energy erupted within Lin Xian. The murderous intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. No matter how hard he tried, he would never have imagined that it was Lin Xiao who handed Xiao Dai over to this group of men in black. Lin Xiao must know what would happen to Xiao Dai if she fell into their hands. But he did it anyway. All of this is probably just a cowardly act he made to protect himself. He didn't know what the key the men in black in the video were using to interrogate Xiao Dai. But he knew that Xiao Dai was probably in grave danger. Lin Xiao! Lin Xian suddenly roared. The sudden increase in volume startled Wang Yutong in the room. Black Emperor? At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again. Master, please speak. Assemble the Black Flag Army immediately and come with me to the Lin family. Yes, master. Lin Xian hung up the phone, his heart burning with anger. Lin Xiao. That coward. He wanted to go and ask that guy himself who he had handed Xiao Dai over to. And Xiao Dia's current location. I need to be seen alive. Even if he's dead, I want to see his body. He wouldn't let Xiao Dai continue to be abused by those beasts. If alive. He wants to cure Xiao Dai. If she dies. He wants to bring Xiao Dai back too. Blood vessels began to appear in Lin Xian's eyes. He opened the bathroom door and was about to rush towards the Lin family's house. Brother Lin Xian, what exactly happened? Wang Yutong stood at the door, her eyes filled with worry as she asked. I'm sorry, Yutong, I have to go to the Lin family's place. Lin Xian spoke in a deep voice. He tried his best to control his emotions. But he still couldn't suppress his murderous intent. Wang Yutong's heart skipped a beat, and she said, Brother Lin Xian, I'll go with you. Yutong, I. Lin Xian wanted to say that he went to the Lin family to settle scores with Lin Xiao. Brother Lin Xian, I know about your current relationship with the Lin family. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side. Wang Yutong said seriously. She knew that Lin Xian's brother and the Lin family were now irreconcilable enemies. I also know about how Lin Xian's brother was expelled from the Lin family back then. Regardless of the reasons in the past, and regardless of what will happen in the future. She would never hesitate to stand on Lin Xian's side. She will never let brother Lin Xian suffer the same humiliation from the Lin family as he did back then. Thank you, Yutong. Lin Xian felt a surge of emotion. He understood everything from Yutong's eyes. Let's go, brother Lin Xian. Wang Yutong said. She roughly guessed that Lin Xian's visit to the Lin family this time was probably related to what happened in the video earlier. She saw the video just now. Although I only saw a few images, they were still shocking. She didn't know how those people could be so cruel to a woman who couldn't even kill a chicken. She also wanted to know who they were. And his relationship with the Lin family and Uncle Lin. 650, Chapter 650 Human Hearts. Lin Xian and Wang Yutong drove to the Lin family residence. They left without disturbing Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan. They were afraid it would affect Tang Lan's condition. Along the way, Wang Yutong learned the whole story from Lin Xian. It turns out that the person who was treated inhumanely in the video was a former maidservant of Lin Xian's brother, named Xiao Dai. However, to her utter surprise, the person who handed Xiao Dai over was none other than Uncle Lin himself. Is Uncle Lin still the kind uncle she remembers? His actions were no different from those of a devil. 15 years ago, he was the one who personally expelled brother Lin Xian from the Lin family. Thinking of this, a wall of ice immediately rose in Wang Yutong's heart. Perhaps, what happened 15 years ago completely changed Uncle Lin. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Lin family mansion. It was late at night, and all was quiet. The gates of the Lin family mansion were tightly closed. The Black Emperor, leading a Black Flag army of over 1,000 men, had been waiting at the gate for some time. Upon seeing Lin Xian, they immediately addressed him respectfully as Mr. Lin. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded calmly. A look of surprise appeared in Wang Yutong's eyes. The world's richest man, Black Emperor, is here too. Moreover, he was very respectful to brother Lin Xian. She was very curious about the relationship between Lin Xian's brother and the Black Emperor. But now is clearly not the time to ask that. We need to solve the immediate problem first. Thinking of that scene in the video, Wang Yutong's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Lin Xian stepped out from beside Wang Yutong, strode to the front of the Lin family mansion, knocked heavily on the door, and shouted angrily, "Lin Xiao, get out here!" The thunderous shout instantly startled the servants inside the mansion. Two servants immediately opened the door to check the situation. When they saw Lin Xian's face, they were immediately startled. Because the person who came was none other than Lin Xian, the former young master of the Lin family. However, this surprise lasted only half a breath before turning into a deep sense of sarcasm. "Oh, who do we have here? It's our young master." At this moment, one of the servants spoke up. Although he addressed Lin Xian as young master, the biting sarcasm in his tone was obvious to anyone. What young master? He should be called the abandoned young master. The other person quickly corrected him. It seemed that seeing their once unattainable young master fall from grace and now be ranked below them, a strong sense of pleasure rose within them. "I don't have time to waste with you. Call Lin Xiao out right now, I need to see him." Lin Xian remained expressionless. There's no point in paying attention to people like that. "See our master, you're not qualified." Upon hearing this, the servant immediately let out a cold laugh. "What, I don't even have the right to see him anymore?" Lin Xian stared coldly at the two people. Of course not. And let me tell you, you are not only not qualified to see our master, you are not even qualified to step into the Lin family's gate." The servant said sternly. "What if I step in?" Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. "Then don't blame us for breaking your legs. A discarded son of a noble family, yet he dares to dream of returning to the family? We advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible." The servants mocked him harshly. It seems that the more this happens, the more intense their pleasure becomes. I didn't expect that after so many years away, even the Lin family's guard dog would dare to bark at its master. Lin Xian shook his head with a cold smile, looking at the two men in front of him who were acting like dogs relying on their master's power. He believed that he had treated them well when he was still the young master of the Lin family. Unexpectedly, things have turned out differently now. Human nature is such a thing. Sometimes, it's just impossible to look directly at something. 651, Chapter 651 Coldness and Disappointment. "Master, you count too? A discarded son of our master, a piece of trash who is less than a dog, dares to come to our Lin family mansion and shout? We'll break your legs." When Lin Xian called him a dog, anger and ferocity immediately appeared in the servants' eyes. They swung the sticks in their hands and slammed them hard into Lin Xian's thigh. "Brother Lin Xian, be careful!" Wang Yutong exclaimed in surprise, her beautiful eyes fixed coldly on the servants of the Lin family before her. "Black Emperor?" Lin Xian remained expressionless and gave a low shout. "Yes, Mr. Lin." The Black Emperor took a step forward. Boom! The next second, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and he threw a punch that sent the Lin family servants flying backward, lying on the ground groaning with blood streaming from their heads. Take down these men. The Black Emperor's face was cold and stern, and then he waved his hand. Suddenly, thousands of Black Flag soldiers poured into the Lin family mansion and surrounded the fallen servants. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The servants had never seen anything like it before, and they were so terrified that they lost control of their bladder and bowels. Only at this moment did they understand. Lin Xian is still the same Lin Xian. Even after leaving the Lin family, he remains an untouchable figure for them. But they were still just servants. Let's do it. With a command from the Black Emperor, his eyes were filled with indifference. Anyone who dares to disrespect his master is no different from a dead person in his eyes. Yes. The Black Flag army received the order and prepared to take action. No. The servants screamed in terror. A sharp sound echoed through the night sky. The Black Flag army soldiers had sharp eyes, and their hands moved without pausing. Who dares to be so insolent as to break into my Lin family's home in the middle of the night? At that moment, a deep, angry shout rang out. Boom! The next second, a powerful aura swept in from the air, instantly suppressing the Black Flag army's movements and making them feel immense pressure. Amidst the roaring of breaths, a middle-aged man dressed in a magnificent blue robe slowly emerged from the night. Beside him was a beautiful and delicate woman. It was Lin Xiao and Jiang Wan'er. Master, you've arrived. The servant who had been driven to the ground suddenly had a glint in his eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Lin Xiao glanced at the Lin family servant lying on the ground, his head covered in blood, then looked at Black Emperor with a hint of deep anger. Black Emperor, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to bring people to my Lin family to cause trouble so late at night? Causing trouble, they disrespected Mr. Lin, so they deserved to be beaten. The Black Emperor's expression was somber, showing no fear whatsoever. Mr. Lin? Lin Xiao was taken aback, then his gaze swept around and he saw Lin Xian and Wang Yutong standing behind the Black Flag army. Xianer, is that you looking for me? Lin Xiao asked. That's right. Lin Xian replied indifferently. There was no emotion in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and his hands, hidden in his sleeves, clenched tightly involuntarily. Call. A moment later, he let out a deep breath. Then, the palm finally opened up. Looking at Lin Xian, he calmly said, Xianer, I know you hate me, but if you have any anger, take it out on meth servants of the Lin family are innocent, you shouldn't hurt them. Innocent? Faced with the accusations, Lin Xian smiled. But his smile was filled with coldness and disappointment. Lin Xiao is now so lazy that he doesn't even bother to find out the reason for the incident, and has already decided that he is in the wrong? That makes sense. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's indulgence, how would those servants have dared to speak to him, the former young master of the Lin family, in such a tone? 652, Chapter 652 Utter Disappointment. So, Lin Xiao, in your heart, I'm just someone who doesn't distinguish right from wrong? Lin Xian looked at Lin Xiao, his smile growing even colder. Xianer, I know you hate me, but you shouldn't have hurt them. Lin Xiao sighed and said. Yeah. This time, Lin Xian did not refute, but the coldness at the corner of his mouth intensified. Lin Xiao felt a slight pang in his heart. The relationship between the father and son seems to be beyond repair. Seeing Lin Xiao's pain, Jiang Wan'er bit her lip tightly and then scolded Lin Xian, Lin Xian, how can you speak to your father like that? Father, does he even deserve to be called father? Lin Xian sneered. Lin Xiao's body trembled violently. Anger surged in Jiang Wan'er's beautiful eyes, and her usually gentle voice turned unusually cold. Lin Xian, do you know that the words you spoke have hurt your father's feelings? You hurt him, he has a heart too? Lin Xian looked at Jiang Wan'er with icy eyes. If he had any conscience, he wouldn't have treated my mother like this in the first place. If he had any conscience, he wouldn't have just stood by and watched his son almost freeze to death in the freezing cold. But you, Jiang Waner, seem to be quite siding with Lin Xiao, don't you? You two are really a perfect match. You. Jiang Waner's chest heaved with anger as she continued to criticize Lin Xian. Then how can you talk to your father like that? This time you even brought people to the Lin family to cause trouble and injured the Lin family's servants. Do you know how your father felt when he saw this? So you'd rather believe that I injured those servants to vent my personal anger than ask me why I did it? Lin Xian sneered. Reason? Jiang Waner frowned slightly. What's the reason? He. Lin Xian gave a cold smile. I'm too lazy to explain, and there's no need to explain. Anyway, he came today for something else. As for his relationship with the Lin family, he had no intention of trying to mend it. Alright, Xianer, let's talk about this privately. Have your men leave first. At this moment, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. He didn't want the farce to continue, nor did he want to put Waner in a difficult position any further. Lin Xiao, you really are protective of that woman. Lin Xian saw this and his eyes grew even colder. Xianer, there are many things you don't understand. Lin Xiao shook his head. Yes, I really don't understand. If it weren't for my mother's sake, and to avoid upsetting her in heaven, the Lin family would have ceased to exist long ago. Lin Xian's tone then turned cold. Presumptuous. Lin Zhao's expression changed, and he shouted sharply, So, you really came here today to cause trouble? The Lin family is now in dire straits. The Lin family must not be ruined in his hands. It must not be ruined by his son. You can think that way if you want. Lin Xian responded coldly, offering no further explanation. You dare. Lin Xiao took a step forward. Boom. A surge of powerful true energy erupted from his body like a storm. Are they getting serious? Faced with Lin Xiao, who had attacked him first, Lin Xian's eyes showed even greater disappointment. Xianer, your father has no way out. Lin Xiao clenched his fist tightly. If Lin Xian has come to raise the Lin family to the ground, then as the head of the Lin family, he has no choice but to fight. Faced with his father's declaration of war, Lin Xian did not respond, but looked at his father with cold eyes, as if he were looking at a stranger. Xianer, quickly take your men and leave. The Lin family is not a place for you to act recklessly. Lin Xiao roared again. He attempted to overwhelm Lin Xian with his imposing presence. Lin Xian's expression was cold and stern. Because of Lin Zhao's last words, he was completely disappointed. 653, Chapter 653 Misunderstanding. Black Emperor, have someone make the move. Lin Xian spoke in a cold voice. With the last syllable uttered, he was utterly disappointed in Lin Xiao. You dare. Lin Xiao took a step forward, and his angry shout was like a thunderclap. Lin family guards, step forward. Yes, master. In an instant, countless people emerged from the Lin family. The number of people is close to 1,000. Each and every one of them is a strong and well-equipped soldier. They formed a rivalry with the Black Flag Army. Xianer, don't force me to take action. Quickly take your people and leave. We can talk about this in private. Private. Lin Xiao said in a deep voice. Say it in private, I don't see the need for that. Lin Xian shook his head indifferently. Xianer, don't force me. Lin Xiao clenched his fist. He didn't want to fight his son to the death until the very last resort. Ha, you forced me to do it. Lin Xian smiled coldly. He was the same. If it weren't for Xiao Jie's matter, he wouldn't have brought people to the Lin family. Then don't blame your father. Lin Xiao exhaled a deep breath. Boom. The next second, his internal energy surged and exploded. In an instant, it climbed to its peak. Mid-Emperor Wu. To catch the thief, first catch the king. He did not want to increase the losses of the Lin family's troops. Therefore, they decided to take direct action against Lin Xian. Mid-stage Martial Emperor? Lin Xian looked at Lin Xiao, who was now using all his strength. The last glimmer of hope in my heart was finally extinguished completely. He also stepped out.
The powerful aura within him was like a dragon awakening, about to erupt.
Today, let's see who dares to touch Brother Lin Xian.
At that moment, a cold, forceful shout rang out in the air. Wang Yutong stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Lin Xian, her beautiful eyes coldly fixed on Lin Xiao.
Is she a girl from the Wang family?
Lin Zhao's eyes flickered, then his brows furrowed. Wang girl, step aside, this is between me and Xianer.
Lin Xian's affairs are my affairs.
Wang Yutong spoke each word with absolute coldness and dominance. Uncle Lin, I have always respected you, but what you did today has really disappointed me. If you dare to hurt brother Lin Xian even a little bit today, my Wang family will officially declare war on your Lin family.
What? Lin Zhao's pupils contracted. Wang Yutong is actually going to declare war on the Lin family for Lin Xian's sake. Do you know what the war between the two great families means?
Lin Xiao looked somber.
No. Wang Yutong responded coldly. So, you're just going to protect him without even knowing the facts?
Lin Xiao frowned.
You're the one who doesn't distinguish right from wrong, Uncle Lin.
Wang Yutong's gaze was icy as she said, have you asked why brother Lin Xian attacked your Lin family's servants?
Do you even know what those bullies who were just relying on their master's power said to brother Lin Xian?
It's because brother Lin Xian has a good temper that he spared their lives.
If it were me, they would have been beheaded long ago. Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Wang Yutong. What did they just say?
They insulted brother Lin Xian, saying he was worse than a pig or a dog, that he was an abandoned young master and had no right to see you, and even threatened to break his legs if he dared to step into the Lin family. Wang Yutong spoke each word with an unusually cold tone.
What?
Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat again. Is all of this real?
You can ask them yourself.
Wang Yutong said coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately looked at the servants lying on the ground.
Sir, we didn't say anything.
The servant hurriedly shook his head in denial. The look of panic on her face, and her reluctance to meet Lin Zhao's gaze, immediately made Lin Xiao understand the reason.
It was him who wronged Xianer.
654, Chapter 654. Was Xiao Dai acting voluntarily?
Wang girl, why didn't Xianer tell me about this?
Lin Xiao took a deep breath and looked at Wang Yutong, asking.
Have you asked him? Wang Yutong countered with a question.
Lin Xiao paused. Yutong, there's no need to explain so much to him.
Lin Xian interrupted.
His gaze fell on Lin Xiao, filled with icy coldness. Even without this incident, he would never forgive Lin Xiao for what happened to Xiao Dai.
Yes, brother Lin Xian. Wang Yutong nodded.
When her gaze fell upon Lin Xian, the coldness in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a deep tenderness.
Jiang Wan'er's delicate body trembled.
It turns out, he misunderstood Lin Xian. Lin Xiao clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with rage. He looked at the servants and shouted, Men, drag them away and give them 80 lashes, then expel them from the Lin family. These servants actually dared to insult Lin Zhao's son, calling him worse than a pig or a dog.
This is outrageous.
Sir, spare us, we'll never dare to do it again. The servants, their faces drained of color by Lin Zhao's roar, begged for mercy repeatedly.
Drag him away.
Lin Zhao's forehead veins bulged, and he let out an angry shout.
Yes. Several members of the Lin family's guards stepped forward and dragged the servant away. No, sir.
Sir, we really know we were wrong.
Please, have mercy. The mournful sound grew weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely.
The anger in Lin Zhao's eyes subsided slightly. He then looked at Lin Xian with a guilty expression and said, Xianer, I misunderstood you before, so, what brings you to me today?
It's about Xiao Dai.
Lin Xian cut to the chase, his tone cold. Tell me, who did you give her to?
Xiao Dai? Lin Zhao's pupils contracted. How did you know? He asked Lin Xian in surprise. See for yourself.
Lin Xian tossed the phone containing the video to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the phone and opened it, his whole body trembling instantly. In the video, Xiao Dai is being subjected to inhuman torture. Seeing Lin Zhao's reaction, Lin Xian's eyes grew even colder. So, Xiao Dai really was handed over to those people by you? Lin Xiao looked pained. I see. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't ask any further questions. Lin Zhao's reaction said it all. He suppressed his raging murderous intent and questioned Lin Xiao, why did you do this? Lin Xiao was unable to answer for a moment. Because the forces involved behind this are far too powerful, neither he nor Xianer can contend with them. Furthermore, Xiao Dia's departure was not forced by him, but rather it was of her own free will. This time, it's the Lin family that owes Xiao Dai. Speak, Lin Xiao, tell me why. The rage within Lin Xian was finally ignited. He roared at Lin Xiao, are you so cowardly that you need to sacrifice a maid to save the Lin family and yourself? Xianer, you bastard. Lin Xian's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Boom. An astonishing surge of malevolence erupted from his body. He stepped forward and grabbed Lin Xiao by the collar. Tell me, where is Xiao Dai now? Who did you give her to? Lin Xiao was pale and unable to answer. Speak. Lin Xian roared, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Xian, let go of your father, things aren't what you think at all. Seeing that the relationship between the father and son had deteriorated further, Jiang Wan'er immediately stepped forward to stop them. Not what I think, then tell me, what is it? Lin Xian's anger had not subsided, and he stared at Jiang Wan'er with red eyes. Xiao Dai did this voluntarily. Sensing the intense emotional fluctuations Lin Xian was experiencing, Jiang Wan'er responded. Xiao Dai did it voluntarily? Lin Xian was suddenly stunned. 655, Chapter 655 9 Directions Pavilion. That's right, Xiao Dai went voluntarily. Jiang Wan'er said. A hint of sorrow also surfaced in his tone. Voluntary? After realizing what was happening, Lin Xian laughed, a laugh filled with sarcasm. Do you think I'd believe that? We didn't lie to you. Jiang Wan'er said. She didn't want Xiao Dai to fall into the hands of those people. So, are you making excuses for Lin Zhao's cowardly behavior? Lin Xian stared coldly at Jiang Wan'er. I know you don't believe it, but it's the truth. Jiang Wan'er responded. Then tell me, who took Xiao Dai away? Lin Xian said indifferently. At this point, whether it was Xiao Dia's own choice or not is no longer important. All he wanted to know was where Xiao Dai was. He wants to bring Xiao Dai back. Sai, it's no use telling you that power is not something you or I can contend with alone. Jiang Wan'er sighed and said, otherwise, Xiao Dai wouldn't have made that choice. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Tell me, where is Xiao Dai? Lin Xian's tone was icy. Do you really want to know? Jiang Wan'er looked directly at Lin Xian. That's right. Lin Xian did not hesitate. Then let go of Brother Xiao first, and I'll tell you. Jiang Wan'er shook her head helplessly. Lin Xian released Lin Xiao and said indifferently, now, you can speak. Xiao Dai, it was Jiao. Wan'er, you can't tell. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly shouted to stop him. Brother Xiao, if we don't tell him, he'll just continue to misunderstand you. Jiang Wan'er was anxious. She didn't want Xiao Gu to continue bearing this pressure and pain, nor did she want to see their father-son relationship deteriorate further. Then let him continue to misunderstand me. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian. Xianer, just consider Xiao Dai as someone I handed over. If you hate me, then hate me. If you want revenge, then come at me. However, Wan'er is innocent, and so are the members of the Lin family. I beg you to spare them. Lin Xiao, when did you become so righteous? Lin Xian sneered, looking at Lin Xiao with icy eyes. If you were really so righteous, you wouldn't have ignored Xiao Dai's life or death. If you are truly so righteous, then you should be the one to take the punishment in Xiao Dia's place. If you were truly so righteous, perhaps my mother wouldn't have died 15 years ago. Xianer, The cold, sharp words reached Lin Zhao's ears, causing him to shudder and a look of pain to appear on his face. Lin Xian, how could you say such a thing about your father? Jiang Wan'er was furious and slapped Lin Xian hard across the face. Lin Xian grabbed Jiang Wan'er's slender wrist, his eyes blazing with intense anger. In this world, the only person who has the right to hit me is my mother. Who do you think you are? After saying that, the force in his palms suddenly increased. Ah! Jiang Wan'er cried out in pain, her delicate willow leaf eyebrows furrowing tightly together. Xianer, stop! Lin Xiao shouted anxiously. Then tell me, where is Xiao Dai? Lin Xian's tone was low. I'm telling you, she's at Jiufang Pavilion. Lin Xiao had no choice but to tell Lin Xian the news. Jiufang Pavilion? Lin Xian's expression shifted, and he released his grip. Wan'er, are you alright? Lin Xiao felt sorry for him and went to check on him. I'm fine, brother Xiao. Jiang Wan'er shook her head. Looking at the affectionate couple, and then thinking of his deceased mother, Lin Xian's anger only intensified. However, he has no time to settle scores with them right now. He only wanted to save Xiao Dai. If Xiao Dai were still alive. 656, Chapter 656 The Power of the Nine Directions Pavilion. Tell me, where is Jiufang Pavilion? Lin Xian spoke indifferently. Xianer, you must not act rashly, the power of the Nine Directions Pavilion is far beyond what you and I can contend with. Lin Xiao quickly stopped him. He knew Lin Xian's personality well, he knew Lin Xian would definitely go to Jiufang Pavilion once he found out, which is why he kept it a secret all this time. Tell me, where is Jiufang Pavilion? Lin Xian repeated. Can't tell you. Lin Xiao refused to answer. I also have a way of finding out. Lin Xian said, Black Emperor, I need all the information about the Nine Directions Pavilion within 10 minutes. Yes, Mr. Lin. The Black Emperor accepted the order and quickly instructed his subordinates to investigate. Brother Lin Xian, I know some things about the Nine Directions Pavilion. At this moment, Wang Yutong spoke up. When Jiufang Pavilion was mentioned, a deep sense of apprehension appeared in his eyes. Tell me quickly, Yutong. Lin Xian looked at Wang Yutong. Jiufang Pavilion is a celestial pavilion located in the very heart of Yanjing. The pavilion has 9 floors, and there is an elder on each floor. Unlike the forces we are currently dealing with, the Nine Directions Pavilion is full of experts and is not under local control, making it difficult even for the military to deal with. Wang Yutong told her everything she knew. Even the military has difficulty dealing with this? Lin Xian frowned slightly. However, they quickly understood the reason. After all, sometimes countries need to rely on this power, or even ask for their help, to solve many things that other countries are not comfortable doing themselves. For example, certain special assassination operations. Furthermore, a country's strength is not limited to its military power. The sheer number and strength of ancient martial arts masters is also a powerful deterrent. Yes, brother Lin Xian. Wang Yutong took a deep breath and said, so, they are indeed a very troublesome existence. In the Nine Directions Pavilion, besides the mysterious and unpredictable Pavilion Master, there are 9 other leaders who manage the pavilion. Each of them has reached the early stage of Martial Emperor. And under their command are 100 Grandmaster level experts. In terms of strength, even the Su family is no match for them. 9 elders with the strength of the early stage of Martial Emperor, and nearly 1,000 Grandmaster level experts in total? Lin Xian's expression shifted. Such strength is indeed formidable. Generally speaking, once someone reaches the cultivation level of a Martial Emperor, they are respectfully called a Supreme Being. The titles of Supreme Beings are further divided into Human Supreme Beings, Earth Supreme Beings, and Heaven Supreme Beings, based on their strength. These correspond to the 3 stages of Emperor Wu's reign, the early, middle, and late periods. Below Emperor Wu is Emperor Wu. Regardless of rank, all martial masters are collectively referred to as Grandmasters. Kindness. Wang Yutong nodded, looking at Lin Xian with a serious expression. So, brother Lin Xian, are you sure you want to go? Kindness. Lin Xian answered without hesitation. Then I'll go with you. I'll go back now and have my father mobilize all the resources in the family to help you. Wang Yutong said seriously. She knew that brother Lin Xian would make this choice. She knew the power of the Nine Directions Pavilion. She wouldn't let her brother Lin Xian go on an adventure alone. Lin Xian was taken aback. Looking at Wang Yutong, who was going to great lengths for her at this moment, she felt a surge of emotion. He reached out and affectionately ruffled Wang Yutong's hair, saying, "Silly girl, how could I let you implicate your family in something like this? I can go by myself." But don't worry, I'll be fine. A mere 100 Grandmasters and 9 Supremes are nothing to your brother Lin Xian. Just go back and wait for my good news. Lin Xian smiled slightly. He then looked at the Black Emperor, his expression turning sharp again. "Black Emperor, send Yutong back first, then gather the troops and come with me to the Nine Directions Pavilion." 657, Chapter 657. Master Chang. "Brother Lin Xian, I want to go with you," Wang Yutong insisted. She understood the power of the Nine Directions Pavilion. She couldn't bear to let her brother Lin Xian go alone. "Don't worry, Yutong, I'll be fine." Lin Xian smiled gently. "Brother Lin Xian, please take Yutong with you." Wang Yutong bit her lip, her face stubborn. She couldn't feel at ease until she saw Lin Xian's brother safe with her own eyes. "Yutong, listen to me," Lin Xian said seriously. This time, when he goes to Jiufang Pavilion, he certainly won't just exchange words with them. If anything were to happen to Xiao Dai, he would inevitably wage war against the entire Jiufang Pavilion. He didn't want to involve Wang Yutong and the Wang family. Okay, alright. Wang Yutong couldn't win against Lin Xian. However, she already had her own ideas in mind. "Black Emperor, have Commander Zhao escort Yutong back. The rest of you, come with me to the Nine Directions Pavilion." Lin Xian gave the order. "Yes, Mr. Lin." The Black Emperor accepted the order. The group was about to leave. "Xianer, wait a minute." At this moment, Lin Xiao spoke up to stop him. "What, you want to stop me?" Lin Xian turned around and looked at Lin Xiao with a cold gaze. Looking at Lin Xian's extremely cold eyes, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in his mouth. At this moment, even though she had 1,000 and 10,000 apologies to say to her son, in the end, it all turned into a helpless sigh. He still cannot tell Xianer the truth about what happened back then. Otherwise, everything he did back then, and the death of Xianer's mother, would have been completely in vain. However, compared to everything the Wang family girl did for Xianer, he is a completely incompetent father. He failed to protect neither his wife nor his son. No. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao shook his head bitterly and then said, "What I want to tell you is that the person who took Xiao Dai away was Chang Wei, the fourth elder of Jiufang Pavilion. Everyone calls him Master Chang the Fourth. He lives at Yushua Villa year-round. You can go there to find him. Also, if you ever have the chance to see Xiao Dai again, please tell her I'm sorry. This time, it's our Lin family that owes her." Thinking of Xiao Dai, Lin Zhao's eyes involuntarily reddened. 5 days ago, Master Chang came to the Lin family to demand the secret key. As the clan leader, he was unaware of what Master Chang was referring to. Master Chang ignored him and only asked him for one person, Xiao Dai. He didn't understand why Master Chang would specifically ask for Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai was just a maid in the Lin family, she couldn't possibly know where the so-called key was. You should know that even he, as the clan leader, didn't know what that thing was. Back then, the major upheaval that befell the Lin family also seemed to be related to that thing. However, he stopped because he thought that the huge, mysterious force had already obtained the item. But as it stands now, that thing seems to still be in the Lin family and is connected to some members of the Lin family. However, he still refused Chang Sai's request. However, what Master Chang said next made his face turn ugly immediately. Master Chang declared that if he did not hand over Xiao Dai, he would lead the experts of Jiufang Pavilion to exterminate the entire Lin family. Faced with the threat, he felt an immense pressure looming over him. Although Xiao Dai was just a maid in the Lin family, she was still a member of the Lin family. Has the Lin family fallen so low that they can be bullied at will? At that moment, immense pressure, along with the pent-up frustration and anger of 15 years, surged within him. Just as he decided to fight Master Chang, Xiao Dai stepped forward and expressed her willingness to leave with Master Chang. 658, Chapter 658 Jiang Wan'er's determination. Xiao Dai's choice did not surprise Lin Xiao. He knew that the kind girl would stand up for him. But he was still struggling internally. The plight of the Lin family should not be borne by a maid who has no connection to the Lin family. He considered refusing. He considered fighting against Master Chang. After all, Master Chang can only represent one elder in the Nine Directions Pavilion, not the entire Nine Directions Pavilion. The Lin family still has the resources to fight. However, Xiao Dai saw his struggle and knew about the situation the Lin family had encountered over the years. She resolutely chose to stand up. He also always remembered the few words Xiao Dai said to him on her deathbed when she left. Uncle Lin, thank you so much for taking care of me all these years. Without the Lin family, there would be no Xiao Dai. This time, it's time for me to make some contributions to the Lin family. Uncle Lin, if you ever have the chance to see young Master Lin Xian again, please give him my regards. It is said that Xiao Dai has always been very grateful to him, grateful for his care for Xiao Dai back then, and also grateful for the name he gave Xiao Dai. Call. Lin Xiao exhaled a deep breath. Xiao Dia's final instructions were passed on to Lin Xian. The Lin family truly owes her too much. Little butterfly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a surge of intense emotion. Their hands clenched tightly together. Don't worry, your young master will definitely bring you back. Lin Xian muttered to himself, then his eyes suddenly sharpened. Lin Xiao, this time I'll believe what you say for now, and believe that Xiao Dai did it willingly. Black Emperor, let's go to Imperial Water Manor. Yes, Mr. Lin. The Black Emperor accepted the order and immediately waved his hand. The group departed in a grand procession. As Lin Xiao watched Lin Xian's retreating figure, his hands, hidden in his sleeves, clenched tightly involuntarily. He knew that Xian now possessed the strength to stand on her own. His growth far exceeded his expectations. However, behind Master Chang is the entire Jiufeng Pavilion. He didn't know whether Chang Sai's taking Xiao Dai away was an order issued by the head of Jiufeng Pavilion. Hopefully, this is just Master Chang's personal wish. Otherwise, Xian might be in trouble this time. Creak. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao clenched his fists tighter and tighter, and the sound of his knuckles cracking could be faintly heard. Brother Xiao, are you worried about him? Jiang Wan'er looked at Lin Xiao with a worried expression. Kindness. Lin Xiao did not deny it. So do you want to help him? Jiang Wan'er said. She always knew about Xiao Ji's guilt and feelings for Xian. He also knew that this emotion had been suppressed in his heart for the past 15 years. She didn't want to continue watching Xiao Gu suffer from depression and pain. If I go, and the forces behind you find out, I'm afraid. It's alright, Brother Xiao, I'll keep this under control for you, so you can go without worry. If it's just Master Chang, I think I can still handle it. You'll help me, does that mean you'll have to meet with him? Lin Zhao's eyes suddenly flickered. Kindness. Jiang Wan'er nodded gently, a flicker of emotion passing through her beautiful eyes. Will he agree? Lin Zhao's eyes flashed. The reason Wan'er married him back then was because of that person's witness. And they are husband and wife. Wan'er is more like a victim of political struggle. Her role was more like monitoring his every move. However, Wan'er did not do that. She loved herself deeply. He also felt deeply indebted to Wan'er. Brother Xiao, don't worry, leave it to me. Jiang Wan'er reassured Lin Xiao. Deep within her gentle, watery eyes, a resolute glint appeared at this moment. If father doesn't agree to this, then she would have no choice but to threaten suicide. 659, Chapter 659 Master Chang. Yushui Villa. It occupies an area of several thousand square meters. The resort is exceptionally luxurious. A row of well-trained security guards stood at the entrance.
At a certain moment, Lin Xian and Black Emperor arrived at the entrance of the manor. "Halt, this is private property." The security guard at the entrance shouted at them to stop. "Is Master Chang inside now?" Lin Xian asked. "That's right, our boss is resting inside." Security guards responded. "Then hurry up and inform him that someone is coming to see him." Lin Xian said indifferently. "Ha, you think you can see our boss just because you said that? Who do you think you are?" The security guard's face showed a deep sense of sarcasm. "It seems I'll have to go find him myself." Lin Xian shook his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Black Emperor, have someone make the move." "Yes, Master." Black Emperor responded, then shouted sharply, "Vice Commander Su, make your move." At a command. Day. Suddenly, a series of synchronized footsteps came from not far away. Beneath the sound of footsteps, the entire entrance to the manor was faintly shaken. "What do you want to do?" The security guard felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of such a massive formation. This is the first time since they started guarding the manor that someone has dared to force their way in, to trespass on the territory of their boss, Master Chang. "Black Emperor, I'm leaving this to you, I'll go find someone first." Lin Xian's gaze was cold. After leaving a message, he walked towards the gate of Yushui Manor. "Stop him!" The security guard shouted sternly. Boom! However, before they could even touch Lin Xian's body, they were blasted away by the powerful aura emanating from him. At the same time, the Black Emperor also led the Black Flag army to approach. "Someone has trespassed into Yushui Manor and we need urgent assistance." The security guard shouted into the walkie-talkie. Soon, a large number of security guards arrived with batons. However, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared at the entrance of the manor. About 10 minutes later. Inside the villa's courtyard, in the spacious living room. The gaunt and stern-faced Master Chang, dressed in a grey Zhongshan suit, sat with his legs crossed on a spacious sofa. His eyes were slightly closed, and he was rolling 2 heavy iron balls in his hands, listening with a look of enjoyment to the Suzhou storytelling performance coming from the television. This is the moment he enjoys most each day. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a murderous aura coming from behind him. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Who goes there?" "It seems you are Master Chang." A detached voice rang out. The next moment, Lin Xian's figure appeared behind Master Chang like a ghost. Being able to sense his presence meant that the other party had at least entered the early stage of the martial emperor realm. This perfectly matches the description of Master Chang. Master Chang's pupils contracted slightly. Someone actually managed to appear behind him silently. He wanted to turn around. A silver needle, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, was already pressed against his throat. "Don't move." Master Chang's pupils contracted again. That person is incredibly fast. However, he quickly calmed down. "I am Master Chang speak, what do you want with me?" Master Chang looked relaxed, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. At his level, very few people can harm him. Moreover, he is not currently activating any true energy within his body. In his view, the other party was nothing more than an expert in assassination. However, in the face of absolute power, they are nothing more than mice and cats. Before he could kill the guy who dared to disrespect him, he wanted to know first why the other party had come to him. 660, Chapter 660. Tell me, who are they? Xiao Dai, did you take her away? Lin Xian got straight to the point, his tone indifferent. Xiao Dai? Master Chang's expression changed slightly. The next second, his expression suddenly turned sinister. Who sent you? Tell me, and I might give you a chance to live. You, give me a chance to live? A cold glint flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. It seems you haven't grasped the situation yet. Now, it's my turn to ask you. Answer me, where is Xiao Dai? You are the first person in all these years to dare to speak to Master Chang like this. Master Chang sneered, his eyes filled with mockery.
I admire your confidence, but do you really think you can deal with a supreme being with just a silver needle? Then let's give it a try. Lin Xian's tone suddenly turned icy. Thinking about what happened to Xiao Dai in the video, the anger in Lin Xian's heart surged up uncontrollably. With a silver needle in his hand, he thrust it fiercely into the carotid artery in Master Chang's neck. Court death. Master Chang's eyes turned cold. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly surged out from his body. He wanted to flick the silver needle pressed against his neck away and teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Laugh. However, the silver needle in Lin Xian's hand penetrated the protection of Master Chang's true qi without any hindrance and pierced into the left aorta. Master Chang's expression suddenly changed. How so? His true energy not only failed to deflect the silver needles in that guy's hand, but it also failed to provide any defense whatsoever. As Lin Xian inserted the silver needle, Master Chang could clearly feel that the flow of true energy within his body was beginning to slow down, becoming as slow as a tortoise. How could this happen? Master Chang found it hard to believe. Now, can you answer my question? As Master Chang was still reeling from the shock, Lin Xian's cold voice rang out again. Tell me, where is Xiao Dai, and who are those 5 men in black in the video? Lin Xian placed the phone in front of Master Chang. The video playing on the phone right now was of the 5 men in black torturing Xiao Dai. How did you get this video? Master Chang's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned pale. This video should be top secret. Why did it end up in this kid's hands? Now, it's my turn to ask you. Lin Xian's cold tone was tinged with a hint of anger. I have no patience to waste words with you. Kid, I advise you to stay out of this. Master Chang warned, none of the 5 people in this video are people you can afford to mess with. So it seems you know who they are? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I don't know, and I have no right to know. Master Chang said. You're not going to tell me? A ferocious smile immediately appeared on Lin Xian's lips. Swish. The next moment, he grabbed Master Chang's arm, lifted him off the sofa, and swung him around on the ground like a whip. Bang bang bang. The tiles on the entire living room floor shattered instantly. Cough cough. Master Chang coughed up blood and fainted. After the true energy was sealed by the silver needles. Aside from being physically more resilient than normal people, he is almost no different from an ordinary person. You have one more chance. Tell me, who are those 5 people in the video? Lin Xian's cold voice rang out again. Boy, you dare to hurt Moyori finished, the 9 Directions Pavilion will not let you get away with this. The voice of Master Chang was hoarse and ferocious. Now, kneel down and apologize to me, and I can let bygones be bygones. Ah! Before Master Chang could finish speaking, a shrill scream came out of his mouth. Lin Xian stomped heavily on the back of his hand with his foot, grinding it back and forth. The excruciating pain of his broken hand bone caused Master Chang's body to convulse like an eel in a frying pan, and cold sweat poured from his forehead. But Lin Xian's eyes were filled with a chilling indifference. Compared to the excruciating pain of Xiao Dia's 10 fingers piercing her heart. This is nothing. 661, Chapter 661 More Danger Than Good Fortune. Ah! Master Chang screamed in agony. Lin Xian remained expressionless, his tone icy cold. Tell me, who are those 5 people? Boy, kneel down and apologize to me now, and my 9 Directions Pavilion might spare your life. Master Chang's voice was hoarse, and his gaze toward Lin Xian was filled with resentment. He was the dignified 4th Master Chang, a powerful figure in the early stages of the martial emperor era. Today, I actually got screwed over by this brat. In his view, this was just a moment of carelessness on his part, which is why he suffered a loss at the hands of that kid. That kid must have learned some skill from somewhere. He can actually seal his acupoints with silver needles. Otherwise, with his strength as a martial emperor, crushing his opponent would be as easy as crushing an ant. Looks like you haven't had enough of the hardship yet. Lin Xian looked indifferently at the still stubborn 4th Master Chang and shook his head. Then, with a flick of his wrist, 10 silver needles appeared between his fingers.
What do you want to do?
Master Chang looked at the cold silver needle in Lin Xian's hand, and his body trembled for no reason. He seemed to have come up with some terrible idea.
You should know.
Lin Xian remained expressionless.
You dare!
Master Chang suddenly shouted sharply. At that moment, fear surged through his mind like a tidal wave, causing his face to turn deathly pale.
I don't think you've got the situation figured out yet.
Lin Xian shook his head. Master Chang struggled violently.
Don't move!
Lin Xian's eyes flashed with anger, and he raised his foot and stomped hard on Master Chang's back.
Click! In an instant, Master Chang's spine broke. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His aura also weakened instantly.
Clearly, Lin Xian's kick caused serious physical damage to Master Chang. Master Chang lay sprawled on the ground like a lump of mud, having stopped struggling. The anger in Lin Xian's eyes subsided somewhat, but it was replaced by an even deeper, colder look. He slowly squatted down and, just like the man in black in the video, grabbed Xiao Dai's hand, grabbed Master Chang's hand.
No! Fear finally showed in Master Chang's eyes.
Without wasting words, Lin Xian plunged the silver needle deep into Master Chang's index finger.
Ah!
Instantly, bloodshot veins appeared in Master Chang's eyes, and he let out a blood-curdling roar. His whole body began to spasm uncontrollably, and a large number of veins bulged on his neck.
Who are those 5 people?
Lin Xian remained expressionless, repeating the same question as before.
2 really don't know.
Master Chang shook his head frantically. The excruciating pain of his index finger being pierced caused his entire psychological defenses to collapse instantly.
Laugh.
Without saying a word, Lin Xian inserted the second silver needle.
Ah!
Master Chang let out another piercing scream, his throat screaming wildly, I don't know, I really don't know, I was just responsible for handling things for our leader. He told me to go to the Lin family and find a woman named Xiao Dai, saying that she has something that someone wants.
Who is this person?
Lin Xian continued to ask questions.
I don't know, I am not qualified to know such secrets.
Master Chang shook his head frantically.
Have no idea?
Lin Xian frowned.
Yes, I really don't know, please, let me go, I've told you everything.
Master Chang was filled with fear under Lin Xian's torture, he no longer had his previous arrogance. Lin Xian looked at Master Chang. He could tell from the other person's eyes that the other person didn't seem to be lying.
What about Xiao Dai, where did they take her, and is she alive or dead?
Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Where Xiao Dai was taken, only our sect leader should know. Master Chang trembled as he confessed everything. As for whether she is alive or dead, you'll have to ask our sect leader, but beat in my opinion.
But what? Speak up.
Lin Xian urged. His tone revealed deep anxiety. He wanted to know Xiao Dai's current situation. No, but in my opinion, she's probably in grave danger.
Master Chang responded, trembling. Boom!
Lin Xian's malevolent energy erupted instantly.
662, Chapter 662 You'll pay 100-fold.
Now, take me to see your sect leader. Lin Xian's eyes were bloodshot as he yanked Chang Sai up from the ground.
The pavilion master is not currently in the 9 Directions pavilion. Master Chang's voice was hoarse with fear. Can you get in touch with him?
Lin Xian's tone was ferocious.
Master Chang wanted to say no.
However, when he saw Lin Xian's bloodshot eyes, which looked like those of a madman, he swallowed the 2 words that were on the tip of his tongue and said, "Tu can try to contact him by phone.
Hurry up and call."
Lin Xian released Chang Sai. Master Chang trembled as he took out his phone and called the pavilion master. The other party answered the phone after 30 seconds. A soft, feminine male voice rang out, "Fourth Elder, what do you want with me?"
"Sect Master, Sect Leader, something terrible has happened."
Master Chang recounted the general course of events to the other party. The man listened with interest. "Really, that kid didn't die, that's interesting, give him the phone, I have a few questions to ask him personally."
"Yes, Master."
Master Chang handed the phone to Lin Xian. Where is Xiao Dai now? The first thing Lin Xian said after answering the phone was to ask about Xiao Dai's whereabouts. You're Lin Xian? The man, however, gave an irrelevant answer, questioning Lin Xian with a faint smile. How dare you hit an elder of my Nine Directions pavilion? Have you decided how you're going to die? I'm asking you, where is Xiao Dai now? Lin Xian emphasized his words. Hee, you mean that woman? She's pretty stubborn, so I'm punishing her by making her clean the toilet with her mouth every day. The man smiled calmly, but his voice was filled with malice and malice. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Lin Xian's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and he nearly crushed his phone. Hee, don't worry, you'll end up like her soon. The man simply smiled calmly. Where is Xiao Dai now? Lin Xian said in a snarling voice. Hee, you've asked me so many questions, now it's my turn to ask you some. The man gave a sinister smile and said, Tell me, where is the key? What key? Lin Xian frowned. At first, he thought the men in black took Xiao Dai away because she had the key they needed to unlock a treasure. But to his surprise, the other party asked him the same question. He didn't know anything about keys, and had never even heard of them before. Hee, it's okay if you don't say anything. Soon, I will pry everything you know out of you. I never imagined that you would survive 15 years ago. It seems that after spending so many years overseas, I've really fallen behind in terms of information. However, I am honored to tell you that this time, for your sake, I have decided to come back in person. The time is tomorrow night. At that time, I, the Pavilion Master, will personally come to find you. Of course, you can also come to Jiufang Pavilion to find me and tell me the secrets you know about the key. In that case, I, the Pavilion Master, will let bygones be bygones for your disrespect towards my elders today. Otherwise, by this time tomorrow, I will make you just like that woman named Xiao Dai. Furthermore, I will not let any of those who are close to you go unpunished. The men will be killed and their bodies hung on the city gates as a warning, while the women will be sent to my Jiufang Pavilion to be slaves and prostitutes for life. The man spoke slowly. His voice was as calm as still water, as if everything he had just said was already a fait accompli. Yeah? Lin Xian gave a cold smile and slowly said, Then I'll also give you a piece of advice. At this time tomorrow, I will lead my men to raise your Jiufang Pavilion to the ground. At that time, I will make you pay 100-fold for all the suffering that Xiao Dai has endured. 663, Chapter 663 Your fate will be the same as his. Kid, I admire your courage to say that. However, your arrogance will only last until tomorrow night at most. Your fate will be the same as that woman named Xiao Dai, or even more tragic. The man smiled calmly, but his voice was sinister. After saying that, he sent a video directly to Master Chang's phone. Kid, turn on the video and take a look. The man said coldly. Lin Xian opened the video. The person in the video is Xiao Dai. However, at this moment, Xiao Dai was disheveled and covered with various scars all over her body. Her face was slashed beyond recognition, and she no longer resembled a human being. Her hands were bound behind her back with wire, leaving deep bloody marks on her slender wrists. She had a mop in her mouth. The toilet was filthy and reeked of stench. At one point, she lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. Then came the sound of a whip cracking. However, Xiao Dia's body only trembled slightly. It seems that they have long been numb to this kind of pain that would make ordinary people cry out in agony. Ah! Lin Xian glanced at it once, and his eyes turned bloodshot. He slammed his fist heavily on the wall, creating a deep crater. The girl who was once innocent and kind, the girl who was once cheerful and lively, has now become like this. Lin Xian's body began to tremble violently, and his killing intent surged forth. Kid, do you see that? This is what happens when you go against me soon, you'll end up like her. At this moment, the man's soft, feminine voice rang out again. He seemed quite satisfied with Lin Xian's reaction. Just like her, right? Lin Xian's face was contorted with rage, and he spat out each word through trembling teeth, then your fate will be the same as his. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Master Chang's ear, then pulled hard. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Master Chang's ear was completely torn off by Lin Xian, and blood gushed out. Master, save me, save me! Master Chang shouted wildly, his voice hoarse and shrill. Kid, what did you do to my men? The man flew into a rage. I only tore off one of his ears. Lin Xian's voice was filled with ferocity. Next, I'm going to break his hand and break his spine. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of bones cracking rang out. Ah! This time, the scream that came from Master Chang's mouth was even more shrill and louder than before. Hey kid, stop right there! The man shouted angrily. Lin Xian ignored him and stomped down again, breaking Master Chang's foot bone hard. Master Chang kept roaring. The pain nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. So noisy! Enraged, Lin Xian stomped hard on Master Chang's chest again. Snort! Immediately, Master Chang let out a muffled groan, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The noisy sounds in my ears disappeared. Lin Xian said into the phone, Did you hear that? This is what will happen to you tomorrow night. Good, very good. The man laughed angrily, You're the first person to dare attack an elder of my Nine Directions pavilion right in front of me, Han Feng. Tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Nine Directions pavilion, I'll be waiting for you. Enjoy the little time you have left. The same to you. Lin Xian responded indifferently. The call ends here. But Lin Xian's killing intent grew even stronger. Jiufang Pavilion. Han Feng. You just wait. 664, Chapter 664 Issuing the Emperor's Killing Order. Master, we have taken control of all of Master Chang's men at Yushui Manor. At this moment, Black Emperor entered the living room and reported the situation to Lin Xian. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded, his gaze fixed on the Black Emperor, filled with indifference. Black Emperor, issue the Emperor's killing order. All members of the Dark Web are to enter the country immediately. We must gather at Jiufang Pavilion before 10 tomorrow night. Issuing an imperial kill order, Master, what are you planning? The Black Emperor's heart jolted. This was the first time in all the years he had followed his master that he had seen his master issue an imperial kill order. Take down the Nine Directions Pavilion. Lin Xian gave only a brief reply. The voice was calm, without any fluctuations. But at this moment, the Black Emperor sensed the calm before the storm and the oppression from his master's tone. The Emperor's order to kill. The highest directive for the Dark Web. Dark Web members are located in various countries. Each and every one of them possesses the skill level of a Grandmaster. They killed people, slaughtered demons, slew monsters, and slew gods. Their combined power is enough to destroy any country in the world today. Even the Black Emperor didn't know how many of them there were. Because the Master had never issued this command before. So even he had never truly witnessed the terror of the Emperor's killing order. I understand, Master. The Black Emperor responded, his heart trembling. By the way, pass down my order. No obstruction shall be imposed on members of the Dark Web at any border of the Great Xia Kingdom. Lin Xian added that the Northern Dragon token would be temporarily handed over to the Black Emperor. Since the Nine Directions Pavilion has 9 Supremes and 1,000 Grandmasters. Since Jiufang Pavilion is not under the jurisdiction of the War Zone. Then let him use the Supreme to deal with the Supreme. Use a Grandmaster to crush another Grandmaster. He wanted Jiufang Pavilion to disappear from this world forever. He wanted Han Feng, and the 5 men in black in the video, to pay 100-fold price for what they had done. Thinking of Xiao Dia's injuries, and the scenes Han Feng showed him in the video just now. His murderous intent was uncontrollable. Fortunately, Xiao Dai is still alive. He will definitely rescue Xiao Dai. Yes, Master. The Black Emperor accepted the order and took the Northern Dragon token from Lin Xian. Let's go back.
Lin Xian turned and left. Yes. He Dida glanced at the unconscious Master Chang on the ground as he spoke, and asked, Master, what should we do with that guy? Sever his tendons and hang him in front of the city gate of Jiufang Pavilion as a warning to the public. Lin Xian spoke indifferently. Yes, Master. The Black Emperor accepted the order and sent the deputy commander of the Black Flag Army to take away Master Chang. Immediately afterwards, the large group left Yushua Villa in a grand procession. When we arrived at the entrance of the villa, Lin Xian suddenly stopped walking. He saw Wang Yutong leading the Wang family's experts, rushing towards Yushui Manor in a great hurry. Yutong, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go back? Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Brother Lin Xian, are you alright? Where's Master Chang? Have you seen him? Wang Yutong immediately began asking questions nervously. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. Feeling Wang Yutong's care for him, Lin Xian felt a warmth flowing through his heart, dispelling the chill in his heart. And what about Master Chang? Wang Yutong continued to ask. It's already ruined. Lin Xian answered. Hiss. Wang Yutong gasped in shock. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently. She wasn't happy that her brother Lin Xian had crippled Master Chang. Instead, she felt an even stronger sense of anxiety and unease. Because Master Chang represents Jiufang Pavilion. Defeating him is tantamount to declaring war on the Nine Directions Pavilion. 665, Chapter 665 Wang Yutong's Anxiety. Brother Lin Xian, Master Chang is the fourth elder of Jiufang Pavilion. If you cripple him, it's the same as offending Jiufang Pavilion. Wang Yutong looked at Lin Xian with worry in her eyes. Brother Lin Xian, I'll have someone book you a flight to England right now. I have a very good friend there. You can stay with her for now to avoid trouble. Remember, don't go out. I'll contact you again to return to China after this storm has passed. Brother Lin Xian, you should leave now. I'll have the butler drive you to the airport. Seeing Wang Yutong's anxious and worried expression, Lin Xian felt even warmer inside. He reached out and touched Wang Yutong's head, whispering, Yutong, don't worry about me, I'm really fine. Besides, if you send me away, Jiufang Pavilion will definitely hold a grudge against you. You don't want me to get hurt, and I don't want you to get hurt either. Brother Lin Xian, but... Although Wang Yutong knew the consequences of offending Jiufang Pavilion, she still had the Wang family and some forces in the war zone backing her up. But Lin Xian's brother is different. He directly offended the Nine Directions Pavilion. Jiufang Pavilion is determined to fight him to the death. If we let it go like this, it will be the Jiufang Pavilion that suffers a loss of face. This was an absolutely unacceptable outcome for Jiufang Pavilion, which had never suffered any loss since its establishment. They will definitely take vengeful action against brother Lin Xian, even beheading him and displaying his head in public. Therefore, brother Lin Xian must leave this place before Jiufang Pavilion learns of the news. Otherwise, it will be too late once the Ninth Prince issues the order. Alright, Yutong, let's go back. Besides, I just spoke with the head of the Nine Directions Pavilion on the phone. Lin Xian smiled slightly. It was as if, even if the entire Nine Directions Pavilion were mobilized, it would be nothing more than a speck of dust in his eyes. What, you spoke on the phone with the head of the Nine Directions Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Wang Yutong's face turned even paler. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded and said, we have arranged to meet at Jiufang Pavilion at 10 tomorrow night. Boom. Wang Yutong's head was spinning, her delicate body trembled violently, and she looked like she was about to collapse. It's over. This is completely over. She never imagined that this matter would actually alarm Han Feng, the head of the Nine Directions Pavilion. In this way, there is no room for maneuver. 10 p.m. tomorrow night. 10 p.m. tomorrow night. Wang Yutong paced back and forth anxiously, muttering to herself repeatedly. She wanted to help Lin Xian find a way to take refuge. But after thinking it over, she couldn't find a single one. This matter has now alarmed Han Feng. That means it's a dead end. Han Feng must have already issued the order and had all possible routes for brother Lin Xian to leave the country, or even leave Yanjing, blocked. It seems we have no choice but to go all out. Even if the odds of winning are less than 1%. Brother Lin Xian, how many men can you gather before 10 p.m. tomorrow night?
Wang Yutong looked up at Lin Xian, her eyes red with anxiety.
100,000, I guess.
Lin Xian pondered for a moment before replying.
100,000.
Wang Yutong murmured, if it's 100,000 men, that's roughly 20,000 soldiers, 80,000 ordinary thugs, plus my Wang family's guards and the strength of 3 divisions in the war zone. I should be able to barely sit down and negotiate with Jiufang Pavilion, right? Wang Yutong subconsciously categorized the 100,000 troops Lin Xian mentioned as 20,000 soldiers and 80,000 thugs. Lin Xian heard Wang Yutong's murmurs and shook his head with a light laugh.
The 100,000 he mentioned.
It is neither the number of soldiers nor the number of ordinary thugs.
It's not just 100,000 grandmasters. 666, chapter 666. In my eyes, it's nothing. Yutong, let's go back, don't worry about me. The 9 Directions Pavilion alone is no match for me.
Lin Xian smiled slightly.
Wang Yutong was shocked.
She looked at Lin Xian, at his calm gaze.
It was as if, in his eyes, the Jiufang Pavilion, which was regarded as the hegemon in Yanjing, was nothing more than a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Brother Lin Xian, are you really confident you can deal with the 9 Directions Pavilion? Wang Yutong couldn't help but ask. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded. Then I'll go with you tomorrow night.
Wang Yutong was still worried, and gritted her teeth, saying, if things really don't work out, you should run away first, and I'll cover your retreat.
With the Wang family's power, delaying the 9 Directions Pavilion for some time shouldn't be a problem. Silly girl.
Lin Xian chuckled and shook his head, his eyes filled with doting affection and gentleness. He knew that behind Wang Yutong's words lay a tremendous decision.
I'm not stupid.
Wang Yutong gave a soft snort, then her tone suddenly turned serious. Brother Lin Xian, you have to promise me, okay? Tomorrow we'll go to Jiufang Pavilion to negotiate. If the negotiations fail, I'll let you leave, and you absolutely have to leave. Lin Xian looked at Wang Yutong's serious yet resolute gaze and his lips moved slightly.
He had a lot to say.
But in the end, it all boiled down to a single word, good, which came out of his mouth. He knew how much Wang Yutong cared for him, and he also knew the determination she had made when she said those words. He did not cause Yutong any further trouble. He also did not explain the so-called 100,000 troops to Yutong. He was afraid that Yutong would think he was putting on a brave face and become even more worried. Everything will be resolved naturally when tomorrow arrives.
Jiufang Pavilion, he will destroy it.
His family and friends would not tolerate them harming him in the slightest.
Call.
When Wang Yutong saw Lin Xian agree, she subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But the thought of the powerful forces they would face tomorrow made them tense up again. Lin Xian could see the pressure Wang Yutong was under, and reached out to pat her head again, his eyes firm. Don't worry, Yutong, everything will be fine tomorrow, trust me.
Wang Yutong looked at Lin Xian, at the determination in his eyes.
At this moment, my heartstrings were inexplicably tugged. And her anxiety gradually lessened without her even realizing it. Because she knew that brother Lin Xian was never one to make empty promises.
Kindness.
She nodded vigorously.
Let's go back.
Lin Xian smiled gently.
The group was just about to leave Yushui Villa.
However, they hadn't walked more than a few steps. Lin Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw a familiar figure.
It was Lin Xiao. Xianer, you've already seen Master Chang?
Lin Xiao, who had rushed over, couldn't help but glance at Lin Xian, who was preparing to leave Yushui Manor.
Kindness. Lin Xian responded calmly.
In his view, Lin Xiao came to Yushui Manor only because he was worried that he would have a conflict with Master Chang, which would implicate the Lin family. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he asked with concern, how did your talks go?
Tomorrow night at 10 p.m., we will formally declare war on Jiufang Pavilion. Lin Xian answered. Go to war with the 9 Directions Pavilion?
Lin Xiao's body jolted violently, and his face instantly turned pale.
What you're saying, is it true? He widened his eyes and looked again to confirm. Kindness.
Lin Xian nodded indifferently, observing Lin Zhao's reaction. As expected, the latter was just as he had thought. He had come to Yushui Manor because he was afraid of being implicated. However, he never had any expectations of Lin Xiao in the first place. Therefore, he simply said, "Don't worry, Lin Xiao, this is my personal behavior and has nothing to do with the Lin family. Don't worry, this matter will not involve you. As for the Nine Directions Pavilion, it may be a behemoth in your eyes, but in my eyes, it's really nothing.
Yuton, Black Emperor, let's go."
After saying that, he was about to leave with his men.
"Wait, Xianer."
Lin Xiao called out to Lin Xian.
667, Chapter 667. It's not what you think. Is there anything else?
Lin Xian glanced at Lin Xiao indifferently. "Xianer, I know you still hate me for what happened 15 years ago, but the strength of the Nine Directions Pavilion is something that neither you nor I can contend with." Feeling Lin Xian's cold gaze, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and said,
"So, this is all you wanted to tell me?" Lin Xian frowned and his tone became low.
"Xianer, it's not too late to leave Yanjing and Dasha now. Father will find a way to get you out of the country." Lin Zhao's voice carried a hint of urgency.
He understood his son's personality.
He knew that Xianer had the Black Emperor as her backing, and he also knew that the Black Emperor was the world's richest man with immense wealth. However, money doesn't buy you everything in this world. Even more powerful than wealth is power and absolute strength.
The Nine Directions Pavilion is the epitome of absolute power. Their influence in Yanjing was so great that even the war zone dared not do anything to them.
Furthermore, they also have many connections with the Su family and the mysterious force that once almost destroyed the Lin family.
Xianer's decision to provoke the Nine Directions Pavilion was absolutely unwise.
This is also why Xiao Dai was willing to sacrifice herself to protect the Lin family. He knew about the relationship between Xianer and Xiao Dai, who had once been the young master's maid.
However, he couldn't let Xianer take the risk. Otherwise, Xiao Dia's sacrifice would have been in vain.
Lin Xiao, I appreciate your kindness." Lin Xian, unaware of Lin Zhao's true thoughts, sneered and said, "However, you don't need to worry about my affairs. You should hurry back and take care of your beautiful wife."
"Xianer, why won't you listen to advice?"
Lin Xiao was extremely anxious. "What, you're starting to care whether I live or die now?" Looking at Lin Zhao's anxious expression, Lin Xian recalled what happened 15 years ago, and his gaze became even colder. Sensing the increasing coldness in Lin Xian's gaze, Lin Xiao felt even more bitter and said, "Xianer, many things are not what they seem on the surface. Expelling you from the Lin family 15 years ago was my most reluctant choice. But you must believe that both I and your mother hope that you can live a safe and peaceful life."
"Enough, Lin Xiao, how long are you going to keep up this pretense?" Lin Xian abruptly interrupted, then suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with desolation. Survive peacefully? Lin Xiao, so the living peacefully you mentioned means that when I was at my worst from the poison, you kicked me out of the Lin family and left me to die in the freezing cold, is that right? I don't know who poisoned me back then. But what you did has left a very deep impression on me, Lin Xiao.
Xianer, I. Lin Zhao's face turned pale, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment.
You've run out of things to say, haven't you?
Lin Xian's gaze returned to its cold sharpness, his eyes filled with indifference as he looked at Lin Xiao. "So now, you don't need to pretend with me anymore.
I've said it before, my business with Jiufang Pavilion will not involve your Lin family.
I have said before that I will definitely find out the truth about my mother's death. At that time, I will leave no one alive who was involved in this matter. As for you, Lin Xiao, you should pray that what happened back then has nothing to do with you, otherwise I won't hold back either."
Xianer, what happened back then wasn't what you think.
Looking at Lin Xian, whose expression was extremely cold at the moment, Lin Xiao finally couldn't help but speak. 668, Chapter 668. He died 15 years ago.
It's not what I thought.
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. "What is it? Tell me, Lin Xiao." He had heard this phrase from Lin Xiao and Jian Wan'er more than once.
However, each time, the other party would only repeat the same thing, but would refuse to tell him the truth about what happened back then. As his investigation deepened, he also realized that the events of that year were not as simple as he had imagined. Whether it's the Su family or the other major families, they're nothing like the mysterious force he heard about from Uncle Su and Yutong. Even the current Jiufang Pavilion. Their goal all seemed to be to obtain one thing from the Lin family. Something called a key. I'm sorry, Xianer, I can't tell you yet, but please believe me, your father would never harm you. Lin Xiao said, his eyes filled with anxiety. Also, leave Yanjing and leave Great Xia as soon as possible, there's still time. As for what happened 15 years ago, Wanner will tell you when the time is right. Ha, she's here to tell me? Lin Shen couldn't help but sneer, his dark eyes gleaming with sharpness and disappointment as he stared at Lin Xiao. You really are loving your wife more and more these days, aren't you? You have to do everything she says. I don't know how deep her feelings for you are, or how much you love her. But what I want to say is, Lin Xiao, if you still consider me your son, if you still care about my mother, then say it to me right here. I'm sorry, Xianer, it's not the right time yet. Lin Xiao shook his head bitterly. Yeah? Lin Xian's eyes showed disappointment, as expected. In your heart, my mother and I combined don't even amount to as much as Jiang Wan'er. It's really ironic. Xianer, it's not like that. Lin Xiao wanted to explain. But he found that the words he was about to say sounded so pale and powerless. Do you even feel that your words are pale and powerless? Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. Alright, Lin Xiao, if you don't want to talk, don't force yourself. I will investigate the truth myself. My affairs are none of your concern. I think the pavilion master of Jiufang Pavilion should know a lot about what happened back then. I will ask him myself tomorrow. Xianer, I know you're eager for revenge, but you mustn't act rashly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart trembled violently. I never act rashly. Lin Xian spoke softly, a cold glint in his eyes. As for you, Lin Xiao, we haven't seen each other for 15 years. How much do you really know about me now? Or rather, how much effort are you willing to put into understanding it? Alright, go back and spend time with your wife. Shout I will rescue her, and I will avenge my mother. Black Emperor, Yutong, let's go. Lin Xian's gaze was dark, and he left directly after speaking. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed, and as Lin Xian passed by him, he called out to Lin Xian again, Xianer. Lin Xian paused, his face expressionless. From now on, please call me Lin Xian. Your son died 15 years ago. After saying that, he walked away into the distance without pausing. Behind him, the vast Black Flag army followed like a black torrent. Lin Xiao clenched his fists tightly. The resolute words his son had just spoken echoed in his ears. His once robust body seemed to have suddenly become much more hunched over. 669, Chapter 669 The Consequences of Offending the Nine Directions Pavilion. Brother Lin Xian, are you and uncle really planning to sever your father-son relationship? On the way back, Wang Yutong looked at the silent Lin Xian and couldn't help but ask him with concern. She knew that Lin Xian must have felt terrible when he said those things to Uncle Lin. And Uncle Lin has indeed changed a lot compared to 15 years ago. She could no longer see the invincible spirit that her uncle once possessed in him. There was only helplessness and pain. Perhaps he really had some unavoidable difficulties. However, this cannot be an excuse for him to expel brother Lin Xian from the Lin family and nearly freeze to death in the snow. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the scenery passing by outside the car window. No one knows what he's feeling right now. Brother Lin Xian, whatever you do, I will support you. Wang Yutong knew the complex and painful feelings Lin Xian was experiencing at this moment, and bit her lip to offer her support. Thank you, Yutong. Lin Xian looked at Wang Yutong, gazing into her gentle yet firm eyes. The gloom in my heart eased considerably in an instant. You don't need to be so polite with Yutong. Wang Yutong smiled sweetly. Then, remembering what was to come tomorrow, her mood suddenly turned heavy again. Brother Lin Xian, if the negotiations with Jiufang Pavilion really fail tomorrow night, promise me you'll leave. I'll try my best to help you buy some time. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded, and seeing the worry in Wang Yutong's eyes, a gentle look flashed in his eyes as he said, "Don't worry, we won't fail tomorrow." Kindness. Wang Yutong nodded emphatically. Deep down, she wished it were like that too. However, knowing how terrifying the Nine Directions Pavilion was, she knew that such hope was extremely slim. However, she didn't want to hurt Lin Xian's feelings. Tomorrow night, she is prepared for a life-or-death battle with Jiufang Pavilion. No matter what happens, she will make sure that brother Lin Xian leaves safely. Of course, if the negotiations can be successful, that would be the best thing ever. Half an hour later. The motorcade stopped in front of the Wang family mansion. "Brother Lin Xian, I'll head back now, see you tomorrow." Wang Yutong waved goodbye. "Okay, see you tomorrow." Lin Xian smiled gently. After the two said goodbye, the convoy headed towards Ziyun Villa. Lin Xian's expression turned cold and stern as he asked the Black Emperor in the passenger seat, "Black Emperor, have the Emperor's kill orders been issued?" "Master, the Emperor's kill order has been issued, and all dark web personnel have converged on the border of Great Xia," the Black Emperor reported. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded, then closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. At the same time, Jiufang also released important information to the public. Tomorrow night at 10 p.m., all the masters in the pavilion will gather at Jiufang Pavilion. No one may be late. Furthermore, he ordered the closure of all entrances and exits to Yanjing. Anyone is allowed to enter, but no one is allowed to leave. The deadline is tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Once this order was issued, for a time, Yanjing was in an uproar. Everyone is speculating about who has offended the Nine Directions Pavilion, prompting the pavilion master to personally issue this order. It should be noted that since its establishment, Jiufang Pavilion has only issued 2 secret orders. One of them was from 5 years ago. At that time, 3 supreme experts whose strength had reached the early stage of martial emperor believed themselves to be invincible and openly challenged the Nine Directions Pavilion. This matter reached the ears of the pavilion master of Jiufang Pavilion. Immediately, the pavilion master issued an order to seal off Yanjing and kill this man. Afterwards, the 3 supreme experts were hunted down by countless experts from the Nine Directions Pavilion and fled in a sorry state. However, in the end, he was unable to escape the encirclement and annihilation of the many masters of Jiufang Pavilion and was killed on horseback. Afterwards, their corpses were hung in front of the city gate of Jiufang Pavilion for 3 days and 3 nights as a warning to others. As a result, Jiufang Pavilion's reputation spread far and wide, and no one dared to offend it anymore. Now, several years have passed. Jiufang Pavilion issued another secret order. This made everyone smell the stench of blood once again. There is only one consequence for offending Jiufang Pavilion. That is death. 670, Chapter 670 Awaiting News. Just as the outside world was discussing which unlucky guy had offended Jiufang Pavilion again, the Su family received the news immediately. It was Lin Xian who offended the Nine Directions Pavilion. And tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Jiufang Pavilion was about to take action against him. Master, that's all I wanted to say. His subordinates reported the information they had gathered to Susan. Okay. Susan clapped his hands and cheered, a sinister smile appearing on his lips. I didn't expect that brat would dare to provoke the Nine Directions Pavilion in this way. It saves my Su family the trouble of taking action ourselves. The strength of Jiufang Pavilion is evident to all. And the pavilion master, Han Feng, is also an old friend of his. If we can get rid of Lin Xian, this major threat, through Han Feng this time, it would be the best possible outcome. By the way, have you found out what the cause was? How did that kid Lin Xian offend the Nine Directions Pavilion? After a brief moment of amusement, Susan asked. It seems that Kid has some grudge against Master Chang today. He actually led the Black Emperor to storm Yushui Manor, crippled Master Chang, and hung him in front of the city gate of Jiufang Pavilion as a show of force. The servant reported back. Hang Master Chang on the city gate as a show of force?
Su Sin was startled, but the smile on his lips widened even more the next second. What an arrogant brat, this time, the Nine Directions Pavilion will fight him to the death. You should know that Master Chang is an elder of the Nine Directions Pavilion. Simply crippling Master Chang is tantamount to slapping Jiufang Pavilion in the face. This kid actually dared to hang it in front of the Jiufang Pavilion city gate as a show of force. If Jiufang Pavilion doesn't tear him to pieces, what will become of its reputation? By the way, Master, before Lin Xian went to see Master Chang, he went to the Lin family first. The subordinate suddenly spoke, his voice low and menacing. Do you think Lin Xiao will tell him the truth about what happened back then? You went to the Lin family? Su San's eyes flickered. However, he quickly shook his head and said, these things are no longer important, you can go now. Currently, Jiufang Pavilion has issued a secret order. After tomorrow night, that kid Lin Xian will become a dead man. What does it matter whether a dead person knows the truth about what happened back then? Thinking about this, a sinister smile involuntarily appeared in Su San's eyes. Waiting for good news tomorrow night. On the other side, Lin Xian returned to Ziyun Villa in a Maybach. Master, I will come to pick you up again tomorrow night. The Black Emperor looked extremely respectful. Kindness, Lin Xian said. After getting out of the car, I returned to the villa. At this moment, the villa was completely dark. So as not to disturb Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan who were resting, Lin Xian didn't even turn on the living room lights. He tiptoed up the stairs to the second floor. I was just about to go into the room. The door to the bedroom opposite suddenly opened. Zhao Lingshan, wearing a light-colored nightgown, came out of the room. Upon seeing Lin Xian, she immediately asked in a low voice, Lin Xian, did you go out with Miss Wang just now? Zhao Zhanxiao, you're not asleep? Lin Xian was startled by Zhao Lingshan's sudden appearance and lowered his voice. I was about to go to sleep, but I heard you and Miss Wang coming downstairs, so I stayed awake. Zhao Lingshan said. What about Tang Lan, is she asleep? Lin Xian asked. She's asleep, Zhao Lingshan said. She didn't go out to check because she heard noises coming from the stairwell 2 hours ago, so as not to wake Tang Lan. That's good, Lin Xian said. His and Yutong's intention in leaving secretly was not to disturb Tang Lan's rest, so as not to affect her recovery. By the way, where did you and Miss Wang go so late? Zhao Lingshan looked at Lin Xian and asked curiously, where's Miss Wang, why didn't she come back with you? You mean Yutong, she had something to do and went home first, I just took her home. Lin Xian made up a reason. He didn't want Zhao Lingshan to worry. Going home? Zhao Lingshan was taken aback. Then, a possibility suddenly occurred to her, and her gaze towards Lin Xian became scrutinizing. Lin Xian, you wouldn't have had some improper thoughts about Miss Wang late at night, and she found out and got angry, would she? 671, Chapter 671 Su Baimo's phone call. Ha? Lin Xian was stunned, looking at Zhao Lingshan. I had improper thoughts about Yutong, and she found out? Yeah, otherwise why would someone suddenly go home in the middle of the night? Did you two have a fight just now? Zhao Lingshan crossed her arms and scrutinized Lin Xian. In her opinion, Lin Xian must have sneaked into Miss Wang's room late at night, been discovered, and angered her, so he went back home overnight. How could this be? Lin Xian chuckled and shook his head, saying, Zhao Zhanxiao, do you think I'm that kind of person? I didn't think so before, but now I'm not sure. Zhao Lingshan looked at Lin Xian with a cautious expression. She was terrified that this guy would sneak into her and Lanlan's room in the middle of the night someday. Zhao Zhanxiao, you've misunderstood me. Lin Xian gave a wry smile and said, Yutong went back because some urgent matters suddenly occurred in the family, so I asked Black Emperor to send her back. Is there an emergency in your family? Is it serious? Do you need my help? Zhao Lingshan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately became concerned. No need, it's nothing serious, it should be taken care of by tomorrow, and Yutong should be here by then. Lin Xian smiled and said. That's good. Zhao Lingshan breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling a little embarrassed about misunderstanding Lin Xian earlier, she said, I misunderstood you about what happened earlier.
It's alright.
Lin Xian smiled and shook his head, looking at Zhao Lingshan in front of him, who was wearing a nightgown and swaying her beautiful legs. He also joked, but Zhao Zhanxiao, you and Dr. Tang should lock the door when you go to sleep at night, lest I suddenly raid you one night. If you dare come here, I'll cut your genitals off. Zhao Lingshan wasn't intimidated at all, and glared fiercely at Lin Xian's crotch with her phoenix eyes.
He.
Lin Xian chuckled awkwardly.
Zhao Zhanxiao is as fierce as ever. Alright, now that you're back, I'm going to go to sleep too. I am so sleepy.
Knowing that Lin Xian was joking, Zhao Lingshan didn't take it seriously and yawned. Immediately after, she stretched lazily and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Lin Xian watched Zhao Lingshan's graceful figure from behind, chuckled, shook his head, and then returned to his room.
After returning to the room,
Lin Xian was about to take a shower when his phone suddenly rang.
It was Su Baimo calling. It's so late, why isn't Su Baimo asleep yet?
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly answered the phone.
Lin Xian, something happened to you? Su Baimo's worried voice rang out immediately. You knew all along?
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat.
Kindness. Su Baimo nodded, have you offended the Nine Directions Pavilion?
That's right.
Lin Xian took a deep breath, then, as if remembering something, suddenly said with a serious expression, by Mo, Risa, let's not contact each other for now, shall we?
Why? Su Baimo was puzzled. I'm afraid, my affairs will implicate you and the Su family. Let's contact each other again after I've resolved the matter with Jiufang Pavilion.
Lin Xian said.
He remembered what Han Feng had told him. He was not afraid of Jiufang Pavilion, but he did not want his family and friends to be harmed because of him.
Do you think I'm afraid? Su Baimo spoke, his tone unusually calm. By Mo, that's not what I meant. I know you're worried about me, but can you really just let me watch you go to your death? By Mo, I'm not going to my death.
I'll go to Jiufang Pavilion to help you tomorrow night, it's a deal. Su Baimo interrupted, his tone firm and forceful. Remember, no matter what happens in the future, you are not allowed to say those kinds of things again, and you are not allowed to bear it all alone.
Your business is my business. Alright, get some rest. See you tomorrow. 672, Chapter 672 Shock. After confirming with Lin Xian, Su Baimo hung up the phone. She did not ask Lin Xian why he had offended Jiufang Pavilion.
All she needed to know was that Lin Xian needed help.
Beep beep beep.
Hearing the busy tone from the other end of the phone, Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile.
Yet, a warmth filled my heart. This is very much in line with Su Baimo's personality. This also reflects Su Baimo's absolute trust in him. He knew that Su Baimo must be making close preparations for the confrontation with Jiufang Pavilion tomorrow night. He did not stop it. Because he understood Su Baimo's personality.
He simply sent her a text message, telling her not to worry about him, and that he was confident he could handle Jiufang Pavilion tomorrow.
Kindness. Su Baimo gave a brief response. The following sentence adds, don't worry too much, things will pass.
Lin Xian looked at the text message and smiled gently.
That night.
The Nine Directions Pavilion is a gathering place for masters.
Apart from Master Chang, the other 8 elders of the pavilion were all ordered to return to the Nine Directions Pavilion. Each of them exuded a powerful aura and had a disdainful gaze. Under their command, hundreds of grandmasters and over 1,000 elite warriors also gathered, waiting for tomorrow night's battle. Boom! Boom!
At the same moment, a huge passenger plane landed at Yanjing Airport. A man dressed in a white, luxurious robe, with narrow eyes and an effeminate appearance, walked out of the cabin. Behind him stood 4 powerful experts, all standing respectfully. After the man stepped out of the cabin, he looked up at the dark sky over Yanjing. At this moment, dark clouds swirled in the sky, just like his heart, filled with a chilling atmosphere.
Lin Xian, is it? You are the first person to dare to provoke this pavilion master. I hope you won't disappoint me tomorrow night. The sinister voice echoed slowly in the air. Escorted by 4 skilled men, the man got into a black, extended Rolls-Royce and slowly left the airport. On the other side. Around the world. All members of the dark web who received the Emperor's kill order rushed to the border of Great Xia. The number of people is as high as 100,000. This highly unusual commotion immediately put the entire nation on high alert. All countries have entered a state of high alert. Meanwhile, within the upper echelons of the Great Xia Kingdom, an upheaval no less powerful than a tsunami or a landslide was taking place. Because they detected that all these dark web members were converging on their country. What chilled them to the bone was that the holder of the Northern Dragon token issued an order at the same time, forbidding all personnel at the border from obstructing members of the dark web in any way. Could it be that the holder of the Northern Dragon token is planning a rebellion? Everyone was terrified and immediately reported the news to the commander-in-chief and the head of state. Upon learning of this, the nation's leader immediately dispatched the 4 great war gods of Kunlun, Tiansu, Yinlong, and Xiangwei to the border to investigate the situation and contacted Lin Xian at the first opportunity. The result brought them a great sense of relief, but also a feeling of unease. Fortunately, Lin Xian did not intend to rebel. What's terrifying is that Lin Xian actually plans to massacre the 9 Directions Pavilion. If the 9 Directions Pavilion is wiped out, it will severely weaken the strength of the ancient martial arts masters of their Great Xia Kingdom. However, considering the Northern Dragon token in Lin Xian's possession, and the master behind him who possesses absolute prestige. For a time, the head of state dared not make any rash moves. He ordered everyone to allow members of the dark web to pass through without any obstruction. At the same time, immediately dispatched the 4 war gods to Yanjing to keep a close eye on Lin Xian's every move. Report any suspicious activity to him immediately. 673, Chapter 673 Gathering of 100,000 Grandmasters. The next evening. After having dinner with Zhao Lingshan and Tanglan, Lin Xian left the villa under the pretext of picking up Wang Yutong. The black Maybach had been waiting at the villa entrance for quite some time. Lin Xian got into the car, looked at Black Emperor in the passenger seat, and asked in a deep voice, "How's the gathering of dark web members going?" Reporting to Master, "We have assembled near the 9 Directions Pavilion." The Black Emperor reported. "Okay, good, let's drive." Lin Xian closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. The Maybach drove towards Jiufang Pavilion. At the same time, inside Jiufang Pavilion, Han Feng, dressed in a magnificent blue robe, sat atop the pavilion. Behind him stood 8 elders, each exuding a powerful aura and bearing solemn and dignified expressions. Beneath the pavilion, 1,000 grandmasters gathered, and 10,000 martial arts masters assembled. Everyone's face was filled with bloodlust and malice. Tonight, they are determined to make sure that the person who provoked the 9 Directions Pavilion never returns. Reporting to the Pavilion Master, all the experts within the 9 Directions Pavilion have assembled. At that moment, a servant came to report. Kindness. Han Feng looked at the thousands of experts below the pavilion with satisfaction and nodded. "Where's that kid, did he run away?" Han Feng asked a question. "No, we have already sealed off all exits from Yanjing as you instructed. Not even a fly can escape, let alone a single person." The subordinate reported back. "Very good." Han Feng nodded again, a sinister glint flickering in his narrow, effeminate eyes. They dared to seriously injure an elder of the 9 Directions Pavilion and hang him in front of the 9 Directions Pavilion city gate as a public spectacle, openly challenging the authority of the 9 Directions Pavilion. Tonight, he'll make that kid pay a heavy price for his arrogance. That night, the 9 Directions Pavilion was brightly lit. But at this moment, every household had its doors tightly shut and its lights off. They were afraid of attracting the attention of the 9 Directions Pavilion. As a result, the streets of the vast city of Yanjing were now deserted, like a ghost town. Just then, on the empty streets, Lin Xian's Maybach slowly came to a stop near the gate of Jiufang Pavilion. Lin Xian got out of the car and looked up at the brightly lit Jiufang Pavilion in the distance. There, atop the pavilion, it seemed as if a figure was watching him.
Lin Xian walked expressionlessly towards the Nine Directions pavilion, his feet firmly planted on the hard stone bricks.
The Black Emperor followed closely behind. He didn't say a word, but the aura he was emanating from him at that moment caused the surrounding air to hum faintly. And so, in the darkness, the two slowly made their way forward. It appears to be two people. However, at this moment, dark shadows could be seen flashing around the streets, in every alley, in every building, behind every tree, and in every patch of shadow. Taking advantage of the night, they moved through the darkness like ghosts, blending into the surrounding scenery. No one knew of their existence. They followed closely behind Lin Xian. The streets appeared to be deserted. At this moment, the place was already teeming with people, a dense crowd. One glance, and you can't see the end. This scene was witnessed by the four great war gods dispatched by the head of state. Their strength is astonishing, each of them has reached the late stage of the martial emperor realm. Naturally, their perception of these auras is extremely accurate. 1 to 100, 1,000, 10,000, 50,000. They didn't even have time to sense the quantity of these auras. A rough estimate puts it at 100,000. Furthermore, the intensity of each aura has reached the martial venerable level, and even the grandmaster level. Those are 100,000 grandmasters. Boom! The four war gods were all terrified, their brains buzzing. 100,000 grandmasters gathered in Yanjing. What a terrifying power this is. What a terrifying appeal. This force is enough to bring down any nation. Is Mr. Ling going to tear down the sky of this great Xia dynasty as well? 674, Chapter 674, The Wang Family's Dissatisfaction. Kunlun, should we stop Mr. Lin now? The god of war, Tianso, was covered in cold sweat and asked in a low voice. Absolutely not. The Kunlun war god was startled and hurriedly stopped him. You should know Mr. Lin's status in our great Xia, and you should also know what the consequences of angering him will be. But if we don't stop it, I'm afraid the heavenly assembly of great Xia. Tianso, do you think Mr. Lin is the kind of person who would indiscriminately kill innocent people? Also, do you think we have the strength to stop him? The god of war of Kunlun shook his head bitterly. Admittedly, they represent the pinnacle of combat power in the Great Xia Kingdom's war zone. But in Mr. Lin's eyes, it was still not worth mentioning. He will always remember the scene 5 years ago when the four of them challenged Mr. Lin and were easily defeated by him. 5 years have passed, and although their strength has improved, Mr. Lin's strength will certainly not stagnate. In the darkness of night, the four war gods could only shake their heads and smile bitterly. Lin Xian walked slowly toward the Nine Directions pavilion. As they approached the city gate, they saw Su Baimo and Wang Yutong, along with their respective groups of men. Lin Xian. Brother Lin Xian. The two women saw Lin Xian and immediately went up to him. Despite their personal animosity, they temporarily banded together when Lin Xian faced a major crisis. Two forces are always better than one. Baimo, Yutong. Lin Xian looked at the two women, a gentle smile appearing in his sharp, dark eyes. Brother Lin Xian, where are you? Wang Yutong's heart skipped a beat when she saw that there was no one behind Lin Xian. What, only he and the Black Emperor came? My men have arrived. Lin Xian smiled slightly. They've already arrived? Wang Yutong was somewhat surprised. Still stubborn even when death is imminent. At this moment, the eldest elder of the Wang family couldn't help but snort coldly, clearly harboring deep resentment towards Lin Xian. Elder, what do you mean? Wang Yutong frowned. Young miss, what do I mean? I mean this guy is a scourge, dragging our Wang family down with him. He has no power. Why did he provoke the Nine Directions pavilion? He said he'd bring 100,000 troops. Where are they? I haven't seen a single one. The eldest elder of the Wang family looked around and found that apart from the Black Emperor beside him, there was not a single person, not even a ghost. Elder, please watch your words. Seeing Lin Xian being insulted, Wang Yutong's tone turned cold. Young miss, I'm doing this for the sake of the Wang family.
our Wang family isn't going to offend the Nine Directions Pavilion for the sake of this kid. The Grand Elder made no attempt to conceal his true feelings. He didn't want the Wang family to be dragged down by this useless brat. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Wang Yutong stared at the Grand Elder, her gaze growing increasingly cold. If the Grand Elder has any objections to my decision, he may simply leave. I, Wang Yutong, will not stop you. Young miss, if you're not leaving, then shut up. Wang Yutong emphasized her words, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted, causing the Grand Elder's face to turn pale. He dared not voice any further objections. To understand, miss. Do any of you have any further objections? After dealing with the Grand Elder, Wang Yutong's cold gaze swept over everyone. No. Everyone shook their heads, but they were clearly unconvinced. However, due to her status as a young lady, she dared not retaliate. This Lin Xian is a scourge, he's brought trouble to the Wang family. Lin Xian saw it all. Knowing that Wang Yutong has brought in so many experts from the Wang family this time, she must be under tremendous pressure and it must have attracted a lot of controversy. A gentle look appeared in his eyes as he said, Yutong, thank you for your support this time, and by Mo, you too. Next, just wait for me outside the city gate. Black Emperor and I will handle this matter. 675, Chapter 675. 10 minutes is enough. Lin Xian, are you going by yourself? Brother Lin Xian, are you going by yourself? Su Baimo and Wang Yutong spoke almost in unison. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded, a relieved smile on his face. Don't worry, Black Emperor and I will handle this. But. Young miss, if some people don't appreciate it, just let them go on their own. At this moment, the elder of the Wang family spoke again, his face full of sarcasm. You. Wang Yutong's beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intent as she glared fiercely at the Grand Elder. Yutong, don't be angry, I'll handle this myself. You and Bai Mo can meet me at the door. Lin Xian said gently, don't worry, I assure you, everything will be fine. But brother Lin Xian, you don't know the strength of the Nine Directions Pavilion they have. I understand, 1 pavilion master, 9 elders, 1,000 grandmasters, and 10,000 experts. Lin Xian then listed the forces of the Nine Directions Pavilion in order. Wang Yutong was taken aback. Brother Lin Xian, you actually knew? So don't worry about me, you know I never fight a battle unprepared. Lin Xian smiled gently. He knew that the Wang family was willing to send so many experts this time because Wang Yutong had begged her father for a long time. As for Su Baimo, he was very grateful that his uncle was willing to send so many experts from the clan to help him. However, his attack on Jiufan Pavilion this time has huge implications. It might involve that mysterious force from back then. Therefore, he did not want to involve the Su and Wang families and get them involved in this mess. But Wang Yutong wanted to say something more. At this moment, Su Baimo sensed Lin Xian's determination and said, I understand, go ahead, Yutong, and I will wait for you outside. However, we'll only wait 10 minutes for you. If you don't come out in 10 minutes, we will lead our men in and storm in. 10 minutes? Lin Xian murmured, a smile appearing on his lips, that's enough. Careful. Su Baimo gave his instructions. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded. Brother Lin Xian, you mustn't be reckless, okay? Wang Yutong also looked at Lin Xian with concern. Don't worry, it won't happen. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then looked at the Black Emperor. Black Emperor, let's set off. Yes, Mr. Lin. The Black Emperor nodded. The two walked towards the city gate. The figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Brother Lin Xian, you absolutely can't get into trouble. Wang Yutong clenched her hands tightly. Su Baimo also looked nervously at the figure that disappeared into the shadows, then looked up and stared at the location of Jiufang Pavilion. Soon, Lin Xian and the Black Emperor then arrived at the foot of the Nine Directions Pavilion. At this moment, outside the pavilion, tens of thousands of masters and experts gathered. A powerful aura surged and undulated like the tide, then converged in the air, forming a vast, invisible ocean that brought immense pressure.
At the top of the pavilion,
Han Feng stood with his hands behind his back, accompanied by 8 elders. Han Feng looked down at Lin Xian, who now seemed as insignificant as an ant, his narrow eyes flashing with a sinister light.
"Kid, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come. I admire your courage for daring to openly challenge the authority of my Nine Directions Pavilion. Tell me where the key is, and I'll grant you a quick death."
Han Feng spoke slowly. The sound wasn't loud, but enveloped by immense true energy, it roared like thunder, heading straight for Lin Xian below. The pressure was astonishing. However, Lin Xian remained expressionless. She raised her head and looked at Han Feng indifferently. "I don't know where the key is. But I said I would lead my men to raise your Jiufan pavilion to the ground tonight." 676, Chapter 676 The Foundation of the Nine Directions Pavilion. A detached voice echoed in the night sky. However, instead of having any deterrent effect, the voice only drew ridicule from countless members of the Nine Directions Pavilion. "Ha, did I hear that right? This kid actually dares to boast about flattening the Nine Directions Pavilion? Does he know where he is right now? Does he know the prestige of my Nine Directions Pavilion? Of course he doesn't know, otherwise would he dare to say such arrogant things? He'd probably be scared out of his wits by now. I can't take it anymore, that kid is making me laugh so hard I'm dying. Don't you dare try to take it from me later, let me go first. I am going to teach that country bumpkin who came from who knows where a good lesson." A burst of laughter erupted. The Black Emperor's face was somber, and his hands, clenched tightly beneath his black overcoat, made a cracking sound. How dare these people disrespect their master? However, Lin Xian remained unmoved. His gaze remained fixed on Han Feng. As for the others, he ignored them all. "Good, what a fine line, leading men to raise my Nine Directions Pavilion to the ground." Han Feng clapped his hands repeatedly, his eyes flashing with even more sinister light. "But where are they, just the two of you? I know the person next to you is the Black Emperor. However, do you really think that having the world's richest man by my side will make me afraid? Let me tell you, in this world today, the only thing that my Nine Directions Pavilion can be wary of is absolute power." "Is that so?" Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. "Therefore, I have brought 100 Supremes and 100,000 Grandmasters this time." 100 Supreme Beings, 10,000 Grandmasters? Everyone was stunned. The next second, everyone burst into laughter. Han Feng felt he had been tricked, and his eyes immediately darkened. "Supreme, Grandmaster, I didn't see any?" "You'll see soon enough." Lin Xian looked at Han Feng indifferently and said, "But before that, answer my question first. Where is Xiao Dai? Also, who are the 5 men in black in the video? You want me to answer you? Who do you think you are?" Han Feng narrowed his eyes, a fierce aura surging within them. "As for the Supreme and Grandmaster you mentioned, why don't you tell them to show themselves quickly? This pavilion master would like to see them with my own eyes. Or are you just bluffing? I said, before I raise Jiufan Pavilion to the ground, I need you to answer 2 questions for me." Lin Xian replied indifferently. Creak. Han Feng clenched his fists tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead. "How dare a powerless piece of trash put on airs in front of me, the pavilion master? Today, I will show you what a true Supreme and Grandmaster is, what the true strength of my Nine Directions Pavilion is." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Feng gave the order. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the 8 elders atop the pavilion, along with the thousands of Grandmasters and tens of thousands of experts below, all unleashed their powerful true energy. The entire area around the Nine Directions Pavilion was instantly enveloped by a terrifying pressure. The air itself seemed to be forced to stop flowing at that moment. "Boy, have you now witnessed the power of my Nine Directions Pavilion?" Han Feng stood atop the pavilion, looking down at Lin Xian like a god. His eyes were filled with endless arrogance. In his view, Lin Xian was no longer even worth mentioning as an ant. He doesn't even need to lift a finger to easily crush the other person to death. However, facing the Nine Directions Pavilion members who were now displaying their full strength, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. He looked up at Han Feng on the pavilion. Not wanting to waste any more time, he gave the order to the Black Emperor beside him. Black Emperor, make everyone show themselves. 677, Chapter 677 Greetings, Master. Yes, Master. The Black Emperor let out a low shout. Take out the signal gun and fire it into the air. Bang! A red signal flare shot straight into the sky, blooming into a magnificent mark in the air. Instantly. Suddenly, strange fluctuations arose in the surrounding air, like a cold wind blowing. All members of the Nine Directions Pavilion felt a chill run down their spines. Even Han Feng's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. The Black Emperor actually called that kid Lin Xian Master. Also, why did the marking on that signal flare look so familiar to him? It's like I've seen it somewhere before. Could it bet that the 100 Supreme Beings and 10,000 Grandmasters that Lin Xian mentioned are all true? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Let's not even talk about the fact that the total number of Grandmasters in the entire Great Xia dynasty is only about 10,000. Even just those 100 Supreme Beings are impossible. Only those who reach the Martial Emperor realm are qualified to be called Supreme. In this Great Xia dynasty, apart from those hidden sects, there are no more than 30 people who can possess such a level of skill. And his Nine Directions Pavilion alone occupied 10 spots. This is also why his Nine Directions Pavilion can disregard the rules of the war zone and stand arrogantly over a region. The 100 Supreme Beings this kid mentioned are just bluffing. If he truly possessed such strength, would he still fear the Mirsu family? Oh! A cold smile immediately appeared on Han Feng's lips. He waited for a long time, but there was no movement at all, except for the gust of cold wind that had just blown up. A blustering good-for-nothing. Han Feng spoke slowly, a chilling glint in his eyes. All members of the Nine Directions Pavilion, listen to my command. Cripple that brat's cultivation, sever his tendons, and bring him before me. This lord demands him, he can neither live nor die. Yes. Yes, Master. The masters and experts below responded to his call with overwhelming support. Everyone unleashed their auras and walked step by step toward Lin Xian. However, at that moment, in the stillness of the night, strange fluctuations once again arose. Thump thump thump. Then, everyone seemed to hear the sound of the earth shaking. The sound grew clearer and louder as it approached from afar. At that moment, they clearly felt the earth shaking. So it wasn't an illusion after all. Everyone's pupils contracted. The next second, they saw a series of black, ghostly figures suddenly emerge from the shadows behind Lin Xian in the night. The number of people is increasing. One after another. It was as fast as a ghostly light or shadow. They quickly assembled 100 meters behind Lin Xian and then approached Jiufang Pavilion step by step. Every step taken, the earth trembled. Rumble. Rumble. The vibrations grew stronger. The number of people also increased, forming a dense, seemingly endless black torrent. This isn't over yet. As the number of people continues to increase. Boom boom boom. A chillingly powerful aura surged into the sky at that moment. The power of each aura reached the level of the early or even mid-stage Martial Emperor. They burst into the air from the crowd and then came up behind Lin Xian. 1, 250. The number of people is exactly 100. A full 100 Supreme Beings. The pupils of everyone in the Nine Directions Pavilion suddenly contracted to the size of pinholes. At the top of the pavilion, the expressions of the 8 elders and Han Feng also changed drastically at this moment. When did these people arrive around Jiufang Pavilion? They were completely unaware of this beforehand. Boom boom boom. A vast crowd, blotting out the sky and the moon. The tremors became increasingly violent, eventually causing a massive earthquake. The entire Jiufang Pavilion shook violently, like a small boat on a raging storm. Fear and disbelief filled everyone's faces, and their hands and feet were ice cold. And just when they were filled with extreme fear, the 100 Supreme Beings behind Lin Xian suddenly knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully at Lin Xian. Kiba. Tian Kuwei.
Star constellation. Dragon fighting. We pay our respects to our master. At your master's command. 678, Chapter 678. The army approaches the city. The sound was like a vast thunderclap, resounding above the Jiufang Pavilion. As the 100 supreme beings knelt on one knee. Behind Lin Xian, countless Grandmaster-level experts also knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, "We members of the Dark Web swear to follow our master to the death and obey his commands." Master? Dark Web? Han Feng was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. And at a certain moment, he suddenly realized. Dark Web. It turned out to be the Dark Web that gathers martial arts masters from all over the world. And Lin Xian was actually the owner of the Dark Web. Thinking about this, Han Feng's head nearly exploded with a boom. The rest of the 9 Directions Pavilion members were also terrified and turned pale. Dark Web members, listen to my command, take action and raise Jiufang Pavilion to the ground. At this moment, Lin Xian slowly spoke. The sound wasn't loud. At this moment, it was as if a storm was sweeping through the hearts of everyone in Jiufang Pavilion. Everyone fell silent. Yes, Master. The Dark Web members accepted the order. At this moment, 100 supreme beings and 10,000 grandmasters stepped forward in unison. Thump! With one step, the earth shook and mountains trembled, and the sun and moon lost their light. Click! Click! The earth cracked rapidly at that moment. The walls around Jiufang Pavilion began to crack rapidly at that moment. That was the result of being unable to withstand such immense pressure. 100 Supreme Masters, 10,000 Grandmasters. Such combat power is enough to easily destroy a country at any time. But now, such immense pressure was concentrated within the city of Jiufang Pavilion. The earth, the city, and the buildings could not bear it. No, don't kill me. It's none of my business. In an instant, the members of Jiufang Pavilion lost all will to fight, and one by one they were so frightened that they abandoned their armor and helmets and knelt on the ground. On their side, there are only 1,000 Grandmasters. But on the other side, there were a full 100,000. This is an absolute numerical superiority. Thump! 100 supreme beings and 10,000 grandmasters ignored their pleas for mercy and took another step forward. The immense pressure became even more concentrated. Bang bang bang. Many members of the 9 Directions Pavilion who were the first to be hit could not withstand the pressure on the spot, and their bodies were blasted with bloody holes. No. A heart-wrenching cry of please echoed through the night sky. However, members of the Dark Web remained unmoved. They stepped forward, one step at a time. And with each step forward, all of these events would be accompanied by the sudden death of members of the 9 Directions Pavilion. Until they arrived at the foot of the pavilion. Apart from Han Feng and the 8 elders, all the members of the 9 Directions Pavilion died under the oppressive force. The enemy is at the city gates. The 8 elders' clothes were already soaked with sweat. Looking down at the vast, black torrent of people below, they could no longer suppress their fear and knelt down one by one, begging Lin Xian for forgiveness. Mr. Lino, Grandpa Lin, please, have mercy and spare our lives. Grandpa Lin, this has nothing to do with us, we were just following the orders of the Pavilion Master. If you release us, we are willing to leave Jiufang Pavilion and follow your lead for life. That's right, Grandpa Lin, we are willing to follow your lead. 8 elders prostrated themselves on the pavilion. You? Han Feng's face instantly turned ashen. He never expected that these 8 old guys would all turn against him at this time. However, what surprised him even more was that the former outcast of the Lin family was now the master of the Dark Web. Such power. Enough to crush the entire Great Xia underfoot. Thinking of the arrogant words he had spoken to Lin Xian before, and his actions towards that woman named Xiao Dai. At that moment, Han Feng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His body began to tremble violently. 679, Chapter 679. Several questions. Han Feng never expected this.
Lin Xian is actually the master of the dark web. Clearly, that kid was just an abandoned son of the Lin family 15 years ago. At this moment, Han Feng was terrified. The fear in his heart surged like a tidal wave, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Tell me, where is Xiao Dai? At this moment, Lin Xian's cold voice rang in Han Feng's ears. Lin Xian flashed to Han Feng's side. A pair of dark eyes stared at the other person with endless coldness. Two don't know. Faced with Lin Xian's cold gaze, Han Feng shook his head. Have no idea? A deep, cold glint flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. It seems you won't talk unless I teach you a lesson. The words fell. Without saying a word, Lin Xian took out 8 silver needles from his hand. What do you want to do? Han Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his internal energy erupted. He was, after all, a mid-stage martial emperor, a supreme being of the earthly realm. He didn't believe that if he really wanted to leave, anyone present could stop him. However, Han Feng's aura had only just been unleashed. The next second, Lin Xian gently placed one of his hands on his shoulder. Court death. A ferocious glint appeared in Han Feng's eyes as he prepared to cripple Lin Xian and then flee the scene. At that moment, an aura many times stronger than his suddenly surged into his body from his shoulder like a raging tide. Under the rampaging and reckless attack of that furious true energy. Snort! Han Feng let out a muffled groan. Immediately, his legs went weak, and he knelt heavily in front of Lin Xian. How could this happen? Han Feng's heart trembled violently. His pride and joy were completely useless at this moment. He soon realized what was going on. It's not that he can't unleash his full power. Instead, Lin Xian used his absolute strength to forcefully suppress the true energy within his body. Monster, you monster! Han Feng's pupils dilated in shock, and his gaze toward Lin Xian revealed an unprecedented level of fear. The 8 elders behind him were also suppressed by the aftershocks emanating from Lin Xian's body, unable to move, their aged bodies trembling violently. Now, can you speak? Lin Xian looked at Han Feng with a cold expression. I'm begging you, can you spare my life? Han Feng trembled all over. That depends on how much useful information you provide. Lin Xian answered. I'll tell you everything I know, please, let me go. Han Feng's face was deathly pale, all he wanted at that moment was to survive. Faced with Lin Xian, whose strength far surpassed his own, he had no courage to resist at all. He also understood that if he fell into Lin Xian's hands today, it would be more painful than death. Tell me first, where is Xiao Dai? Lin Xian said indifferently. She's in a slum on the northwestern border. Han Feng dared not hide anything, his voice trembling. The slums on the northwestern border? Lin Xian frowned. Yes, it's right there. Han Feng said in a trembling voice. Very good, next is the second question. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as he asked, who exactly are those 5 people in the video? Han Feng's pupils constricted sharply at the mention of those 5 people. It was a secret I kept to myself. 2 don't know. He quickly shook his head. However, Lin Xian could already tell from his eyes that he was lying. Immediately, he shook his head, as if losing patience. He directly inserted all 8 silver needles into Han Feng's body. 680, Chapter 680. The truth gradually emerges. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Like a sharp arrow, it tore through the night sky. Han Feng's body convulsed violently, and his eyes instantly became bloodshot. At that moment, he felt as if his soul had been torn into countless pieces. My patience is limited. Lin Xian remained unmoved by Han Feng's shrill screams, his voice filled with a chilling coldness. He just wanted Han Feng to experience the inhuman torture that Xiao Dai had suffered. And that's far from enough. Lin Xian then inserted 2 more silver needles into Han Feng's body. This time, as the silver needle pierced through, the scream that came from Han Feng's throat sounded like he was weeping blood. His face turned from red to purple, and veins bulged all over his body, especially on his neck and forehead, making him look like a ferocious dragon.
"Kill me, kill me!" Han Feng roared. He desperately wanted to die. Die? Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Death isn't that easy.
From now on, you will suffer twice as much pain every day as you are now. I said I would make you pay back 1,000-fold for the pain Xiao Dai has suffered. No, I'll tell you everything, please take this damned silver needle out of my body.
Han Feng completely broke down, screaming. Remember, this is the last chance I'm giving you.
A cold voice fell. Lin Xian withdrew the silver needles. In an instant, the excruciating pain, like 10,000 ants gnawing at his heart, vanished from Han Feng's body. Whoosh! Han Feng collapsed weakly, panting heavily like a windmill.
Now you can speak. Lin Xian spoke. Han Feng felt a chill run down his spine.
Thinking of the pain he had just experienced, his face was filled with deep fear and paleness. I'll tell you everything. One of the 5 people you see in the video is me. Han Feng said in a fright. Lin Xian's expression remained relatively calm, as if he had already guessed that one of them was Han Feng.
What about the other 4 people?
Lin Xian continued to ask questions.
This is what he most wants to know. "No, I don't know, we keep our identities secret, and no one knows who the other is." Han Feng responded. "Looks like you haven't suffered enough."
A chilling glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes.
"I'm not lying to you, I really don't know."
Han Feng shook his head frantically, his voice shrill. "However, we were all under the orders of that lord, he ordered us to interrogate Xiao Dai."
"That sir?"
Lin Xian frowned immediately, his voice low and deep. "Who is he?"
"Two don't know his identity."
Han Feng said, "He has only ever sent his men to deliver messages to us. We have never seen his true face. All I know is that he wants to find the key from the Lin family."
"Key, what's that?" Lin Xian asked. "You do not know?"
Han Feng was startled. Lin Xian shook his head.
"I don't know either."
Han Feng shook his head. "I was just doing what that person instructed."
"So, the tragedy that befell the Lin family 15 years ago was orchestrated by him?" Lin Xian asked.
His eyes involuntarily narrowed.
"This I don't know."
Han Feng replied tremblingly, "Back then, I was in seclusion breaking through to a higher level, so I don't know what happened. However, according to what I learned afterward, the Lin family tragedy back then seems to be related to the old head of state." Han Feng hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was suddenly jolted.
681, Chapter 681. The 4 war gods make their move. Is it related to the former head of state?
Lin Xian was deeply shaken. He had suspected this before. This matter may be related to the head of state or the former head of state. Without their covert support, how could the Su family have achieved such rapid development in Yanjing? Without their covert support, how could the Su family have such power in the war zone? Behind all of this, there must be a powerful force pulling the strings.
Commander-in-Chief.
They have already been ruled out. So all that's left is either the head of state or the former head of state.
I just didn't expect it. All of this actually came true. You're not lying anymore?
Lin Xian's gaze was sharp as he stared directly at Han Feng.
Grandpa Lin, I swear, I haven't said a single lie. Han Feng's body trembled.
Having witnessed Lin Xian's methods, how could he dare to deceive him? Lin Xian looked at Han Feng with those eyes.
After confirming that the latter was not lying, he continued, "Do you know who killed my mother back then?"
"I don't know, you'll probably have to ask the former head of state," Han Feng said.
"Call." Lin Xian let out a deep breath.
His eyes flashed for a moment, then he asked, "So, are you able to contact that mysterious person you mentioned now?"
"Cannot."
Han Feng shook his head. "Every time, it's the big shots who take the initiative to contact may have no authority to contact them." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned deeply. He wondered
wondered who this important figure Han Feng was talking about was. Who on earth has such great ability to command the Nine Directions Pavilion and many prominent families in Yanjing at once? Even the war zone turned a blind eye to his actions. His status must be extremely high. Their strength must also be extremely terrifying. Could it be a former head of state? However, in his understanding, the old head of state, apart from his immense power, was not a martial artist. Could it be that there's someone else? But who could it be? Lin Xian thought for a long time but couldn't think of a suitable candidate. Grandpa Lin, I've told you everything I know, please spare my life, I promise I'll never appear before you again. At this moment, Han Feng's plea for mercy interrupted Lin Xian's thoughts. Lin Xian looked down at Han Feng, who was now crawling on his knees. Thinking of Xiao Dia's ordeal, and the scars on her body, each one left by that beast. A fierce killing intent suddenly flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Boom! An astonishing surge of malevolence erupted from his body, instantly turning Han Feng's face deathly pale, his body trembling violently. Don't kill me, I can give you the entire Nine Directions Pavilion, I'm willing to be your slave. Jiufang Pavilion? Upon hearing the plea for mercy, Lin Xian sneered, you think I'm that special? More than this, I'd like to tear every bone in your body apart, one by one, so you can experience the same pain as Xiao Dai. No, I know I was wrong, I'll never do it again, I'll take you to see her right now, and I'll kowtow to her and apologize in person. Han Feng let out a scream, his body trembling like a leaf in the cold wind. No need. Lin Xian whispered coldly. After speaking, he slowly raised his palm. No mercy. Just then, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out in the night sky. Boom! Boom boom boom! Then, 4 powerful auras shot into the sky. 4 figures arrived at the top of the Nine Directions Pavilion, surrounding Lin Xian from 4 corners. These were none other than the 4 war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. 682, Chapter 682. The 4 war gods plead for mercy. Under the cover of night. The 4 great war gods of Kunlun, Tiansu, Yinlong, and Xiangwei formed a 4-corner formation, surrounding Lin Xian. Each of them possessed an exceptionally powerful aura. Late period of Emperor Wu's reign. They represent the most elite combat force in the Great Xia War Zone. However, there was no sign of ease on their faces at this moment. On the contrary, their bodies were unusually tense, and even their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Because, in front of them was the holder of the Northern Dragon token. He is that senior's apprentice. He was a super prodigy who had easily defeated all 4 of them by himself 5 years ago. The 4 war gods, it's the 4 war gods. When Han Feng saw the arrival of the 4 war gods, hope suddenly shone in his despairing eyes. Save me, the god of war of Kunlun, that brat tried to kill me. Han Feng pleaded for help from the 4 war gods, as if grasping at a lifeline. Shut up! The 4 war gods suddenly let out a fierce shout, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. This guy, as if he hadn't caused them enough trouble, actually dared to provoke Mr. Lin. Han Feng immediately shrank back, not daring to say a word. Lin Xian's gaze swept indifferently over the 4 of them. You've been following me for so long, and you finally decided to show yourselves? He was not surprised by the appearance of the 4 great war gods. They had been secretly watching him ever since he stepped into the streets near Jiufang Pavilion. Mr. Lin, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Upon hearing this, the 4 war gods all gave a wry smile. Sure enough, after 5 years, Mr. Lin's strength had become even more terrifying than before. Perhaps, they have already reached the martial saint realm. That's a realm they wouldn't even dare to dream of in their entire lives. That is the true pinnacle of martial arts. It is also the sacred realm that all martial artists dream of. Reaching that level means one has truly transcended the ordinary and entered sainthood. The body will also be completely transformed. It was far beyond what could be compared to the later years of Emperor Wu's reign. You've come to stop me? Lin Xian did not respond to the 4 war gods' words, but simply asked indifferently. I dare not, Mr. Lin.
The four men were trembling with fear. We're not here to stop you, nor to rescue that guy, we are.
You're here to spy on me, aren't you?
Lin Xian spoke slowly. He knew that his issuance of the emperor's killing order must have alarmed the highest levels of the great Xia dynasty. It is understandable that they were deemed to have motives for rebellion.
Mr. Lin, that's not what we meant.
Stunned by those words, the four war gods trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. I don't blame you, and I'm not here to rebel. You can rest assured about this matter. Lin Xian spoke calmly, without any hint of blame. After I've dealt with these remnants of the Nine Directions Pavilion, I'll dismiss them.
Call.
Upon hearing this, the four war gods breathed a huge sigh of relief.
But then, a troubled look appeared on his face. Mr. Lin, we have a request. I wonder if you could be so kind as to grant it? Kindness?
Lin Xian frowned slightly. The four war gods were so frightened that they dared not breathe.
Among them, the Kunlun war god suppressed his fear and said, Mr. Lin, please be merciful and let these people go. Give me a reason.
Lin Xian said indifferently. A bitter smile crept across the Kunlun war god's lips as he looked down at the Jiufang Pavilion, where blood flowed like a river. More than 1,000 grandmasters and tens of thousands of martial arts masters.
He died a tragic death. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to the fighting strength of their great Xia kingdom.
683, Chapter 683 Strategic Planning and Strength. Mr. Lin, as you have seen, all the grandmasters and experts of Jiufang Pavilion have died at your hands. The Kunlun war god said bitterly, this will be a huge loss of combat power for our great Xianao, if even these 9 supreme beings fall at your hands. In the future, if foreign martial artists invade, we may find it difficult to defend ourselves. More than 1,000 masters, they're gone, so be it. This is not enough to cause serious damage to such a great nation as theirs.
But what if Han Feng and the others die?
That would truly shake the very foundation of the great Xia dynasty.
8 human supremes and 1 earth supreme are not people who can be cultivated casually. That requires absolute talent, as well as a huge amount of resources accumulated later on.
So, you want me to spare their lives?
Lin Xian spoke.
That's right, Mr. Lin. I hope you can be lenient.
The Kunlun war god looked sincere. I can accept your opinions.
Lin Xian looked at the sincere Kunlun war god before him, pondered for a moment, and said, but I have a request here.
Mr. Lin, please speak freely.
The Kunlun war god was filled with wild joy.
Prior to this, the head of state had specifically instructed that everything should be done to satisfy Mr. Lin.
I can keep these people, and Jiufang Pavilion can continue to exist. As for the combat power lost by Great Xia in this battle, I can have the members of the Dark Web replenish it by double.
However, I will secretly hand over the management of the 9 Directions Pavilion to my people next.
Lin Xian slowly spoke, stating his request.
Considering the numerous forces that will be facing in Yanjing in the future,
he also needed to establish his own power base in Yanjing.
Jiufang Pavilion was his first move.
The four war gods looked at each other, somewhat embarrassed. They naturally understood what Mr. Lin meant. However, as the holder of the Northern Dragon token, Mr. Lin already wielded immense power. If he were to build his own 9 Directions Pavilion, I'm afraid.
You disagree?
Lin Xian looked at the four war gods and spoke calmly. His move was essentially a tacit declaration, revealing his intentions to the 4 of them. He agreed, and took over the 9 Directions Pavilion, further expanding its power, which also meant expanding the military strength of the Great Xia Kingdom. Even if he refuses, he still has his own methods to expand his power. However, Han Feng and his group must die.
Because their hands were all stained with Xiaojie's blood to varying degrees. Of course not. Sensing Lin Xian's tone, the 4 war gods hurriedly shook their heads.
The god of war of Kunlun stepped forward and said, we can accept your request, but...
Just what? Lin Xian asked. But can you guarantee that these members of the Dark Web won't rebel in the future? The god of war of Kunlun expressed his concerns.
After all, they are all grandmasters and powerful figures from abroad, so there are bound to be hidden dangers. I, Lin Xian, can guarantee with my life that it won't happen. Lin Xian spoke slowly and deliberately. The resounding voice sent a jolt through the hearts of the 4 war gods. With Mr. Lin's words, they felt relieved. Mr. Lin, then we are relieved. We have no objection to your proposal. The 4 war gods clasped their fists in greeting. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded lightly, then turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over the many dark web members below, and said, Tian Kuei, Kueiba, Dolong, Xing Su, listen to my command. My men are here. Upon hearing this, the 4 stepped forward. Its powerful aura moved even the 4 war gods. These 4 people were all mid-stage martial emperors, at the earthly sovereign level. Moreover, the intensity of that aura was already faintly approaching the late stage. Mr. Lin, what do you want? 684, Chapter 684, Taking over the 9 Directions Pavilion. The 4 war gods were puzzled. At this moment, Lin Xian's indifferent voice, imbued with true energy, slowly resounded in the night sky. The 4 of you will stay and assist the Black Emperor in managing the 9 Directions Pavilion. Black Emperor, the 9 Directions Pavilion is now in your hands. Yes, Master. The Black Emperor and the 4 others, including Tian Kuei, respectfully accepted the order. This is a great trust that their master has placed in them. The 4 earthly sovereign experts will remain at the 9 Directions Pavilion. The 4 war gods were initially shocked, then overjoyed. Now, the Great Xia Kingdom has gained 4 more earthly supreme experts. This is undoubtedly a huge boost to the fighting strength of the Great Xia. As expected of the holder of the Northern Dragon Token, as expected of Mr. Lin. Wow, that's quite a generous gesture. As the 4 war gods were overjoyed, Lin Xian spoke again. In short, this undoubtedly gave them another boost. Black Emperor, next you will select 3,000 grandmasters to stay behind and replenish the 9 Directions Pavilion's combat strength. Yes, Master. The black-collar worker received his orders once again. The 4 war gods were so excited that their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Han Feng and the 8 surviving elders were also deeply moved. 4 earthly sovereigns and 3,000 grandmaster-level experts. This is 3 times the fighting strength of the 9 Directions Pavilion before. No, it's 10 times, or even more. Because those 4 earthly sovereigns alone are equivalent to tens of thousands of grandmasters. After assigning personnel, Lin Xian turned around again, his gaze icy as he looked at Han Feng. Han Feng, I ask you, are you willing to assist the Black Emperor in the future? Yes, I am willing. Han Feng quickly pledged his loyalty. Let's not even talk about the fact that he was given a second chance at life. Didn't you see, with just 1 sentence from Lin Xian, the power of the 9 Directions Pavilion expanded more than tenfold. Moreover, even the 4 great war gods treated him with utmost respect. Following Mr. Lin will definitely lead to a bright future. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction and said, from now on the surface you will still be the pavilion master of the 9 Directions Pavilion, but behind the scenes you will be at the beck and call of the Black Emperor. Yes, Master Lin. Han Feng immediately changed his tune. Alright, that's all for today. In the future, just call me Lin Xian in front of outsiders. Lin Xian said. His main purpose in taking over Jiufang Pavilion this time was to use the name of Jiufang Pavilion to secretly investigate what happened back then. Therefore, they naturally do not want their identities to be exposed. Addressing you as Lin Xian is too offensive. I'll address you as Mr. Lin, just like the 4 war gods. Han Feng was filled with trepidation. Random. Lin Xian said indifferently, not caring about the form of address. As long as my identity isn't exposed, it's fine. Yes, Master. Han Feng was all excited. Kunlun. Lin Xian then looked at the Kunlun war god. Mr. Lin, what are your instructions? The Kunlun war god's expression immediately became respectful. Tonight's events have generated a lot of buzz, and we need your help to suppress the news. Lin Xian said. Right
Now, the news that Jiufang Pavilion is going to deal with him has caused quite a stir in the city.
If he escapes unscathed, it will inevitably alert many hidden forces.
He didn't want to alert the enemy.
Therefore, 4 war gods are needed to step forward.
No problem, Mr. Lin, leave this matter to us. The Kunlun war god understood immediately.
Okay, thank you for your help.
Lin Xian expressed his gratitude. Mr. Lin, you're too kind.
The Kunlun war god said respectfully, in the future, if you encounter any trouble, just come to us to handle it. You don't need to bother these brothers on the dark web anymore.
Today, they have truly experienced the terror of Mr. Lin and the dark web.
They certainly didn't want to experience a scene like this, with hundreds of supreme beings and hundreds of thousands of grandmasters gathering in the Great Xia dynasty, again.
It's absolutely terrifying. 685, Chapter 685. Who said I was dead?
Okay, then I'll have to trouble you from now on.
Lin Xian nodded to the Kunlun war god and said, I have to go first, so I'll leave this place to you. Mr. Lin, are you planning to go to the slums on the northwestern border? The god of war of Kunlun asked. He had overheard Mr. Lin and Han Feng's entire conversation. That's right. Lin Xian said.
I'll go with you. I've heard there are a lot of bad people there with me there. It'll save us a lot of trouble. The Kunlun war god volunteered, intending to curry favor with Lin Xian.
Then I'll have to trouble you.
Lin Xian said politely.
Mr. Lin, you're too kind.
The Kunlun war god, trembling with fear, said, Mr. Lin, please.
Kindness.
Lin Xian nodded, then waved his hand at the crowd below. Everyone, you may all disperse.
Yes, master.
100,000 masters responded in unison.
Swish, swish, swish. The next second, a series of whooshing sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the 100 supreme beings and 10,000 grandmasters who had gathered at the 9 Directions Pavilion vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The scene once again shocked the 4 war gods and Han Feng and others. 100,000 people, just vanished into thin air like that? What incredible execution! Mr. Lin is truly terrifying.
After the members of the dark web dispersed, Lin Xian also left with the Kunlun war god. The other 3 war gods stayed behind to clean up the scene.
9 minutes have passed already, why hasn't brother Lin Xian come out yet?
At this moment, outside the gate of Jiufang Pavilion, Wang Yutong paced anxiously back and forth, looking at the countdown on her phone. Su Baimo also clenched her jade-like hands tightly. Her usually cool and composed face was now filled with anxiety, just like Wang Yutong's. No one was more worried about Lin Xian's safety than she was.
No, I can't wait any longer, Elder Wang, come with me and take the men inside. Wang Yutong decided to take the first step. Just now, she could clearly feel a series of powerful auras erupting from within the city. It seems that a fight has already broken out between the 2 sides. However, the aura quickly subsided. The whole process took less than a minute. This means the conflict is over. Without a doubt, these powerful auras must be coming from the 9 Directions Pavilion. Because at that time, only brother Lin Xian and the Black Emperor entered the city.
Meanwhile, Jiufang Pavilion was already on high alert. The vast difference in strength between the 2 sides means that once a battle breaks out, it will inevitably be a one-sided affair. Perhaps, brother Lin Xian is already seriously injured and has fallen into Han Feng's hands.
Thinking of Lin Xian's current state of near death, Wang Yutong's eyes reddened.
Young miss, I don't think it's wise for us to go in now. That kid might already be dead. If we rush in now, we'll only make enemies of the 9 Directions Pavilion. The eldest elder of the Wang family tried to dissuade him. Just now, he and Lin Xian were at odds the most.
Elder, who are you saying is dead? Wang Yutong's face suddenly turned icy cold, and she glared angrily at the Grand Elder.
This old bastard actually dared to curse brother Lin Xian. Young miss, please calm down. I was just stating the facts. It's really not worth offending the 9 Directions Pavilion for a dead or dying person. The Grand Elder, however, acted as if it were none of his business. He wished Lin Xian were dead. To avoid that guy dragging the Wang family down with him. Elder, do
do you really think I wouldn't dare to punish you?
Wang Yutong's beautiful eyes held a murderous glint. Young miss, although what I said may have been a bit harsh, every word I uttered was for the sake of the Wang family. You should have felt the aura inside the city just now. Under that kind of pressure, that kid wouldn't have survived. The Grand Elder, however, had no scruples at this moment. As the clan's eldest elder, he didn't believe the young lady would dare to punish him. Moreover, he didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. Elder, you. Wang Yutong was so angry that her delicate body trembled. He was about to order the old man to be dismissed from his post. A detached voice rang out, "Old man, who said I'm dead?" 686, chapter 686. Who was questioning Mr. Lin? The sudden sound startled everyone. Turning around, they saw Lin Xian, who had appeared behind them at some point. Brother Lin Xian, you're back. Wang Yutong's pretty face immediately lit up with surprise. Su Baimo's tense face relaxed the moment he saw Lin Xian. Just now, she was thinking of going to the city with Wang Yutong. Lin Xian? You're not dead? The eldest elder of the Wang family looked horrified. How could anyone possibly survive the clutches of the Nine Directions Pavilion? Even if you die, I won't die. A mocking smile appeared on Lin Xian's lips. He heard everything that old man said. However, he didn't have time to argue with this old man right now. Presumptuous. The elder was so angry that he puffed out his beard and glared at his elders. How dare you speak to your elders at such a young age? Elder, you dare call yourself an elder? Lin Xian sneered. You. The elder was so angry that his old bones trembled. Lin Xian merely glanced at the old man indifferently. Is that all the petty tricks you have? He can curse someone to death, but no one can say anything to him? Alright, old man, be more magnanimous, don't get yourself killed by anger. Lin Xian said coldly, then looked at Su Baimo and Wang Yutong, his expression softening. I'm sorry to have worried you earlier. I'm so glad you're alright. The two women shook their heads, their eyes slightly red. Her face flushed with excitement. Brother Lin Xian, how did you negotiate with the Nine Directions Pavilion? They actually let you go. Wang Yutong asked in surprise. Also, what was that terrifying aura that just erupted from inside the city? Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Clearly, they all had the same doubts. You mean this? Lin Xian smiled and said, do you remember the 100,000 troops I mentioned to you? Remember. Wang Yutong nodded, then her expression became even more confused. What does this have to do with what just happened? Just now, only brother Lin Xian and the Black Emperor entered the city. What does that have to do with the 100,000 troops? Of course. Lin Xian replied, I had Black Emperor deploy these 100,000 people in the city beforehand. They are all Black Emperor's subordinates abroad. This time, I was able to successfully negotiate with Jiufang Pavilion thanks to them. In a way, we could say we had the advantage in numbers. Real? Wang Yutong's eyes widened immediately. Real. Lin Xian smiled. That's fantastic, now the problem is solved. Wang Yutong was overjoyed. Su Baimo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. It turns out that what Lin Xian told her on the phone yesterday, telling her not to worry, was true. He has already made plans. Humph, what advanced planning, that's utter nonsense. At this moment, upon hearing a report from one of his subordinates, the eldest elder of the Wang family let out a cold snort. Elder, what do you mean? Wang Yutong's eyebrows immediately stood up. Young miss, that kid is just bragging to save face. The Grand Elder said, just now, Xiaosong sent me intelligence that he saw 4 of the war gods of our great Xia kingdom, as well as the 3 war gods, Tiansu, Yinlong, and Chang Wei, personally dealing with the aftermath. Clearly, this matter must have blown up too much and alarmed the higher-ups, so they asked a few war gods to step in and resolve it. So, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with that kid. This kid was just lucky, he happened to run into a few war gods who intervened, which is why he escaped death. He even shamelessly claimed all the credit for himself, saying that he had arranged for 100,000 people in advance.
Where are the 100,000 manpower? I can't see a single one. The elder deliberately looked around, his face full of malice. Wang Yutong frowned, her patience with the grand elder had reached its limit. Even Subaimo's beautiful eyes turned unusually cold at this moment. I was just about to shut this old guy up. A strong male voice rang out from the back of the crowd, let me see who dares to question Mr. Lin and disrespect him. A sound rang out. Everyone turned to look. From the crowd, a tall and imposing figure slowly walked out. Everyone's expression changed. The grand elder stared in shock. Because the person who came was none other than the god of war of Kunlun. 687, Chapter 687 Apologizing to Mr. Lin. Kunlun war god? Everyone was stunned. The person who arrived was none other than the Kunlun war god, one of the 4 war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. Ignoring the crowd's surprise, the Kunlun war god went straight to Lin Xian and said respectfully, I apologize, Mr. Lin. I was reporting some information to my superiors and I'm a little late. Fine. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Mr. Lin. Everyone was stunned once again. Pairs of eyes stared at the Kunlun war god, who was now behaving respectfully towards Lin Xian, and they gasped inwardly. You should know that the Kunlun war god is the strongest fighting force in the Great Xia war zone. He is the supreme war god in their hearts. However, at this moment, this very person, whom they considered a god, was showing such respect to a young man and even addressed him as Mr. Lin. The eldest elder of the Wang family, who had just mocked Lin Xian, was now filled with shock. Its mouth was wide open, big enough to fit a fist. Just now, was it you who was disrespectful to Mr. Lin? The Kunlun war god looked at the grand elder, a cold and stern look appearing in his deep sword-like eyes. Upon being singled out by the Kunlun war god, the Wang family's eldest elder felt a chill run down his spine. Kunlun war god, you know him? The elder was drenched in cold sweat. No. Kunlun war god path. As he said this, a hint of honor even appeared in his eyes. The grand elder looked into the eyes of the Kunlun war god and his heart skipped a beat again. Please, may I ask what your relationship is with him? You have no right to know that. You should apologize to Mr. Lin right now. The Kunlun war god responded, his voice filled with immense power. The elder's knees buckled, and he almost fell to his knees. He immediately apologized to Lin Xian. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I was blind just now. Kindness. Lin Xian simply nodded indifferently, not intending to stoop to the level of this old man. Kunlun war god, Mr. Lin, please forgive me. The grand elder looked at the Kunlun war god again. What he truly feared was the supreme war god standing before him. The opponent is the strongest force in the Great Xia dynasty, a heavenly sovereign. Kindness. The god of war of Kunlun simply nodded indifferently. He knew that Mr. Lin was magnanimous and wouldn't stoop to the level of such a narrow-minded person. Kunlun war god, let's set off. Lin Xian didn't want to waste time. Right now, Xiao Dai is still waiting for him to rescue her. Yes, Mr. Lin. The god of war of Kunlun nodded. Brother Lin Xian, where are you going? Seeing that Lin Xian and the god of war of Kunlun were about to leave, Wang Yutong didn't bother to ask about their relationship and hurriedly asked. Go save Xiao Dai. Lin Xian's gaze softened again, and he said, You and Bai Mo go back first, I'll come find you later. Brother Lin Xian, I'll go with you. Wang Yutong said. She didn't want Lin Xian to leave her sight. I'll go with you. Su Baimo shared the same thoughts as Wang Yutong. Besides, she also had many questions she wanted to ask Lin Xian. All right. Lin Xian did not refuse the two women's request. The group was preparing to set off. Just then, a vast army suddenly arrived from not far away. The leader looked extremely anxious. Lin Xian is also very familiar with him. It was Lin Xiao. Furthermore, Zhang Wan'er also came with Lin Xiao this time. Xianer, wait for your father, we'll go to Jiufang Pavilion with you. Lin Xiao called out Lin Xian's name from a great distance.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned slightly.
Lin Xiao, did he bring people to help him this time? 688, Chapter 688. There's more to the story. Lin Xiao, what are you doing here? Lin Xian frowned.
At this moment, Lin Xiao and Jiang Wan'er rushed over. Behind him were a large number of Lin family guards and troops.
Xianer, father will accompany you to Jiufang Pavilion. Lin Xiaodao.
He paused noticeably when he said the word father. Clearly, he still felt guilty towards Lin Xian about what happened 15 years ago, and also felt that he was not a good father.
Will you come with me?
Lin Xian frowned even deeper and looked at Lin Xiao, asking, Lin Xiao, what you're doing right now is completely out of character for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He knew that Xianer still harbored resentment towards him for what happened 15 years ago and for his mother's death. However, now is not the time to talk about these things.
He was well aware of the terrifying power of the Nine Directions Pavilion. Even with the help of Su and Wang, it was far from enough.
That's why he rushed over to help.
However, due to certain reasons, there were some delays in the trip. Fortunately, I made it in time.
Xianer, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go in together. More people means more bargaining power. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and said. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian frowned even more deeply.
So, Lin Xiao really came to help him? This was completely unexpected.
Furthermore, he also noticed a bright red handprint on Jiang Wan'er's face. The handprint appears to have been there for some time, yet it hasn't faded, indicating the force used by the person who struck.
That slap definitely wasn't delivered by Lin Xiao. Who could it be? Forget it, why should he worry about this woman?
Lin Xian quickly returned to reality, his expression remaining indifferent, and said, I have already resolved the matter of Jiufang Pavilion. Lin Xiao, you should quickly take your beloved wife back to recover from her injuries. Despite thinking this in his heart, Lin Xian still asked a question out of concern. Perhaps it was because Lin Xiao and Jiang Wan'er brought people to provide support this time that the ice in his heart melted away.
Resolved? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Then, he noticed that the person standing next to Lin Xian was actually the god of war of Kunlun. Kunlun War God, what are you doing here?
Lin Zhao's eyes widened in surprise.
I've come to help Mr. Lin deal with some trouble.
The god of war of Kunlun smiled politely. Although he could see the conflict between Mr. Lin and his father, he still treated them politely.
Help Xianer deal with her troubles? Lin Xiao was even more surprised after hearing this. You two know each other? Kindness.
Kunlun War God said, bringing out an excuse he had already prepared. Mr. Lin saved my life on the battlefield once.
He knew that Mr. Lin could not reveal his identity yet. Did Xianer save your life on the battlefield?
Lin Zhao's eyes trembled violently.
That's right.
The Kunlun War God said, 5 years ago, we were on the same battlefield, and we were comrades in arms then.
So that's how it is.
Lin Xiao murmured. The people around also suddenly realized what was happening. No wonder the Kunlun War God took action this time. It turns out they were once comrades in arms. Lin Xiao then looked at Lin Xian. Looking at his son's resolute and mature face. No wonder Xianer's strength has improved so much. It turns out that these past 15 years have been forged in the crucible of countless battles. He knew the harshness of the battlefield and the near-death experience.
He felt even more guilty towards Xianer.
Originally, as a father, he didn't expect his son to live a life of luxury and wealth, but at least to be free from worries about food and clothing.
But,
thinking of this, Lin Zhao's eyes involuntarily reddened. Lin Xian saw this and his brows furrowed again.
Judging from Lin Zhao's demeanor, it didn't seem like he was faking it. Could there really be more to the story than meets the eye back then? 689, Chapter 689. Still can't say. Lin Xiao, so when can you give me an explanation for what happened back then?
Lin Xian looked at Lin Xiao and asked in a deep voice. Lin Zhao's eyes flickered. He knew this was the perfect opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding with his son. However, it is not the right time to tell the truth yet. Otherwise, Wanner would have taken that slap for nothing. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao felt a bitter taste in his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, Xianer, it's not the right time yet."
"So when exactly will it be time, Lin Xiao?" Lin Xian frowned. A sense of depression welled up inside me. "Sorry, I don't know either."
Lin Xiao shook his head.
"You do not know?"
Lin Xian frowned even more deeply.
"Kindness."
Lin Xiao said, "I'm sorry."
"Sorry, is that all you can say, Lin Xiao?"
A hint of annoyance flashed across Lin Xian's brows as he said, "If you truly feel sorry for me, then tell me the truth."
"Feel sorry?"
Lin Xiao kept repeating the same phrase.
"Call."
Lin Xian let out a deep breath, too lazy to waste any more time with Lin Xiao, and said, "It's okay if you don't tell me. We'll investigate the matter from back then myself. Furthermore, I now have obtained some clues."
"You've already obtained a lead?"
Lin Xiao's expression changed.
"That's right,"
Lin Xian said indifferently.
"What is it about?"
Lin Xiao pressed for answers with concern. "You don't need to know that, just watch how I make those who persecuted my mother pay the price." Lin Xian responded coldly and then turned to leave.
"Xianer, you must not act impulsively."
Lin Xiao stopped him. "What happened back then is not as simple as you think. Leave Yanjing quickly. Don't let all the efforts Wanner and I have made today be in vain."
"What efforts have you made for me?"
Lin Xian frowned again, glanced at the army behind Lin Xiao, and said, "Your efforts refer to them?"
"I'd say half."
Lin Xiaodao.
"What about the other half?"
Lin Xian pressed for an answer.
"I'm sorry, I can't say. This is something I promised Wanner."
Lin Xiao shook his head.
"I can't tell her, but I have to agree to her request?"
Lin Xian's tone turned serious, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. "Lin Xiao, when will you ever stand up like a man?
I remember you weren't like this before."
The sharp remark made Lin Xiao's body tremble uncontrollably.
But his face showed no other expression besides bitterness.
Lin Xian saw this and his eyes showed disappointment. "Lin Xiao, I appreciate your good intentions regarding today's events.
But next time, it won't be so complicated. I've said it before, I can handle my own affairs. If you really want to help me, tell me the truth about what happened back then." "Bayamo, Yutong, let's go." "Xianer, where are you going?"
Lin Zhao's eyes flickered.
"This is none of your business, is it?" Lin Xian's tone was low. "Xianer,
Brother Xiao, let him go."
At this moment, Jiang Wanner spoke.
She couldn't bear to see Xiao Gu continue to suffer. They thought this would resolve the conflict between father and son, but unexpectedly.
"I see."
Lin Xiao had no choice but to give up trying to persuade him. Looking at the bright red handprint on Jiang Wanner's face, a deep sense of guilt welled up in his heart.
This time, Wanner took the slap for Xianer's sake.
And he, as a husband, as a father.
But besides feeling heartbroken, there's nothing I can do.
690, Chapter 690. Let the Black Emperor investigate.
"I'm sorry, Wanner."
Lin Zhao's eyes were filled with guilt. He failed to live up to Wanner's efforts for him. Instead of repairing his relationship with his son, he made their relationship even worse.
"Brother Xiao, don't apologize to me. You've already tried your best." Jiang Wanner's eyes were full of tenderness.
She knew what Xiao Gu was carrying, and she also knew that Xiao Gu was definitely not the kind of person who was afraid of death. Behind him stood the vast Lin family estate. Behind him lies the lives of tens of thousands of members of the Lin family. If it weren't for these clansmen, Brother Xiao would probably have fought them to the death long ago, to avenge his deceased wife and the Lin clan members who died under the butcher's knife.
But Lin Xiao clenched his fists.
It is his incompetence that has led to this situation. If he were strong enough, he wouldn't.
Looking at the bright red handprint on Jiang Wanner's face, there were even some bruises on it.
How he wished that the slap had landed on his face.
"Brother Xiao, now that Lin Xian is alright, let's go back,"
Jiang Wanner said softly. She did all of this willingly for Brother Xiao. She has always been proud to be Lin Zhao's wife. Only she knew how much this man truly carried on his shoulders.
As a result, Xiaogu suffers from insomnia almost every day.
Even so, Xiaogu was never overwhelmed by the pressure, nor did he ever stop caring for her.
This time, for Xiaoji's sake, for her son's sake, what does it matter if she gets slapped by her father? Thank you, Wanner.
Lin Zhao's eyes reddened, and a bitter feeling welled up inside him. When he got back, he would use the best wound medicine in the world to apply it to Wanner's wounds.
Xianer, now that you're alright, your father will head back now.
Lin Xiao looked at Lin Xian again, and although he knew it was useless, he still advised him, Xianer, listen to your father, don't continue to investigate the truth. Spend some time with Bai Mo and Yutong these days. Your father can tell that they care about you a lot and know how to care for you even more than your father does. Your father will tell you the truth about what happened 15 years ago when the time is right.
Father, I have never forgotten your mother either.
After saying that, he and Jiang Wan'er turned and left. Su Baimo and Wang Yutong blushed slightly.
Does this mean they've gained their uncle's approval?
Lin Xian watched Lin Zhao's departing figure, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. In the past, he would never have believed what Lin Xiao said. But this time, even though Lin Xiao knew that the enemy he was facing was the Nine Directions Pavilion, he still brought people to provide support.
At that time, the anxious look in their eyes didn't lie. Jiang Wan'er's face, which hadn't been seen for 2 days, now bore a slap mark. He didn't know who left the handprint. But thinking about it, it might be related to him. Thinking about this. Call.
Lin Xian let out a heavy breath, took out his phone, and typed a text message to Black Emperor. Black Emperor, have someone investigate who Jiang Wan'er has been in contact with these past 2 days.
Yes, Master. The Black Emperor replied immediately.
Upon receiving the message, Lin Xian quickly composed himself.
He looked at the god of war Kunlun and asked, Kunlun, do you know about what happened to my Lin family 15 years ago?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I don't know.
The god of war of Kunlun shook his head.
At that time, he was still defending the border against the enemy and knew nothing about what was happening in Yanjing. Furthermore, the news about that incident was kept extremely secret. Even the commander-in-chief only had a superficial understanding of this matter.
I see. Lin Xian took a deep breath.
He didn't have high hopes to begin with, he was just asking casually. However, the fact that the news was kept so tightly under wraps only underscores how extraordinary the events of that year were.
He will definitely investigate the truth.
Let's go, let's head to the northwest border first.
Lin Xian spoke.
Thinking about Xiaodia's current situation. A deep chill returned to his eyes.
691, Chapter 691 Northwest Border.
Northwest Border, Slums. This area is located at the border of the two countries and is also a no man's land. Those who live there are either extremely poor or extremely wicked.
At this time, in a bumpy alleyway along the border,
a woman, dressed in rags and with disheveled hair, was being forced to crawl on the ground like a dog, her neck tied with a rope. Her body was covered in scars, she was emaciated, and her skin was extremely sallow. Her pupils were dull, and no light could be seen in her eyes anymore. And she was none other than Xiao Dai, whom Lin Xian had been searching for.
Get the hell out of here!
As if annoyed that Xiao Dai was crawling too slowly, the fat man behind him raised his leather whip and lashed her hard.
Snap!
Blood splattered, and a bright red whip mark appeared on Xiaodia's body.
Xiaodia's delicate body trembled violently.
The already shaky body felt as if it were about to fall apart. But the more she teetered on the brink of collapse, the faster the man behind her swung his whip, the better.
Clap clap clap. One heavy lash after another fell on Xiaodia's body.
Xiao Dai was in so much pain that she almost fainted. She was already exhausted, and now, under the man's torment, she collapsed to the ground after crawling only a couple of steps forward.
Get up, you bastard!
With a sharp shout, the man kicked Xiao Dai hard in the waist. The excruciating pain quickly brought Xiao Dai back to consciousness from her semi-conscious state. She arched her back like a shrimp in pain.
The man, however, showed no sign of stopping and grew even angrier. Did you hear me? Get up right now. If you don't finish this lap today, I'll work overtime with you. The man roared and kicked Xiao Dai hard again. Xiao Dai was in so much pain that her whole body was convulsing. She tried to get up several times, but failed each time because she didn't have the strength. Damn it, you're useless. The man cursed angrily. Feeling the urge to urinate, he tied the rope to a nearby pillar and ran to the nearby outhouse to relieve himself. At this moment, an older girl nearby saw it and immediately ran over with a white steamed bun and a bowl of water in her hand. Girl, come on, eat this steamed bun quickly, don't let them see. This is Xiao Dai's 7th day here. Every day, she would witness Xiao Dai passing by and suffering inhuman abuse. She didn't know who this girl had offended to be treated like this. All she could do was take advantage of the moment when the other woman was relieving herself to hand her a steamed bun and some water. After all, in this place, everyone is starving. The man was a local bully, and no one dared to provoke him. Thank you, sister, I'm not hungry. Xiao Dai, barely able to speak, raised her head with difficulty to look at the kind older sister in front of her. Sister, you should leave quickly if they see you, you will be implicated too. Her life was hopeless. She didn't know how much longer she had to live. She didn't want to drag others down because of herself anymore. It's alright, I saw that person go to the outhouse just now. You should take this opportunity to eat the steamed bun. The way of women. Thank you, sister. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai immediately began to wolf down her food. Damn it, who told you to feed her? I haven't even eaten yet, and she dared to eat first. At this moment, the man, who had returned early after relieving himself, saw that someone dared to secretly feed Xiao Dai behind his back and immediately roared in fury. The woman was startled by the sound, and the bowl in her hand shattered on the ground, spilling water everywhere. Get out of my way. The man roared and kicked the woman to the ground. The woman plopped heavily on the ground, revealing a fairly pretty face. Upon seeing this, the man's eyes immediately gleamed with predatory intent. He never expected to see a woman of such beauty in such a slum. Having not touched a woman for quite some time, he stared at the woman's beautiful face and the bulge in her breasts, and his mouth immediately watered. Hey, you're so eager to help her, looks like you want to end up like her, on a leash. The man gave a lewd smile. He brandished the leather whip in his hand and walked towards the woman. 692, Chapter 692. Young Master. No. The woman stepped back in terror. Don't want? The greed in the man's eyes grew stronger. You bitch, blame yourself for meddling in other people's business. Now, you will take the punishment that is inflicted on her. The man grinned. After saying that, he whipped the leather whip in his hand and tied the woman's arms. Then, with a sharp tug of the whip, the woman crashed into his arms. The soft touch instantly stirred the man's heart. Reaching out with groping hands. Snap! The woman instinctively slapped the man across the face. A crisp slap rang out. The man's hand movements suddenly stopped. He never expected that this bitch would dare to hit him. Pooh! The man spat on the ground and forcefully pushed the woman away. The woman also lost her balance and fell to the ground with a thud. How dare you hit me? Do you even know who I am? The man touched his burning face, his eyes filled with malice. After saying that, he raised the leather whip in his hand and lashed it hard across the woman's body. The woman used her arm to block it. Immediately, the whip struck her arm, tearing her skin open. Ah! The woman let out a painful wail. You think you can block me? You fine, I'll show you how to block me, let's see how I teach you a lesson. The man became increasingly ferocious with each blow, his whip lashing down repeatedly, leaving bright red welts on the woman's hands and body. The woman's clothes were gradually torn to shreds under the whip. You stinking woman! The man saw this and his eyes blazed with lust. Then, another whip lashed down heavily onto the woman's chest. Ah! With a mournful cry. The woman's clothes at the chest were also torn to shreds by the whip. Hey!
A wicked glint appeared in the man's eyes. He walked up to the woman, grabbed her from the ground, and tore her clothes in half. Ah! Suddenly, amidst the woman's screams, her clothes were completely torn to shreds at the chest. It was intensely stimulating the man's nerves. The man's eyes reddened as he stared, and he opened his mouth wide. No! The woman turned pale with fright, but she was powerless to resist the man's immense strength. Xiao Dai saw it all. Seeing her older sister, who had always cared for her, about to be taken advantage of by a man. At that moment, she didn't know where the strength came from, but she pounced on him and bit the man's arm hard. Ah! The man released his grip after being bitten. The woman collapsed back to the ground, thus escaping unharmed. She immediately clutched her chest and looked at Xiao Dai with concern. Damn it, you dare bite me! The good thing was ruined, and the man was so angry that he picked up Xiao Dai and threw her heavily to the ground. Bang! Her body made a solid impact with the ground, and a metallic taste immediately rose in Xiao Dai's throat. This moment! The feeling of suffocation filled her mind. She felt like she was going to die. Scenes flashed rapidly through her mind like a movie. Finally, the image freezes on that gentle, handsome young face. Young master. He mumbled something in his sleep. Xiao Dai's vision blurred, and she slowly closed her eyes. Stop pretending to be dead. The man, however, was still not going to let Xiao Dai go. He raised his foot, intending to stomp hard on her chest. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept in from afar. 693, Chapter 693. I'm pregnant with your young master's child. Boom! An overwhelming sense of malevolence swept through the alley. The sheer power of that aura sent the man flying several meters away. Lin Xian flashed to Xiao Dai's side and picked up the dying woman. He circulated his internal energy and quickly checked on Xiao Dai's condition. It was discovered that the latter had several broken bones and his internal organs were damaged to varying degrees. If he had arrived any later, Xiao Dai might have. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickly took out 4 silver needles and inserted them into Xiao Dai's body. Only then did Xiao Dai slowly open her eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar, handsome face before her, she weakly said, Big brother, go quickly, don't worry about me. Xiao Dai, it's me, it's young master. Lin Xian's eyes instantly reddened, and his voice became somewhat choked. Xiao Dai is still as kind as ever. Even if it means death, I don't want to implicate others. Young master? Upon hearing this familiar address, Xiao Dai was completely stunned. The next second, his eyes lit up with wild joy. It's young master, is it really you, young master? It's me. Lin Xian choked up. Young master, let Xiao Dai touch you. Xiao Dai wanted to reach out and touch Lin Xian. But when she thought about how her hands were dirty and would surely soil the young master, she immediately pulled her hands back. I'm sorry, young master, Xiao Dai's hands are dirty. It's alright, Xiao Dai. Lin Xian's body trembled violently, and tears streamed down his face. Young master, let's not touch Xiao Dai for now. Xiao Dai pursed her lips, a contented smile appearing on her face. She knew she was going to die. However, she was already content to see the young master before she died. I'm so sorry, Xiao Dai, I've made you suffer. Lin Xian's voice trembled. It's not bitter, Xiao Dai isn't bitter at all. But young master, why are you crying? You told Xiao Dai that a real man doesn't easily shed tears. A melancholy smile appeared on Xiao Dai's face. She didn't know whether what she was seeing now was the real young master, or the young master she had imagined in her mind on her deathbed. However, she feels so warm now. She would be content if she could leave like this. At least, she won't have to suffer so much anymore. Xiao Dai slowly closed her eyes, and her heartbeat rapidly slowed down. That's a sign that someone is actively giving up the will to survive. Xiao Dai, don't sleep, please don't sleep, young master will take you back right away. Realizing Xiao Dai's intentions, Lin Xian shouted desperately. He knew that Xiao Dai's body was extremely weak, and she was only kept alive by a breath and a single thought. If she gives up the will to live now, even he will not be able to save her. Yes, Xiao Dai, you haven't even met your young master's girlfriend yet, how can you sleep with her? Su Baimo ran to Xiao Dai, squatted down, and called out in a cold and anxious voice. Yes, Xiao Dai, I'm pregnant with your young master's child. We'll need your help to take care of it for us in the future. Wang Yutong spoke at this moment, a blush clearly appearing on her cheeks. As if hearing the two women's voices, Xiao Dia's fingers, which had begun to stiffen, suddenly twitched. Her heartbeat reappeared. Xiao Dai heard that. Lin Xian was immediately overjoyed and looked at the two women gratefully. Thank you. Why are you being so polite with us? The two women gently pursed their lips. Damn it, who just ambushed me? At this moment, the man who had just been blasted away by Lin Xian's true energy got up from the ground with a ferocious expression. He looked in Xiao Dia's direction. Upon seeing the two stunning beauties, Su Baimo and Wang Yutong, he was momentarily stunned. He thought he was hallucinating. After shaking his head vigorously, he found that the two stunningly beautiful figures were still clearly in front of him. Immediately, his eyes lit up, like a hungry wolf smelling blood. He whistled loudly. Immediately, thugs wielding sticks poured out from all sides of the alley and surrounded Lin Xian and his group. 694, Chapter 694, making them speechless. Hey, Chang, where did these two beauties come from? A group of thugs surrounded them. A pair of greedy eyes were fixed on Su Baimo and Wang Yutong. I don't know either, but there's no reason not to accept a woman who comes to your door. The fat man, known as Brother Chang, gleamed with a wolfish light in his eyes and excitedly licked his lips. Such exceptional items are extremely rare, you couldn't find them even with a lantern. But today, it was actually delivered right to his lips. Moreover, they give away a pair. One possesses an aloof and unparalleled elegance, while the other boasts a sexy and alluring figure. The thought of riding these two stunning beauties in a moment made Chang Ji's lustful desire surge uncontrollably. He couldn't wait. The thugs he had summoned brazenly scanned Su Baimo and Wang Yutong's bodies, wishing they could strip them naked right now. Ladies, do you know where you are? How dare you barge in like this? Once you've come here, it won't be easy for you to leave. Hey, third brother, I want this one with big breasts and a big beauty. Herd women like that are really exciting to have sex with. Hee, youngest brother, then I'll take that woman who looks aloof. They say that once aloof women conquer you, she'll be more seductive than anyone else. Hey beautiful, what's your relationship with this brat? You actually fought with Brother Chang over her. Who cares what their relationship is? I can't hold back anymore. You all better hurry up and get it over with. I am going to have a threesome today. Those breasts, it must feel really good to push them up, right? Ha ha ha. A cacophony of body jokes echoed through the alleyway. Su Baimo and Wang Yutong's expressions undoubtedly turned icy cold at this moment. They are inherently averse to the opposite sex. Normally, they would feel disgusted if someone glanced at them, but now that they were being harassed like this, the chill in their hearts was naturally incredibly intense. Hey, these two beauties seem pretty fierce. Hey, I love the fierceness. The fiercer they are, the more I'll make them cry for their parents. Damn it, we've already entered the northwest border. What are you still so arrogant about? Do you still think you're in the Great Xia Kingdom? Let me tell you, this is the northwestern border. This is a no man's land. Even if you die here, no one will care. Third brother, stop talking about death all the time. It'll scare the two beauties. To deal with beauties, we should use what we have to conquer them. Hee, the woman stays behind, and the man is killed. Brothers, let's get started. There are two beauties coming up. I'll go first, and then you guys can have them. At this moment, Brother Chang spoke up, his eyes already filled with impatience as he looked at Su Baimo and Wang Yutong. Remember, don't ruin them. From now on, we're going to play with them every day until we get tired of them. Brother Chang, whatever you say goes. The thugs were also excited. Holding an iron rod and whistling, he walked towards Lin Xian and the others. Brother Lin Xian, I want to make sure these people never have to speak again. Wang Yutong looked at the people who were walking towards her, her beautiful eyes filled with icy coldness. Su Baimo did not speak. But her icy gaze at that moment said it all. I see. Lin Xian said, I'll leave Xiao Dai in your care for now. After saying that, he handed Xiao Dai over to Wang Yutong and Su Baimo. Then he slowly got up and looked up at the group of scumbags who were spouting vulgarities. His eyes gleamed with a chilling aura. 695, Chapter 695. Not a single one left behind. A strong murderous aura surged in Lin Xian's eyes. It's not just because these guys are full of lewd talk and have designs on Su Baimo and Wang Yutong. Similarly, it was for Xiao Dai. If he had arrived even a moment later, Xiao Dai would probably already be. Young man, you can't beat them, you'd better take Xiao Dai and your friend and leave. The woman, who had just narrowly escaped being violated, spoke anxiously. If we run, there might still be a sliver of a chance. If we were to fight them head-on, we would already be at a significant disadvantage in terms of numbers. Moreover, living in a border slum, she knew all too well what kind of treatment these two beautiful women would receive if they fell into the hands of this group. Trying to leave? Upon hearing this, Chang Gu immediately became anxious. In this godforsaken place, two such stunning beauties finally came. If he lets them get away, where will he find them again? He immediately shouted at the group of thugs, "Get them, don't let them escape." Don't worry, Brother Chang, even if they had wings, they wouldn't be able to fly out of here today. The thugs grinned menacingly. Pairs of eyes, gleaming with intense greed, swept over Su Baimo and Wang Yutong's delicate bodies. Then, one by one, they pounced on the two women like vicious wolves. Oh no! The woman's expression changed drastically. Boom! Lin Xian's body suddenly erupted with a dense aura of killing intent. Just as they were about to make their move, a thunderous shout suddenly rang out in the sky, "Let's see who dares to lay a hand on us." Boom! The words fell. A powerful aura descended directly from the sky. Under the oppressive force of that immense aura, the thugs knelt down on the spot. Brother Chang turned pale with fright and shouted into the air, Who is it?" "It's me." A deep voice sounded. A burly figure descended from the sky. It was none other than the war god of Kunlun. Just now, he and Mr. Lin went their separate ways. He looked to the left, while Mr. Lin looked to the right. However, after searching around, he couldn't find Xiao Dai, so he came to find Mr. Lin and saw the scene before him. Similarly, I saw Xiao Dai covered in wounds. These beasts. A chill ran through the eyes of the Kunlun war god. It sits the god of war of Kunlun. Chang Ji's body trembled violently, and his eyes almost popped out. They actually encountered the god of war of Kunlun here. The god of war of Kunlun has been guarding the border for many years. His reputation was undoubtedly legendary among those who spent years traveling in the border region. However, they never expected that the god of war of Kunlun would appear here, in a small, neglected slum. Is he really the god of war of Kunlun? At this moment, the others also clearly saw the Kunlun war god's angular face. Immediately, their legs went weak with fear, and their eyes showed terror. Why is the Kunlun war god here? How would I know? Boss, what should we do now? What else can we do but run away? The crowd was terrified. They dropped their iron bars and ran away as fast as they could. Faced with the Kunlun war god, one of the four great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom, they had no will to resist and only thought about how to escape. Because for the Kunlun war god, crushing them would be as easy as crushing an ant. The local ruffians scattered like birds and beasts. The Kunlun war god's cold gaze swept over these people before he asked, "Mr. Lin, how should we deal with them?" "Leave no one alive." Lin Xian spoke slowly and deliberately. 696, Chapter 696. Inner Collapse. Yes, Mr. Lin. The god of war of Kunlun accepted the order. Boom! A surge of powerful true energy erupted from within his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! His figure moved as fast as lightning. Wherever it went, cries of agony filled the air. When dealing with these people, the Kunlun war god showed no mercy. It's not just because these people hurt Mr. Lin's friends, but also because of the numerous crimes they've committed in the border region. Today, let's take this opportunity to clean it up together. The Kunlun war god charged into the crowd. Lin Xian then slowly walked towards the man called Brother Chang. His eyes were filled with hostility. This guy is the leader of that group. Xiao Dai was tortured and left covered in wounds by him. He's going to kill this bastard himself. You stay away. Seeing the blood splattering everywhere, Chang Gu was already terrified. At this moment, seeing Lin Xian walking towards him with a sinister look in his eyes, his face instantly lost all color. Lin Xian approached step by step, expressionless. A fierce aura was building up in his eyes. At this moment, a man who was so frightened by the aura of the Kunlun war god that he wet himself was about to run into Lin Xian while fleeing. Lin Xian simply kicked the pebbles under his feet. The pebble instantly transformed into a bullet, piercing the opponent's head, causing blood to spurt out. Chang Gu saw this and was so frightened that his legs trembled, and a smell of urine came from his crotch. He didn't know that Lin Xian was the one who did it. They thought it was the aftershocks of the Kunlun war god that had affected the man from before. Lin Xian continued walking towards Brother Chang step by step. Whenever someone approaches him, he kills them using the same method. He showed no mercy and no sympathy. Because these scumbags are not worth his mercy. Showing leniency will only allow them to harm more innocent people. Don't come any closer. As Lin Xian drew closer, Chang Gu let out a low growl. Lin Xian ignored him and took another step forward. Damn it. I'll fight you to the death. Driven to desperation, Chang also pulled out a dagger from his waist. Since I'll die anyway if I don't resist, it's better to take someone down with me. He glanced at the crowd out of the corner of his eye and discovered that the god of war of Kunlun was on the other side of the crowd. Immediately, a ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. They wanted to take Lin Xian's life while the Kunlun war god was off guard. He suddenly rushed towards Lin Xian, the dagger in his hand aimed straight for the latter's heart. Lin Xian remained expressionless. The Kunlun war god continued to charge through the crowd. He wasn't unaware that Brother Chang had attacked Lin Xian. However, he didn't need to worry at all. Because... Click! A sharp cracking sound of bone breaking suddenly rang out in the air. Ah! Chang Gu let out a shrill scream. His right hand, which was holding the dagger, was broken into 3 pieces by Lin Xian. Click! Lin Xian remained expressionless, then grabbed Chang Ji's other hand and broke it. Ah! This time, the screams from Brother Chang were even more shrill than before. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he kicked Chang Ji's knee hard again. Immediately, Chang suffered comminuted fractures in both knees. He fell to the ground, his body writhing and contorting in pain, like an eel in a frying pan. Lin Xian slowly squatted down and tore off one of Chang Ji's ears. Immediately, blood gushed out. Chang was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Lin Xian still felt unsatisfied. Compared to the torment Xiao Dai suffered, what are these? He grabbed Chang Ji's hand again and, under the latter's terrified and desperate gaze, broke off his fingers one by one. Ah! The strong man completely collapsed. He fainted amidst a blood-curdling scream. Lin Xian looked at the unconscious Chang Gu, his eyes still filled with coldness. He had no intention of letting Brother Chang off the hook so easily. With a gentle pinch of his fingers on Brother Chang's Rinzhong acupoint, a wisp of true energy flowed into his body. Brother Chang slowly woke up. When Chang woke up, he thought he had been rescued. However, when he opened his eyes, he still saw Lin Xian's cold and fierce face. His heart shattered instantly. 697, Chapter 697. Come with us. Don't kill me, then kill me. Chang Ji's eyes were filled with horror, and his voice trembled. If you kill me, the Su family will not let you get away with it. The Su family? Lin Xian's brows furrowed sharply. That's right, it's the Su family. Seeing this, Chang Gu immediately felt emboldened. I am a man sent by Master Su. If you kill me, Master Su will definitely not let you off. You mean Su Sun? Lin Xian's eyes turned icy cold.
This is Su Sen's doing again.
That's right. Brother Chang said sternly, so release me now, or else Master Su. Swish. Before Chang Gu could finish speaking, Lin Xian flicked his finger. Suddenly, a silver needle pierced directly into Brother Chang's brow, splattering a drop of blood.
Chang Ji's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground.
Lin Xian's face was icy cold as he tossed the latter's corpse aside.
So, it's the Su family again.
Judging from the appearance, apart from Han Feng, the other 5 men in black in the video are probably all related to the heads of those major families.
Mr. Lin, the remaining members of the gang have all been dealt with.
At this moment, the god of war of Kunlun also finished his cleanup and came to report back.
Kindness.
Lin Xian nodded, turned around and looked at Xiao Dai, who was unconscious in Su Baimo's arms, and said, "Let's go back." Currently, Xiao Dai is seriously injured, both physically and psychologically. Healing her wounds is the most important thing.
As for the Su family, he will personally visit them after dealing with Xiao Dai's matter.
Perfect timing, let's settle all the old and new scores together. What happened 15 years ago, Tang Lan's story, and Xiao Dai's story?
He wants the Su family to return everything.
Yes, Mr. Lin.
Kunlun War God Path. Lin Xian approached Su Baimo and Wang Yutong. Su Baimo was holding the unconscious Xiao Dai.
Beside them, the kind-hearted older sister from before was now looking at them with a shocked expression.
2 people alone were enough to kill all these villains. Who exactly are they? Also, what is his relationship with Xiao Dai?
Lin Xian naturally sensed the woman's shock. A gentle expression immediately appeared on his face, and he said to the other woman, "Sister, if you don't mind, please come with us." He saw everything the woman did to Xiao Dai. Thinking of the potential retaliation that might follow, he was worried about leaving the woman alone there.
Who are you all?
The woman immediately tensed up, a look of vigilance appearing in her eyes. Years ago, she was sold by her gambling-addicted father to the landlord's mentally challenged son as payment for debts. However, she refused to comply and that night stabbed the landlord's son with scissors before fleeing and eventually arriving in this slum.
Therefore, one should be wary of everyone. She was terrified of being taken back. Her fate at that time is predictable.
Lin Xian noticed the wariness in the woman's eyes and said, "Don't worry, we won't hurt you. We're here to rescue our friend, and this gentleman is the famous Kunlun war god of the Great Xia Kingdom."
Kunlun war god?
The woman's eyes widened in surprise. The mighty name of the Kunlun war god resounds throughout the land. Living in a border region, she naturally heard about it frequently. Just now, she also heard Chang Gu and his gang of thugs exclaim in amazement at the name of the god of war of Kunlun. It seems that the person before me truly is the god of war of Kunlun.
Yes, I am Kunlun.
The god of war of Kunlun smiled slightly.
Then I'll go with you.
Upon confirming the other party's identity, the woman quickly stood up from the ground.
698, Chapter 698. I'm going to be with Brother Lin Xian.
Thank you for taking me in. I can do any dirty or hard work, as long as you don't mind.
The woman looked at Lin Xian and the god of war of Kunlun with gratitude.
Sister, you're too kind. I should thank you for taking care of Xiao Dai. Lin Xian smiled gently and said, "From now on, you just need to stay with Xiao Dai."
Good.
The woman nodded hurriedly.
May I ask your name? Lin Xian asked.
Just call me Xiao Feng.
The way of women.
Then I'll call you Sister Feng from now on.
Lin Xian smiled slightly and said, "Let's go back."
The group left by helicopter. Lin Xian immediately had the Black Emperor arrange for the best hospital in Yanjing. After safely delivering Lin Xian and the others to their destination, the Kunlun war god left. The doctor gave Xiao Dai a comprehensive examination. The examination revealed that Xiao Dai had multiple fractures throughout her body and several internal organ ruptures, requiring emergency surgery.
After Lin Xian signed the family notification form,
the surgery was performed urgently.
2 hours later, the surgery is complete.
Xiao Dai was admitted to the ICU. Lin Xian held Xiao Dai's hand and stayed by her bedside. Su Baimo looked at Xiao Dai, who was wearing a breathing mask and covered in injuries, and even she, an iceberg, couldn't help but be moved. Xiao Dai has been able to persevere until now entirely thanks to her willpower. She had no idea what kind of abuse Xiao Dai had suffered. These beasts, how could they do such a thing? Wang Yutan's eyes were filled with icy coldness as she gritted her teeth. Brother Lin Xian, do you know who did it? She had seen some of the footage in that video. There were a total of 5 men in black. Currently, we only know Han Feng and Su Sen. Lin Xian said, the other 3 don't know either, but it's probably related to those powerful families. Su Sen? Upon hearing this, Su Baimo and Wang Yutan were immediately taken aback. You mean Su Sen, the head of the Su family? Kindness. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Su Baimo and Wang Yutan's eyes instantly turned cold. Su Baimo remained silent. Thinking about how she almost married Suan, she couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. That old bastard, I knew he wasn't a good person. Wang Yutan cursed under her breath. Brother Lin Xian, what are your plans next? Wang Yutan inquired. After Xiaodia's injuries have healed a bit, we'll go to the Su family. Lin Xian said indifferently. Brother Lin Xian, then I'll go with you. After hearing this, Wang Yutan also wanted to go. Lin Xian shook his head. Yutan, you stay, I'll have Black Emperor accompany me later. Brother Lin Xian, are you saying that Yutan can't help? Upon hearing this, Wang Yutan's mouth immediately pursed. How could this be? Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he explained, I just don't want to involve you in the Wang family anymore. As you know, the Su family has a very strong force backing them up. Then I'm not afraid. Wang Yutan pouted her small, luscious lips and said. After realizing that Lin Xian was concerned about her, her disappointed heart immediately felt better. Yutan wants to be with brother Lin Xian. After saying that, she didn't care that Su Baimo and Xiao Feng were still there, and directly took Lin Xian's arm affectionately. Well? Lin Xian's lips trembled. He hadn't expected Yutan to suddenly grab his arm. Thinking that Su Baimo was also there. He glanced to the side out of the corner of his eye and, sure enough, saw Su Baimo's cold gaze. Immediately, a tingling sensation ran down my scalp. 699, Chapter 699. Hoping it will end soon. Yutan, there are other people here. Lin Xian whispered a reminder, a chill running down his spine. The main reason is that Su Baimo is here. So what? Wang Yutan didn't care at all. I'll go find a towel to wipe Xiaodia's body in a bit. Xiao Feng blushed slightly and quickly left, not wanting to stay and continue being a third wheel. Wang Yutan. After Xiao Feng left, Su Baimo could hardly contain himself any longer. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Why did you call me? Wang Yutan's voice was icy. With the crisis resolved, she and Su Baimo resumed their previous hostile relationship. Let Lin Xian go. Su Baimo said coldly. I won't let go. Wang Yutan hugged him even tighter. He's my brother Lin Xian, why should I let go? You. Su Baimo was furious. Unable to do anything about Wang Yutan, she walked over to Lin Xian and, mimicking Wang Yutan, put her arm around Lin Xian's other arm. Lin Xian was taken aback. Even Wang Yutan was visibly taken aback. In her mind, Su Baimo was the kind of person who would never do such a thing in public. Although it's not exactly a public place right now, it's still a hospital, and there are other people around. It's clear that Su Baimo has abandoned all pretense of decorum in his fight for Lin Xian. She absolutely cannot lose. Thinking to myself. Wang Yutan hugged him even tighter, pressing her ample 36E breasts against Lin Xian's arm. The soft, squeezing sensation made Lin Xian gasp. Wang Yutan, you. Wang Yutan's eyes flashed with cold anger. What, you try doing the same thing if you dare. Wang Yutan raised her chin and deliberately showed off her impressive chest to Su Baimo as she spoke. You. This completely provoked Su Baimo. At that moment, disregarding all restraint, she followed Wang Yutan's example and pressed her pert breasts tightly against Lin Xian's arm. Instantly, a springy sensation spread along Lin Xian's arm. Although Su Baimo's bra size is not as good as Wang Yutan's. However, in terms of flexibility, Su Baimo is even better. Furthermore, Su Baimo himself has a golden ratio body proportion. Therefore, upon touching it at this moment, Lin Xian could clearly feel two completely different sensations. One left and one right. This should have been a blessing to have two wives. However, Lin Xian was in no mood to enjoy himself at the moment. He could smell the strong gunpowder in the air. Su Baimo, why are you copying me? Wang Yutong raised her eyebrows and coldly rebuked him. Who says only you are allowed to do this? Su Baimo didn't budge an inch, his tone equally cold. Lin Xian was caught in the middle, his scalp tingling. He quickly advised, Baimo, Yutong, can you two calm down a bit? Shut up. The two women spoke in unison. They glared at each other angrily, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. Well? Lin Xian's lips twitched awkwardly. Su Baimo, let go of brother Lin Xian. Wang Yutong continued to vie for it. If anyone's going to put it down, it should be you first. Su Baimo said coldly. Alright, let's just keep this up like this. Wang Yutong snorted coldly. Let's see who can hold out the longest. Su Baimo was also exuding a powerful aura. The two embraced Lin Xian tightly, and the embrace grew tighter and tighter. Lin Xian could clearly feel the fullness of the touch along his upper arm. This should be one of the greatest joys in life. However, given the current situation, he had no mood to enjoy it at all, and couldn't enjoy it at all. I just hope it can end soon. 700, Chapter 700, A Sea of Doubts. And so, the two women held Lin Xian tightly, neither of them letting go first. Lin Xian was surrounded by two women. This should have been an ultimate enjoyment. However, at this moment, he only felt tormented. Admittedly, the feeling of having your upper arm fully and tightly pressed against is very comfortable, but it also depends on the circumstances. The situation remains deadlocked. At this moment, Xiaofeng had already washed a hot towel and returned to the ward. Seeing the scene before her, her pretty face blushed again. She lowered her head, went to the bedside, and carefully wiped Xiaodia's face. Wang Yutong, let go. Su Baimo felt embarrassed. You loosen your belt first. Wang Yutong did the same, but still wouldn't let go. You. Su Baimo gritted his teeth. Seeing that Wang Yutong wouldn't let go, he also showed no intention of letting go. She can't let Wang Yutong outshine her. The situation remained deadlocked. Just then, Xiaofeng, who was wiping Xiaodai's face, suddenly exclaimed, "Come quick, Xiaodai seems to be waking up." The exclamation sent a shiver down the spines of Lin Xian and the other two. Immediately forgetting about their jealousy, Su Baimo and Wang Yutong quickly let go of Lin Xian. The three of them came to the bedside. At this moment, Xiaodai, who was unconscious, had her dandelion-like eyelashes trembling gently. Little butterfly. Lin Xian called out Xiaodai's name. Seemingly hearing Lin Xian's call, Xiaodai, wearing an oxygen mask, uttered a weak, indistinct murmur, "Young master." Little butterfly. Lin Xian was overjoyed and grabbed Xiaodai's hand. Young master. Xiaodia's voice became clearer and clearer after struggling for a moment. Her eyelids slowly opened under everyone's gaze. Xiaodai, you're awake. Lin Xian's body trembled with surprise. Su Baimo and the others looked at Xiaodai, who had just woken up, with great joy. Young Master Lin Zuani, is it really you? Looking at the overjoyed Lin Xian, a look of daze appeared on Xiaodai's delicate face. It's me. Lin Xian nodded excitedly, his hand clenching even tighter. That's wonderful, young master, it really is you. Xiaodia isn't dreaming. Xiaodia has finally met you. A deep joy appeared on Xiaodia's dreamlike face as she tried to sit up from her hospital bed. However, due to the severity of his injuries and the fact that he had not fully recovered his strength, he could only support himself on the bed with his left hand before he had no choice but to give up. Xiao Dai, you haven't fully recovered yet, so please lie down and don't move. Lin Xian gave a tense warning. Okay, Xiao Dai will listen to young master. Xiao Dai nodded, then quietly continued to lie there, no longer moving around. Girl, I'm sorry you had to suffer. Looking at the girl who was still as sensible and obedient as she was 15 years ago, Lin Xian's eyes immediately reddened. Young master, Xiao Dai is not wrong. Xiao Dia did these things voluntarily. Xiao Dai shook her head. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Dai really did let Han Feng take her away willingly. Lin Xiao did not lie to him. So, are all the things Lin Xiao has said before true? 15 years ago, there were other hidden stories about his mother's death and his expulsion from the Lin family. Thinking about this, Lin Xian's mood became heavy. He became increasingly eager to know the truth. Who exactly coerced my mother into jumping off the company's rooftop, which was dozens of meters high, back then? But who poisoned him? And then there's Jiang Wan'er, whom Lin Xiao later married. And who is she? 701, Chapter 701. I'm pregnant too. Why is Lin Xiao so reluctant to tell him the truth? What exactly is the force that the former fears? Is it the former head of state, or some other force? Or was there some aspect that he hadn't considered? At this moment, the fog troubled Lin Xian's mind, causing him to furrow his brows involuntarily. Young master, what's wrong? Is something on your mind? Xiao Dai noticed Lin Xian's worries and asked weakly. No, I just suddenly thought of something else. Lin Xian shook his head, then suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Xiao Dai, do you know what that key those people asked you for is? Have no idea. Xiao Dai shook her head and said, Xiao Dai has never heard of this before, I'm sorry. Not being able to help the young master was also a source of some distress for her. Girl, don't apologize to Mites the young master who's sorry for you, causing you so much suffering. Lin Xian sighed. Xiao Dai is not suffering, as long as she can see the young master, that's enough. Xiao Dai's almond-shaped eyes curved into crescent moons. Inside, there was a satisfied smile. Lin Xian felt a lump in his throat. Su Baimo and Wang Yutong's eyes also reddened after seeing this. As expected, I'm getting old and can't bear to see such heartwarming scenes anymore. By the way, young master, when Xiao Dai was unconscious just now, I seem to hear that your sister-in-law was pregnant with your child. May I ask who your sister-in-law is? Xiao Dai suddenly remembered the voice that had echoed in her mind when she was unconscious, and asked curiously. He suddenly felt energized. It would be her honor to be able to take care of the young master's children in the future. This. After hearing this, Lin Xian was unsure how to respond. If Xiao Dai hadn't brought it up, he would have completely forgotten about it. The pregnancy was something Su Baimo and Yutong fabricated in order to rekindle Xiao Dai's will to live. That's absolutely not true. Just as Lin Xian was about to explain to Xiao Dai, Wang Yutong quickly moved closer and said, Xiao Dai, I'm your sister-in-law. I'm pregnant with your young master's child. Do you want to touch it? Can I touch it? Xiao Dai hesitated for a moment. Of course you can. Wang Yutong took Xiao Dia's hand and gently placed it on her stomach. Can you sense it? Wang Yutong asked. Without. Xiao Dai shook her head shyly. That's probably because the pregnancy is still in its early stages and the baby hasn't started moving yet. Wang Yutong had never been pregnant and didn't know anything about it, so she just made up a reason that sounded plausible. Sister-in-law, after you get pregnant, it usually takes about 4 months before you can feel the baby move. Xiao Dai explained. As a maid, she was quite knowledgeable in this regard. No wonder. Wang Yutong nodded, feigning surprise. Su Baimo was furious. He looked at her with slightly cold eyes and said, Yutong, is it really okay for you to deceive a patient like this? When Su Baimo exposed her, a hint of panic flashed in Wang Yutong's eyes. But the thought was fleeting. The next second, she regained her confidence. I didn't lie to her at all. What I said was the truth. You. Su Baimo gritted his teeth in anger. That Wang Yutong is absolutely despicable. She actually used this method to bind her relationship with Lin Xian. However, Xiao Dai had just woken up from her coma, and she didn't want to upset Xiao Dai, so she didn't expose Wang Yutong. Wang Yutong revealed a victorious smile. Young Master Lin Xian, who is this beautiful lady? Xiao Dai looked at Su Baimo, who had a cold and elegant demeanor, standing next to Lin Xian, her almond-shaped eyes filled with curiosity. Xiao Dai, who is she? Lin Xian was about to introduce Su Baimo, saying that she was the eldest daughter of the Su family. Xiao Dai, I am also your young master's girlfriend. At this moment, Su Baimo answered first, touching her belly and saying, actually, I'm also pregnant with your young master's child. 702, Chapter 702 I have a few questions. The word pregnant instantly shocked Lin Xian and Wang Yutong. Lin Xian felt as if he was about to be petrified. Before this, he never dreamed that such words would actually come out of Su Baimo's mouth. Sister, are you also pregnant with the young master's child? Xiao Dai was also taken aback for a moment. Su Baimo nodded slightly, a blush appearing on her pretty face. Actually, I found out I was pregnant half a month ago, but your young master was too busy, so I was too embarrassed to tell her. After saying this, Su Baimo's face turned even redder. Clearly, she wasn't as open-minded as Wang Yutong. However, it was precisely because of this that Lin Xian and Wang Yutong were shocked. Because in the past, there was no way Su Baimo would have said such a thing. Xiao Dai, unaware of the situation, noticed the blush on Su Baimo's face and assumed that the latter was too embarrassed to tell the young master so. She looked at Lin Xian with her almond-shaped eyes and said, young master, you should take better care of your sister-in-law, and the other's pregnancy is a very difficult thing. UK. Lin Xian didn't react at all and nodded in agreement in a daze. Then, he couldn't help but look at Su Baimo in surprise, as if to say, what are you and Yutong up to? Su Baimo ignored Lin Xian and instead looked at Wang Yutong, a faint smile playing on her lips. You. Now, it was Wang Yutong's turn to be angry. She never expected Su Baimo to say such a thing. It seems that Su Baimo was going all out. For the first time, Wang Yutong felt a sense of crisis. At this moment, Xiao Dai, who was completely unaware that the two women's talk of pregnancy was just a jealous rivalry, gently said, you are both my sisters-in-law, and you are both pregnant with my young master's child. Once Xiao Dai has recovered, I will take care of you. Xiao Dai is the most sensible. Wang Yutong stepped forward and gently touched Xiao Dai's forehead, but sister-in-law can take care of herself. Xiao Dai, I'll take good care of you from now on. Su Baimo was no less impressive. This. Lin Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's all in chaos. Chaos, complete chaos. What is all this nonsense? How did he suddenly become the father of two children? I wonder if Xiao Dai sees him, this young master, as a complete scumbag. However, Xiao Dai didn't think about it in that way at all. Firstly, she knew the young master's character. Secondly, in their large family, it was perfectly normal for the master and young master to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Moreover, the fact that he was able to marry 2 beautiful and elegant older women at the same time is enough to prove how outstanding the young master is. She was overjoyed. Lin Xian sighed helplessly to himself. However, seeing Xiao Dai's joyful face at this moment, I was also quite happy. Such emotions are helpful for Xiao Dai's recovery. As for the child, I'll explain later. Lin Xian thought to himself. Young master, I'm a little sleepy. At this moment, Xiao Dai suddenly said, sounding a little tired. She had just woken up and was still in a state of extreme weakness. In addition, she had been too excited to learn that the young master had 2 girlfriends and 2 children, which had taken a toll on her health. Therefore, now that my emotions have calmed down, I feel tired again. If you're tired, take a rest, we'll stay by your side. Lin Xian held Xiao Dai's hand and said gently. Okay, then Xiao Dai, go to sleep for a while. Little butterfly fell into a deep sleep. Her body needs plenty of sleep to recover. The entire ward fell silent once again. In the quiet moment, Su Baimo's voice, tinged with a hint of coldness, rang out, Lin Xian, come out with me for a moment, I have a few questions for you. Hiss.
Lin Xian knew what Su Baimo wanted to ask. My scalp suddenly went numb. 703, Chapter 703. What is your relationship now? Baimo, is there something you need?
Lin Xian's expression stiffened for a moment, realizing that Su Baimo was looking for him now because of Yutong.
Come out for a moment, it'll just be a few words, very quickly. Su Baimo gave a brief response.
After saying that, without waiting for Lin Xian's reply, she walked out of the ward in her crisp high heels.
Well?
Lin Xian's lips twitched slightly.
Yutong, I'll go out for a bit.
After saying something to Wan Yutong, he also came to the outside of the ward. Outside the ward, Su Baimo stood with his arms crossed, leaning gently against the wall. A white dress couldn't hide her graceful figure. Her legs were long and straight, and paired with crystal high heels, she was stunningly beautiful, like a fairy descended from heaven. However, at this moment, that otherworldly face carried a faint trace of sorrow.
Baimo, did you come to see me about Yutong?
Lin Xian noticed the worry on Su Baimo's face and asked her with concern.
Half, I guess. Su Baimo let out a rare sigh. So the other half is?
Lin Xian pressed for an answer.
About Xiao Dai. Su Baimo said. About Xiao Dai?
Lin Xian's expression shifted, and his expression immediately became solemn.
Kindness. Su Baimo nodded, her icy eyes looking at Lin Xian. You said she was taken away by Han Feng, Su Sin, and 3 other mysterious people? Kindness. Lin Xian said.
Why did they arrest her?
Su Baimo asked. The key. Key? Kindness. What is that? I don't know either. Does your father know? They probably don't know either. That's strange. Su Baimo murmured, feeling puzzled.
Yes, I also find it strange. In all the years I've lived in the Lin family, I've never heard anyone mention anything about the key. Lin Xian said, but that thing seems to be in my Lin family.
At the Lin family's house, why don't they just come looking for them directly? Su Baimo frowned.
Given the power they wielded back then, they could have simply raided the Lin family home and looted whatever they wanted. There was no need for such elaborate procedures, not even capturing a Lin family maid.
I don't know.
Lin Xian shook his head and muttered, maybe it's because we searched but couldn't find it, or maybe there are some restrictions. Perhaps. Su Baimo was also unsure and continued, if they want the key, why did they capture Xiao Dai? How could a maid like her know the key's whereabouts? I also asked Han Feng about this. According to him, they suspect that the key might be in my hands, and Xiao Dai was the person I was closest to in the past. Lin Xian analyzed, therefore, they may believe that Xiao Dai knows the whereabouts of the key. Moreover, Han Feng did not know that I had arrived in Yanjing, or even that I was still alive. Su Sin did not tell him this. Besides interrogating Xiao Dai, Han Feng has been abroad for years and is not aware of what is happening in China. Therefore, I deduce that the relationship between these major families and forces is not as close as we imagine. In the future, this might be a breakthrough point.
Maybe.
Upon hearing this, Su Baimo also adopted a serious expression.
Lin Xian, what kind of thing do you think this key they're talking about is? Su Baimo asked, showing great interest in the matter.
What these people go to such lengths to find must be extraordinary.
Behind that key might lie a shocking secret.
I don't know, but it might be a key to unlock some kind of treasure. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before offering his guess.
Treasure? Su Baimo murmured. Alright, Baimo, let's not think about these things now, let's go back to the ward. Lin Xian interrupted. I don't want to discuss this heavy topic too much. Wait a little longer. Su Baimo spoke. Kindness? Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. I have other questions for you. Su Baimo said. What did you say? Lin Xian was taken aback. I'm asking you, what is your relationship with Yutong now? Su Baimo asked.
The topic returned to Lin Xian and Wan Yutong.
704, Chapter 704 Jealousy Erupts. Didn't this question already end a little while ago?
Lin Xian paused for a moment.
When did it end?
Su Baimo crossed his arms again. I was just more concerned about Xiao Dai.
Well?
Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine.
Can you answer me now? Su Baimo looked at Lin Xian.
The scrutinizing gaze made Lin Xian feel a little guilty. His guilty conscience wasn't because he had any ulterior motives towards Yutong. Instead, he suddenly realized that he hadn't had a chance to tell Su Baimo about Yutong moving into the villa. Originally, he planned to wait until Su Baimo finished dealing with family matters before finding an opportunity to talk to her.
But I never expected so many things to happen all at once.
Now, saying it would undoubtedly feel like a confession forced under torture. But if we don't tell, the consequences will be quite serious if Su Baimo finds out.
Getting angry is a minor thing.
If she thinks he deliberately deceived her, that would be terrible.
Lin Xian, why do you suddenly seem a little nervous? Just as Lin Xian was contemplating whether or not to confess, Su Baimo's slightly mischievous voice rang in his ear.
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. She snapped out of her daze, looked at Su Baimo, and said, how could that they have no relationship with Yutong? Really, but you two seem closer than before. Su Baimo seemed to be saying it casually.
But every cell in his body was closely watching Lin Xian's expression, wanting to see his reaction.
Lin Xian naturally noticed it and said with a chill down his spine, Abimo, do you have to stare at me like that?
Feeling guilty?
Su Baimo crossed her arms, a mischievous glint in her beautiful eyes.
How could that be? I swear, there's absolutely nothing between Yutong and me.
Lin Xian raised 4 fingers to swear.
Humph, I knew you wouldn't dare.
Seeing Lin Xian swear, Su Baimo gave a soft snort, and his eyes softened instantly.
Call. Lin Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
However, before he could completely relax, Su Baimo's next words made his heart tremble violently again.
By the way, during the few days I was away, you and Yutong didn't have any contact in private, did you?
This. Lin Xian's body stiffened.
Su Baimo sensed something amiss, and her eyebrows furrowed immediately. You have been in contact?
Well. Lin Xian was stumped by the question.
He wanted to be honest with Su Baimo. But then I felt the timing wasn't right.
Just as she was thinking about how to answer, Wang Yutong, seeing that the two had not returned for a long time, and being in a competitive relationship with Su Baimo, also came out of the ward. Seeing Lin Xian and Su Baimo still standing at the door, she asked softly, Brother Lin Xian, aren't you finished talking yet? I'm a little hungry, shall we go out and get something to eat later?
Yutong, are you hungry?
Lin Xian quickly picked up the conversation.
Thankfully, this timely rain has arrived. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to answer Su Baimo. Kindness. Wang Yutong nodded gently and said with a smile, shall we go out to get something to eat?
Okay. Lin Xian said, then looked at Su Baimo and asked with a smile, Baimo, are you hungry? Would you like to come with us for some late-night snacks?
You guys go ahead, I'm not hungry. Su Baimo had no appetite at the moment.
She could tell something was wrong from Lin Xian's expression just now. These past few days, Lin Xian must have had contact with Yutong behind her back.
Kindness? This time, it was Wang Yutong's turn to be a little confused. Su Baimo isn't going?
Based on what just happened, Su Baimo definitely wouldn't give her and brother Lin Xian a chance to be alone together.
Is the sun rising in the west? Baimo, are you angry? Lin Xian knew the reason and wanted to take Su Baimo's hand to coax her. Don't worry about me, go and get something to eat with your little sister Yutong.
Su Baimo pushed away Lin Xian's outstretched hand and turned her body to the side. With that resentful look on his face, anyone could tell that the IC CEO was overflowing with grievances and jealousy.
705, Chapter 705 was seen through? Yutong, shall we order some takeout to eat? Lin Xian noticed Su Baimo's mood and spoke to Wang Yutong. He definitely couldn't let Su Baimo be angry alone in the hospital room. Okay, what do you want to eat? I'll order it on the app.
Wang Yutong gently bit her lip and said. She could also see that Lin Xian and Su Baimo were having a conflict, so she compromised.
She likes Lin Xian and sees Su Baimo as her rival.
But she also knew her limits and didn't want to put Lin Xian in a difficult position.
Just order whatever you like, sorry, I'll go out for a late night snack with you next time.
Lin Xian clasped his hands together and said apologetically.
It's alright, brother Lin Xian, I'll order what I like to eat, and I'll also order some for you.
Wang Yutong smiled sweetly. It seems he's trying to use that smile to mask the disappointment in his heart.
Is her status in Lin Xian's heart still inferior to that of Su Baimo?
Well. With a sigh, Wang Yutong returned to her ward somewhat dejectedly.
Lin Xian didn't notice. At this moment, his mind was entirely focused on Su Baimo.
However, Su Baimo saw this and said with a hint of jealousy, "Your sister Yutong is sad, you should go and keep her company, don't worry about me, I'm fine."
Baimo, there really is nothing between Yutong and me.
Looking at Su Baimo, who was saying one thing but meaning another, Lin Xian gave a wry smile. "Then what's your relationship like? Why were you so intimate just now? She was hugging you like that." Su Baimo snorted, completely losing his usual CEO demeanor, and at this moment he was more like a jealous little girl.
Maybe she still sees us as we did when we were kids."
Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile.
"Because Yutong has been very dependent on him since she was little.
He was also the only person with whom Yutong maintained a close relationship. Therefore, he always felt that this relationship continued even after they grew up. Otherwise, given Yutong's personality, she would never have been so close to him, helped him on so many occasions, or even held anything back from him. Whether in the fitting room or after taking a shower at night, Yutong treated him the same way she treated him when they were children, without holding back. But now, they have indeed grown up. Many times, we can no longer be as close as we were when we were children. When they were little, he could carry Yutong home without any worries, and when Yutong was sick with a fever, he would take care of her all night and sleep in the same bed with her. But now, when they do the same thing, he didn't know if Yutong had those feelings, but he definitely did. He could no longer maintain the same mindset he had when he was a child to face Yutong. Looking at Yutong's sexy outfit and hot figure, especially that night when she wore a black sheer nightgown, her figure was barely concealed, he almost lost control. He was actually worried that if things continued like this, one day he might lose control. At that time, Yutong will definitely hate him very much. The person she trusted most, Lin Xian, and who treated her with the utmost sincerity, had done something so outrageous to her.
What are you thinking about? How could he let something like this happen?
Lin Xian cursed himself inwardly and quickly suppressed the jumbled thoughts that popped into his head.
So, you also feel that your relationship with Yutong can no longer be like it was when you were little, right? Right?
At this moment, Su Baimo looked at Lin Xian and suddenly asked.
Lin Xian was startled. Could it bet Su Baimo saw through his thoughts just now? 706, Chapter 706 I mean if. Baimo, my relationship with Yutong is really not what you think.
Lin Xian began to explain.
He didn't want Su Baimo to misunderstand. I know. Su Baimo said.
She always believed that Lin Xian hadn't lied to her about this. However, as a woman, she understands women best. Perhaps Lin Xian is still stuck in the same feelings he had for Wang Yutong 15 years ago.
But Wang Yutong is no longer that person.
Perhaps. But more than anything, it was because of Lin Xian's protection of her 15 years ago that she became even more dependent on him. Similarly, she also developed special feelings for Lin Xian.
Women are not like men.
A man might only feel a familial affection that transcends romantic love towards the older sister who once protected him.
But women will transform this feeling into love.
Furthermore, the deeper the initial feelings, the stronger the love will become. This is why Wang Yutong is extremely averse to men, but treats Lin Xian differently.
I've known Wang Yutong for so long.
The two have been rivals for many years now. She knows Wang Yutong just as well as Wang Yutong herself. Compared to her, she is naturally indifferent and uninterested in the opposite sex. She believes that Wang Yutong's aversion to men stems from her childhood and her present state. She was bullied a lot during her childhood. As she grew up, her outstanding appearance and figure, which even completely overshadowed others, led to a constant stream of suitors. But that's exactly how it is. This further fueled Wang Yutong's disgust for those men. Even a second longer a man's gaze lingers on her can make her feel disgusted. But she treated Lin Xian differently. Thinking of this, Su Baimo couldn't help but ask, Lin Xian, what if? If Yutong's feelings for you have evolved beyond the past and have reached the level of romantic love, what would you do? It's escalating to the level of romantic feelings between a man and a woman? Lin Xian was startled upon hearing this. They were clearly somewhat frightened by Su Baimo's words. He smiled and shook his head, saying, it's impossible, IMO. He didn't believe that Yutong would have those kinds of feelings for him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so open and honest with him. After all, if you're in a relationship, you might feel shy in the early stages. Just like when he and Wang Cici first met, let alone doing something as bold as going into the fitting room to button up clothes, even if their hands accidentally touched, they would be very nervous and shy. He still remembers spending the first night at Wang Cici's house. After Wang Cici fell asleep, she put one of her legs on top of him. When they woke up the next day, they were both very embarrassed and ashamed. But Yutong showed absolutely no shyness towards him. Therefore, he concluded that Yutong did not have that kind of relationship with him. If this were the case, what would you do? Su Baimo continued to ask, with a hint of probing. She knew that Lin Xian hadn't thought about it that way at all, and he wouldn't believe the change in Yutong's feelings for him. Oh well, if one day, Yutong really falls in love with me. When asked the question again, Lin Xian's expression immediately became serious. He stroked his chin with his palm, lost in thought. Su Baimo's gaze was also fixed on Lin Xian, waiting for the latter's answer. These words. Wang Yutong, who was standing at the door of the ward, heard everything. Her eyes immediately trembled violently. His hands were also clenched together nervously. 707, Chapter 707 Blockhead. This answer was important not only to Su Baimo, but also to her. Wang Yutong waited anxiously. Just then, the delivery guy arrived carrying a KFC home delivery. Seeing Lin Xian and Su Baimo standing at the door of the ward, she asked, "Excuse me, sir and madam, are you customers of Ward 101? Your takeout has arrived." "Oh, it's ours." Lin Xian accepted the takeout. "I didn't expect the food delivery to arrive so quickly, it must have only taken about 5 minutes. Let's go, Yutong's takeout has arrived, let's take it in and eat first." Lin Xian smiled at Su Baimo. Although Su Baimo's question was serious, he hadn't figured out how to answer it for the time being. Moreover, he didn't think such a thing would happen. "So, when the takeout arrives, let's fill our stomachs first." Kindness. Su Baimo nodded. Although she didn't get the answer she wanted, she still had many opportunities to ask that question. She has now finished what she was doing. From now on, she will have plenty of time to spend with Lin Xian. You can ask again when you two are alone together next time. Wang Yutong stood at the door of the ward and felt a little flustered when she heard footsteps approaching. If she had known, she wouldn't have ordered from the KFC next to the hospital. It's amazing how quickly they arrived. If Lin Xian and Su Baimo found out she was having an affair at the door, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Lin Xian's brother is one thing. The crucial thing is that she can't embarrass herself in front of Su Baimo. However, it's clearly too late for her to hide now. Brother Lin Xian and Su Baimo have already come in. However, Wang Yutong also came up with a quick and clever idea. She walked towards the door of the ward. Just then, they bumped into the two of them. Yutong, your takeout has arrived." Lin Xian handed the takeout to Wang Yutong. He knew from the beginning that Wang Yutong was at the door of the ward. As a martial arts master, his hearing is extraordinary. However, he didn't think much of it, he simply felt that Yutong wanted to know what he and Su Baimo were talking about at the door. After all, if it were him, he would be curious too. Wang Yutong was unaware that Lin Xian already knew. Looking at the two people in front of her, she pretended to be in a hurry to urinate and said, "Brother Lin Xian, can you take this in for me first? I ordered chicken wings, egg tarts, and drinks for you and sister Xiaofeng. You eat first, I'll go to the restroom and come back soon." After saying that, he walked towards the public restroom. Don't the hospital rooms have private bathrooms? Watching Yutong leave, Lin Xian murmured in surprise. Each premium ward is equipped with a private bathroom. But he didn't think too much about it. Perhaps Yutong had some inconveniences. For example, Yutong got her period. I didn't want him to see the used sanitary napkins in the basket when he went into the bathroom later. Lin Xian thought to himself. Su Baimo, however, did not think so. She could clearly sense the panic that flashed in Wang Yutong's eyes just a moment ago. This is clearly not because he urgently needs to urinate, but because he feels guilty. They saw Wang Yutong as soon as they entered the ward. The latter should have been standing at the ward door, eavesdropping on her conversation with Lin Xian. However, they didn't talk about anything particularly sensitive, and they spoke very softly. Wang Yutong probably didn't hear it. However, after what just happened, she was even more certain. Wang Yutong's feelings for Lin Xian are definitely not limited to what they were 15 years ago. I just wonder when that blockhead Lin Xian will finally realize it. 708, Chapter 708 Emergency Meeting. 5 minutes later, Wang Yutong returned from the restroom. The atmosphere in the ward was somewhat awkward. Lin Xian didn't feel much. However, a subtle relationship has formed between Wang Yutong and Su Baimo. The intense tension between them had dissipated. Instead, they were both harboring their own secrets. "Imo, Yutong, why aren't you saying anything?" At this moment, Lin Xian sensed the oppressive atmosphere and tentatively spoke up. He didn't want the two women to continue their Cold War. After all, both sides are very important to him. "I'm probably a little tired from talking too much." Su Baimo spoke softly. "Me too, I feel a little dizzy." Wang Yutong rubbed her temples. "Well..." Lin Xian was immediately embarrassed. Neither of these two ladies is easy to please. At present, it is clear that the war has shifted from a hot war to a cold war. Of course, this is just Lin Xian's opinion. Su Baimo and Wang Yutong were truly at their wits' end. They're not thinking about arguing right now. Instead, he was thinking about what had just happened. Thinking about that question from earlier. Wang Yutong was clearly more eager to know the answer. At the same time, the Su family. Su Sen's study. Reporting to your master, Lin Xian has escaped unscathed. The subordinate reported. What? Su Sen's eyes widened in surprise. That kid actually escaped from the Nine Directions Pavilion unscathed? Yes, sir. The servant said. Are you sure the message is prepared correctly? Su Sen found it hard to believe. How could that kid possibly escape unscathed from the encirclement and suppression by the Nine Directions Pavilion? It should be noted that the Nine Directions Pavilion has 9 elders at the supreme level, over 1,000 grandmasters, and over 10,000 martial kings. Pavilion Master Han Feng himself is at the earthly supreme level. Such a luxurious lineup. Looking across the entire capital of Yinjing, they are an overwhelming force. Lin Xian and the Black Emperor were just 2 people heading to the Nine Directions Pavilion. How could they possibly escape unscathed from so many experts? Putting aside everything else, those thousands of grandmasters alone could pulverize them with a single burst of pressure. I'm certain, sir. The servant said, this matter has even alarmed the 4 war gods. Did they alarm the 4 war gods? Su Sen was startled again. That's right, sir. The servant said, it was the 4 war gods who stepped in and quelled the fight. So that's how it is. Su Sen suddenly realized what was happening and immediately felt relieved. He said that with Lin Xian and the Black Emperor's power, how could they possibly contend with the Nine Directions Pavilion? It turned out that 4 war gods stepped in to mediate. This kid is really lucky, he actually managed to alarm the god of war.
That makes sense, as Jiufeng Pavilion has only issued 2 kill orders since its inception. One of them was from 5 years ago. Now, it has been released again after 5 years. It's not surprising that this matter alarmed the higher-ups. It's a real pity that we couldn't get rid of that brat Lin Xian with the help of the 9 Directions Pavilion. My lord, I have something else to report. The servant spoke again. Explain. Su Sendao.
The slums in the northwestern border region were recently massacred.
The servants said. What? Su Sen's pupils constricted sharply. Who did this?
We don't know for sure yet, but all the men you sent out, sir, have lost contact, I am afraid.
How so? Su Sen's eye twitched violently.
A bad feeling suddenly formed in his mind, making his tone become somewhat urgent. What about Xiao Dai, is she still alive?
Xiao Diesha's gone missing. The servants said. You bastard. Su Sen's eyes flashed, and he slammed his hand heavily on the table. Who exactly is secretly opposing them?
Immediately pass on my orders to notify the 4 family heads, Zhao, Xin, Sun, and Li, to convene an emergency meeting. Also, contact Han Feng for me, I have questions for him.
Su Sen issued the order. His expression was solemn. 709, Chapter 709 Disunity. Holographic Conference Room.
The meeting was conducted using holographic projection. At this moment, the heads of the 5 great families, Zhao, Xian, Sun, Li, and Su, gathered in the conference hall.
Old Su, why did you call us here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?
The head of the Zhao family asked, yawning.
Something terrible has happened.
Su Sen said in a deep voice. The deep voice instantly banished any sleepiness from the heads of the families.
His expression instantly turned serious. What serious incident has occurred?
A mysterious massacre occurred on the northwestern border, and Xiao Dai was also taken away.
Su Sendao. What did you say? The 4 family heads immediately showed expressions of surprise. Have you found out who did it?
Among them, the head of the Zhao family was the most worried, and his expression was noticeably more tense.
No.
Su Sen shook his head.
How so? The 4 clenched their fists, their minds instantly filled with anxiety. Old Su, do you have anyone you suspect?
The 4 pressed for answers.
This matter is of utmost importance. Lin Shen.
Su Sen named the person he suspected.
You mean that abandoned son of the Lin family?
The 4 were startled.
Kindness. Su Sen nodded.
Impossible, that kid may have some strength, but he shouldn't be at this level. Besides, only a few of us, Pavilion Master Han Feng, and the old head of state know that Xiao Dai was taken to the northwest border.
The 4 family heads glanced at Su Sen with some suspicion as they spoke. Old Su, you wouldn't be thinking of using us to get rid of Lin Xian because of a personal grudge between you and him, would you? They didn't believe Lin Xian was that powerful.
Furthermore, the matter concerning Xiao Dai will be kept strictly confidential. They knew Su Sen's cunning, and therefore harbored suspicions.
On the surface, the 5 great families are united.
But behind the scenes, they were all on guard against each other.
Especially the Su family. After all, the Su family back then was nothing more than a nobody. If it weren't for that important person, would the Su family be where they are today? Do you think I have the time or inclination to play power games with you right now? Su Sen's tone then became low and somber. So Lao Su, what do you think we should do next? The heads of the families then posed the question to Su Sen.
They wanted to hear Su Sen's plan.
Find an opportunity to get rid of that brat Lin Xian.
Su Sen explained the plan. His intuition told him that this child could not be kept alive any longer. Your Su family is more than capable of handling this kind of thing. There's no need for us old folks to help, is there? Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, if word gets out, we'll probably be laughed out of our wits.
The heads of the family did not agree.
The more eager Su Sen was to get rid of Lin Xian, the more they suspected that Su Sen's motives were impure.
You. Su Sen's eyes suddenly darkened. Don't forget, we are symbiotes.
We know this without you reminding us, Lao Shu. As for Lin Xian's matter, let's leave it to you to handle. The four family heads said, as for Xiao Dai, we will immediately use all our resources to investigate, and we will notify each other as soon as we have any news. Alright, it's getting late, these old bones of ours can't take any more fuss, let's go to sleep. After saying that, the four of them ended the meeting one by one. Other forces may fear the Su family, but they are not. After all, they were all under the command of the same important figure. Before the important figure speaks up, even the Su family dares not make any rash moves. As for Su Sen, they won't become pawns that Guy uses. A bunch of bastards. The meeting was abruptly terminated, leaving only Su Sen in the holographic conference room. He was so angry that he slammed his fist heavily on the table, making a loud noise. These guys actually questioned his decision. He could only ask Han Feng for confirmation first. Xiao Li, has Han Feng replied yet? Su Sen asked in a deep voice towards the outside of the conference room. 710, Chapter 710. It's over. Reporting Master, Hanin Pavilion Master, he. Outside the meeting room, the servants looked terrified. What happened to Han Feng? Su Sen's tone turned somber. Pavilion Master Hanha refuses to see you. The servant reported back. What? Su Sen's expression changed. Han Feng actually refused to see him? What is going on? Su Sen frowned. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Pavilion Master Han didn't say anything, he only told me that Jiufang Pavilion is currently undergoing renovations and he doesn't have time to see you. The servants said. Is Jiufang Pavilion under renovation? Su Sen frowned even more deeply. Thinking back to the four war gods who had just visited Jiufang Pavilion. Could it be that something has happened in the pavilion? Have you found out what happened at Jiufang Pavilion? Su Sen asked. No, I can't get into the Nine Directions Pavilion at all, so I don't know what's going on inside, but it must be related to the four war gods. The servant answered. I understand, I will go to Jiufang Pavilion in a couple of days. Su Sen took a deep breath and said, by the way, investigate Lin Xian thoroughly and find out all his whereabouts in the last few days. Yes, sir. The servant accepted the order. Go down. Su Sen waved his hand. A shadow fell over his brow. All the signs told him. All of this seems to be inextricably linked to that kid Lin Xian. Originally, the five great families could have easily eliminated Lin Xian by joining forces. But those guys actually doubted what he said. These good-for-nothings will be swallowed up by the Su family one day. Su Sen clenched his fist. A deep chill flashed across his eyes. On the other side. At the hospital. After a deep sleep lasting 10 hours, Xiao Dai woke up again. Compared to yesterday, her complexion is undoubtedly much better today. A hint of color returned to her originally sallow and dull face. Xiao Dai, you're awake. Lin Xian stayed with Xiao Dai all night, and when he saw her wake up, he immediately showed joy. Young master, did you stay with Xiao Dai all night? Xiao Dai turned her head to look at Lin Xian by the hospital bed, her almond-shaped eyes welling up with tears. She was truly grateful to have met young master Lin Xian. Not long. Lin Xian grinned, not wanting Xiao Dai to feel any psychological burden. Young master, you must be lying to show Xiao Dia knows you best. Xiao Dai pouted, but a feeling of happiness and warmth flowed through her heart. It feels so good to see the young master again. Girl, it seems I can't hide it from you anymore. Lin Xian chuckled. Of course. Xiao Dai gave a soft hum and, as she spoke, also tried to remove her oxygen mask. Let me help you. Lin Xian said. Xiao Dai has now woken up from her coma and no longer needs an oxygen mask. Good. Xiao Dai nodded obediently. Lin Xian removed Xiao Dai's oxygen mask and then helped her sit up from the bed. Just then, Su Baimo and Wang Yutong returned from shopping. Seeing that Xiao Dai had woken up, he immediately ran over to her with joy. Xiao Dai, you're awake. Kindness. Xiao Dai nodded lightly, looking at the two older sisters in front of her who cared about her just as much as the young master, and said, "Hello, sisters-in-law." The word sister-in-law made Su Baimo and Wang Yutong blush instantly. "Xiao Dai is so thoughtful. This is fruit your sister-in-law bought for you. Which one would you like to eat?" Wang Yutong handed a bag of fruit to Xiao Dai. "These are snacks your sister-in-law bought for you. See what you want to eat." Su Baimo was not to be outdone, and took out a bag of snacks. "Thank you, sisters-in-law." Xiao Dai was flattered and overwhelmed by the choices. Lin Xian saw this and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. "Xiao Dai, take your time choosing, they're all yours." He stepped forward and gently patted Xiao Dai's head, then looked up at Su Baimo and Wang Yutong, and said, "Thank you, Baimo, Yutong, thank you." 711, Chapter 711. Forgot about this. "Why thank us? We're not doing this for you, we're doing this for Xiao Dai." Su Baimo and Wang Yutong hummed softly. At this moment, they were surprisingly in sync. Lin Xian smiled gently. He didn't say anything more. But he understood the feelings of both women. "Young master, both of you older sisters like you very much." At this moment, Xiao Dai spoke. Her almond-shaped eyes blinked back and forth between Lin Xian and Su Baimo. "Well?" Lin Xian felt a little embarrassed. After all, what Su Baimo and Wang Yutong said about his girlfriend and her being pregnant with his child was just a fabrication to awaken Xiao Dai's will to survive. Upon hearing this, Su Baimo and Wang Yutong's pretty faces visibly flushed. "Xiao Dai, how about I stay by your side forever from now on?" Wang Yutong asked affectionately. Su Baimo's beautiful eyes also turned to Xiao Dai. "Okay." Xiao Dai's eyes were filled with joy as she said, "Once I recover, I will take care of you two sisters-in-law." "Xiao Dai, it's good that you have this thought. Your sister-in-law can take care of herself." Wang Yutong and the other two women said. "No, serving you is Xiao Dai's duty." Xiao Dai, however, was somewhat stubborn. Hee hee, okay, then Xiao Dai will serve us from now on." Wang Yutong covered her mouth and smiled, no longer refusing Xiao Dai's kind offer. Hee, okay. Xiao Dai smiled and then looked at Lin Xian. "Young master, when can Xiao Dai be discharged from the hospital?" "Discharged from the hospital?" Lin Xian's expression shifted, and he said, "You've only just recovered a little, are you in such a hurry to be discharged?" "Xiao Dai is alright now." Xiao Dai shook her head, gently biting her lip. Xiao Dai doesn't want to stay in the hospital. Xiao Dai wants to go home with young master. The hospital environment filled her with inexplicable fear. She also worried that once she recovered, the young master would leave her again. "Silly girl, just focus on recovering. I promise you, I won't leave again after I come back this time." Lin Xian saw through Xiao Dai's thoughts, and to reassure her, he made a promise to her, "And even if I leave, I will take you with me." "Really, young master?" Xiao Dai's almond-shaped eyes immediately shone with a rich light. "Real." Lin Xian nodded, "So, you should focus on recovering from your injury." "Yes, young master." Xiao Dai nodded emphatically. Just then, Xiao Feng returned from outside with a kettle of hot water and began to wipe Xiao Dai's body. 2 days later. With Lin Xian channeling his true energy into Xiao Dai's body has basically recovered. Lin Xian plans to prepare some special wound medicine for her to apply both externally and internally after returning home, for the remaining external injuries and some internal injuries. Xiao Dai was already eager to be discharged from the hospital. Lin Xian had no choice but to process her discharge from the hospital. The night was deep. The group arrived at Ziyun Villa in a Maybach. In the days to come, Lin Xian planned to temporarily settle Xiao Dai and Xiao Feng in the villa. "I will not go to the Lin family's house. It's because he's worried about another accident happening. Only if Xiao Dai stays by his side can he better protect her." Su Baimo and Wang Yutong also came back together. Wang Yutong is currently staying here. Su Baimo had just finished dealing with family matters and was preparing to move in with Lin Xian and Zhao Lingshan, as agreed with Lin Xian. The group entered the villa. And the moment they entered the villa, Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Their steps also came to a halt. Oh no! How could he have forgotten about that? 712, Chapter 712. There must be something being hidden. Lin Xian slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about that? Yuton lives here now too. He hasn't told Su Baimo about this yet. If Su Baimo found out, she would probably think that I was lying to her. Lin Xian, what's wrong? Did you forget something at the hospital? Su Baimo noticed Lin Xian's unusual expression and asked softly. Without. Lin Xian shook his head, but his expression was clearly a little unnatural. What's wrong with you? Su Baimo asked in surprise. Why is Lin Xian suddenly acting so strangely? It's nothing, I just haven't been back for several days and I'm a little out of sorts. Lin Xian made up an excuse, but in his heart he was praying that Wang Yutong would go back to the Wang family later and that he wouldn't stay here tonight. This way, he will have enough time to prepare. All right. Su Baimo murmured. Although she felt that Lin Xian must have something on his mind, she didn't think too much about it, planning to ask him later after settling Xiao Dai and the others. Anyway, she's planning to stay tonight. There is plenty of time. Wow, what a huge villa! At this moment, Xiao Dai also exclaimed in surprise as she entered the villa. Xiao Feng's eyes trembled violently. Born into a poor family, when had she ever seen such a luxurious villa? Can I really stay here? Xiao Feng asked uncertainly. It's probably not appropriate for a poor person like her to live in such a luxurious villa. Of course, Sister Feng, you can treat this place as your own home from now on. Lin Xian said. He knew Xiao Feng's concerns. Well then I'll trouble you from now on, I'll take care of all the housework. Xiao Feng said she felt guilty about staying here for free. No need for Sister Feng, there will be a housekeeper to clean every week, you just need to spend more time with Xiao Dai. Lin Xian said, also, from now on, just treat this place as your own home, don't be too reserved. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's fine. Lin Xian smiled and said. Lin Xian, you're back. At this moment, Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan, who had heard the commotion downstairs, came down from upstairs. Before this, Lin Xian had already informed them that Xiao Dai and Xiao Feng would be moving in. Zhao Zhanxiao, Dr. Tang. Lin Xian greeted the two women. Young master, are these Zhao Zhanxiao and Dr. Tang that you've been mentioning to me, are they also your girlfriends? Xiao Dai opened her eyes wide and asked curiously. Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan blushed instantly and looked at Lin Xian. This is how Lin Xian introduced them to Xiao Dai before. Cough cough. Lin Xian blushed slightly and said, they are my friends. Oh. Xiao Dai nodded in understanding. Friend means your future girlfriend. Young master is indeed outstanding, he won over 4 beautiful women in one go. Don't overthink it, you silly girl. Lin Xian knew that Xiao Dai had misunderstood, so he poked her head and said, Xiao Dai, you and Sister Xiao Feng can stay on the 3rd floor. The reason he made this arrangement was not because there weren't enough rooms on the 2nd floor, but because he deliberately wanted to bypass the 2nd floor. Because Wang Yutong's room was on the 2nd floor, and right next to his. Once they pass by, Su Baimo will definitely notice. At that point, we'll really be doomed. Thinking about this, Lin Xian's heart began to pound again, and his expression became slightly unnatural. Su Baimo saw this and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Her intuition told her that Lin Xian was definitely hiding something. 713, Chapter 713 Confession. Xiao Dai, Sister Feng, let me take you upstairs first. Lin Xian then spoke. Yes, young master. Little Butterfly exclaimed joyfully. From now on, she can live with the young master and serve him every day. I'll go too. Su Baimo said. She wanted to see what Lin Xian was hiding, and why he had become so nervous ever since he entered the villa. You guys can just wait for me downstairs. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine, but he forced himself to remain calm. What, you're not welcoming me?
A mischievous glint appeared in Su Baimo's eyes. Of course not. Lin Shen shook his head. I just think going upstairs is too much trouble. You guys can wait for me downstairs. No trouble at all, I'll just go upstairs and pick a room myself. Su Baimo said. Baimo, are you staying here too?
Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was immediately startled.
Originally, this should have been the best thing for him.
But he hasn't explained the situation to Baimo yet.
If Su Baimo also stays, wouldn't everything be exposed?
Thinking of this, Lin Xian broke out in a cold sweat.
What's wrong, is it not allowed? Su Baimo was surprised by Lin Xian's reaction.
Just a few days ago, Lin Xian wanted her to stay. However, she had to rush back to handle some family matters at the time.
Sure, of course.
Lin Xian repeatedly expressed his gratitude.
Then let's hurry upstairs.
Su Baimo said, his expression softening slightly.
Hiss.
Lin Xian gasped inwardly.
At that moment, I even felt like dying. Now, he prays that Su Baimo won't choose the bedroom on the second floor, otherwise he'll be doomed. Doomed.
That's all. Lin Xian walked upstairs with a heart as heavy as if he were being led to the execution ground.
As he walked down to the second floor, he could even hear his own heartbeat. Cold sweat kept pouring out of my forehead.
Fortunately, Su Baimo did not say she wanted to choose a room on the second floor, but followed him all the way to the bedroom on the third floor.
Call.
Having escaped a calamity for the time being, Lin Xian breathed a huge sigh of relief.
Xiaodai, Sister Phone, and Baimo, all the rooms here are empty, please choose whichever you like.
Lin Xian forced himself to remain calm and said.
Young master, I want this one. Xiaodai chose a bedroom that was in the middle. She felt safe in the middle. Then I'll take this one. Xiaofeng chose the innermost room, which was right next to Xiaodie's room. Good. Lin Xian asked, then looked at Su Baimo. Baimo, what about you?
I want to go to the second floor to take a look.
Su Baimo said. To the second floor?
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat.
At that moment, a feeling of suffocation surged into my brain. Kindness. Su Baimo responded.
Lin Xian lived on the second floor, and she wanted to be closer to him. Lin Xian naturally understood Su Baimo's meaning. He should have been the one most eager to celebrate. After all, the closer Su Baimo's room is to him, the more opportunities he will have to have closer contact with Su Baimo in the future.
But now, next door to him lived Yutong. If Su Baimo went downstairs, he would see everything.
What's wrong, Lin Xian? Are you hiding something from me? You seem distracted ever since you came back. Su Baimo frowned in confusion.
She finally couldn't help but ask the question that was on her mind. Baimo, there's something I need to tell you, please don't be angry.
Lin Xian knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he decided to be honest with Su Baimo.
What's up? Please promise me first, okay?
You say.
Well, actually, Yutong moved in a few days ago too.
Lin Xian steeled himself and finally confessed the matter to Su Baimo.
And after saying that, he could clearly feel that Su Baimo's aura had become exceptionally cold at this moment. 714, Chapter 714, Feeling Abandoned.
It was a chilling cold that went deep into your bones. Lin Xian's heart trembled violently.
He knew it would be like this.
Baimo, let me explain, I never meant to hide it from you, I was just afraid you'd be angry. Lin Xian quickly explained.
So, if you tell me now, I won't be angry anymore? Su Baimo asked Lin Xian in return.
The voice was unusually cold.
Lin
Xian didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Lin Xian, I really never thought you would lie to me, you're such a bastard.
Su Baimo looked at Lin Xian with disappointment.
Before this, she never thought that Lin Xian would lie to her, let alone that Yutong had already moved in and was living under the same roof as Lin Xian. 2 days ago at the hospital, she was acting like a fool, arguing with Wang Yutong.
Baimo, let me explain, things really aren't what you think.
Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Su Baimo's shoulder.
Let me go. Su Baimo turned around and shouted angrily.
The noise startled everyone in the villa.
Lin Xian's hand froze in midair.
This was the first time in his life he had seen Su Baimo so emotionally volatile. Xiao Dai and Xiao Feng were also startled by the sudden shout.
I'm sorry, Xiao Dai. Su Baimo said with remorse.
After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Xian wanted to chase after him.
But thinking about Su Baimo's reaction just now, and about his concealment of Su Baimo's secret, he couldn't help but think about it.
At that moment, his feet felt as if they were filled with lead, making it impossible for him to move an inch.
Young master, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go after your sister-in-law.
Lin Xian only snapped out of his daze when he heard Xiao Dai's urging voice.
Wait for me at home, I'm going to find her. After giving his instructions, Lin Xian immediately gave chase. At this moment, Su Baimo had already left.
Only Zhao Lingshan and the other two remained in the living room, looking sullen. Seeing Lin Xian come down, she immediately asked with concern, Lin Xian, what happened between you and Miss Su just now? I thought she seemed to be crying.
Su Baimo cried?
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, a deep sense of self-reproach welled up within him. He took a deep breath and said, you all stay in the villa and wait for me, I am going to find her. After saying that, he rushed out.
The night was pitch black. At the summit of Ziyun Mountain Villa.
Having left the villa and nowhere to go, Su Baimo sat alone on a bench by the mountain road. Her face still bore traces of tears that hadn't dried.
Just then, a cool evening breeze blew by.
Su Baimo's hair was blown into a mess by the wind, and her delicate body shivered slightly. She hugged her upper arms with both hands and arched her body slightly. At that moment, she felt as if she had been abandoned. She looked up at the sky, gazing at the crescent moon that was faintly visible through the dark clouds.
The night is not particularly beautiful tonight. Just like her mood.
Recalling what had just happened, a hint of sadness welled up in Su Baimo's icy, beautiful eyes. Before this, she had never imagined that Lin Xian would lie to her.
Is she really that bad, that domineering, that Lin Xian had to lie to her? Su Baimo fell into self-doubt. But what I felt most deeply was a stinging pain and a bitter sorrow.
So this is what heartbreak feels like.
Su Baimo, when did you become so useless? Can't you even handle this little setback? Su Baimo murmured to the night sky.
Wearing only light clothing, she felt a bit cold and instinctively hugged herself. But her heart seemed to feel even colder than her body.
He probably won't come looking for her, right? Su Baimo thought to himself.
They were just about to leave. Suddenly, a large coat was draped over her. The sudden warmth made Su Baimo pause for a moment. Looking up, I saw a face filled with remorse, hidden in the darkness of the night.
I'm sorry, Baimo.
Lin Xian looked at Su Baimo with eyes full of self-reproach.
715, Chapter 715 by a few durians.
Su Baimo looked at Lin Xian who had come to find her, and a clear look of joy appeared on her face.
But the next second, his expression turned cold, and he turned his head to the side. What are you doing here?
Baimo, I was wrong, I am willing to accept any punishment.
Lin Xian ran to the side and said to Su Baimo. Why should I punish you? What do you have to do with me now?
Su Baimo said one thing but meant another, continuing to keep a straight face. Baimo, I really know I was wrong, I shouldn't have kept it from you, but I really didn't intend to keep it from you. Lin Xian tried to explain, but the more he explained, the more he felt like he was trying to cover something up. He glanced at Su Baimo, looking at the latter's cold face.
I thought the latter would be angry. However, Su Baimo did not seem angry, he simply said calmly, go ahead, I'm listening.
Baimo, it's actually like this. Lin Xian explained in detail the whole story of why Wang Yutan moved into the villa. So Baimo, I swear to God, Yutan, and I really have nothing going on. Lin Xian raised his finger and swore an oath to the heavens.
So, in your eyes, I'm the kind of person who's unreasonable and domineering?
A mischievous glint appeared in Su Baimo's beautiful eyes as she stared at Lin Xian.
Oh no, how could that be?
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, "In my eyes, you are the most righteous woman in the world."
Humph. Humph, a man's mouth. Su Baimo snorted coldly, not believing Lin Xian's words.
Baimo, I really didn't lie to you in my heart, you've always been the most righteous person. Lin Xian quickly tried to comfort him.
Real?
Under Lin Xian's barrage of flattery, Su Baimo's lips involuntarily curved upwards, but he quickly suppressed it, afraid that Lin Xian would see it.
Of course, I swear to my conscience. Lin Xian touched his chest and said. Do you have a conscience? Su Baimo glanced at Lin Xian sideways. Well? Lin Xian's smile froze for a moment, and he tentatively asked, Baimo, are you still angry? I'm angry, of course I'm angry. Su Baimo's face immediately hardened. How can I not be angry that someone is keeping a mistress behind my back?
Baimo, I really didn't mean to keep it from you. I originally planned to tell you after you finished your work, but I didn't expect.
Snort. Su Baimo snorted coldly, interrupting Lin Xian. Baimo, don't be angry, I really know I was wrong.
Lin Xian said sincerely, I'm willing to accept whatever punishment you want to give me.
Real?
Su Baimo raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Xian with a hint of danger.
Lin Xian sensed it.
But still, I forced myself to say, really.
Then go to the fruit stand and buy a few durians later. Su Baimo said. Buying durian?
Lin Xian's scalp tingled instantly, and he stared wide-eyed at Su Baimo. Why did you buy durian? The first thing that came to his mind was that Su Baimo wanted him to kneel on durians.
What do you think? Su Baimo looked at Lin Xian with a half-smile.
Lin Xian's face immediately turned bitter. No way, Baimo wouldn't be so cruel.
Cruel? How was I cruel? Su Baimo feigned ignorance. I just bought a few durians, how is that cruel? Gurgle.
Lin Xian's Adam's apple bobbed as he said, Baimo, that's a durian, it could really kill someone.
Someone died? Seeing Lin Xian, who was terrified, Su Baimo's anger subsided considerably.
A hint of mockery flashed in her beautiful eyes as she said, how could buying 2 durians lead to someone's death, or are some people, out of guilt, thinking of something else?
716, Chapter 716 Eating durian can cause internal heat. Well?
Lin Xian's face stiffened. Seeing the mockery in Su Baimo's eyes, he realized that he had been deceived.
Well, Baimo, you actually lied to me.
Lin Xian immediately perked up again.
It's clearly someone who's feeling guilty, I didn't say anything.
Su Baimo curled her red lips.
Then we won't buy durian either.
Lin Xian smiled wryly.
I love to eat it, what's wrong with buying 2? Su Baimo gave a soft snort. But I clearly remember that you didn't like it?
Lin Xian raised an eyebrow at that moment.
Before, when I was with Su Baimo.
He remembered that durian was on the list of fruits the latter hated the most.
Because Su Baimo couldn't stand the smell. How did you know? Su Baimo was slightly taken aback. Because you told me that your favorite foods are mangoes and watermelons. Lin Xian said.
Upon hearing this, Su Baimo's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She hadn't expected that Lin Xian would still remember all of this.
That was all 7 years ago. So, Baimo, you were just trying to scare me on purpose, weren't you?
Lin Xian grinned, looking as if he had seen through Su Baimo's thoughts.
Can't I change my taste now? Su Baimo snorted and arrogantly raised her chin.
Lin Xian's heart stirred as he looked at Su Baimo's arrogant demeanor. He walked up to her, opened his arms, and wanted to gently hug Su Baimo.
What are you doing? Su Baimo leaned back slightly. Give me a hug. No way. Just for a moment. Go find your little sister Yutong. Are you still angry? Of course I'm angry. Damn it, it's all that awful bastard Lin Xian's fault for making Baimo angry. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back.
Lin Xian also joined in, expressing his righteous indignation.
Put.
Su Baimo was amused by Lin Xian's grand and ruthless attitude.
You smiled.
Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile.
No. Su Baimo put on a stern face again. But I clearly saw it just now. I said no, so there's no proof. Do you have any evidence? Baimo, how could you cheat? Don't you know that it's in a woman's nature to be unreasonable? Baimo, look, you've already admitted to cheating. I don't. Then give me a hug. No way. Then I'll go buy you a durian now. Will you be happier if you eat it? I don't want to eat anymore. Then let's buy mangoes? Good. See, you just don't like durian. I don't. You have.
Lin Xian, I've suddenly realized something.
What's the problem? Why are you so annoying? Hee, isn't that what the books say, women don't love men who aren't a little bad? Lin Xian grinned.
Lin Xian, I've suddenly changed my mind. Looking at Lin Xian's grinning face, Su Baimo suddenly spoke.
Change your mind about what? Lin Xian was slightly taken aback.
I don't want to eat mangoes anymore, I want to eat durian.
Su Baimo said. Huh, really?
Lin Xian was stunned.
Kindness.
Su Baimo nodded firmly. I think durian is quite delicious and nutritious, and its shell is also quite hard, which can cure some people's glib tongue.
Aren't you right, Lin Xian? Su Baimo looked up at Lin Xian, a mischievous glint in her beautiful eyes. Of course that's wrong.
Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine and quickly said, Baimo, let's eat mangoes instead. Eating durian so late at night can easily cause internal heat and breakouts.
Baimo, you're so pretty, what if you got pimples on your face? Wouldn't that affect your looks? So, you've already started to dislike me? Su Baimo looked at Lin Xian, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. 717, Chapter 717. Will you hate me? Well.
Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the dangerous smile on Su Baimo's lips. His intention was to persuade Su Baimo to give up buying durians, but he didn't expect it to be misunderstood as.
Baimo, that's not what I meant. How could I think you're ugly?
Lin Xian hurriedly tried to explain.
Seeing Lin Xian's somewhat flustered appearance, Su Baimo's smile deepened. She was just joking with Lin Xian, who told him to be so annoying. So, you think I'm ugly? Su Baimo continued to look at Lin Xian with a smile. No, heaven and earth bear witness, I absolutely did not.
Lin Xian wished he could raise both hands and feet and swear an oath at this moment.
I only said I disliked it. Why did you think I was referring to its appearance?
Su Baimo smiled broadly. So you men, you really only care about our women's appearance, you're all womanizers.
I really didn't, Baimo. Lin Xian was sweating profusely. Didn't you say I looked down on you? Then naturally, that's what I thought of. Put. Seeing Lin Xian sweating profusely with anxiety, Su Baimo couldn't help but laugh.
Okay, I'm not kidding anymore. Look how nervous you are. Su Baimo chuckled and shook his head, deciding to let Lin Xian off the hook for the time being.
So, Baimo, you were lying to me all along.
Lin Xian then realized what was happening. You were the one who lied to me first, now we're even. Su Baimo curled her red lips. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback when he saw Su Baimo acting like a little woman. In his memory, Su Baimo was always indifferent to everything, giving people a sense of being detached from worldly affairs. This was the first time he had ever seen Su Baimo like this. It feels more down to earth, making people feel closer and less distant.
Baimo, I've noticed you've changed.
Lin Xian spoke softly, his voice carrying a hint of gentleness.
What has changed?
Sensing the gentleness in Lin Xian's tone, Su Baimo's eyes flickered slightly. It has become more down to earth.
Lin Xian said.
The gentle voice touched Su Baimo's heart. This made her gaze soften instantly.
So, do you prefer the old me or the current me? Su Baimo looked at Lin Xian and asked. I like anything as long as it's you.
Lin Xian smiled gently. Su Baimo's heart trembled slightly, but she scoffed, you men, you're so good with words. No, I was just telling the truth. Lin Xian said seriously. Seeing Lin Xian suddenly become serious, Su Baimo secretly scolded him for being such a blockhead, sometimes completely oblivious to romance. However, it was precisely because of this that she liked Lin Xian even more. Okay, I believe you. Su Baimo smiled gently. So are we still buying durian? Lin Xian asked tentatively. Put. Su Baimo chuckled again and rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. What an idiot. In this situation, why would anyone buy durian? Of course I won't buy it. Hey. Lin Xian gave a simple, honest smile. Su Baimo shook her head, then, remembering her anger at the villa earlier, she couldn't help but ask, Lin Xian, I've been getting angry with you a lot lately because of Yutong. Do you find me annoying? This was something she cared about deeply. In the past, she could keep even the biggest things to herself. Even when faced with a huge misunderstanding with Lin Xian, she managed not to show it on her face. But this is the only one. The only thing she can't control is when she's jealous, she can't hide it at all. This time, she even had a big fight with Lin Xian over Yutong's matter. She was afraid that Lin Xian would get tired of her because of this. 7:18, Chapter 7:18. Let's deal with him together. Of course not. Without hesitation, Lin Xian said, these are all my responsibilities. I should have told you from the beginning instead of hiding them from you. If he had explained the situation to Su Baimo from the beginning, Su Baimo would definitely not have been angry, and such a big misunderstanding would not have occurred. It's all his fault. Lin Xian, are you so sure that I won't be angry if you've been honest with me from the beginning? Su Baimo slightly raised the corners of his lips as he looked at Lin Xian. That's right, our Baimo is so magnanimous, how could he get angry over something like this? Lin Xian started flattering him. It's no use flattering them now. Su Baimo pursed his lips. Hey. Lin Xian grinned, isn't what I said true? Forget it, I won't argue with you. Su Baimo's anger had long since subsided. She now understands why Lin Xian didn't tell her the reason why Yutong moved into the villa at first. Lin Xian didn't want this matter to affect her mood and thus her ability to handle family affairs, so he wanted to wait until she finished dealing with it before discussing it further. However, things just happened to happen all at once. That's why such a big misunderstanding occurred. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, she can understand Lin Xian. At the same time, I also felt somewhat guilty for losing control of my emotions just now. That's why he asked Lin Xian the same question he had just asked. As expected, our Baimo is the most generous. Lin Xian showered him with compliments. Who said yours is yours? Su Baimo gave a soft snort. Of course it's you. Lin Xian smiled even more obsequiously. Su Baimo couldn't help but roll her eyes at this guy. There's just no way to deal with him. However, seeing him like this, she couldn't get angry even if she wanted to. This is probably what it feels like to like someone. Su Baimo thought to himself. Baimo, let's go back, it's cold, don't catch a cold. At this moment, Lin Xian's caring voice rang in Su Baimo's ears. Now, it is October. The temperature difference between day and night is still quite large. If you wear too little clothing and stay outside for too long, you are more likely to catch a cold. Kindness. Su Baimo nodded slightly. She got up from the bench. She draped the coat over her body and slid her body slightly under it. It's very comfortable and warm. The two returned to the villa. At this moment, everyone in the room was waiting for Lin Xian and Su Baimo to return. Seeing that they had made up, Xiao Dai was the first to happily say, young master, sister-in-law, you're back. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded emphatically. Kindness. Su Baimo nodded in agreement. Thinking of how angry she had been in front of Xiao Dai, a blush crept onto her pretty face. Clearly, they also felt somewhat embarrassed. Sister-in-law, if the young master bullies you again, just tell Xiao Dai, and Xiao Dai will scold him. Xiao Dai shook her fist and said fiercely. Miss Su, we'll help you teach him a lesson too. Zhao Lingshan and Tang Lan also sided with Su Baimo. It's obvious without even thinking that Lin Xian must have done something to wrong Su Baimo. Otherwise, why would someone get so angry for no reason? Just now, they saw Su Baimo cry from anger. Although Wang Yutong didn't speak, she looked intently at Su Baimo. She had never seen the latter lose control of her emotions before. It's clear that she really likes brother Lin Xian. Thank you. Feeling the warmth from everyone, Su Baimo also felt a warmth in his heart. Miss Su, you're too kind, it's just that Lin Xian is such a jerk. Zhao Lingshan and the others clenched their fists and chimed in, once you settle in, we'll deal with him together. Good. Feeling everyone's enthusiasm, Su Baimo smiled sweetly. Lin Xian's ears drooped immediately, and he protested with a bitter expression, you guys can't bully people like this. 719, Chapter 719 Life is pretty good. Humph, who told you to be so awful? Zhao Lingshan gave a light snort and said, we are simply protecting our own rights. That is. Tang Lan also wrinkled her delicate nose. My lords, you've been wronged, by Mo, why don't you explain to them right now? Lin Xian turned to Su Baimo for help. Explain what? Su Baimo, however, pretended to be stupid. About what just happened? Lin Xian said. That's not a misunderstanding, you're just bullying me. Su Baimo said. Ha? Lin Xian stiffened his neck. He had already explained the reason to Su Baimo, and the latter had already forgiven him. What's going on now? See, Miss Su said you're bullying her. Zhao Lingshan was filled with righteous indignation. Well? Lin Xian was completely speechless and once again looked at Su Baimo for help. Su Baimo deliberately turned his gaze to the other side, pretending not to see it. Now Lin Xian understood that Su Baimo was up to no good. Unexpectedly, Su Baimo, who is always fair and just, would act like a rogue when it comes to love. At this moment, Lin Xian felt both happy and miserable. Yutong, can you say a few words for me? Lin Xian had no choice but to look to Wang Yutong for help. Brother Lin Xian, you're the one who made Miss Su angry, you'll have to figure out how to coax her yourself. At this moment, even Wang Yutong, who had always been on Lin Xian's side, put on an expression of helplessness. Well? Lin Xian completely gave up on asking for help. Under the impartial judgment of everyone, he had no choice but to confess, I was wrong, Bai Moi will never make you angry again. Humph, that's more like it. Su Baimo gave a soft hum, and the corners of his lips unconsciously curved upwards. It wasn't just because seeing Lin Xian's current predicament made her inexplicably happy, but also because she seemed to be suddenly infected by this environment. She grew to love this big family more and more and hoped to integrate into everyone's community as soon as possible. Thank you all for your help today, I'll treat you all to dinner tomorrow night. Su Baimo smiled and said. Yay! Tang Lan was the first to express her approval. With this increasingly vibrant environment, I feel more and more excited. The same applies to Su Baimo. She was used to being alone. Given this environment, I feel a strange sense of anticipation. Lin Xian looked at the lively atmosphere in the villa and the smiles on everyone's faces. Although his face showed bitterness, he was just as happy as everyone else. He believes that in such an atmosphere, everyone's emotions will be more relaxed and happy. Tang Lan's condition will surely recover better. Hopefully, she can regain her lost memories as soon as possible and remember everything about the past. I have high hopes for it. A smile appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and then he looked at Su Baimo. Baimo, let me accompany you upstairs to choose a bedroom. Good. Su Baimo responded softly, a hint of tenderness lingering in the depths of her eyes as she looked at Lin Xian. The matter was resolved satisfactorily. Everyone returned to their rooms. Su Baimo followed Lin Xian to the second floor. Lin Xian, which bedroom are you staying in? Su Baimo asked. This one. Lin Xian pointed to the first room at the top of the stairs. What about the other side? Zhao Zhanxiu and Dr. Tang are staying together. What about the neighbor next door? Yutong lives there.
Oh. Su Baimo let out a soft "mm." It seems that this outcome was anticipated. But at this moment, a faint, dangerous smile still appeared on his lips. Looking at Lin Xian, he said, "So, you've had a pretty good time while I was away?" 720, Chapter 720. Unable to control my emotions. Well. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine, thinking that Su Baimo was about to get jealous again. Su Baimo glanced at Lin Xian, looking at the nervous guy, and said, "Alright, don't be so nervous, I was just joking with you." She wasn't angry. She just wanted to give Lin Xian a piece of her mind, since he was such an annoying guy. "Baimo, this is unfair." Lin Xian looked distressed. "Who told you to be so annoying? See if you dare to do it again." Su Baimo wrinkled his nose slightly, then pointed to the bedroom opposite Wan Yutong. "Then I'll stay in this room." "Good." Lin Xian's bitter expression faded, and he asked, "Baimo, when do you plan to move in?" "Let's do it today." Su Baimo pondered for a moment. "Where are your clothes? Do you want me to go back with you to get them?" Lin Xian asked. "No need, I'll have Xiaomei deliver it to me tomorrow. I'll also have her move in with me. There are rooms available next door." Su Baimo said. "Secretary Xiao moved in too?" Lin Xian opened his eyes slightly wider. Speaking of Xiaomei, it had been quite some time since he had seen her. Kindness. Su Baimo nodded, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian. "Don't you men all like to have one woman on each arm? Now that there's another beauty, shouldn't someone have more happiness?" "Baimo, don't tease me like that." Lin Xian gave a wry smile. He knew Su Baimo was just teasing him. "Don't you want to?" Su Baimo, however, was quite interested, saying, "Xiaomei has a model's figure, especially her long legs. I assent that what you men like?" Well. Speaking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but think of Xiaomei's long legs. At the same time, it also reminded him of his time in Suzhou. He tracked the assassin all the way to the changing room, where he saw Xiaomei bending over, changing into black stockings. At that time, it startled both him and Xiaomei. Xiaomei almost mistook him for a pervert. However, the misunderstanding was later cleared up. However, those beautiful legs encased in black stockings left a deep impression on him. Of course, he had no feelings for Xiaomei. It just so happened that Su Baimo brought it up, and that's when he remembered. I feel the same way, filled with nostalgia. Especially at that time. He and Su Baimo are still entangled in a deep misunderstanding. What are you thinking about, so lost in thought? Are you thinking about Xiaomei's long legs? At this moment, Su Baimo's joke pulled Lin Xian back to reality. I'm thinking about something that happened a month ago. Lin Xian said, speaking of Xiaomei, I just remembered the time you came to Suzhou. Upon hearing this, Su Baimo's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Memories, too, surged forth all at once, like a tidal wave. In particular, there was the scene where she was kidnapped by mercenaries, and Lin Xian stabbed himself in the chest to save her. Then, the building collapsed. The two were buried under the rubble. To save her life, Lin Xian endured everything with his severely injured body. Even though Lin Xian later fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss, his body remained as firm as a rock. That was the determination a man made to protect a woman at that moment. And at that moment, in her heart. From then on, she could no longer tolerate any other man. Lin Xian. Su Baimo's eyes suddenly turned a little red. What's wrong, Baimo? Did I do something to upset you again? Lin Xian, however, seemed somewhat flustered. Did he say something wrong again? Fool. Su Baimo gave a coquettish laugh. Images of that day flooded my mind like a tidal wave. Looking at Lin Xian, who, like her, only had eyes for her, she couldn't control herself and suddenly wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's head, then kissed him. 721, Chapter 721. Take it down tonight. The jade felt slightly cool. Su Baimo's lips were somewhat cool, but very soft. Lin Xian's eyes widened suddenly. He never expected Su Baimo to suddenly kiss him. Su Baimo closed his eyes slightly.
Despite his awkwardness, Lin Xian could sense the tender affection in Su Baimo's words. He gradually closed his eyes. A sweet sensation quickly spread between the lips and teeth. Lin Xian's hand gently wrapped around Su Baimo's waist. The delicate, supple touch transmitted through his fingertips fueled Lin Xian's growing passion. The two grew increasingly passionate. And just then, the door to Wang Yutong's bedroom suddenly opened. The noise of the door opening startled the two of them. The two immediately separated, as if startled birds. Kindness? The moment Wang Yutong stepped out of the room, her eyes visibly trembled. What are Lin Xian and Su Baimo doing here? Hi Yutong. Lin Xian greeted him awkwardly, not caring whether his words were appropriate or not. Su Baimo didn't speak, but a faint blush remained on her cheeks. Kindness? Wang Yutong frowned and quickly examined the two of them. Her intuition told her that something was going on between them. Lin Xian and Su Baimo, were they hiding here from her just now? Yutong, are you coming out to get something? Lin Xian asked with a smile, seemingly trying to ease the awkwardness. No, I just have trouble sleeping and want to go to the balcony for some fresh air. Wang Yutong said. Haha, really? Lin Xian laughed heartily. Brother Lin Xian, what are you doing here? Wang Yutong asked suspiciously. I am helping my Mo choose a room, aren't we? Lin Xian, quick-witted as ever, replied. Choose a room? Wang Yutong, however, felt that it didn't look right at all. Do I need to blush when choosing a room? Moreover, judging from Lin Xian's appearance, he was clearly somewhat guilty. However, she also felt that it was impossible for the two of them to do anything in the hallway. Putting aside the fact that Su Baimo's personality means he doesn't have much interest in that kind of thing. Even if there were, it would be absolutely impossible for her to be with brother Lin Xian in the corridor. Firstly, what if someone else sees us by accident? Secondly, there are vacant rooms right across the street. If you really want to do something intimate between a man and a woman, you can just go to a room and you won't be disturbed. So, she's probably overthinking it. Yes, that's choosing a room. Lin Xian said. Now that things have come to this, whether Yutong believes it or not, she has no choice but to say it anyway. Which one did you choose? Wang Yutong showed a hint of concern. The one across from yours. Lin Xian said. My neighbor across the hall? Upon hearing this, Wang Yutong immediately sensed a threat. After all, Su Baimo was no less attractive than her in terms of looks, temperament, figure, or family background. Now, she lives on the same floor as Lin Xian, and they live so close to each other. In addition, her relationship with Lin Xian's brother developed even earlier. This made Wang Yutong instantly feel a huge crisis. She was terrified that one day Su Baimo would suddenly snatch Lin Xian away from her. And then she recalled what happened at the hospital, and the scene where Lin Xian chased after Su Baimo as he left the villa. A stronger sense of crisis grew in her heart. No, she absolutely has to take the initiative. Thinking to myself. Wang Yutong decided that after she finished showering, she would go to Lin Xian's room. Tonight, I'll take him down. 722, Chapter 722 Reluctant to leave. Brother Lin Xian, you guys chat first, I'll go back to my room and take a shower. Wang Yutong said softly. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Xian and then turned and went back to his room. Bang! The door closed gently. Call. Lin Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. If they hadn't reacted quickly, Yutong might have seen it. Su Baimo lowered his eyes slightly, also not expecting Wang Yutong to suddenly come out of the room. Just now, she was a little too overwhelmed. By Mo, let's go back to our room first. Lin Xian made the suggestion. Staying in the hallway is too dangerous. If Zhao Zhanxiao or Tang Lan can't sleep either and want to go to the balcony for some fresh air, wouldn't they be caught again? Kindness. Su Baimo nodded gently. The two entered the bedroom. After turning on the overhead light, Lin Xian closed the door behind him.
By Mo, you'll be staying in this room from now on. Lin Xian looked at the simple bedroom and said. Since no one has moved in yet, the room only contains a bed and a row of empty wardrobes. Good.
Su Baimo pursed her red lips. Her mind was still preoccupied with the fact that she had kissed Lin Xian earlier. It's all her fault, she got a little carried away and couldn't control herself.
This is so embarrassing. Lin Xian also sensed the slightly awkward atmosphere.
However, thinking about what had just happened, his heart started to burn again, and he said, "By Moe, the bathroom is in the room, you can just take a shower there later."
Good.
The mention of taking a bath caused Su Baimo's eyes to tremble slightly, ripples of tears welling up.
Then you'll wash first? Lin Xian then asked another question. Su Baimo continued to nod gently, but quickly realized something was wrong. She quickly raised her head and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Should I wash first? Isn't she the only one living in this room? Does it matter who comes first and who goes last? That. Lin Xian rubbed his hands together, shamelessly saying, that wasn't it just now when we.
Clearly, Lin Xian wanted to continue the tender moment they had just shared.
Upon hearing these words, Su Baimo's eyes quickly welled up with shy tears. She understood Lin Xian's meaning and gently scolded him, don't think about that anymore, go back to your room.
Lin Xian was somewhat confused. Just now, Su Baimo clearly didn't kiss him first, so how did it suddenly? He had hoped that the two of them could have more intimacy tonight, but Su Baimo wanted to kick him out of the room. Lin Xian, what happened just now wasn't what you think, it was just.
Su Baimo looked at Lin Xian's distressed expression and wanted to explain.
However, after speaking only halfway through, she suddenly blushed and couldn't continue.
Just what?
Lin Xian was completely baffled.
It is said that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. But the speed of this change is too fast, isn't it?
Okay, that's enough. I just remembered something from the past. That's why I lost control a little just now. You'd better forget about it as soon as possible.
And don't mention it again.
Su Baimo said shyly.
Which matter? Lin Xian looked at Su Baimo's shy expression, but became even more confused.
It's about the time you saved me, when we were buried under the rubble.
Su Baimo said. Buried under the rubble? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Then, I suddenly remembered that incident. No wonder Su Baimo suddenly kissed him.
It turned out that she was remembering the time when the two of them were buried under the rubble.
So, you understand now, right? I am going to take a shower now, you should go back.
Su Baimo blushed as she spoke.
Bath?
Lin Xian heard the word bath and was especially struck by Su Baimo's blushing and shy expression. My heart, however, burned once more.
He was somewhat reluctant to leave.
723, Chapter 723. How I wish I could stay.
Lin Xian, why aren't you leaving yet? 2M about to take a shower.
Inside the room, Su Baimo looked at Lin Xian, who showed no sign of leaving, and said with a blush on her pretty face.
Could you stay a little longer before leaving? Lin Xian said. To be honest, he was reluctant to leave and didn't want to go. No.
Su Baimo bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with tears.
She knew what Lin Xian wanted to do by staying behind. But no. She wasn't ready for that kind of thing yet. By Mo, Stop talking and get out of here right now, or I'll get angry. Su Baimo raised his eyebrows.
However, coupled with her shy and charming expression at this moment, it had no persuasiveness or deterrent power whatsoever. However, not wanting to put Su Baimo in a difficult position, Lin Xian had no choice but to suppress his thoughts for the time being and said, then I'll be going.
Kindness. Su Baimo nodded slightly. Lin Xian stood up. He kept looking back as he took a step. He was almost at the door. Wait for Lin Xian. Su Baimo suddenly called out to Lin Xian. Kindness? Lin Xian's spirits lifted instantly. Has Su Baimo changed his mind? Lin Xian, I'll have Xiaomei deliver my clothes tomorrow. Do you have any spares? Su Baimo asked.
Lin Xian felt a sudden pang of disappointment. So, Su Baimo stopped him because of this. I only have a bathrobe there. If you don't mind, you can take it, otherwise, I'll go ask Zhao Zhanxiao to borrow a new nightgown for you.
Lin Xian asked. Su Baimo and Zhao Lingshan are quite similar in height and build. Su Baimo should be able to wear the latter's nightgown as well. Let's not bother them, just give me your bathrobe. Su Baimo said. I figured it was the same whether I wore it to bed or not. Moreover, no one else entered the room after a while. Xiaomei will bring the clothes to her tomorrow. Okay, I'll go get it for you. Lin Xian said. Good. Su Baimo nodded. Half a minute later. Lin Xian brought a new bathrobe to Su Baimo's room.
As he left, he desperately hoped that Su Baimo would try to stop him, but she didn't.
Well.
With a sigh, Lin Xian could only return to his room alone.
Thinking back to the scene of embracing and kissing Su Baimo in the corridor just now.
His soft lips captivated him.
Well.
Thinking of this, Lin Xian could only sigh deeply once again. He took a bathrobe from the closet and went into the bathroom.
Swish. Turn on the shower.
Lin Xian went inside and let cold water pour down his head to extinguish the restlessness in his heart.
15 minutes later.
Lin Xian lay on the bed after drying her hair. He had just picked up his phone, ready to make a video call to Wang Cici to let her know he was safe and to tell her about his relationship with Su Baimo.
Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a light knock on the door. Was it Su Baimo who was looking for him? Lin Xian sat up straight instantly and asked the door, "Who's looking for me?" "It's me, brother Lin Xian." Wang Yutong's deliberately lowered voice rang out at the doorway. "Yutong?"
Lin Xian was taken aback, but without thinking much of it, he got up and went to open the door.
"Yutong, what do you want to see me about?"
The moment the door opened, Lin Xian was about to ask why. However, what he saw next made him suddenly stop speaking. A burning passion appeared in his eyes.
724, Chapter 724, Wang Yutong's Grievance.
All that could be seen was Wang Yutong, who was wearing only a white silk nightgown. Perhaps because she had just taken a shower, her face had an alluring blush, and her eyes were watery, as if rippling with gentle spring water. Her long, wet hair draped over her shoulders.
Water droplets still clung to the ends of her beautiful hair.
Water droplets slowly dripped down her shoulders, some landing on the ground, and some on the nightgown at her chest, blurring the already thin material and making it appear and disappear under the light.
I only glanced at it. Lin Xian's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily.
The anger in his heart had not yet been completely extinguished.
Wang Yutong's appearance has reignited these tensions. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Forcibly suppressing the agitation in his heart, he calmly asked, "Yutong, what do you want to see me about?" "Brother Lin Xian, the hairdryer in my room is broken, can I borrow yours?" Wang Yutong asked softly.
Her voice was sweet and delicate, like water that could be squeezed out at any moment.
"Is the hairdryer broken?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he nodded immediately. "Okay, you can use it." "It's just borrowing a hairdryer, that's fine. If it happens again like last time, he's really afraid he won't be able to handle it. Then I'll come in," Wang Yutong said.
After saying that, he gently closed the door behind him, afraid that the noise would disturb the people in the opposite room. Lin Xian was instinctively puzzled by Wang Yutong's quiet and stealthy movements.
But then I thought, maybe Wang Yutong didn't want Zhao Lingshan and Su Baimo to hear it. After all, it would be bad if word got out that a girl was going to enter a man's room late at night. Thinking to myself.
At this moment, Wang Yutong had already walked to the table, picked up the hairdryer, and started blowing her hair in front of the mirror.
Buzzing.
Lin Xian was drawn to the sound of the hairdryer and subconsciously looked over. The next second, his face flushed red, and he quickly turned his gaze back. Wang Yutong, wearing a silk nightgown, had a stunningly sexy back view, especially the curve of her hips outlined by the nightgown, which was simply irresistible. Lin Xian should quickly look away, or something bad might happen. Although Wang Yutong had her back to Lin Xian, she kept an eye on his every move through the dressing mirror on the table. Seeing the latter's obviously evasive gaze, Fan Xian felt a secret joy. Judging from her outfit today, it seems that it is very attractive to brother Lin Xian. But really, Lin Xian's brother is something else. If he wants to look, he should just look. Why does he have to deliberately avoid her like this? Could it be because Su Baimo has arrived? Thinking of this, Wang Yutong suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Does Lin Xian really think I'm inferior to Su Baimo? Wang Yutong felt increasingly wrong the more she thought about it. She had only blow-dried half of her hair when she pouted and came to the bedside with a resentful look on her face, pulling Lin Xian down to sit on her back. A fragrant breeze wafted by, carrying the scent of shower gel from his recent shower, and Lin Xian's heartstrings were instantly stirred. He looked towards Wang Yutong. I was just about to ask, you finished blow-drying your hair so quickly? However, what we saw was still Wang Yutong's slightly damp hair and her resentful face. He was immediately taken aback. He asked, what's wrong, Yutong, is something bothering you? Brother Lin Xian, do you not like Yutong? Wang Yutong looked at Lin Xian with a pitiful expression. Ah! That one sentence completely stumped Lin Xian. For a moment, he looked completely surprised. Why are you suddenly asking this? 725, Chapter 725. What kind of liking? Brother Lin Xian, why are you avoiding me? Wang Yutong asked, feeling wronged. Her pitiful appearance instantly aroused Lin Xian's protective instincts. Is there? Lin Xian was taken aback. Where have I been avoiding you, Yutong? It's obvious. Wang Yutong snorted and said with a resentful look, you clearly glanced at me just now, but then quickly looked away. You were obviously deliberately avoiding me. Brother Lin Xian, tell me, do you hate me and don't want to see Yutong? That's not true. Lin Xian gave a wry smile. He didn't expect that Wang Yutong had seen everything he had just done. But it was clear that Yutong had misunderstood him. He was indeed hiding. However, it wasn't because he disliked Wang Yutong that he was avoiding her, but because the latter's figure was simply too hot. In addition, the anger in his heart had not dissipated. He felt a surge of desire after just one glance. He was afraid that if he continued watching, something bad would happen. Then why are you avoiding my gaze? Wang Yutong pouted. This. Lin Xian didn't know how to explain it for a moment. He couldn't very well say that he was avoiding Wang Yutong because he was afraid of a reaction, could he? Now, his image in Wang Yutong's eyes has completely collapsed. How can he ever face Yutong again? So brother Lin Xian dislikes me, right? Wang Yutong puffed out her cheeks, and her eyes welled up with a layer of reddish mist. She was so sad she was about to cry. When Lin Xian saw that Wang Yutong was about to cry, he immediately became anxious. Forget about appearances at that moment, and could only confess the reason to Wang Yutong. Yutong, it's really not what you think, it's just we're all grown up now, not like when we were little, so... So what? Wang Yutong pressed for further details. She wanted to know why. So in some places, men and women are not supposed to have physical contact. Lin Xian forced a smile and said, now you understand what I mean, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Yutong's eyes flickered, and then she nodded shyly, She understood what Lin Xian meant. She instinctively bit her lip. After hesitating for a while, she finally mustered up the courage to ask, so, brother Lin Xian, you like the current Yutong? Yutong, what do you mean? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, unsure of what aspect Wang Yutong meant by like. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I answered incorrectly? For example, appearance, physique. Wang Yutong paused, then asked, blushing. Hiss. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He hadn't expected Yutong to ask that. Okay, I understand.
Wang Yutong thought Lin Xian didn't like her looks and figure, and her eyes immediately dimmed.
If brother Lin Xian really liked her, he would have already answered her earlier, he wouldn't have needed to think about it for so long.
Yutong, you've misunderstood.
Lin Xian looked at the dejected Wang Yutong and wanted to explain.
However, he didn't know how to explain it or how to answer it. To say I don't like it would be a lie.
But if I had to say I like him, even though he's Yutong's brother and we're not related by blood, I still think he's incredibly awful.
Brother Lin Xian, you don't need to comfort me. Yutong is going back first. You should get some rest. I am sorry to bother you. Wang Yutong got up dejectedly, ready to leave. Wait, Yutong.
Lin Xian didn't want to see Wang Yutong sad, so he stood up and grabbed her wrist.
Sudden physical contact.
This caused the two unprepared people to stiffen slightly for a moment.
726, Chapter 726. Is this your type?
Lin Xian grabbed Wang Yutong's wrist. The smooth, delicate touch of his skin made his body stiffen involuntarily. When Lin Xian suddenly grabbed her wrist, Wang Yutong's heart skipped a beat.
Brother Lin Xian, is there anything else?
She turned around and looked at Lin Xian. His eyes held a mixture of sadness and joy.
It is full of complexity. Yutong, wait for me to say it. I really don't mean to hate you. Lin Xian explained.
Whether it was when I was a child or now.
He never disliked Wang Yutong.
He had always treated Yutong like his own younger sister, taking care of her with all his heart. However, the two of them have grown up now. They can no longer be as close as they were when they were children.
He couldn't answer many questions very directly.
So, does
brother Lin Xian mean he likes Yutong?
A glimmer of light seemed to appear in Wang Yutong's dim eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xian, not wanting to upset Yutong any further, nodded and said, okay.
You're not lying to me? Wang Yutong was somewhat suspicious.
She thought that Lin Xian might have said that to comfort her.
How could this be?
Lin Xian smiled wryly and said, Yutong is so beautiful, I like her more than anything, how could I dislike her?
Wang Yutong is top tier in terms of both looks and figure, even in the entire Yanjing and Great Xia.
If we disregard his relationship with Yutong, as a man, he would definitely be very tempted. If brother Lin Xian likes Yutong, why does he always avoid looking at me? If you like her, just look at her more often anyway. Yutong is dressed like this for brother Lin Xian to see. Wang Yutong made no attempt to hide her feelings.
Did you wear this on purpose to show off to me?
Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat.
Of course I'll only show my face to brother Lin Xian. No way I'll let those other men see me. Wang Yutong snorted coldly.
Of course, her coldness was directed at other men. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a pang of bitterness, but at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. He breathed a sigh of relief because Yutong still seemed to regard him as the Lin Xian brother from back then. The bitter thing is that it seems that what happened back then really had a big impact on Yutong, to the point that she still doesn't open her heart to men.
This is somewhat similar to Tang Lan's misogyny.
However, they are completely different in their origins.
Tang Lan was deceived in love.
Yutong refers to her childhood experiences.
Such psychological trauma is often harder to heal. Yutong, I'm sorry. Lin Xian suddenly murmured in self-reproach. What's wrong, brother Lin Xian, why are you suddenly apologizing to me? Wang Yutong was surprised. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you when you were little.
Lin Xian said with remorse. If he had really protected Yutong well back then,
Yutong wouldn't have suffered this kind of psychological trauma.
It was he, as the older brother, who failed to fulfill his responsibilities. The words "I failed to protect you" caused Wang Yutong's heart to ache. She knew what Lin Xian was blaming himself for. Brother Lin Xian, this is not your fault at all. She spoke softly, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin Xian has protected Yutong very well.
Besides, those men are not even 1/10,000,000th as outstanding as brother Lin Xian. Brother Lin Xian, Yutong is asking you, do you think Yutong is pretty now? Is she your type? 727, Chapter 727 Boldness. Well.
With just one sentence, Lin Xian was completely stumped. If it weren't for their relationship, he would have answered yes without hesitation.
With Wang Yutong's looks and figure, who wouldn't be tempted? But now. Brother Lin Xian, just tell me, do you like it or not?
Wang Yutong looked on expectantly and gently shook Lin Xian's arm, acting coquettishly. Wang Yutong's face was naturally alluring, and her peach blossom eyes were even more captivating. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't resist the other party's coquettish offensive at all and quickly gave in. I like her. Yutong is so beautiful, who wouldn't like her?
Really, brother Lin Xian? Upon receiving Lin Xian's affirmation, Wang Yutong's beautiful eyes immediately shone with intense joy.
Of course. Lin Xian answered with a smile.
What about her figure? Does brother Lin Xian like Yutong's figure?
Wang Yutong then showed Lin Xian her enviable figure with her prominent breasts and buttocks. Lin Xian only stared at it for a moment, but he felt a burning sensation rising in his lower abdomen. Compared to Wang Yutong's face, her figure is probably irresistible to any man. If he hadn't forcibly restrained himself. The last time he went to Yutong's room, when Yutong was wearing a black nightgown, he couldn't control himself.
Yutong, how about I get you a jacket to wear first? Lin Xian took a deep breath and said.
Yutong was wearing such a sexy nightgown in front of him, and striking such a sexy pose, it was really a bit torturous for him.
Brother Lin Xian, so you like him? Seeing Lin Xian's somewhat unnatural expression, Wang Yutong's eyes shone with even greater joy. Well. Lin Xian gave an awkward reply. Brother Lin Xian, would you like to touch it? Wang Yutong boldly said.
After learning that her brother Lin Xian liked her looks and figure, she immediately relaxed. Previously, she had been worried that brother Lin Xian wouldn't like it.
Isn't this inappropriate? Lin Xian's eyes twitched suddenly. He didn't expect Wang Yutong to be so direct.
They really don't treat him like an outsider. This further proves that his previous idea was correct. Yutong has always treated him like her own brother.
Otherwise, why would she be so open and honest with him? It's okay, brother Lin Xian, as long as brother Lin Xian is happy, that's all that matters.
Wang Yutong, however, seemed completely unconcerned. However, as she said this, her eyes still couldn't hide the shy glint in them.
My heart started racing.
However, she knew that brother Lin Xian was embarrassed. Therefore, she needs to take the initiative. The dating manual says that when a girl is pursuing a boy she likes, especially an outstanding one, she must take the initiative. Otherwise, it's very likely that someone else will snatch it away.
Well, let's forget about it, Yutong.
Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine and quickly changed the subject. By the way, your hair isn't dry yet, go dry it first, otherwise you might catch a cold from the air conditioning.
It's alright, brother Lin Xian, Yutong isn't cold. Brother Lin Xian, let's sit down first.
Wang Yutong shook her head, and as she spoke, she pulled Lin Xian to sit down again on the edge of the bed.
The two people were standing very close together.
They could even feel each other's body temperature.
Lin Xian kept taking deep breaths, reminding himself to stay calm.
Wang Yutong lowered her head slightly, lost in thought. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became somewhat quiet.
And at a certain moment,
Wang Yutong suddenly grabbed Lin Xian's hand boldly. 728, Chapter 728. Something's getting increasingly wrong.
Yutong, what are you doing?
When Wang Yutong suddenly grabbed his hand, Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise.
He sensed that the atmosphere was getting increasingly awkward. Brother Lin Xian, why are you so nervous?
Wang Yutong looked at Lin Xian with slightly trembling eyes. She could feel the tension in Lin Xian's body.
Yutong, stop fooling around, something bad will happen.
Lin Xian suppressed the tingling sensation on his scalp and gave a reminder.
Yutong isn't afraid at all. Wang Yutong snorted lightly. As long as it's brother Lin Xian, Yutong thinks it's fine.
Well. Lin Xian's heart trembled.
He knew about Yutong's special feelings for him. He couldn't let Yutong down.
We must not allow our inner desires to continue to swell. He quickly pulled his hand away from Yutong's. Brother Lin Xian, why did you pull your hand back? Wang Yutong was puzzled. Clearly, Brother Lin Xian said he likes her. Yutong, didn't you feel a little hot? Lin Xian casually started a conversation. I think Yutong, why don't you take your clothes off? Wang Yutong boldly said. As she spoke, she raised her alluring, watery eyes and looked at Lin Xian. Hiss. Lin Xian gasped in shock. He knew that if things continued like this, something terrible was going to happen. The script is no longer going according to his plan. Yutong, I need to use the restroom first. Lin Xian wanted to go to the restroom to avoid the limelight for a while. He could clearly sense that the rhythm was off. If he continued to stay with Yutong, he was afraid that something might really happen. This wasn't just because Yutong was becoming increasingly bold towards him. He could clearly feel that his willpower was beginning to weaken. This is not a good sign. Brother Lin Xian, let's go later. Wang Yutong grabbed Lin Xian's hand again. Lin Xian's body stiffened instantly. This time, however, he didn't take it back. Brother Lin Xian, do you think Yutong's legs are pretty? Wang Yutong asked softly. As she spoke, she showed Lin Xian her two smooth, flawless white legs beneath her nightgown. Gurgle. Lin Xian's Adam's apple bobbed silently. At that moment, the word good-looking unconsciously came out of his mouth. Hiss. After saying those words, Lin Xian felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Sure enough, his willpower was getting weaker and weaker. No, he needs to go to the bathroom and wash his face with cold water to calm himself down. Brother Lin Xian. At that moment, a soft, sweet voice rang in his ears, causing Lin Xian to freeze in place once again. Lin Xian was slightly distracted. At this moment, Wang Yutong grabbed Lin Xian's right hand and gently placed it on her smooth thigh. The delicate, jade-like texture of the skin sent shivers down Lin Xian's spine. Wang Yutong's delicate body also tensed slightly. My heart started racing. Thump thump. Thump thump. Both of them had their hearts pounding wildly. It was as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Wang Yutong's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she became even bolder. She grabbed Lin Xian's hand and slowly moved it up his thigh. Gurgle. Lin Xian's Adam's apple bobbed heavily, and his eyes trembled wildly. He realized that something terrible was about to happen. Knock knock knock. Just then, a sudden knock on the door startled the two of them. The burning intensity in his eyes quickly subsided. Just as they were wondering who was knocking on the door, Subaimo's voice came from outside the door. Lin Xian, are you asleep? 729, Chapter 729, Doing a Wrongful Deed. It's Subaimo. Lin Xian and Wang Yutong's bodies trembled violently. I'm not asleep yet. What's wrong, Bai Mo? Is something the matter? Lin Xian suppressed his shock and asked. Why is Subaimo suddenly coming to see him so late at night? Lin Xian, I don't have a hairdryer in my room, can I borrow yours for a moment? Subaimo asked. Lin Xian's lips trembled violently. Is he obsessed with the hairdryer today? However, it was also his fault for not being well prepared. He had actually forgotten to put a hairdryer in Subaimo's room. Oh no! Yutong was still in his room. If Subaimo sees this person would probably explode on the spot. Brother Lin Xian, what should we do now? Seeing Subaimo about to come in, Wang Yutong was momentarily flustered. Clearly, she felt a little guilty about sneaking into Lin Xian's room late at night. You can hide in the closet for now, I'm sorry to trouble you. Lin Xian lowered his voice and said. In desperation, this was the only solution he could think of. Good. Without saying a word, Wang Yutong quickly hid in the wardrobe. Fortunately, the wardrobe was large enough to easily hide a person. Seeing that Wang Yutong had hidden herself, Lin Xian immediately closed the wardrobe door and ran to open it, his forehead covered with beads of sweat from the tension he had just been experiencing. Lin Xian, why did it take you so long to open the door, and you're sweating so much? Su Baimo looked at Lin Xian, who was covered in sweat, and asked in surprise. Well, I just finished showering and I'm putting on my bathrobe. Lin Xian quickly made up an excuse. All right. Su Baimo said. Come in. Lin Xian invites you. Su Baimo entered the room. In an instant, Lin Xian's heart trembled with nervousness. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards the wardrobe. Su Baimo was standing in front, so he didn't see it. However, she noticed a faint, pleasant fragrance wafting through Lin Xian's room. Immediately, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Lin Xian, were there any other women in your room just now? No, how could that be? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately tried to deny it. No, then why does your room smell like women's shower gel? Su Baimo expressed his doubts. Lin Xian's heart clenched again. Their faces turned pale from the questions. He quickly racked his brains for a moment, and then, in a flash of inspiration, replied, "The shower gel I used was bought by Zhao Zhanxiao and the others at the supermarket. I just grabbed a bottle at random and didn't pay attention to whether it was for women or men, since they all felt pretty much the same." All right. Su Baimo didn't think too much about it. Men are naturally quite casual about this, especially a grown man like Lin Xian. She went to the table, picked up the hairdryer, and started drying her hair. Lin Xian stood in the room. Every second was torture for him. Buzzing. The sound of the hairdryer continued to ring. Lin Xian's heart grew increasingly tense and uneasy. He just hoped that Wang Yutong inside the closet wouldn't make the slightest sound. Otherwise, it'll be all over. Su Baimo stood in front of the table, drying her hair, her gaze fixed on Lin Xian, who seemed somewhat uneasy in the mirror. She temporarily turned off the hairdryer and looked back at Lin Xian. Baimo, are you done drying your hair? As soon as the hairdryer stopped, Lin Xian looked up and asked. Upon seeing this, Su Baimo's eyebrows immediately furrowed tightly. She scrutinized Lin Xian with her gaze. Then, he asked in a low voice, Lin Xian, have you done something wrong that you're afraid I'll find out? 730, Chapter 730, Discovered? Have you done anything wrong? No, how could that be? Lin Xian's heart trembled, but he forced himself to remain calm and said. Then why are you in such a hurry for me to leave, and why do you look so distracted? Su Baimo was surprised. Is there? Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he quickly made an excuse. Maybe I was thinking about Tang Lan and Xiao Dai just now. Speaking of the two of them, Su Baimo's eyes trembled slightly. His gaze softened quickly. Don't worry, Lin Xian, they will all get better. Kindness. Lin Xian nodded emphatically. Buzzing. Su Baimo continued to use the hairdryer to finish drying her hair. After drying his hair, Su Baimo did not leave immediately, but sat on the edge of the bed, in the spot where Wang Yutong had just sat. At that moment, the sharp-eyed Lin Xian noticed a strand of Wang Yutong's hair on the left side of Su Baimo's seat. In an instant, a feeling of suffocating tension spread throughout Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian rushed over to Su Baimo's side and sat down, pressing the hair down with his buttocks so that Su Baimo wouldn't see it. Lin Xian, I've noticed something's off about you. Su Baimo felt a surge of surprise once again. She felt that Lin Xian had been acting strangely ever since she met him. And oh, I just wanted to talk to you after you sat down. Lin Xian explained. His somewhat nervous demeanor appeared, in Su Baimo's eyes, to be almost like that of a man in a hurry. Recalling what Lin Xian had said to her in her room earlier, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she scolded Lin Xian coquettishly, What are you thinking about? He. Lin Xian gave an awkward smile. But inside, I felt a wave of utter madness. He really felt like he'd been having a run of bad luck lately. How come every single thing that should have been the most anticipated thing in his heart became so deadly when put together? Previously, Su Baimo was going to move into the villa, and now she has suddenly come to my room. This should have been such a wonderful moment. Alright, it's getting late, I need to go back and rest.
Seeing Lin Xian's embarrassed expression, Subaimo smiled and shook his head, then stood up. You should get some rest too. Okay, then good night. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Subaimo was leaving. Kindness. Subaimo nodded slightly. The moment he stood up, his gaze suddenly fell on the white wardrobe in front of him. Her willow leaf eyebrows furrowed slightly. Lin Xian felt an overwhelming urge to explode as he watched Subaimo's actions. Could it bet that Subaimo discovered Yutong's hiding place in the closet? He felt a sudden chill run through his entire body, down to the soles of his feet. Just as Lin Xian was preparing to accept his fate, Subaimo's next words gave him a thrilling feeling, like he was on a roller coaster, plummeting from the clouds to the bottom of a valley. Your wardrobe looks just like the one in my room. Hee, really, what a coincidence. Lin Xian was so frightened that his legs went weak. People can be really scary. Yes. Subaimo pursed her red lips, thinking that this might be fate. I'll head back now, good night. Subaimo said softly. Good night. Lin Xian forced a smile, but in reality, he was terrified. After Subaimo returned to his room, Lin Xian quickly closed the door and leaned against it, feeling weak and powerless, almost collapsing to the ground. He didn't even need to look in the mirror to know that his face must be deathly pale. Ugh, I'm so suffocating. At this moment, Wang Yutong also came out of the wardrobe, breathing in the fresh air. That was really close. The moment Subaimo stood in front of the wardrobe and stared at it. She almost thought she had been discovered when she peered through the gap. 731, Chapter 731 Henpacked. Brother Lin Xian, you really scared me to death just now. Now. Wang Yutong patted her chest lightly, panting. Yes. Lin Xian also let out a heavy sigh. Just now, when Subaimo stared at the wardrobe, he thought Yutong had been exposed. Brother Lin Xian, then I'll head back now? Wang Yutong asked softly. Having just experienced that heart-stopping moment, the flames in their hearts had clearly been completely extinguished. Good. Lin Xian nodded. After saying that, he went to the door, gently opened it a crack, and poked his head out. After confirming that no one was in the aisle, Lin Xian then pulled his head back and said to Wang Yutong, Yutong, there's no one here now, you can leave. Cut. Wang Yutong couldn't help but giggle as she looked at Lin Xian's guilty and comical appearance. He. Lin Xian scratched his head. Wang Yutong smiled radiantly. This was the first time he had ever seen his brother Lin Xian look so guilty. Brother Lin Xian, Yutong thinks you'll definitely be henpecked in the future. Wang Yutong joked. Ha? Lin Xian's expression stiffened, and he asked in return, why do you think that? Look at you, you're not even married yet, and you're already this afraid of Subaimo. If you get married, won't you be even more afraid? Wang Yutong spoke with a smug look in her eyes and a smile. Well. Lin Xian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wang Yutong chuckled again, her voice sweet and gentle, but if brother Lin Xian is with Yutong in the future, Yutong won't interfere with you. You can marry Subaimo, Zhao Lingshan, Tang Lan, and the others if you want, Yutong won't mind. Yutong, stop fooling around. Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile. Yutong wasn't being silly, it's just that brother Lin Xian wasn't brave enough. Wang Yutong snorted and said, if it were me, I would want all the beauties in this villa. Ha, then your body might not be able to handle it. Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle. 2. Wang Yutong seemed to be thinking about something, and said, there's a saying that goes, there are no fields that can't be plowed properly, only oxen that have been worked to death. Yutong, where did you hear all this from? Lin Xian gave a wry smile. What kind of nonsense is this? That's what the book says. As Wang Yutong spoke, her captivating peach blossom eyes swept over Lin Xian, but I think, with brother Lin Xian's physique, 7 times a night shouldn't be a problem, right? Cough cough. Lin Xian choked on his saliva and immediately raised his hand to stop him. Stop. The conversation is getting way off track. Does that mean brother Lin Xian isn't good enough? Wang Yutong asked with a chuckle.
Lin Shen couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Speaking of which, what kind of books do you read? They only teach bad things." "Hee, I won't tell you," Wang Yutong said with a smile, "but if brother Lin Xian wants to try it sometime, Yutong can accompany you." As she said this, a hint of shyness and moisture flashed in the depths of Wang Yutong's eyes. Cough cough. Lin Xian blushed and coughed again. "Hee, I didn't expect brother Lin Xian to be even more shy than Yutong." Wang Yutong chuckled and said, "Okay, Yutong won't joke with you anymore. Yutong is going back to her room now. However, if brother Lin Xian can't sleep at night and misses Yutong too much, just send me a message." After saying that, she blinked her beautiful eyes, glanced at Lin Xian with some reluctance, and then left the room. This girl. Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile. He knew that Wang Yutong was joking with him. But this joke is really getting out of hand. And just now. He thought of the scene just now when Yutong grabbed his hand and placed it on her thigh. Lin Xian's heart couldn't help but feel a surge of heat again. 732, Chapter 732. Wang Sisi, with a secret on her mind. The smooth, delicate feel of that skin. And the feeling of Yutong holding his hand, slowly exploring upwards. Thinking about this, Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise, and he stopped abruptly. He couldn't, and dared not, continue thinking about it. Because taking it a step further means. Lin Xian shook his head vigorously. Then I went to the bathroom, splashed some cold water on my face, and tried to calm myself down. On the other side, Wang Yutong returned to her bedroom. She was also thinking about what she and Lin Xian had done in Lin Xian's room earlier. Although she was eventually interrupted by a minor incident, she could sense it. After this experience, her relationship with brother Lin Xian became even closer and more special. Maybe next night. Wang Yutong thought to herself, her pretty face blushing. The more she thought about it, the hotter her cheeks felt. She picked up a pillow and shyly covered her face with it. The night was long and dark. Lin Xian returned to bed after washing his face with cold water. Thinking that he hadn't let Wang Sisi know he was safe today, he picked up his phone and sent her a WeChat message. "Sisi, are you asleep?" "No, you're still awake?" Wang Sisi replied to her messages almost instantly. Seeing that Wang Sisi was still awake, Lin Xian immediately initiated a video call with her. The video call connected quickly, and Wang Sisi's pretty face appeared in the video. "Sisi, why aren't you asleep yet? Staying up late is bad for a woman's health," Lin Xian asked with concern. "It's almost midnight now." At this time of day, Wang Sisi would usually be fast asleep. "I can't sleep," Wang Sisi said. "Something on your mind?" Lin Xian asked. "Kindness." Wang Sisi nodded. Thinking about the Wang family ancestral worship ceremony tomorrow night, she decided to accompany her mother to the Wang family in Yanjing. When that time comes, the Wang family will definitely make things difficult for Mom. Furthermore, my mother repeatedly told her not to tell my father about this, and especially not to tell my grandfather. She knew that her mother didn't want her father and grandfather to worry. I also know that my mother wants to try to mend the relationship between the Wang family's branch family and the main family through her own efforts. Because back then, it was my dad who insisted on marrying my mom despite the family's objections. My mother was born into poverty. Despite her delicate appearance and exceptional abilities, she became a manager at a listed company at the age of 22. But in the eyes of the powerful Wang family, this was nothing and received no recognition whatsoever. What the Wang family wants is a marriage between equals. However, my great-grandmother adored my mother, admiring her gentleness and virtue, and believed that after marrying into the Wang family, she would surely have many children and grandchildren and bring good fortune to the Wang family. However, in that society, men were superior to women. Although my great-grandmother liked my mother, she had no say in the family. Everything was decided by my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather strongly opposed my father's and mother's relationship. He threatened that if they got married, he would sever all ties with them. However, Dad still went ahead without hesitation.
he was deeply in love with Li Wan.
Because of this incident, my great-grandfather, in a fit of anger, expelled my father and grandfather's lineage from the Wang family and sent them to Suzhou to separate from the family. After witnessing this separation of his wife and children, the great-grandmother was depressed and eventually passed away peacefully. This matter eventually reached the ears of the father and grandfather, causing the relationship between them to deteriorate further. As the years go by, my great-grandfather also passed away 5 years ago due to a serious illness. Every year, the Wang family holds an ancestral worship ceremony as per their usual practice. We pay tribute to the ancestors of the Wang family who have passed away. Previously, my father and grandfather would go. After all, they still had feelings for the Wang family and their ancestors. However, each time he encountered only countless cold stares and humiliations. Finally, they weren't even allowed to enter the Wang family's gate. In a fit of anger, the father and grandfather decided to sever all ties with the Wang family. But the mother always felt guilty. They believed that all of this was her fault. 733, Chapter 733. Something is being kept secret. Therefore, ancestral worship is held every year. My mother would go to participate, even if she was met with cold shoulders and being driven away. And, in my mother's heart, she also always thought about her great-grandmother, the only person who took care of her when she was in the Wang family. She wanted to be at the Wang family's ancestral rites. Light an incense stick for your great-grandmother in Kaodao, so that her spirit in heaven can see her, the daughter-in-law of the Wang family, and see the harmony and happiness of their family now. Only. How could the arrogant Wang family easily accept the old woman? This time, he will inevitably be ridiculed again, and in the end, he will not even be able to enter the Wang family's gate. There's even a possibility that they might be beaten. This is what Wang Sisi is most worried about. She had tried to persuade her mother about this many times. But in the end, nothing could change my mother's mind. Unable to rest easy, she had no choice but to accompany her mother to tomorrow's ancestral worship ceremony. Hopefully, things will go a little more smoothly then. Wang Sisi prayed silently. A look of worry crossed his brow. Because of this, she couldn't sleep at all tonight. Because tomorrow night is the time for the ancestral worship ceremony. Tomorrow morning, she will also be taking the high-speed train to Yinjing with her mother. Sisi, why are you so downcast? Is there some problem with the company's project lately? Lin Xian saw through the video that Wang Sisi was troubled. The only thing he could think of that would worry Wang Sisi was the project itself. However, before this, he had specifically instructed President Wang to take good care of the Wang family. Theoretically, this shouldn't be the case. No. While Lin Xian was pondering, Wang Sisi shook her head and said, the project is progressing smoothly, and President Wang has been very considerate of me. I am fine. It's probably just that I've been sleeping late lately, so my biological clock is a bit messed up. I'll be fine after a while. Silly girl, whatever you have to say, don't keep it to yourself, tell me. Lin Xian understood Wang Sisi's personality and made a point of emphasizing it. I'm really fine. How have things been for you lately? Wang Sisi asked with concern. It has been more than a week since Lin Xian went to Yinjing. I don't know if the process went smoothly. It went quite smoothly. Lin Xian smiled and said. So how's your relationship with your uncle now? Wang Sisi continued to ask. It's all right. Lin Xian said. To avoid worrying Sisi, he told a lie. That's good. Wang Sisi pursed her lips and asked, what about the Su family, how are they doing? It'll be soon. The matter with the Su family should be resolved quickly. Lin Xian answered. A deep chill flashed across his eyes. This happened 15 years ago, plus the story of Tang Lan and Xiao Dai. He will soon settle scores with the Su family as well. That day is not far off. Really, that's wonderful. You can come back after these things are taken care of. A hint of surprise appeared in Wang Sisi's beautiful eyes. She really missed Lin Xian and wanted to see him. Originally, she came to Yinjing to meet Lin Xian. However, thinking about tomorrow's plans and how busy Lin Xian must be right now, she decided to forget about it. Especially tomorrow at the ancestral worship ceremony, I don't know what kind of humiliation my mother will suffer at the hands of the Wang family. Thinking about this, Wang Yutong's heart clenched again. Lin Xian sensed something was wrong and immediately asked seriously, "Cici, you must be hiding something from me, right?" 734, Chapter 734 Introducing a Friend. No. Wang Cici's beautiful eyes trembled slightly before she quickly regained her senses. Lin Xian didn't believe what Wang Cici said, and stared intently at her through the video. Knowing she couldn't hide it any longer, Wang Cici had no choice but to say, "Actually, it's nothing, it's just that I might be accompanying my mother to Yanjing tomorrow." She didn't make her statement completely. Otherwise, it will only cause Lin Xian more worry. She knew that Lin Xian must be going through a difficult time, and she didn't want to distract him from worrying about her. Coming to Yanjing? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Kindness. Wang Cici nodded. Where to? Lin Xian was curious. The Wang family. Wang Cici said, then added, but I might not go then, it's not decided yet. To the Wang family? Lin Xian was clearly taken aback for a moment, and said, the Wang family, one of the 8 great families of Yanjing? Kindness. Wang Cici replied. Isn't that Yutong's family? Lin Xian murmured in confusion, what are you going there for? When he asked this question, he did not connect the Wang family of Suzhou with the Wang family of Yanjing at all. Yutong? Wang Cici was taken aback, and then her eyebrows furrowed slightly. She felt that the name sounded familiar. Oh, right, it's the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Lin Xian, do you know Miss Wang Yutong? Wang Cici asked in surprise. No. Lin Xian answered. He did not hide anything from Wang Cici. Wang Cici's heart stirred. Lin Xian actually knows Miss Wang. Lin Xian, that. She had intended to trouble Lin Xian. After all, if Miss Wang were to speak up, she and her mother would definitely be able to smoothly enter the Wang family. However, she quickly realized that the woman was the eldest daughter of the Wang family in Yanjing, and even if Lin Xian knew her, he probably wasn't very familiar with her. Helping her will definitely require using a lot of personal connections. Therefore, she didn't want to trouble Lin Xian, and even less did she want to add to his current predicament. Cici, what were you about to say? Lin Xian looked at Wang Cici, who seemed hesitant to speak, and asked gently. And nothing, I just wanted to say that I might go. Wang Cici said. Then, shall we meet up? Lin Xian's eyes lit up immediately. To be honest, he missed Wang Cici quite a bit after not seeing her for a while. In particular, he felt that Wang Cici seemed to be hiding something from him. Therefore, I also want to take this opportunity to clarify some things face to face. Okay. A look of joy also appeared in Wang Cici's eyes. But then she thought about it again, and considering her and her mother's situation tomorrow, what if Lin Xian saw them? She wanted to refuse. Lin Xian had already made his decision. Cici, it's settled, then I'll introduce you to a friend later. What friend? Wang Cici was a little curious. You'll find out then. Lin Xian kept it a secret, planning to introduce Yutong to Cici later. Good. Wang Cici nodded. By the way, Cici, what time are you coming over tomorrow? Lin Xian asked with concern. It'll be around 5 p.m. The Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony will officially begin at 6 p.m. Wang Cici answered. 5 o'clock, okay, I'll wait for you at the Wang family's gate then. Lin Xian smiled and said, without asking Cici and her aunt why they went to the Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony. All I could think about was that we could meet tomorrow. Good. Wang Cici's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, then see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lin Xian smiled gently. He sensed what was on Wang Cici's mind. However, he did not ask any further questions. I was thinking that we could solve the problem together when we met tomorrow.
Good night, Lin Xian.
Wang Sisi said softly.
Good night.
Lin Xian smiled.
After the video ends,
he immediately sent a message to Wang Yutong.
735, Chapter 735 The deteriorating relationship between the two sides. Brother Lin Xian, are you going to the Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony tomorrow night?
In the bedroom, Wang Yutong looked at the text message Lin Xian had sent her and was immediately surprised.
Kindness.
Lin Xian replied, I'll introduce you to one of my friends when the time comes.
Friends, male or female? A woman. Could it be one of your girlfriends again? A Yus again? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Judging from Yutong's tone, he seems like a bit of a scumbag. Does Su Baimo know about this?
Wang Yutong asked. Her words also answered Lin Xian's question earlier.
Because Su Baimo and Lin Xian are practically boyfriend and girlfriend now.
I haven't told her yet, but I'm sure she won't be angry when she finds out.
Lin Xian said. Su Baimo had always known about Sisi.
Furthermore, when he visited the Su family a few days ago, he had already mentioned to Su Baimo his plan to bring Wang Sisi to live in Yanjing.
Su Baimo had no objection to this. As long as Wang Sisi agrees, that's fine.
This time, he also planned to take advantage of Wang Sisi's visit to Yanjing to talk to her about this matter.
Oh, when did Su Baimo become so generous? Wang Yutong replied, ending with a surprised emoji. Because Baimo and Sisi have met before. Lin Xian said. Sisi?
Wang Yutong, on the other end of the phone, suddenly had a thought and sat up in bed.
She asked, is it that Miss Wang Sisi?
She had heard Lin Xian mention it before. However, she didn't take it to heart at the time. However, now that she knows Wang Sisi is coming to Yanjing to attend their Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony, she can't help but feel a little surprised. Clearly, as the eldest daughter of the Wang family, she was aware of some of the events of that year. Now, the conflict between the two sides seems to have escalated significantly. She hadn't expected that Wang Sisi and the others would actually come.
Yutong, do you know Sisi?
Lin Xian was also taken aback when he saw Wang Yutong's reply on the screen.
I wouldn't say we know each other. Wang Yutong did not give a clear answer, and then asked, Brother Lin Xian, are you sure you want to come to the Wang family ancestral worship ceremony tomorrow? Kindness.
Lin Xian replied. Okay, then I'll go tell the housekeeper that I might be a bit busy tomorrow night and won't be able to attend to you. I'll have the housekeeper come and greet you then.
Wang Yutong said.
No need to trouble Yutong so much, you all just do your thing and don't worry about me. Lin Xian replied with a smile.
That won't do. Wang Yutong insisted. Okay, thank you, Yutong. Lin Xian didn't want to refuse Wang Yutong's kind offer. Why are you being so polite with me? Wang Yutong replied, sending a cute emoji.
Lin Xian replied with a cool emoji.
Brother Lin Xian, is there anything else you need to ask Yutong for? Wang Yutong then asked. There is none left.
Lin Xian replied.
Okay, then Brother Lin Xian should get some rest. Yutong should go to sleep too. Okay. Good night, Brother Lin Xian. Good night.
After they said good night to each other, Lin Xian put down his phone and lay down on the bed. Looking at the ceiling above him, he felt a surge of excitement.
I'm excited to meet Wang Sisi tomorrow. On the other side, Wang Yutong was also unable to fall asleep. However, compared to Lin Xian's excitement, a trace of sorrow lingered between her brows.
She was thinking about the relationship between Lin Xian and Wang Sisi. I'm also worried about what might happen during tomorrow's ancestral worship ceremony.
736, Chapter 736. Come with me. The next day, in the evening,
the entrance to the Wang family mansion was decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, and firecrackers were going off incessantly. Today, from leaders to wealthy and famous people, everyone came to participate in the Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony.
The Wang family was one of the 8 great families of Yanjing.
With its strength second only to the Su and Su families, it naturally became the object of countless people's desire to curry favor.
To prevent anyone from sneaking in, a checkpoint has been set up at the entrance of the Wang family mansion. 4 well-trained soldiers stood outside the door.
Only those who have received an invitation from the Wang family are eligible to enter, all others are excluded.
At this moment, Wang Sisi and her mother Li Wan arrived at the Wang family's door.
The two, weary from their journey, immediately dimmed their eyes when they saw the checkpoint set up in front of the Wang family mansion.
Li Wan, in particular, felt her hopes shattered in an instant.
"Mom, it seems we made a wasted trip this time,"
Wang Sisi said to Li Wan. While sighing inwardly, I couldn't help but feel a little fortunate.
"If we can't get into the Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony, then Mom won't have to suffer the humiliation from those people." She clearly remembers this time last year. In front of all the guests, her family not only suffered verbal humiliation from the Wang family, but was also eventually kicked out. The scene was incredibly embarrassing. During the argument, the mother was also slapped by a vicious woman. At that time, my father almost got into a fight with them, but my mother stopped him. This is why my father and grandfather vowed never to come again and to sever all ties with the Wang family. "Yes, daughter, but Mom still wants to wait here a little longer,"
Li Wan said.
She still wouldn't give up. They planned to wait until the ancestral worship ceremony began, when the Wang family's guards were weak, and then sneak in.
"Mom!" Wang Sisi immediately became worried. How could she not understand her mother's thoughts?
"Sisi, just wait for me at the door, Mom can go in later,"
Li Wan said. She didn't want to implicate Sisi. But this is something she has to do. Wang Shuzhen's mother-in-law died of depression after being expelled from the Wang family following her marriage to Wang Lei.
Over the years, she has felt guilty.
And the ancestral worship ceremony every year.
Lighting an incense stick for Granny Wang, kowtowing, and telling her in delay about their longing and guilt towards her is something she, as a daughter-in-law of the Wang family, must do.
But Mom.
Wang Sisi didn't want to see her mother suffer scorn and humiliation from the Wang family.
"Sisi, don't worry about Mom. Mom will be out soon," Li Wan said. "Mom."
"Sisi, Auntie, you've arrived." At this moment, Lin Xian saw Wang Sisi and Aunt Li Wan at the entrance of the mansion not far away, and immediately greeted them and walked over.
"Lin Xian." Wang Sisi's eyes flickered. "Xiao Xian, you're here."
Li Wan also greeted Lin Xian.
"Let's go in, Auntie."
Lin Xian smiled.
"Well, Xiao Xian, I'm afraid that's not possible yet," Li Wan said. "Is Auntie waiting for other people?" Lin Xian asked. "No, it's because Auntie didn't have an invitation." Despite feeling embarrassed, Li Wan told the truth.
Otherwise, she worried that Xiao Xian would just stay here waiting like an idiot with them.
No invitation?
Lin Xian was stunned. However, he didn't think much of it, figuring that his aunt might have lost it on the way here, so he said, "Auntie, then please come with me."
"Xiao Xian, do you have an invitation?" Li Wan's heart stirred. "No, but I've already spoken to the people inside." Lin Xian grinned.
Then, with Li Wan and Wang Sisi feeling nervous, she led them toward the main gate of the Wang family mansion.
737, Chapter 737 Uneasy. When we arrived at the entrance of the Wang family mansion, Wang Sisi and Li Wan's palms were sweating profusely. Because the Wang family knows them. Especially Li Wan.
She regretted not explaining the situation clearly to Lin Xian. If this dragged Xiao Xian into trouble.
Small. Li Wan wanted to speak.
By this time, they had arrived at the gate of the mansion. The 4 elite royal soldiers in armor made their palms instantly feel cold.
Furthermore, the Wang family's butler was also there. Now I recognized them even more. They couldn't even sneak in with Lin Xian. You must be Mr. Lin.
When Butler Wang saw Lin Xian, he greeted him with utmost respect. Before this, the young lady had specifically instructed him to treat Mr. Lin well and not to be negligent in any way.
Kindness. Lin Xian nodded, smiling at the old butler before him, and said, Butler Wang, these two are my friends, they lost their invitations, may they come in with me?
After hearing this, Butler Wang looked at Wang Sisi and Li Wan behind Lin Xian. Upon seeing two familiar faces, his graying brows furrowed slightly.
As the Wang family's old butler, he recognized the two people behind Mr. Lin at a glance. If he remembered correctly, the Wang family would never have sent them invitations. Therefore, how can it be said that it was lost? Oh no! No! Under the watchful gaze of the old housekeeper, Wang Sisi and Li Wan's hearts began to pound.
His gaze was somewhat evasive. They knew the other person had recognized them. Just when they were convinced they would be expelled, the old butler suddenly let them go, and respectfully said to Lin Xian, No problem, Mr. Lin misinstructed that your guests are guests of the Wang family.
Gentlemen, please follow me. Butler Wang led the way. Call. Wang Sisi and Li Wan breathed a heavy sigh of relief.
They looked at each other, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes.
The Wang family's butler actually let them pass. Moreover, if they heard correctly, he had just mentioned his mistress. Could it bet hat Miss Wan? Sisi, Auntie, what's wrong?
At this moment, Lin Xian's voice interrupted their thoughts.
Now let's hurry up and catch up, it's not good to keep people waiting.
The two shook their heads and then quickly followed the old butler. Although they had doubts, now was clearly not the time to ask. Lin Xian also noticed something strange about Sisi and her aunt.
However, I didn't ask.
I thought I'd talk about it after I went inside. And so, the three of them, led by the old butler, entered the banquet hall for the ancestral worship ceremony. Inside the hall, there were nearly 100 tables set up for a banquet. At this point, almost every table was occupied. At the two tables closest to the podium sat high-ranking members of the Wang family. Lin Xian glanced around but didn't see Wang Yutong. Clearly, she is still busy with matters related to the ancestral worship ceremony.
Mr. Lin, there are two more people here, please come up and have a seat.
The butler said respectfully. The young lady specially reserved seats for them. Upon hearing this, Li Wan quickly waved her hand and said, No need, Butler Wang, we can just find a place to sit. If I sit too close to the front and the Wang family sees me, I'll be in trouble. Alright, please make yourselves at home, Mr. Lin, just call me if you need anything, I'll be right over there. The old butler spoke respectfully, pointing to Lin Xian's location in a moment.
Yes, Steward Wang, thank you for your trouble.
Lin Xian smiled and said.
Mr. Lin, you're too kind. The butler left with a respectful expression.
Li Wan breathed a sigh of relief, then found a table at the very back, which was also closest to the corner, and sat down.
However, after sitting down,
as she watched the Wang family servants passing by, she tensed up again, her hands clasped between her legs, her feet trembling uncomfortably. Lin Xian saw it all.
Seeing that Li Wan was clearly nervous and uneasy, she asked with concern, Auntie, are you alright?
738, Chapter 738 Wang Suilan. No, it's nothing, Xiao Zuan, it's just that there are too many people here, so I'm a little nervous.
Li Wan made up an excuse. They have now successfully entered. Sitting at a table near the corner, they probably wouldn't be seen by the Wang family.
When the banquet is almost over, she can simply go to the ancestral hall to pay respects to the Wang family's ancestors and to the late Wang Shuzhen.
As for the relationship with the Wang family, she didn't have much hope of fixing it. But if given the opportunity, she would still give it a try.
In this way, Delay and his father can come to the ancestral hall to worship their ancestors every year. After all, they were once members of the Wang family, and their feelings for the Wang family were deeper than anyone else's.
It was her who ruined them. Li Wan felt deeply guilty. Mom!
Wang Sisi knew what her mother was thinking, and gently took her hand.
Mom is fine, don't worry about me.
Li Wan smiled gently, then looked at Lin Xian and said gratefully, Xiao Xian, I haven't thanked you for what happened earlier. Thank you for bringing us in. If it weren't for Lin Xian, she and Cici would never have been able to enter the Wang family so smoothly, let alone sit at this banquet. Auntie, you're too kind. Lin Xian smiled, then, as if remembering something, asked, but Auntie, why are you and Cici attending the Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony? This. Li Wan was unsure how to answer. Wang Cici had already prepared an explanation and answered for her mother. My mother knew one of the Wang family's former mothers-in-law, but she has passed away. My mother came to offer incense to her. So that's how it is. Lin Xian suddenly realized. By the way, Lin Xian, which young lady from the Wang family do you know? At this moment, Wang Cici asked with concern. According to the butler, he was sent by their young lady to greet Lin Xian at the door. You mean this one, her name is? Speaking of this, Lin Xian was just about to introduce Yutong to Wang Cici in advance, since he planned to introduce the two of them after the banquet. Suddenly, the entire banquet hall fell silent. A middle-aged noblewoman with a fierce-looking face stood on the stage with a microphone and loudly announced, the auspicious time has arrived. I hereby declare the Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony officially open. First of all, I would like to thank the Grand Elder for recommending me as the spokesperson for this ancestral worship ceremony. I am very honored. Secondly, I would like to thank all my relatives, friends, and distinguished guests for attending this grand ceremony. It is your arrival that has brought a touch of liveliness to my Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony. I think our ancestors in heaven would be very happy and gratified to see this, gratified that our Wang family has been able to prosper for hundreds of years. Good. Upon hearing this, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Li Wan and Wang Cici also looked towards the podium. They recognized each other immediately. It was Wang Lei's cousin, Wang Suilan, who was also Wang Cici's second aunt. Wang Cici frowned slightly. Last year, this was the woman who slapped her mother. She always remembered. Immediately, she clenched her teeth tightly. Meanwhile, Wang Suilan continued her speech. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you all again for coming. I wish you all a good meal and drinks. After saying that, she put down the microphone and was about to leave. Then, glancing around, I suddenly saw a familiar face in the corner of the audience. She was taken aback at first. Once they realized what was happening, their drooping eyebrows immediately stood up straight. Li Wan also noticed Wang Suilan's gaze, and her eyes immediately turned panicked. She quickly lowered her head. But it was already too late. Wang Suilan picked up the microphone and pointed it at Li Wan in the audience, shouting sternly, Li Wan, how dare you come to our Wang family? 739, Chapter 739 Distorting the Facts. A cold, sharp shout, tinged with sarcasm, slowly echoed through the banquet hall. All eyes were drawn to Wang Suilan's shout. Following her gaze, I looked towards the corner. At this moment, Li Wan's face turned deathly pale. Amidst the chaos, tension, and panic were palpable. Mom! Wang Cici immediately gripped Li Wan's hand tightly. The entire banquet hall fell silent at that moment. In the quiet moment, Wang Suilan's sarcastic voice rang out again, amplified by the microphone. Li Wan, your family is really shameless. We kicked you out last year, and you still have the nerve to come here and freeload this year? Wang Suilan's words immediately caused a stir among the audience. Free food and drinks? No way, someone actually has the audacity to come to someone else's ancestral worship ceremony and freeload? Just how shameless can this be? The whispers of the people around her flooded into Li Wan's ears like a tidal wave, causing her already pale face to lose all color in that instant. Her body trembled slightly. Lin Xian saw this and couldn't help but frown. What exactly happened? Just as he was wondering, Zhang Suilan said again in a sarcastic tone, Li Wan, since you can be so shameless as to come to my Wang family to freeload, then I'll grant your wish today. Next, let me introduce you to everyone properly, so they can see your shameless face. Listen up, everyone, this woman is named Li Wan, and she is a daughter-in-law whom my Wang family does not approve of. 25 years ago, it was because this woman coveted the wealth and status of my Wang family that she went to great lengths to bewitch my cousin. In the end, my cousin disregarded the advice of his elders and insisted on getting married to her, severing all ties with his family from then on. My grandparents fell seriously ill because of this. My grandmother suffered from severe depression because of this, and she passed away not long after. My grandmother was originally in good health. The fortune teller said she would live to be at least 110 years old. But it was because of this woman, because of this wicked woman, that she died at the age of 100 and left us forever. That's fine. This woman, after killing my grandmother, actually has the nerve to come back to my Wang family. Furthermore, every year during the ancestral worship ceremony, she would bring her husband, who was my former cousin, to participate. At first, out of respect for our ancestors, our Wang family did not object and gave them a chance. It was only because we were still angry about what happened back then that we said a few words to them. But they actually had a huge argument with us, and even thought about turning the tables and returning to the Wang family. Afterwards, they even had the nerve to say that our Wang family bullied others by abusing their power. Now, I ask everyone to judge for themselves and see who is really in the wrong. His righteous words instantly ignited the anger of the crowd below the stage. Immediately, everyone pointed and whispered at Li Wan. How can there be such a disgusting woman in this world? She drove someone else's grandmother to her death just to climb the social ladder, and yet she can sit here so nonchalantly. If I were her, I would have bought a rope and hanged myself long ago, instead of coming out and harming others. If this kind of person had any conscience, would they do such a heinous thing? If this kind of woman lived in ancient times, she would probably have been drowned in a pig cage long ago. Hurry up and climb out yourself, or you'll disgust people here. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions. Li Wan was instantly drowned out by a barrage of insults. Her body trembled more violently, and her eyes welled up with a moist redness. This is not the truth at all. It was Wang Suilan who deliberately framed and harmed her. 740, chapter 740 I believe. Mom! Wang Cici's eyes also immediately turned red. She knew that her mother had been wronged. At this moment, as Wang Suilan watched Li Wan being submerged under the public's condemnation, a deep sense of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. She continued her sarcastic remarks, her voice filled with the superiority complex she felt as a member of the Wang family. So, people should know their place. Born into poverty, she should have just obediently been a lowly servant instead. She insisted on climbing up the big tree of our Wang family. In the end, she not only harmed herself and others, but also ended up with a tainted reputation. Upon hearing this, Li Wan trembled violently. Already possessing a gentle nature, she had no chance to clarify her situation under Wang Suilan's harsh and sarcastic attacks. Auntie, that's enough. Seeing her mother being bullied like this, Wang Cici stood up with a flushed face. She couldn't hold back any longer. Oh, isn't this the bastard child of my Wang family? Who's your aunt? You're really good at trying to climb the social ladder. Wang Suilan gave a disdainful sneer at Wang Cici's address of auntie. Calling you auntie is a lesson my mother taught me from a young age to respect my elders. Wang Cici clenched her fists in anger and shouted at Wang Suilan, but today I don't think you deserve it. I'm not worthy, you wild girl, what a big mouth you have. Wang Suilan sneered. Wang Cici suppressed her anger. She's not here to cause trouble. She just wanted to clarify the facts for her mother. Listen to me, everyone, things didn't go as she described back then at all. Wang Cici loudly explained to the guests present, my mother did not bewitch my father back then, nor was she a wicked person. This woman fabricated all this on purpose to smear my mother. Neither my mother nor my father ever considered returning to the Wang family or trying to climb the social ladder by marrying into it. They just want to mend some of the estrangement and misunderstandings with the Wang family, and they just want to be able to come back and pay respects to their ancestors every year during the ancestral worship ceremony. This woman was so aggressive, she insulted us every time. You didn't hear how awful her words were. Especially last year, my dad couldn't take it anymore and said a few words to her. I didn't expect that she would slap my mom in a fit of anger. That's why we completely broke ties with the Wang family. Do you think anyone would believe that? Wang Suilan sneered, her words flowing smoothly. If you're not here to return to the Wang family, if you don't want to climb the social ladder by associating with our Wang family, then let me ask you this. Last year, who was it that so boldly declared that they would completely sever ties with our Wang family and would never attend our Wang family's ancestral worship ceremony again? Now, who is it that sneaked in without receiving an invitation from our Wang family, thinking that sitting in a corner will keep them hidden? That's because my mom wanted to come and pay respects to my great-grandmother. Wang Sisi shouted loudly. Heh, paying respects to your grandmother? Wang Suilan laughed upon hearing this. Such a lame excuse, how did you even come up with it? That makes sense, if you guys can shamelessly sneak in, what else wouldn't you do? What, your father and grandfather are too ashamed to come, so they've sent you and your mother to my Wang family to gather intelligence. Is it because you couldn't make it in Suzhou, so you want to come back and rely on the Wang family of Yinjing? We didn't. Wang Sisi said, word by word, we are living very well in Suzhou now. And I'll say it again, my mother came this time only to pay respects to Granny Wang. Don't judge her with your filthy eyes. Me, filthy? Wang Suilan's sneer deepened. Let everyone judge for themselves and see who is despicable? Also, do you think anyone will believe what you're saying? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Everyone immediately expressed their opinions, regardless of whether the matter is true or false. Wang Suilan is from the Wang family of Yinjing. They are too busy trying to curry favor with her to offend her. See, nobody believes what you're saying. Wang Suilan had known this would be the outcome. She applied her vibrant lipstick, and a haughty smile appeared on her lips. You! Wang Sisi was furious, but she couldn't find any more excuses. She had a good temper, and being too young, she was no match for a shrew like Wang Suilan. Seeing this, Wang Suilan's eyes grew even more smug. Just as he was about to speak and throw more mud at the mother and daughter, a cold voice rang out from the crowd, I believe you.